film outline. Mu Bailing's fuzzy consciousness paused for a moment at this moment. I wanted to ask who this person was, but I didn't even have the strength to open my mouth. The meridians are completely broken. The heart, if your dantian is damaged and shattered, you will die completely in about 60 breaths at most. The voice was ethereal and vague, as if countless voices were overlapping each other. The appointment even with A belonged to the heaven and earth, the majesty. Well, since this is an opportunity of destiny, I will lend you a helping hand. But as a price you need to give me everything you have, including your consciousness. I have been trapped here for too long, and if you want to truly destroy the current will of heaven, then no help from me. If you are willing to make this promise with me, then within 10 breaths blink. Of course, if you don't want to, I will use my own power to send you away from here. After all, you are. They came to my summons, and it was because of me that they encountered such disaster. Mo Bailing just paused for a moment before he blinked with all his might. What would it matter if I could leave this place alive? His meridians and dantian were broken, and he was now like a useless person. Without cultivation and strength, how to finish your own long-cherished wish? How to kill Yi Qingyun or even Tian Dao? Furthermore, at that time, no matter how hard you try, you will. If you force your way here, you have already made up your mind to die. It's time to pay for the bitter fruits that have been sown. In that case, it will be as you wish. I will lend you my power temporarily. I will help you break through the barrier between heaven and earth and see my true self. Then you will be me and I will be you. We will be inseparable and share good and bad fortunes. While speaking, that blurry filmqua had already appeared in front of Mu Bailing. Out offing her tap on Iton the forehead. At the same time, something that seems to have been parasitic on Mu Bailing, the original power of heaven and earth, like a seed that has finally grown and sprouted, is completely in grow up. The soul seems here the influence of power is gradually covered and transformed. And this process takes exactly 60 breaths. If the original development continues, Mu Bailing will be die. But now the soul and life that were about to collapse were an invisible force holds it together. But in a sense, it's already considered death once. Even dead. Just because this special power maintained just the last bit of consciousness and soul. At the same time, the Bingling Saint Sex Palace is countless miles away. Mu Binghuang, who was meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The cold majesty that was maintained in the past is now shattered like a filter. Mu Binghuang, somewhat dazed and absent-minded mechanical zombie. Even he took out a broken jade token from his arms with trembling hands. This is the soul tablet of my younger sister Mu Bailing. At this moment, the breath of life that was parasitic on the soul tablet has completely dissipated. White silk. Mu Binghuang, the palace master of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect. No valve shake, face pale as if completely I lost all my strength and finally collapsed with a plop on the ground. The hot tears flowed down my face as if I couldn't control them, white face dripping fall to the ground. My vision also became slightly blurred at this moment. In fact, because I have been with Mu Bailing for a long time, sister. Mu Binghuang knew her sister. How bad has the situation become? A special place that has never been recorded in history. Or it really doesn't exist. Or it is too dangerous and is forcibly blocked and buried by some terrifying existence. If Mu Bailing was here alienated, if you try to find it by force under these circumstances, you will almost certainly die. As a sister, of course, I can't just watch my sister die. So we have been trying every possible way to stop it. However, Mu Bailing still took advantage of not pay attention till he left the Bingling Holy Sect and left a letter. Sister, please allow me to be the last one once. Did you know I've been having the same dream over and over again for days? I dreamed of a past life where I stood on the opposite side of honor and personally absolutely the cold abyss. I dreamed that I, the one who mentioned the promise, broke it repeatedly, while Honor, who was hurt by me again and again, has been vaguely abiding by the promise. I am a despicable and ridiculous person who breaks his promise, a traitor who should not be forgiven. I am sorry to Honor, and my crime is unforgivable. But I don't want to live such a ridiculous and despicable life. I don't want to do nothing holding regret to die. If I can atone for my past self, if I can pay back a little bit of my sins, I am willing to give up everything I have, even my life. Sister, I'm sorry I was too young and impetuous a long time ago and said a lot of things that were against my will, which made you sad for a long time. A terrible person like me met the two best people in my life. The best sister, the best disciple. Mu Binghuan could no longer control herself, emotion, tears dripping on the quilt on the crumpled letter paper. The heart seems to be caught in a big net. The pain was so severe that it was hard to breathe. I could only kneel on the ground, bend over and cover my heart to relieve my pain. That's what life and youth are like. There are no multiple choice questions with visible results and choices to make. There is no way to roll back the file and return to a period when you want to change. Once you miss some things and people, they will be separated for a lifetime. Even if you come to your senses later. I want to make up for it with all my strength, but there is no chance anymore. If possible, don't let your youth and life be filled with regrets for the rest of your life or even until your death because of missed opportunities. Regret. At the same time, it has been confirmed that Mu Bailing has lost her life and has completely buried the will of heaven at the bottom of the sea. Just ready to recover, but it suddenly solidified. Boom! Then the dark sea, which had returned to calm, suddenly became as if a huge stirring on the seabed, which immediately caused huge waves. The will of heaven can even feel one not weaker than his power. Even the power that came from the same origin as him was slowly emerging from the seabed. Moreover, the authority of the heavenly Tao that he possessed seemed to have been indirectly deprived and replaced under the influence of this power. Or in other words, the other party also has used the power of the authority of heaven. How is this possible? The will of heaven rarely sends out a panicked, incredulous voice. His eyes terrified towards the fallen immortal realm, which was still blocked by the power of heaven and earth. The sealing power is clearly still there. That guy didn't have Anya's sign of breaking the seal. Why did his power appear in the outside world and even descend directly on the one who was supposed to be dead, people superior? Boom! A visually striking picture appeared. The seawater is being driven by some powerful force, tear apart alive. Mu Bailing, who was supposed to be dead, slowly emerged from the bottom of the sea. Although from the appearance, it's still Mu Bailing. But the will of heaven is very clear. There is a being of the same level as him in the other party's soul. It is the will of the previous heaven. The former Tiandao, who was sealed in Zuxianya by him and the Eternal Yi family, actually a part of it, merged with Mu Bailing. Damn it! How on earth did you do that? Current heavenly will, but he got angry. Clearly sealed, the system is still there. How on earth did this guy bring out a bit of his will from the seal? You have your destiny and chance, and I naturally have mine. Mu Bailing chuckled. The space where I stand seems to be completely dominated. The terrifying power it possesses is even able to compete with the current will of heaven invisibly. The reason why the former heavenly Tao was able to merge part of itself with Mu Bailing was actually related to Guhan, unrelated. There is no way for him to be reborn and restart time and space. But Guhan can indeed do it. In a certain life, the world dead end fall Guhan from fallen immortal cliff. Before the consciousness completely dissipated in the depths of the falling immortal cliff and encountered some remaining will of the predecessor. The former heavenly will at that time was, I realized that Guhan was extraordinary. Guhan, there seemed to be some terrifying aura that even he could not understand and was even beyond his cognition. Later, due to some special reasons, he and this unknown great being reached a certain agreement. In return, it's Guhan, the unknown existence behind will-o-wisp of consciousness, takes away the established time and space of the previous life. Together with Guhan, return to reincarnation. And he can do this in this way: leave the failed time and space and reverse your predetermined ending in another time and space. But the premise of all this is that the former will of heaven needs to choose a special person at an appropriate time and merge this person's power with his own. If we talk about the most suitable special person, it would naturally be Guhan. However, if he dares to merge with Guhan, it will definitely indirectly anger that unknown being. In desperation, the former will of heaven could only look for other candidates. And through observation these days, Mu Bailing is the most suitable person besides Guhan. Not because special. If we have to talk about special ones, Guhan and Yi Qin Yun are the most special ones. And the reason why I chose Mu Bailing. One of the reasons is that Mu Bailing originally also he is a special chess piece of destiny on the current chessboard of heaven. Furthermore, it is also enough to hate Yi Qingyun and the current Tian Dao. Merge with Mu Bailing, I will accept my power wholeheartedly and be in harmony with him. Cooperation, no distinction between each other. I don't know how you could have so easily leaving the sealed place appearing outside. But it's not too late to wipe you out now. As the majestic and indifferent voice returned, the heart-pounding and magnificent power of heaven spread out again. This time the scene in the sky was even more terrifying. A huge dark cloud vortex covered an area of tens of thousands of miles, completely turning the area into a sea of living things district. The kind that can be used to influence the origin of the monks and living beings. Here the power of the heavenly punishment gradually spread deep into the sky. It came again, even so dense that it turned into substance. However, previously it would be completely destroyed by the power of heaven. Mu Bailing, who was under control, is now merging with the will of the predecessor of heaven. Book as if possessing extremely terrible immunity, not at all the influence of the power of heaven. Pupil depth. There is a divine pattern structure that contains the power of heaven and earth, and the whole person seems to be completely integrated with the entire heaven and earth. Boom! At this moment Mu Bailing raised her hand and flicked her sleeves. The overwhelming law runes surged up, and in an instant they turned into a vast sea that could drown everything in the world. Wave and the power of the current heavenly Tao will fiercely collide. The laws roared like stars falling from the sky. The void was constantly collapsing and the dark seawater was melting due to the boiling divine flame. This area west of the boundless sea is affected by the current and previous wills of heaven. The collision was completely boiling. It was as if the great war that had taken place countless epochs ago was happening again in this life here. However, no one noticed this area. The area west of the infinite sea was originally aground. There are monks and living beings involved. Plus the will of heaven bump bend, that is the land of heaven and earth collide. In the eyes of many monks and creatures in distant lands, the end of the vision was obscured by an endless dark cloud, and from time to time there were terrifying world-destroying thunders flashing in it, and bursts of piercing drums were heard of thunder. For the former and current will of heaven war. Gu Han didn't know. The system, one of the initiators, didn't seem to intend to tell Gu Han now. At this moment he ice investment of heart to an important thing inside. That was the special system reward, the meaning of burial that was obtained in the burial land of immortals before. According to the system integrate the meaning of funeral path to your own weapons. There may be unexpected gains. He can trust Wu. That is naturally the Hanshao sword that was rebuilt and given new life in Piaomio Fairy Island. The sword spirit of the Hanshao sword has almost recovered. But there is always that special opportunity missing, unable to truly condense one's own. Perhaps the meaning of burial is the special opportunity for the Hanshao sword. Think again and again. Gu Han decided to give it a try anyway. Hanshao, I have a weapon that can help you condense a new or even a special opportunity to transform again. But this I can't control the power. It takes both me and yours heart cooperation. But this process also has risks. It's very likely that you will recover broken again. Even because of this, the erosion of power completely disappeared. Gu Han conveyed his thoughts directly to Han Shao's sword through a special method. The meaning of the burial path seems to be related to the power of the burial ruins moon. The power possessed by Zhang Shuyu seems to be able to control everything in the world, matter energy erosion. Eventually, as if time had eroded everything in the world, turned into wind and sand and dissipated. But because he had learned the first part of the immortal burial technique, he seemed to be strength brings immunity. Therefore, even if he directly the meaning of funeral path is also completely unknown, this the influence of strength. But the same cannot be said for the Hanshao sword. He is just a sword spirit. It is impossible for him to practice the burial immortal technique, and he is also unable to deal with this strength has immunity. It is very likely that in the process of absorption and integration the power erodes and eventually dissipates like wind and sand. Han Shao wants to be with his master long, don't want to hold the master back. As agreed, Han Shao wants to watch the clouds rise and fall in the sky with the master. Han Shao is able to have a new life thanks to his master. Even if the risk is great, Han Shao is willing to give it a try. Hearing this, Gu Han Kakuyu, a gentle smile appeared. As expected of my sword, Gu really looks like him. Then transform into your own. He will definitely be a man of great stature. After some preparation, Guhan directly use your own original power to resonate with the surrounding heaven and earth void and condense a furnace of laws. After reaching the supreme realm, he has been able to cultivate and initially resonate with the power of heaven and earth. In addition, he has mastered many ancient skills as well as the enlightenment against heaven. In terms of the degree of resonance with the power of heaven and earth, he is even comparable to the powerful gods. Guhan pinched the ancient magic formula and chanted the divine mantra. The spirit was born from the heavens, I conceived its God, I created and transformed it and tempered it into a god. Buzz. Suddenly the laws of the entire area, a resonance of some kind of power. Cohesion, intersection, illusion. Each path contains the divine, the mysterious command of breath. At the same time, countless laws containing Guhan's original aura lines swirled out from his fingertips, forming a huge illusory furnace. 7 balls of strange fire from heaven and earth rose up, surrounding the meaning of burial like a group of stars. The Hanchao sword also melted into the furnace of laws on its own. Gradually merging with the meaning of the burial path, it emits a powerful and like a heartbeat general law sound. In the courtyard of the mansion. Clatter. The crisp sound of chess pieces falling was heard. I won. It seems that Miss Jeyu needs to practice more chess. I have won 6 games in a row according to our rules. I will accompany Master Gu today. Flower language somewhat sluggish at his chessboard, subconsciously towards Nianxi in front of him. No. Why did I lose again? Not long ago, after learning that Guhan was in Taihua Immortal Dynasty, a disguise, then he rushed here. Difference Kuai and Nianxi know each other. As human intuition, I guess Nianxi's dragon at first glance seems to have extraordinary ideas. This made Hua Jieyu inexplicable arrived crisis. After all, there was already a stinky fox and Xiaobingli competing with him for Ahan. Now there's another dragon, how can willing? But because in the Taihua Immortal Dynasty he was restricted from taking action due to various reasons. If fighting with fists doesn't work, let's fight with words. Therefore they used a game of chess to decide who would accompany Guhan during these days. Result: the losing streak continues. From the beginning, the winner was decided by 1 round to the best of 3 rounds, the best of 6 rounds, the best of 10 rounds. I lose every time. Xiao Hua. If you really don't know how to play chess, I'll teach you. At this time, the little black master come closer. Down, slightly raised high where the breast gives people a kind of innate pride. No, that's not necessary. Hua Jieyu laughed it off and refused directly. Are you kidding? Let a little black come teach yourself to play chess. If it gets out this supreme no, it should be said, how will this deity survive in the future? Hello, Xiao Hua. What do you mean by that look? Look down on your uncle? Don't look at me like this now. In the demon world, I was also a powerful figure in the chess world. At the beginning, I didn't know how many demons there were. The demon is proud to play chess with me. Little black old, his illness came back and he started bragging about his past deeds when he was young. I don't know, Xiao Haizi, the flowers of the world can speak. Naturally, I would subconsciously regard it as a little black boasting, even unrealistic. What a fantasy. But Nianxi is different. He is the most outstanding descendant of the Canlong clan, Huaifan Zupulse. It's the essence of the pulse, is infinitely close to Zulong. Not long after I met Xiao Heizi, I have already learned a shocking truth. This little black guy looks ordinary and even a little bit vulgar. Maybe it really is related to the 5 true ancestors of their demon world, the thunder-swallowing true ancestor. And the other party owned the pulse is extremely pure and rich, and to some extent it is like the reincarnation of the thunder-swallowing ancestor. However, Nianxi still did not regard Xiao Haizi as the real ancestor of swallowing thunder. After all, according to the historical records of their demon world, the thunder-swallowing ancestor had died long ago. His soul and body were destroyed and not even a trace of him was left. Maybe this little black he is the descendant of the thunder-devouring true ancestor who was a playboy when he was young and stayed in the outside world pulse. But even so, Nianxi couldn't help but be shocked. Guhan not only possesses Zulong and also has a close relationship with the Thunder Tunlei clan. To be recognized by the 2 true ancestors of their demon world is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. This also further strengthened Nianxi's determination to further her relationship with Guhan. After all, if a major conflict were to arise between Gu Han and the Tsanglong clan again, it would definitely be a disaster for the Tsanglong clan. The Taihua Immortal Dynasty's dragon sacrifice ceremony will last for 3 months. Just as Nian, she was thinking about how to get closer to Gu Han during this period of time. Boom! The hall where Gu Han was in seclusion, suddenly there were bursts of rumbling sounds like gods beating drums. The rhyme of a certain law spread out like ripples, causing the surrounding void to distort. This is. Such a vision is produced. Quiet is not small. Not people in Taihua capital looked up, was shocked by the grand vision in the sky. Directly taking that area as the center, the surrounding spiritual laws seemed to they gathered continuously like the tide, outlining mysterious and intricate lines of imperial decrees in the void. Compared to the layman monks who do not understand the meaning of these imperial edict patterns and just watch the fun. Many research as the monk of the great Tao had his pupils dilated at this moment, looking in the direction of Gu Han's residence. He was dumbfounded. Some even suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes and tried their best. I was shocked, but my mind was even more shocked. Hiss, do you think that those lines floating in the sky look like the refining patterns recorded in ancient books, an imperial decree? How can it be like that? That's the legendary Lian decree. Refining the edict can also be understood as the ultimate of the way symbolization. Use the law as fire, the power of heaven and earth as furnace, create and transform into spirit, give it spiritual charm, then you can attract, refining the symbol of imperial decree. However, in order to induce such a strange phenomenon, it is rumored that go to the extreme on the road the most, he must be a top-notch saint realm expert or even an emperor realm expert. But there are also legends. In ancient times there were heirloom. This method can also allow monks to attract, refining the symbol of imperial decree. However, these handed down, the method has long been lost. Chapter 351, When the Will Truly Awakens, the time for a thorough reckoning. This direction is deep in the Taihua Immortal Dynasty Palace Nangong Wentian. At this moment I am also being refined, the magnificent vision produced by the decree. Towards the opposite source cast a goal of exploration. Isn't that the mansion where that kid Gu Han lives? It's Han Gu. What is this restless guy doing? Nangong Wentian has really been having a headache because of Gu Han lately. When refining the elixir, the jealousy of heaven caused a sea of thunder to cover the capital of Taihua, forcing him to take the blame. Not long ago he killed a member of the Tsanglong clan in the capital, causing him to run around for a while. This is the only way to barely cover up the matter. Now that he has just settled down, he has made some preparations for himself. Imperial decree. As a young man, even if Gu Han has extraordinary cultivation, it is impossible for him to reach the saint realm. It is even more impossible to rely on cultivation to attract, refining imperial decree. Combined with the previous experience of Gu Han using the ancient immortal alchemy method which caused the jealousy of heaven, this is a lesson for us. There is no need to think too much. It is Gu Han who used some lost refining technique. The method summoned this kind of refinement, the symbol of imperial decree. If his guess is correct, what may happen next is another terrible doomsday scene similar to the previous one caused by the jealousy of heaven. Boom! It seemed to be reflecting what Nangong Wentian was thinking. Sure enough, thunder filled with the aura of destruction suddenly exploded and flashed. With the sky in Gu Han's mansion as the center, the huge vortex-shaped dark cloud expanded rapidly, covering the entire capital of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty again. The terrifying power, like a tidal wave, it overturned and enveloped everyone superior. What the hell, condition? Not long ago our capital was covered by calamity clouds, right? Why is it coming again? Who is this damn guy who is secretly undergoing the calamity? He is really evil and crazy. He actually wants to drag everyone in the capital to the calamity together. Countless monks and common people in the capital were going crazy. Although the people in Beijing have seen the world, but they couldn't bear it after being frightened by such a catastrophic scene twice in a row. Very good. This kid is plotting against me again. Nangong asked the weather, who had seen the whole scene. Gu Han, this guy attracted the refinement in the capital of their Taihua Immortal Dynasty. The imperial decree must have been intentional. Use him and a group of powerful men from the Taihua Immortal Dynasty as free thugs to avoid certain risks and reap the benefits yourself. Previously he thought this kid he is straightforward and likable. But now he really felt that he was blind before it's all cunning. But unfortunately he couldn't do anything to Gu Han. Because these days she ran to Guhan's mansion whenever she had time, as if she was trying to get closer to Guhan in various ways. What shocked him the most was that Guhan had just killed people from their Tsanglong clan not long ago. It's okay for Nianshi, even the other people from the Tsanglong clan. Elder Tsangmu, who was a high-ranking member of the Tsanglong clan, has also. There was no sign of revenge on Guhan. All these unusual signs indicate that Guhan has a special background. In addition, Nangon Yacheng also values Guhan very much and is even willing to bet her own life as guarantee. After thinking about it, even if Nangon Windian wanted to warn Guhan, also he didn't dare to try it casually for fear that it would lead to some consequences that he couldn't bear. To this end, he could only promulgate a new law after the incident was over. Prohibit anyone from causing can it threaten Taihua capital, vision of safety. Especially Han Gu, Guhan. That direction is the mansion where Han Gu is. At Nandong Wanner's residence, Qingyun also saw the horrible doomsday scene in the sky at this moment. His face, it doesn't look good. Not long ago he had another contest with Guhan in drawing talismans. Not surprising. He lost again, and while he was taken away by Guhan again, I didn't get any. Now we are facing such a grand doomsday vision again. This made Qingyun feel that he was far behind Guhan, and he felt unwilling and annoyed. Sir, this guy Han Gu may be a huge change in our plan. Do you want to make a plan to eliminate him in advance? Yi Qingyun used divine thoughts and exist the will of heaven flow. But the strange thing is, the unknown being who usually answers every question, this day was surprisingly quiet without any response. So weird the situation made Yi Qingyun suddenly panic and doubtful. Could it be that the unknown existence that secretly helped me withdrawal of investment and running away? The current will of heaven has no time to answer Yi Qingyun's questions. At this moment he and Mu Bailing merged into one. The former heavenly will hit already into Reddit's getting intense. Boom! Shocking, the roar of the earth was endless. Mu Bailing after the space distortion, the shape one vortex of laws after another. Then countless swords with sharp cold, a huge spear condensed by the power of heaven and earth. The gathering was like a violent storm, one after another heading deep into the dark cloud vortex. Go. The void isterable power, it runs through life. The will of the former heavenly Tao is condensed. The barrier between heaven and earth is like nothing, it can't provide any blocking defense effect. It was easily crushed by the long spears that could destroy the world. The aftermath of the spear continued. Eye of the vortex, and suddenly a terrible explosion setting off a storm of devastating power. The countless dark clouds around him melted quickly, revealing out of the original sky color. And that hidden deep in the sky, the aura of the predecessor's will of heaven seemed to have suffered a severe blow and was now beginning to gradually dissipate. You damned fellow! The former heavenly will was very angry. He wanted to use all his strength to crush Mu Bailing below. But the fact is now he can't do it. It made him unable to accept the fact as they are obviously in an incomplete state. On he can, we must also have more authority to do things. Can be counted before off in the front he was surrounded by system. He can, the will of the previous heavenly Tao was invisible, and it also gained a help from other unspeakable powers. This strength also played a crucial role, which ultimately led to his inability to defeat the previous will of heaven. Very good. I don't know how you are leave the sealed place and spread a trace of your consciousness outside. But even if you gone to make one's own, so what if you are out of trouble? Your true self is nothing but a damaged body. And I am a truly complete body. When my will truly awakens, that will be the time for your complete destruction. Even if you and this Anne have successful fusion, but also destined to escape the inevitable end of destruction. After saying some harsh words, the power of the previous heavenly will can no longer be maintained. It soon dissipated as the dark clouds melted away. However, this is not the end. The relationship between him, the former heavenly will, and Guhan, it's just the beginning. Wait until he truly wakes up. Whether it is Guhan, the unstable anomaly, or it could be Mu Bailing, who merged with the previous will of heaven, he will use all his power to remove it. Now let these ants who cannot show up on the stage continue to jump around. Mu Bailing remains silent from beginning to end, watching with indifference the slowly dissipating will of the current heavenly Tao. Snort. I mean little while relying on those guys after taking away everything from me. You really think you have completely replaced me? He is the ruler of the Shenhuang world who can use all living beings as chess pieces. Little did I know that I was just a chess piece on someone else's chessboard. The former will of heaven that guarded the falling immortal shore has completely dissipated. This also represents there will be nothing that can stop his next move. Mu Bailing walking towards the abyss rift of the falling immortal cliff. His remains are now sealed in the deepest part of the abyss. Through the layers condensed by special laws, he soon arrived at the edge of the falling immortal shore. Look up, go, the entire abyss rift is bottomless. The power of unspeakable laws gathers. A black fog appeared, filling the entire bottom of the falling immortal cliff. Even if you just stand at the edge, you can clearly see to the sound coming from the bottom of the cliff a cold and strange atmosphere. The cold wind blew past and Mu Bailing's eyes were cold and indifferent. The eye suddenly it's deep and the eye suddenly a special thread. At this moment he seemed to have changed again, another existence, and also became more like a person. Did Honor die in here? Is standing on the edge of the falling immortal cliff and looking out, the whole person was filled with an inexplicable uneasiness, filled with awareness. The abyss below is like a giant off. The basin is big. If it really falls among them, there is absolutely only death without burial place. Not to mention Honor in his previous life, who mustered up great courage to take the lead jumpin'. Control your mind. Mu Bailing spoke again. Tell me the truth, did you see Honor at that time? I suppose you can take a piece of your consciousness from here. Li should have also relied on Honor's power, right? Regain some consciousness and temporarily mastered. Host Mu Bailing seemed to be talking to herself. Although the consciousness and soul have been covered, a part of the self is still retained. I had also heard the conversation between the previous will of heaven and the current will of heaven and guessed some of the truth from it. Good. Another sound soon came out of Mu Bailing's mouth. It's obviously the same voice, but it carries an innate majesty. Guhan and I have a deep bond in another time and space set. I have the opportunity. It is thanks to him that I was able to escape the destruction of this life, merge with you and change our future. So don't worry, even if you truly merge with me next, I will inherit your will. You and I will become one. Your will is my will. You want to kill Yi Qingyun and destroy the current Tian Dao. I will help you fulfill your wish. Speaking of this, the former heavenly Dao paused for a moment, sorted out his words, and then continued, however, I can't help you save Guhan. Because of the destiny I can see. Your and Guhan's fate, the line seemed to have been completely broken more than a year ago. Not to mention you'd be dead by now. Your fate ends here completely. Mu Bailing fell silent after hearing this. More than a year ago? It seems to be Hana leave the sect completely separate the day when we parted ways. If it were in the past. Hearing someone tell him that he and Honor were no longer destined to be together, you will feel uncontrollable heartache, regret, and even anger. But now the heart seems to be nothing, can't feel it. Because the heart had already stopped beating. Maintain now function in basic life. It is the power of the previous will of heaven. What remains is just a brief moment of consciousness which will disappear completely in a short time. That's good. Suddenly Mu Bailing raised her face slightly, a bright yet extremely self-deprecating arc. This is my last and only wish. Honor is the best, the warmest apprentice. And I am an irresponsible, humble, and ridiculous master. I am willing to give him everything I have at the last moment. This worm, he should not be entangled in the mud like me anymore. He should go to the higher fly to the future he longs for. Let me continue to atone for his sins in the quagmire of pain. Talk at the same time. Mu Bailing from storage take out a withered and yellow flower from the space. Looking closely, it was a withered peach petal. However, it seems that it has always been carefully kept. Even though it has withered, it is still intact. Call. Take out your fingers and warm them again off. Mu Bailing stroked the withered peach blossoms and took a deep breath. Withered peach blossom, blow away from your palms, blend into the breeze and rise with the wind. This time no more attempts to retain him. But the Lord let the peach blossoms fly away. Looking up, hanging on the corner, regretful smile. Just watching that petal carrying the peach blossoms in my heart that I can't let go of her, gradually drifting away in the crack of the broken sky. Until it gradually turned into a black dot. It turned into a period. This is the end of my story with you. Honor. Thank you for showing up. The words fell. Mu Bailing jumped fallen into the immortal world. Countless terrible laws are like sharp knives it whizzed around. Willfare freshly cut dripping. Ice cold scattered like flowers blooming in the night blooming in it. Less than no pain at all. But my consciousness became gradually blurred as I fell. On deathbed there was even some kind of illusion. Seeing the red in one screen after another appears. Like a picture from another time and space symbolization. Two time and space seemed to be at this moment stack. I saw my past life broken all over scales with madness and determination. Guhan with a smile on his face also looked towards the depths of Zuixianya falling film. Two falling film, the moment of convergence. Mu Bailing controlled her subconscious desire out of hand. God, painful and regretful. But at this moment I am not qualified and I am not worthy to save Guhan. Just let yourself fall the dark depth of pain. Even after death it cannot be completed off. Regret is the real endless pain. Taihua Xianchao Mansion. Jinshu and heartfelt Guhan, who had combined the burial Dao meaning with the frost sky sword, felt an inexplicable strange feeling in his heart sleep. However, this sleep comes quickly and goes quickly. He didn't really care. At this moment the fusion of the meaning of burial and the Hanshao sword has also reached the most critical moment. The countless people attracted by Guhan the edict seems a call from some power. Turned into rules line orderly integration to the illusory furnace created by Guhan. At the same time Guhan's behavior was completely uncertain rules of order. The sea of thunder that gathered above the capital of Taihua immortal dynasty completely boiled over like a torrent that finally broke through a floodgate, boiling and spreading. Han Gu. What on earth are you doing? Nangong Wentian was very angry. But he was still the helpless action. Because we can't just watch the entire capital city being engulfed by this world-destroying thunder. Instantly Nangong Wentian directly borrowed the power of the immortal dynasty Dragon Chi to unfolding a huge Dharma image that seemed to have the power to create the world and forcibly resisted thunderstorm. Boom! The immortal dragon energy and the thunderstorm ocean occurred instantly. The whole city of Taihua was in a state of panic. The mountain shook and countless monks and common people were shocked, and everyone was suddenly in a panic. As the instigator, Guhan didn't care about the outside world at all. At this moment he has come to the last crucial step. Now, capture the key after the node. Guhan did not hesitate at all. While consuming his original power, he performed the burial immortal technique again. Using fingers as pens and the rules as paper, the fingertips quickly move and draw in the void. In a flash, lines like cloud patterns move, raw lines emerge, structure a profound decree that seemed to contain the power of heaven and earth. This is also the ancient immortal training he learned in his previous life, the method. Create the heavens and refine the earth, Yenshin. The writer himself, the power of origin is sacrifice in exchange for some special power of creation. Conduct the transformation of the book. But his current cultivation is still too weak. Even if you have several, the blessing of quality just outlining this pattern has consumed nearly 7 the power. The monks and creatures want a master and own their own spirit, which requires a step-by-step chain repair process. The sword spirit extremely special. If you want to have a spirit directly without repairing the chain, you must integrate the power of heaven and earth. However, Guhan did not intend to do so. Instead, he made a risky and radical decision. That is to directly use the meaning of burial as the original spirit of the frost sky sword spirit. Guhan gritted his teeth again. Muddy strength, Zulongpul's prison god wait a few. The power of quality was unreservedly exerted by him at this moment here. Guhan even felt that some dogs, usually competing with others, never in war use all your strength. Instead, I am practicing in this matter. He exerted 100% of his full strength. The meaning of burial gradually merged with the Hanshao sword. The origin, the state of existence, also began to become strange and inexplicable, as if it was between illusion and reality. Guhan did not hesitate and quickly cut his wrist. It was scattered on the Hanshao sword. When he reached the Hanshao sword, Guhan pinched it again, strange hand gestures and chanting of ancient spells. A magical scene soon happened. Originally Likito, the repulsion of power is just a layer of beads. At this moment power master absorbed into the Hanshao sword. And with Guhan smelt Combined with the meaning of burial path, in the violence the Hanshao sword on the edge gradually calmed down at this moment. When all the strange phenomena around disappeared, the frost sky sword began to gradually emit a faint fluorescent light. As time goes by, this fluorescent it became stronger and stronger and finally covered everything in Gu Han's sight with a layer of white cloth. But soon with the white there is a little black emerge. This is a little dark, just like ink dropped into clear soup, quickly spreading. Then Gu Han saw a curled up curved black hair slowly and white emerged from it. Gu Han was slightly stunned. He knew that this was caused by the Hanshao sword, the sword spirit that emerged from the symbol. But how did the man who promised to be a man of integrity change, a black-haired lowly? And as Gu Han looked closely, the more he looked at her, the more he felt that this black-haired lowly was a bit. Black-haired lowly as white and flawless as mutton fat jade. The black hair spread out covering the most part. 5. It is exquisite, just like a porcelain doll that is exquisitely crafted. Seems to have noticed Gu Han's gaze. The dark eyelashes of the cold sword spirit's light, and then slowly opened a pair of eyes that were as black as ink yet unusually bright. Gu Han was suddenly struck by lightning. He said why his sword spirit looked so all? Isn't this the burial ruins moon that he saw in the burial ground of immortals before? Judging from the appearance alone, Hanshao sword spirit is like a lowly version of Zhangshu Yu. Gu Hanshan slightly changing. The meaning of burial, it has a great connection with the Zhangshu month. Could it be because of this reason? As a result, the Hanshao sword spirit absorbed this after the strength. The appearance is also indirectly to the extent that it has become a small version of the burial ruins moon? Oh no. The Hanshao sword spirit had no idea what Gu Han was thinking. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw Gu Han, he let out a voice filled with joy. He flew directly towards Gu Han. Blade and soul very special, no one that and warm. Just like a invisible yet visibly mass energy. If I were to say something, it would be like a ghost, right? Hanshao sword spirit is very excited. Although it hasn't really changed human beings. But finally I have my own. It's finished. During this period of time I have been thinking about my master. Hanshao, I feel that. What's the situation? Do you feel any discomfort? Gu Han sighed, holding the head of the Hanshao sword spirit, asked out loud. The Hanshao sword spirit was very obedient and explored his. Apart from being a little uncomfortable with my new, apart from that there was no other discomfort. Hearing this, Gu Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the Hanshao sword spirit in the intention of burial would produce some kind of invisible conflict which would eventually lead to a sudden change that even he could not control. Now it seems that the previous somewhat reckless decision has been relatively successful. Outside the main hall, the calamity clouds that shrouded the sky and the heart-pounding doomsday vision completely dissipated. Nian Shi and Hua Jieyu, who had been waiting outside the hall, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Han in the main hall stayed there for several days. They were really afraid that something might happen to Gu Han. Fortunately, the strange phenomenon completely dissipated and Gu Han should have survived without any danger on purpose. And at this moment the closed palace gates slowly opened. Can. Mr. Gu. Nianqi and Hua Jieyu Joy Chi wanted to move forward. But after seeing Watstiff as if struck by lightning, stay where you are. We were all shocked to find that Gu Han was holding Otto, the black-haired lowly who looks like a porcelain doll. Too suddenly they were all a little dazed. What condition? Gu Han only stayed in the hall for a few days and created a son? Han. How long has it been and you already have a child? Hua Jieyu felt as if she had suffered a psychological blow 10,000 times more. They were all a little shaky. I don't know whether Gu Han is Xiaobingli's child or that God's child, Fox Demon Sons. I haven't even gotten Han yet, but the other party has already. I am married now. Woo woo woo. Gu Han. What did you do behind my back? That someone actually gave birth to a child for you? At this moment Su Lingyue's hand on Gu Han's back suddenly felt a flashing. A hazy white mist spreading quickly like water. Su Lingyue drew an illusory. The shadow slowly emerged in the hazy white mist. Gu Han had previously asked one of his enter the burial place of immortals. Therefore Su Lingyue was unable to know through the mark what Gu Han had done at that time. These days Guhan also said that he had important things to do. Su Lung Yue didn't bother him. But who would have thought that in just a few short days the Sky Guhan actually gave birth to a black-haired lowly? Black hair, human-like appearance. The first thing that came to mind was Xiaobingli's seed. You are. Originally Nian, she was in shock and hadn't recovered yet. Seeing Guhan at this moment, Su Ling Yue appeared beside. After the film, she was struck by a bolt from the blue and was as stiff as a stone statue. Stay where you are. 9 Snow White Fox Tales. If the snow is holy, even if it is just an illusory projection, it exudes a for those in their demon world. Pulse source, the breath of control. Could this be recorded in the history books of the demon world? Return to true ancestor. Can didn't Huijin Zhu die a long time ago? Why the projection will appear in the human world and will appear in Guhan's side? Guhan was very upset as he was misunderstood by everyone. These people's train of thought are quite novel. Let's not talk about whether he can make one by himself. Son, a few days can make. How has your son grown up? Even if there are some things in the world of cultivation, it's outrageous, but it shouldn't be this outrageous, right? This is not messing. You are my sword spirit. Hello, sisters. The Hanshao sword spirit is not afraid of strangers. Now the corner of the head raised an arc facing the few people, a bright and polite smile. Sword spirit? Su Lung Yue suddenly became suspicious. Frost sword, I have seen it before. How did it change? Is that so? Doesn't it say that a sword follows its master? To transform is also to transform a person, similar to Guhan. Does the shadow exist? How to change one never seen before, son. And I don't know if it's an illusion. Su Ling Yue, even in the Hanshao sword spirit arrived, they all felt the dangerous power of palpitations. Xiao Han, how did you transform your sword spirit, a little black-haired lowly? Is this your truest quirk? You can't judge a person by his appearance. At this time, Xiao Haizi brought her. The voice that needed to be cleaned up came out. Looking at the appearance at this moment, the cute and adorable Han Shao sword spirit, who seems to have no fighting power at all, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. When I was young, I traveled all over the country and saw many blade in Seoul. You sword spirit, judging from the appearance, he is the weakest fighter I have ever seen. However, since it is your sword spirit, Xiaohan, it must have some extraordinary powers. Little black ear eyes, he held the basketball in his hand and patted himself. Come on, let me test what your sword spirit can do. Guhan knew that Xiao Haizi had been studying the so-called new basketball moves these days. Previously with Zhu Yao, the battle seemed to make him unhappy, so that his confidence was shed. Han Xiao, now you can be considered to have truly had your own necessary battles, can also help you adapt. If you can hold your hands back for a moment. Guhan's words are not empty words, the wind is coming. The cold sky sword, which has merged with the destiny of burial, also obtained this, the rules of burial. Full strength, even he may not be able to withstand it. Not to mention it has not recovered and is still a little black, the little black guy. However, Xiao Haizi, who didn't know the truth, was somewhat dissatisfied after hearing these words. Xiaohan, what do you mean by that? This little brat is hitting me. Do I need to hold back? Don't listen to your master, hit me with your hands. Blackie patted chest full of confidence. Jiaowego, today even if I let you take a move first, I will never. Boom. Without waiting for Xiao Haizi to finish his words, the Hanshao sword spirit has already taken action. Already condensed, he who has the body of a sword spirit, it's some kind of ultimate sword intense symbolization. At this moment he just raised his hand and slapped it, and the brilliant sword energy was wrapped with the meaning of burial like a flood that broke through the damn hair. Blackie Noodle's big change, it seems, finally, when the Hanshao sword spirit became extraordinary. Subconsciously he placed the basketball in front of him and condensed the 9 heavens purple lightning into a barrier, hoping to forcibly prevent the opponent from attacking him this blow. However, there was only a loud bang. The purple lightning barrier that Xiao Haizi subconsciously used all his strength to condense collapsed in an instant. Wait. The words have not been finished. A whole black one. It was like being hit by a devastating storm. He flew backwards immediately and was carried by the sword energy directly into the depths of the sky. I saw a star in that direction. In a flash, the little black guy was swept away by the sword energy and disappeared completely. There was a sudden silence all around. Hua Jiayu and others are trapped. The thought was deep. Although this guy Xiao Haizi is a little crazy, his cultivation is already very good. He can also deal with the powerful people in the Supreme Realm with ease. But it's just this one, but was we the little guy was knocked down by one blow and sent sailing away. Master, was I too hard just now? See the whole black, they were all gone. The Hanshao sword spirit was a little panicked and gave Guhan a look like a panicked deer. Fine. He's rough, ho, you can't kill him, give him more time and he will come back on his own. Besides, he was the one who made such strange requests and asked you to use all your strength. Even if you beat him to death, it would be his own responsibility. In Guhanan, looking at the Hanshao sword spirit, continue to help him adapt to the new hour. Su Lungyue, who had seen the previous scene, was slightly, the thought was deep. Although Tunliai is a bit crazy, he is weak now a little bit, but this, the demonic energy you possess, is essentially the same as mine, the supreme original demonic energy. I am also immune to many human laws, the role of the system. Why did such a strange scene happen just now? Although it was only fleeting, Su Lungyue observed it very carefully. The nine heavens thunder of Xiao Haizi was not forced broken. But in the moment it reached the Hanshao sword spirit. Was one, the unspeakable force eroded everything and everything disappeared completely like sand in the wind. This power does not seem to be simple, overbearing destruction. Instead, it erodes and assimilates it along with its origin, and all that exists, the original, are completely wiped out from the world. This strength, never seen it in Xianhuang world. Su Lungyue did not deliberately hide your voice. The previous words were not far behind, the thought was in Shi's ears. Swallow thunder. This is suspected return to the true ancestor. What the master said about swallowing thunder should be one of the 5 true ancestors of the demon world, the thunder swallowing true ancestor. Nian Shi slightly opened, he looked at the direction where the little black man disappeared with a look of disbelief on his face. The little black one that looks ordinary and a little bit wretched. He is not the descendant of the thunder-swallowing true ancestor Pulse, but the real thunder-swallowing clan. The thunder-swallowing ancestor is not dead. What shocked Nian Shi even more was that the thunder-swallowing true ancestor also seemed to have a great connection with Guhan. If we add their dragon clan's Azure Dragon true ancestor, then Guhan received the protection of the 3 true ancestors. The moment this thought came to my mind, Nian Shi herself was shocked. They were once the 5 legendary true ancestors of the demon world. Some fell and some disappeared. It is difficult to find traces of their existence in the history of time and space. But I didn't expect it. I actually saw traces of the 3 true ancestors and even their real bodies here in Guhan. If this matter were to be reported back, it would surely cause a stir in the entire demon world. You seem to be a junior of that Sanglong guy. At this moment, an ethereal voice with a hint of laughter sounded. Nian Zimikro subconsciously looking back. He just happened to meet Su Lunyue's eyes, which contained an inexplicable smile. Obviously Su Lunyue didn't do anything, but just a look from her made Nian Shi feel an uncontrollable chill in her heart. I know this is from the demon clan, the origin of Pulse system. Nian Shi of the Tsanlong clan, hello, return to true ancestor. Nian Shi didn't dare to be rude and hurriedly salute. Su Lunyue nodded slightly. That Sanglong clan is lucky. It is a rare blessing for you to have such pure veins. You are too kind to me, true ancestor. Although Nian Shi has lofty ambitions in her heart, she is still far inferior to the true ancestor Sanglong. Nian Shi lowered her head, her tone full of humility and respect. As the current core descendant of the Sanglong clan, I do have a certain degree of confidence in my own abilities and talents. But in front of the former demon world ancestor, there is no right to be proud at all. Su Lingyue, the corners of his eyes slightly raised, and he changed the subject again. Nian Shi, you are a smart person now that you have met me in Tunlei today. I guess a lot of things. I also have some sense of propriety in my heart. I think you know what to do and what not to do, right? As soon as these words came out, Nian Shi was slightly startled, but he also instantly understood Su Lingyue's meaning. In the world of cultivating immortals, even if you hear or see something, you have to pretend you know nothing. Otherwise it is easy to be killed. The disaster. Since Huizhenzu and Tunliaizhenzu did not return to the demon world and announced their powerful return in a high-profile manner, it shows that they have their own arrangements and plans. If you don't know how to do things, vomit to the demon world. Or if it happens to other members of the Tsunlong clan, there is a high possibility that some extremely terrible consequences will occur. Don't worry, I won't do it without your permission. Nianxi will only bury today's events the deepest heart, never third party. Nianxi is willing to swear by the true words of the true ancestor. Very good. Su Longyue nodded slightly, very satisfied with Nianxi's attitude. But there is one more thing I need to emphasize this. My Guhan has the Zulong pulse according to the will of Tsunlong before his death. See Zulong taking the pulse is like seeing him. I hope you of the Tsunlong clan can follow the will of that guy Tsanglong and don't be stupid enough to do stupid things just because of the pride of the Dragon clan. Otherwise this true ancestor wouldn't mind taking action himself in the future. This is enough. These words made Nianxi feel even more upset. Give brought a huge impact. Jia Guhan? So Huizhenzu is not just to protect Guhan. Instead she treated him completely as her own person and the one who stayed by her bedside. Incredible. They are cruel and merciless in the history books of the demon world, will not have any, only the interests in their own eyes avoid. I actually fell in love with a young human man in this life. All kinds of thoughts in my mind are fleeting. Nianxi was very tactful and did not investigate further, and once again bowing, don't worry Master Jinzu. Nianxi has always been inclined to let the Tsunlong clan take over. Guhan is identified as the new leader that our clan is looking for. Now that Huizhenzu also has this intention, and Nianxi will definitely do her best to cooperate. Since even the true ancestor has spoken, it will be much easier. In the past we had to find ways to reason with people from different ethnic groups. Now anyone who disagrees can put their name on the list. Presumably by then the truth of a true ancestor will surely subdue them of. At the same time, after more than a month of seclusion and cultivation, Chu finally broke through to the Supreme Realm. Wei didn't rest much, but once again came back to purgatory before the mouth. Wei, you really don't have to work so hard to repair the chain. Looking at the younger generation in the current chain repair world, your strength is definitely one of the few standing at the top of the pyramid. Being too impatient will only harm your current cultivation base. Some bad influences. Standing Bian earnestly advised. Yes, it is now returned to the master of Dao sect. Chu Wei is them. He is the most gifted person since the founding of Hui Dao sect. Not only did he break through to the Supreme Realm in just half a year, and repairing the chain back on the road with a high level of enlightenment far beyond other young people. Master, I have made up my mind. Please stop trying to persuade me. The Supreme Realm is just a realm I pass through on my path of cultivating the chain. My real goal, Ice Emperor. Today sits just a small step towards my goal. Hearing this, the leader of Hui Dao sect didn't say anything more. He knows Chu Wei is so determined to become stronger that she even wants to the power of Return Emperor. In fact, a big reason was because of Guhan. What happened at the beginning, Tham Hui Daozong also investigated it very clearly. Chu Wei, Lu Ruyan, the three sisters Baiji seem to have been trapped in the original in the shadow. The desire to become stronger is also hindered by this reason. But this time he guessed slightly wrong. Chu Wei had just broken through to the supreme level and she wanted to enter back to purgatory. Because after the retreat ended I received a letter. A letter from Mu Binghuang. The message in the letter is brought unacceptable, a bolt from the blue. My master Mu Bailing is dead. This news came too suddenly. I knew that master's condition had deteriorated to a point where it was beyond redemption. Death is only a matter of time. But I didn't expect it to come so soon and without any warning. No way to pick up. Because master said so. But before I can truly redeem my brother and atone for his sins, will not die easily. Now it is completely impossible to contact master. Therefore I want to find out if master is okay at this moment. The best way is to go back to purgatory, and through this method of viewing the future time and space pictures indirectly determine whether the master has really fallen. I can't believe that master died just like that. Chu Wei took a deep breath and took a step forward. Swirl among them, the shadow quickly disappeared back to purgatory mouth. Back to purgatory is actually divided into two levels. Superficial area and deep level areas. However, because back to purgatory special, many people don't talk about exploration. Return to the deeper areas of purgatory. Just stepping on the surface area, it will be the influence of the power of return makes him completely lost in it. But there is a saying. Exist back to the surface of purgatory. In this area you will randomly see scenes from past lives. However, by going to deeper areas it is possible to see projection images of the future. Even see some major events that you will experience in the future. By those who use the power of return to spy on the past and the future will be backfire. Even the initial adaptation back to purgatory, and even with his own abilities go to Chu return to the exit of purgatory way, is naturally no exception. Along the seemingly endless I don't know how long it took to return. Chu suddenly a mountain appeared in the vast white field of vision, pure white condensed by the law of return door. Pure white, the door is fully opened. Rich to the point of being substantial, the law of return is spreading out from it continuously. Even if Chu Wei has received the blessing and enlightenment from her future self, Hui Fa has great enlightenment and immunity. But in closer return in the process of the door still suffered some terrible backlash. The table is gradually the force of return erodes. Chu Wei gritting my teeth, holding back my soul and the pain on. One go directly through return door, formal entry, arrive, return to the deeper areas of purgatory. I don't want to look at the so-called past life scenes now. I just want to know what happened to my master. In the future time and space, will there still be any traces of master? A certain consciousness at this moment. The reply is highly resonant. The blurred picture in Chu Wei is deeply aware emerge. Then with the attack back wave becoming clearer. Boom! The raging thunder roared like the end of the world. The sky is split like a mirror, countless pieces shattered in terrifying void storms swept out from it from time to time. The entire Xianhuang world seemed to be completely overturned. Heaven and earth fell and an unprecedented war had begun. And Chu Wei seems like a visitor from another time and space for the witnesses of this apocalyptic war. That's Chu Wei's eyes soon one attracted by the scene. All I saw was the center of the shattered sky. There seemed to be two. The shadow divides the world into two. They seem to represent different worlds, just like Song Yunshin's strong confrontation. One of them film weak, surrounded by the runes of heaven and earth, bathed in the dazzling divine flames. Difficult to distinguish mildant. But just looking at its blur, the outline carries an innate sense of superiority and grandeur. Even though we are far apart, Wei can also vaguely feel that from this film the terrifying power of heaven. There is no doubt that this is the true will of heaven's symbolization. Head subconscious shift to the other one who was confronting the will of heaven in midair on the film. Chu Wei was struck by lightning, her pupils dilated and her consciousness fell at this moment. Blank downtime status. That statue shadow all incomparable. From the outside, isn't it my master Mu Bailing? But obviously I am incomparable. The appearance of she, the soul, seems to have been replaced. The breath exuded both strange and terrifying. Also radiates of the heart-pounding majestic power of heaven. Every move he made seemed to be completely integrated with the heaven and earth. That is the master of that world. Even like another heavenly Tao. Pull visually impactful images and various information are flooding in at this moment to Chu Wei's mind. Let my brain is going to explode, a mess. He tried to calm himself down by pressing his hands on his head. But there were only a few questions that kept repeating in my mind. Master, why does it seem like a different person? Why the future master? Will it be filled with the power of heaven? Could it be that it was eroded by the power of heaven and even turned into a puppet? But this is impossible. If the master really, why would they confront the will of heaven for the sake of a puppet? And master and the will of heaven, the aura is so similar as if they were copied from the same template. If I had to say, master seems too for the will of heaven. But there is only one true heavenly will. Why would there be two heavenly wills in the future? Who is real and who is fake? In Chu Wei's thoughts exploded. Mu Bailing has already met the will of heaven hand. In the future picture they seem to have recovered relatively well. The terrifying energy exerted can even borrow the power of the Xianhuang world. Earthquake covering the sky with his hand and destroying it. Every time in between with the impact, a large area of the sky barrier quickly collapsed and disappeared, turning into a dark nothingness. Even several continents were completely sunk in this epic war and countless lives were killed. But the tragic will of the two heavensfong, it seems, is just a part of this great war. Because I didn't see anything related to my senior brother in this future spacetime picture film. The energy that senior brother possesses now is already extremely terrifying, and it is suspected that there are three major forces behind him. It will only become more terrifying in the future time and space. But I don't know why, but I didn't see my senior brother leading countless strong men to stir up the scene of the turmoil in the Shenhuang world. The future seems incomplete. Almost in the moment this thought came into Wei's mind. The deep broken sky, there came a cold snort that sounded like that from a god. Humph. The lower world is indeed just the lower world, even the way of heaven is of little use. Along with the sound there appeared a huge hand that was bigger than the sky and carried some unspeakable aura. The timing of the appearance of this huge hand was extremely tricky. It just happened that Mu Bailing and the will of heaven were both defeated and had run out of trump cards. The owner of the huge hand seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Seeing that the time had come, he did not hesitate. Hand. The purpose seems to be to take advantage of this opportunity. Directly collect the origin of the current heavenly Tao will and the previous heavenly Tao will at the same time in the bag. You're actually going to attack me? This goes against the agreement we made. You are not afraid of the backlash of order and rules? Heavens will! He became furious and wanted to make a final death struggle. But he seemed to have completely unexpectedly been betrayed by this ally. Because he had exhausted everything in the previous battle with Mu Bailing, even if he was angry, he was powerless to fight back. If you want to retaliate, then the one who made the promise with you should be the one to retaliate. What does it have to do with me? The owner of the huge hand spoke with a voice full of condescending contempt. Besides, you are just a lower world celestial being. How can you have the ability to attack me? Just as that huge hand was about to completely cover the heavenly Tao will and Mu Bailing in the bag, a smiling voice suddenly sounded. Are you from the Eternal Yi family? I've been waiting for you for a long time. At the same time as this voice sounded, the future spacetime picture looks like arrived. The interference of unknown forces gradually caused distortion and blur. But even so, Chu Wei was able to identify the owner of the voice at once. That is senior brother Guhan. The subsequent screen projection can no longer be seen. Under the influence of some unspeakable terrible force, the time and space picture of the previous life revealed by the Huifa fell apart and gradually turned into sand was blowing all over the sky. Puff. As the price of being able to see the future, that is, Chu Wei also suffered the horrific backlash of the power of recovery. At this moment Chu Wei only felt that her even the soul consciousness was torn apart. Suddenly vomited a large mouthful of dirty fresh pieces. I dare not stay here any longer. Return to the deep area of purgatory. Otherwise, even with the blessing of future strength, will also be completely lost, turned into back to the smoke. Chu Wei Chang, all kinds of doubts in my heart, using up all his strength, return to the exit of purgatory and evacuate as quickly as possible. It's out, Wei Shen, it's out. Already in. Return to the many elders responsible for guiding us at the exit of purgatory. See, Chu Wei returned safely again. When I came out of purgatory, he was overjoyed and hurried forward to receive him. You can see Chu Weiman Dirt Eye was still shocked by his disheveled hair. In a hurry, use strength, treat injuries. At the cost of having his cultivation destroyed. Chu, who escaped death Wei. There is no trace of it on the face. Return to purgatory and see the joy of the future. Noodle, on the contrary, it is horribly ugly. Because the picture of the future has already been shown. We not only have to face the will of heaven, we must also face Yi Qing Yun, after that the terrifying family known as the Eternal Yi family. In addition to worries and fears about the future, there is also an inexplicable sadness, and in Chu the feeling continued to spread in Wei's heart. Master might really be dead. Even though the figure in the picture looked exactly like Master and could even speak like a living person. Hand. But Chu Wei knows the body that is exactly the same as Master. Deep in fact, another soul already lives there. That's definitely not it, the Master. It can even be said to be another way of heaven. Master. The sadness finally turned into hot tears flowing out of my eyes. Tears gradually fell on my cheeks and miscellaneous together folded on the way down. Various good memory picture. All good things short and fleeting. Everything that once was well with this tear I will leave go away, melt into the deep soil dried up in the depths of past memories. Tick-tock. Falling into the immortal's abyss. A drop of the power of heaven, pure water drop, suddenly fell. The bottom of the falling immortal cliff is dark and empty as if it does not exist, millimeter rule quality. But the weird thing is, in this dark and empty world there grows a huge and strange tree with countless branches. But if you look closely, it's not a giant tree. It is made of various ancient immortal golds and even the bones of living creatures. The strange. It just looks like a huge tree from the outside. Countless mysterious characters were engraved on the surface of various immortal gold and the skeletons of living creatures, complex inscriptions. At this moment it was flickering, emitting a terrifying aura, the power of the prisonere mass on the tree like a black fog film. And in front of the giant tree, there is also a floating white, cold, breathless, floating General Whiteson. Every drop contains the breath of heaven pure. At this moment I am being imprisoned. The weirdness on the giant tree, it overflowed from the shadow and kept dripping onto Mu Bailing's forehead. Following the way of heaven pure fusion, Mu Bailing, who had been completely frozen cold, seemed to be gradually recovering some signs of life. That the indescribable power of heaven and earth seems to maintain the special power that continues life. Nearly a month had passed. With the last drop of destiny, the essence dripped onto Mu Bailing's forehead. Being terrible, the power of control is bound to the vagueness of the strange giant tree. The shadow seems to be finally finished his own mission. It completely dissipated like sand in the wind. At the same time, Mu Bailing, who should have been dead, suddenly opened her eyes again. But my eyes are no longer as dark and bright as before. Instead, it presents a golden deep pupil. There are various patterns containing the power of heaven emerging, weaving. The look in his eyes also changed completely. Before, there are always various hidden things in the eyes, emotion, some kind of worry about the future and some off. But this time, what's in the eyes? No idea at all. There is only indifference and calmness. It's like I've completely lost for people. Or in other words, not a human being anymore. He just looked up and glanced at the outside world. The sky above Zuixianya immediately split open and the dazzling golden pouring down straight into this dark and empty space. It's been so quiet and dark for so long. The long-lost brightness finally arrived at the bottom of the fairyland of the era. The cold was dispelled and the entire bottom of the falling immortal cliff was covered with a layer of warm golden light. But his strength is not complete and he has no way to erase the power remaining at the bottom of the falling immortal cliff. Seems like he thought of something. Mu Bailing, who had resurrected from the dead, floated towards the deeper flyaway. Arrived at the deepest point of the fallen immortal. It is also this strange giant tree, the place where you are. But because of his trap, this huge strange tree has begun to wither and disappear except for some remaining special laws. In my past memories, Guhan died here in that life. It was very quiet. Only Mu Bailing's cold voice echoed. It seems like I am talking to myself, but also like I am talking to someone else. While speaking, slowly raising his palm, the power of heaven and earth wrapped in a strange breath gathered in the palm of your hand. Finally, slowly, one ball. This is the real last one of Mu Bailing breath. Previously, the former heavenly dowel was in contact with Mu Bailing's body, when consciousness truly merges. He also deliberately separated a trace of Mu Bailing's self-consciousness. Please bury me in the place where Honor left in the previous life. Honor has been afraid of the dark and the cold since he was a child. This is also Mu Bailing's last words and wishes. He wanted to use this method to accompany the lonely Guhan from his previous life after his death in this life. Maybe it's due to obsession. Or perhaps he was using this method to atone for his sins to Guhan in his previous life. The ball contained Mu Bailing's last consciousness. The group slowly flew away from the hands of the former Tian Daoiji. Gradually melt the area where Guhan died in his previous life. The line pierces the darkness. Impartial, just right in that area. In a trance, there is an illusory Whiteson shadow emerges in the line. But face it, doesn't seem to be very good looking. Seems to be still thinking of the pain Guhan once experienced. Mu Bailing remains silent. After all, this is the sin that Mu Bailing has to pay for. No matter life or death, everyone must experience all the pain that Guhan once experienced. This is debt. From today on there will no longer be Mu Bailing in this world. The earthly bond between you and him is severed and the golden sea has dried up. But if you wish, I will help you fulfill it. The former will of heaven stepped on the upward golden stairs deep into the sky. Go ahead. Before leaving Zuixianya completely, he waved his hand. The area of Zuixianya was blocked off. Just let it be buried here together with the pain of Guhan's previous life. That damn guy finally came out. In the previous hit and lost. I had no choice but to return to Yi Qingyun, the current will of heaven. At this moment, through some I realized that the will of the previous heavenly Tao was completely trapped, left the falling immortal realm. The current will of heaven is really angry and puzzled. You know, at that time he worked with the people of the eternal Yi family to set up the seal together. It possesses extremely terrifying power. Even if there are deviations, the former will of heaven cannot sleepy. Even if he really could sleepy. But in the formal, before being sleepy, he will definitely have answer. But the former will of heaven leaves success. Even a trace of will is parasitic on Mu Bailing. He didn't even notice it. It even made him wonder whether there were other terrifying beings from the fairyland who had also invested in the former will of heaven. The current will of heaven did not think anymore and quickly withdrew all the thoughts in his mind. The most important thing to do now is to invest in Yi Qingyun and let him rise completely. As long as Yi Qingyun rises for the Xianhuang world, a man of destiny who grows up. No matter how the future changes, he still has a trump card. Yi Qingyun is here. He can also use this to check and balance the eternal Yi family. Yi Qingyun. Recently the Taihua Immortal Dynasty border wars broke out everywhere. I saw it there. You rose again and were given a chance to defy fate. You should persuade Nangong Waner as soon as possible to lead the troops to the border of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Not only can you make achievements, but you can also gain more trust from the royal family of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Yi Qingyun, who was meditating in seclusion, suddenly heard a voice in his head. He was stunned for a moment and then overjoyed. During this period of time, the will of heaven seemed to have completely disappeared and did not respond to him at all. This made Yi Qingyun think for a moment that his new investor had run away quietly. Now that he appeared again, he gave Yi Qingyun another revelation of his fate, which finally settled his anxious heart. Are we heading to the border of Taihua Immortal Dynasty? About a week ago. Taihua Immortal Dynasty frontier. Thing just as Guhan expected. The four ancient dynasties gathered their forces and openly invade the border of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Although in terms of comprehensive strength each of the four ancient dynasties is completely inferior to the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. But quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The four ancient dynasties united together. Except for this, the foundation is not as good as that of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. The overall strength is no less than that of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Moreover, because Taihua Immortal Dynasty during the Dragon Temple, Buxian Dynasty national destiny and differentangled among. It requires many powerful people from the Taihua Immortal Dynasty to guard it. Even the old emperor, who was rumored to have reached the imperial realm. At this moment he is also maintaining the destiny of the Immortal Dynasty in the imperial mausoleum and has no time to clear the border. Therefore this also gave the four ancient dynasties an opportunity to show their strength. I heard that the high-ranking officials of Taihua Immortal Dynasty were also and was troubled to the point of being overwhelmed. Yi Qingyun, the corners are slightly raised. So mixed the situation is not what he wants. Did you ask for it? This period of time is guided by the will of heaven. With the accumulation of many rare resources of Nangong Waner he has for the powerful ones in the Supreme Realm. The Supreme Realm is already a mainstay in the entire Xianhuang world. And with Princess Nangong Waner's resources I should be able to complete this task in 3 months. His cultivation would break through to the 5th level of the Supreme Realm. Let me go to Guhan, that kid. Yi Qingyun's pupils are deep, flashing cold. The curvature of the corners makes one appear extremely confident. So what if Guhan breaks through to the Supreme Realm before him? I guess his natural talents and abilities are far inferior to mine, and at best he can only be at the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm. At the same time, Guhan's residence. Guhan sat cross-legged on the Taoist platform made of white jade. At this moment I am closing my eyes slightly, and with every breath I take I can trigger the laws of the surrounding heaven and earth resonance. With him as the center, the spiritual energy turned into Shi quickly moved towards him continuously. His aura continued to rise steadily and finally broke through certain shackles and reached the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Once again stabilized after the breath, Guhan then slowly opened his eyes and the terrifying aura gradually dissipated. In fact, he just needs to think about it. You can even take this opportunity to break through to the realm of God. But his cultivation level broke through too quickly, and now breaking through to the godly Lord level is not of much benefit to him. Furthermore, breaking through to the level of a god would also bring about thunder. Nangong Wendian, that stingy guy, even issued a special decree after he caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth twice in a row. No one, especially him, is allowed to enter the capital of Taihua Immortal Dynasty, causing strange phenomena in heaven and earth. But our current strength is sufficient. In addition to the Frost Sky Sword that has been fused with the meaning of Burial Tao and my own below the Sate realm, no one can be my opponent. After exiting the state of meditation, only then did Guhan take out a piece of sound-transmitting jade from his arms. Check out the messages Jun Mashio sent to me during this period. Report information. Just as he guessed, the border of Taihua Immortal Dynasty was completely. Even because of this, it came too suddenly. Taihua Immortal Dynasty also suffered a great loss, frontier territory. Of course, already he instructed Jun Mashio, who had made sufficient preparations in advance. He led a group of guarding troops to fight fiercely with the coalition forces of several major dynasties and recaptured the lost land. In this way, after the news of his great achievements was reported back to the capital, he was praised by the people of Taihua Immortal Dynasty, and Jun Mashio himself was also widely praised. In the end, like a chain reaction, it was also attacked by the royal family of Taihua Immortal Dynasty entrusted with important tasks. Just yesterday I was given the command. He was the vanguard general of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. At such a young age, he is the vanguard general of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Many people felt that if Jun Mashio was given enough time, he is the leading marshal of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Although Jun Mashio this chess piece satisfy. But he had to go to the border of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. After all, the 4 ancient dynasties are extremely important. It must not fall into Yi Qingyun's hands, otherwise this kid will get away with it. Mr. Guhan had just walked out of the retreat hall. I saw God Nian. She looked a little anxious. What happened? Guhan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Flower interpretation. Last night a group of gods, the person was kidnapped. Nian Shi and Hua Jieyu have been competing against each other for Guhan these days. Therefore Nian Shi can see Hua Jieyu every morning when she comes here. But today is surprisingly strange. I haven't seen Hua Jieyu the whole day. This makes he was alert and realized that something might have happened to Hua Jieyu. As expected, through the search for the power of the Canlong clan, Hua Jieyu's whereabouts were confirmed. Last night there was a small-scale battle. The fighting soon subsided. The area where the inexplicable battle took place was exactly the same as the place where Hua Jieyu finally disappeared. Later I made inquiries from many sources. Take away, the person is a strong man of Hongqian Dao sect. Red Dust Dao sect. Guhan frowned slightly, suddenly became sync. He had heard Hua Jieyu talk about this period of time. Because I helped change quality remodeling source. In a sense, he ruined the great plan of Hongqian Dao sect and was therefore indirectly hated. The people of Hongqian Dao sect even have a tendency to want revenge on him. Guhan didn't take it to heart. After all, there were 3 major forces, including the White Dragon Palace. Even if it is against the Red Dust Dao sect, he is not afraid of being a member of the Shizong sect. But I never expected it. The group of guys from Hongqian Dao sect actually made a feint to the east and attacked in the west. On the surface he threatened to take revenge on himself, but in fact he was targeting Hua Jieyu. Furthermore, after Hua Jieyu broke up with Hongqian Daozong, she had planned to come to me. In a sense, he is already one of them. The Red Dust Dao sect is really great. Guhan narrowed his eyes slightly, his pupils deep flashing with cold. Soon. Guhan's order was delivered to in the ears of the powerful men from the Moon Demon sect, White Dragon Palace, Pyamiao Fairy Island, and other three major forces. At any cost, use everything you can, use your power to find any trace of Hanshan Dao sect as soon as possible. Once the location of Hanshan Dao sect is confirmed, leave some people to guard the sect, and the rest of you bring the Supreme Saint soldiers and immediately descend on Hanshan Dao sect. Anyone who dares to resist from the Hanshan Dao sect will be killed. In fact, the greatest strength of the three major forces is not the so-called Saint King. Rather, they are three supreme holy weapons that are capable of exerting power infinitely close to that of the imperial weapons. The holy kings of the three major forces came out with the three supreme holy soldiers. In this era, it can be said that if the great emperor does not appear, no one can withstand the bombardment of the three supreme holy soldiers. Guhan gave this order. This is an attempt to start a major war, and they are even preparing to destroy the entire Hanshan Dao sect. However, the strong and senior leaders of the three major sects are absolutely loyal to Guhan. No one objected to this order, and the three major forces quickly began to prepare. The Red Dust Dao sect is the Xianhuang world. The world sects basically don't show up in the world trace. Even the historical records there are records of clues about the Hanshan Dao sect. Guhan had never heard Hua Jieyu mention Hanshan Dao sect much. Therefore, he did not know the Red Dust Dao sect location. I only know that the Red Dust Dao sect seems to a certain sacred place hidden in Beixian continent place. Therefore, he had to capture a few people who were related to the Hanshan Dao sect. Pass, ask them and get the location information of Hanshan Dao sect. Not long after, Guhan and his group temporarily left the capital of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. At the gate of the capital city of Taihua Immortal Dynasty, a flying boat slowly descended from the sky. Several shadows walked out one after another. The monks guarding the city were inspecting it. Among them too, the Sun is Baiji and Lu Ruyan disguised themselves. Not long ago, we, according to special report clues, and confirmed that Yi Qingyun is in Taihua Immortal Dynasty. This guy doesn't seem to be deliberately disguising himself, not just appearance, but showing one's true self. The purpose is self-evident. Most likely to attract. They came to us and then borrowed Nangong Wanner's power in Taihua Immortal Dynasty to kill them all in one fell swoop. But even if I knew Yi Qingyun's intentions were not pure, they still came. Senior Sister Baiji, I heard that despicable guy Yi Qingyun has been hooking up with Nangong Wanner recently. He is most likely in the princess's mansion. If we find the princess's mansion, we should be able to find this despicable villain. To avoid any further complications, once we find him, we'll kill him. The sound made by Lu Ruyan was particularly ruthless. Pupil depthful. The whole person is like on the edge of madness. Lu Ruyan no longer had the tea-like look she had when she was asking about the sword sect. Instead, she looked like a sick person. Aggravation from the outside. He looks like a crazy people. Such a big change happened in just one night. Because not long ago received Senior Sister Chuwei's message was that the master was dead. When Lu Ruyan heard the news, she was the one that hits the hardest. Because always knew it. It was because I was too stupid and naive that I believed Yi Qingyun's lies, which eventually led to the incident. It's out of control. The death of Master is also related to Javian direct relationship. This made Lu Ruyan God collapsed. In deep remorse and guilt middle. He even wanted to ignore everything and rush directly to Taihua Immortal Dynasty, dragging Yi Qingyun to be buried with him. Ruyan, calm down. Angelica de Hurikalu Ruyan noticed that something was wrong at the moment and shouted, Yi Qingyun has the help of heaven, so he is not that easy to kill. Our plan is toit still needs further improvement. If you rush, if I do this, not only will I fail to avenge my master, but I will also sacrifice myself meaninglessly. If you want to die, I won't stop you, but meaningless death is stupid. Don't forget our ultimate goal. Ever since I was on Pyamiao Fairy Island, the three of them were severely punished by the will of heaven after making. During this period of time, we and Master have always used your own network of contacts to find various ways to break the deadlock. But, after all, their cultivation strength is too weak. Trying to go against the will of heaven is sheer wishful thinking. Since there is no way to break through the will of heaven, then we can only go from Yi Qingyun's side hand. The reason why Yi Qingyun is difficult to deal with. Because he possessing the eternal luck. Under the blessing of such luck, Yi Qingyun falls into life and death crises can be inexplicably turned into safety and misfortune can be turned into fortune. Therefore they have been looking for treasures that can plunder other people's luck. A person's luck cannot be removed, it can only be removed through some special methods or evil means forced deprivation. That is to say, taking away other people's luck and destiny. But this treasure weird and hard to find. We haven't had any clues these days. Until the day before yesterday. One wearing black robes describes the unknown that completely blends into the void sun suddenly appeared in front of them. And gave an ancient dagger with ancient workmanship and countless inscriptions Tao. This it can be traced back to the ancient era of immortals. It is a strange treasure called the luck-devouring dagger. Luck-devouring dagger stab one person. If he speaks ill of you, he will lose his destiny and fortune. The restriction on the use of the dagger is that the person who uses it needs and deprives the person of his fate and luck and has had a fate that exchange. Secondly, hatred, because the luck-devouring dagger works best with the hatred one. However, the luck-devouring dagger can only be used once and as a price it will consume nearly 9 life. Thinking about God in my mind. Subdiscourse Angelica de Hurica. There is always an inexplicable feeling in my heart sleep. The one who suddenly appeared God before us Son give off. I feel like I am exactly like Master. However, that God the Son only appeared after the death of the Master. Mu Binghuang also said that Master stayed the fate cards there were completely shattered. It is impossible for Master to come back from the dead and even more impossible for him to appear in front of us. Restrain the pain in your heart thread. By G's eyes are deep killing intent. Anyway, this plan only allows success, no failure. We must use the luck-devouring dagger to completely plunder Yi Qingyun's eternal luck. At the same time, a ship with special system constantly the flying boat is rapidly traveling through the fragmented space department. Flower Eyelashes Micro slowly woke up. The scene she saw before she fell into a coma appeared in her mind and Hua Jieyu suddenly looked alert. But was a golden entangled in chains. The sealing aura emanating from the chains completely contained power. Despite no matter how hard you struggle, it's all useless. Interpretation Master, please stop struggling in vain. This is the immortal binding rope. Once you are bound, even a Saint Realm expert will have a hard time getting out of here sleepy. Interpretation. Although the sect master has already broken through to the level of a god, it is nothing but a pipe dream to actually open this lock. Mother-in-law, are you going to be so cruel to me now? Flower Interpretation. Ugly to the person who is speaking. That's a grey old woman. Skin old wrinkles. The whole person exudes a fool. The meaning of the vicissitudes of life caused by the erosion of time. But the aura of the whole person is like an abyss or a prison. Just standing there can give people a terrible feeling force. One of the supreme elders of Hongchen Dao sect is also a terrifying powerful person in the realm of Saint. Why? Miyabi sighed deeply. Interpretation Master, don't blame me, my mother-in-law is cruel. After all your business, it involves a serious matter and concerns the rise and fall of our Hongchen Dao sect. And you've grown up a lot, I can see it clearly. After all, it flows with my Red Dust Dao sect. Compared to personal interests, you need to consider the interests of the sect more. Hearing this, Hua Jieyu was slightly stunned. Flo Sun, a mocking joke. Well, come to the sect with me again. This set of interests. These guys are essentially a bunch of disgusting people who shamelessly come to suck just a bedbug. Everyone describes their pursuits and beliefs in a more lofty way than the other. But it is not they who need to sacrifice and dedicate themselves. Rather, flowers speak. If you don't have to sacrifice, others will have to sacrifice. Who can't stand on the moral high ground and publicize his or her noble character? The most hateful thing is that I have changed quality source. These guys are not willing to let me go. Even want to drain myself the value of. The raging rage in Hua Jieyu, it breeds in the. Even if I die, I won't let these damn bugs get away with it. Red Dust Dao sect. Different from usual. Today the Red Dust Taoist sect is decorated with lights and colorful lanterns, and red flowers are dancing in the wind. The main theme of the entire sect's architecture, color all rendering a brilliant red as if to welcome a grand event. Look! Jieyu the leader just doesn't know what's good for him. You don't appreciate what you have. That, sir, is a real exiled immortal recorded in mythology. To the favor of the exiled immortal, this ice, it's a blessing earned through several lifetimes. If I could be favored by the exiled immortal master, it would be my great fortune. I am even willing to offer everything I have to the exiled immortal master. Interpretation: the Lord, instead of cherishing the hard-earned opportunity, was so foolish as to destroy his only asset and even sever ties with our sect. Of course. I heard that Jeyu the Lord has taken a fancy to one Guhansky. After all, Guhan is just an ordinary man. How can he be compared with the exiled immortal? Fortunately, the exiled immortal didn't care about Hua Jeyu. The Lord's faults are still acceptable to me as a concubine. Such a great favor, Hua Jeyu. Even if I work like a slave for my whole life, it would be hard to repay you. Countless disciples in the entire Hongchen Dao sect were discussing this matter. Everyone thinks Hua Jeyu running away or even severing ties with the Hongchen Dao sect is a very foolish and unwise behavior. Fortunately, the banished immortal let bygones be bygones. Hua Jeyu and their Hongchen Dao sect still have a chance to rise to prominence. And to avoid any further trouble, the top leaders of Hongchen Dao sect unanimously decided that it would be better to do it today than to wait for a better day. The ceremony will begin today to finalize Hua Jeyu's status as a concubine in the name of exile share. Hongchen Dao sect's core hall. Hua Hongye, the sect leader, brought with him a group of high-ranking members of the Hongchen Dao sect. At this moment he was kneeling respectfully in front of a huge statue. Looking closely, the statue's expression and appearance resembles that of a young man. Cast entirely of gold, it is several dozen feet long. There are many ancient inscriptions engraved on the surface of the statue. In the reflection of each other there is a kind of vast and mysterious aura, the charm of "We are here to welcome the Lord to bestow divine thoughts." Gold, the gods appear. Hua Hongye and other monks were like devout believers at this moment, worshipped the God of faith. Soon in their supplication prayers, gold, the runes on the statue shine flashing. That the vast God, the breath at this moment was so strong that it turned into substance. Dead silence without any breath off. Gold, the statue seems to be because of some kind of God strength attachment. Gradually there is a kind of spirit breath. "We are here to see you, sir." Hua Hongye and others saw the scene. He was overjoyed and kowtowed even more devoutly. "I already know what you are talking about." At the same time, a male voice that seemed to come from a distant place, like countless echoes stacked together, echoed, "You can just go through the ceremony as usual. When the time comes, I will place the imprint of my will on you. When the barrier to the future disappears and the road to immortality begins again, I will directly guide Hua Jeyu." "Thank you, sir." Hua Hongye and the others breathed a sigh of relief. I was also very happy. They thought that this adult would be because of Hua Jeyu a qualitative change, and finally gave up Hua Jeyu. Fortunately, this gentleman is kind-hearted and still gives Hua Jeyu this opportunity. Metropolitan, Elder Yataishan brought Jeyu. The master is back. At this time a guard outside the hall came hurriedly to report. "Very good, take Jeyu directly to the ancestral temple to prepare. After everything is ready, we will start the ceremony." Hua Hongye did not hesitate and tried to complete the task in the shortest possible time over ceremony. "Wait until the ceremony is over." Hua Jeyu, the merit left the mark of that adult. "Regardless, no matter how much trouble you make, everything is foregone conclusion." Metropolitan. At this time the guard in charge of reporting made a decision, then hesitantly continued, "We just received reporting the news the Hongxia sect, a subsidiary sect of our Hongchen Dao sect, suspected of being to the demon attack. Please send strong men to support." After these words were spoken, Hua Hongye Lu frowned slightly. Subconscious feel this thing, something is wrong. Why is it such a coincidence that before the opening ceremony a branch of the sect will be monsterly attack? Moreover, the overall strength of the Hongxia sect is not weak with a powerful god in charge. How to connect to the demon? Can't solve any of them. However, Hua Hongye didn't think much about it and just waved his hand casually. "Send a few elders to provide support." Beixian continent, mountains deep. The roars came one after another. Various strange-looking monsters seemed to some kind of power control gathered here, like all over the mountains and plains. The Hongxia sect was like a lone boat in a torrent of rain and water, surrounded by countless fierce beasts trapped in it, isolated and helpless. At this moment, Hongxia sect master hall. The leader of the Hongxia clan knelt on the ground like a stray dog, completely lacking the so-called suzerain demeanor. At the top, on the main seat that should have belonged to him, at this moment a young white man was sitting. Film. White shadow on both sides. On the side there stood 14 terrifying film. All are clear the powerful Saint King. And slightly below there are dozens of saints and sages. Not to mention the powerful god-level masters who are at the same level as him. In such a big guy in the hall of the group sect, Master Hongxia really felt like he was suffocating. Chapter 361. The fight starts from Pyongyang Fairy Island and Guhan leads his men to fight. Guhan leaned against the throne. Left hand slightly bent, fist supporting cheek. The fingers of his right hand tapped rhythmically on the jade armrest and he looked like he was thinking about something. In the back he jumped several times to the falling immortal cliff. Except that I had no experience the first time and died shortly after jumping in. He came out alive each time. In one of these lives. Because of some special reasons he and Hua Jieyu had a disagreement set. He was in a great crisis at that time. Flowers don't know how to speak what means were used to forcibly delay the arrival of the Eternally family. Later, according to his investigation, this family seems to be a big family in the fairyland. They seem to have been devoted to collecting various rare tripods and furnaces in the underworld quality used to supply their own host. Hua Jieyu is one of them and she is extremely crucial. The flower of that life seemed to be us a bargaining chip. Ask that big family in the fairyland to step forward and forcibly delay the Eternally family's arrival in the Shenhuang world. But later on they all had bad endings. Hua Jieyu also seemed to be dead. He didn't survive either. In this life, because of my many actions drama, it has completely collapsed and changed. There were even many things he had never seen in his previous lives festival. It seems now. Another deity associated with Hua Jieyu, the Immortal Realm family, seems to be making its debut early. Although his main enemy is Yi Qingyun, the Heavens Dao of the Xianhuang world and the Eternal Yi family. But this other god fairyland family. He had once been in league with the Eternal Yi family, sending people to hunt him down, causing him much trouble. He is a very vindictive person. No matter what the reason, he would not let go of this family's plan achievement. Just at this moment, Guhan suddenly had something look up. He can clearly. I felt that several auras were breaking through the void at a very fast speed and approaching rapidly towards the direction of Hongxia sect. Here I come. Guhan, the corners are slightly tilted. These guys from Hongchen Dao sect are very shabby in doing things. Even if it was his own affiliated sect, the Hongxia sect. Also, I don't know the true location of Hongchen Dao sect. Therefore he had no choice but to resort to this last resort. First, use Su Lingyue's mark of breath to directly control a large group of monsters besiege the Hongxia sect. Looks like a demon IV. In fact, the town surrounded the enemy and attacked the reinforcements. Asked the people of Hongxia sect to seek help from Hongchen Dao sect. Then he took this opportunity to capture the people from the Red Dust Dao sect who came to support him and search their souls, accurately locate the true location of Hongchen Dao sect. The other side. The powerful Red Dust Dao sect who came quickly from the horizon saw it from a distance being killed by the monster. The Hongxia sect, which was surrounded by layers of siege, was facing suddenly sink. These guys from Hongxia sect are really useless. This piece of monster, although there is a demon king among them, he is only at the supreme level and actually needs to ask us for help. Okay, no need to waste time, solve it as soon as possible and return to the sect as soon as possible. The ceremony will begin soon. I want to see the legendary Immortal's blessing. Just as several Red Dust Dao sect elders were preparing to eliminate the demons when a strange scene suddenly happened. The space ahead was distorted and then some terrible force life crack and shatter. Crash. Then the suffocatingly thick mist gushed out from it and instantly turned into a huge palm, grabbing directly towards them in midair. Oh no! It's a trick. Quick! Report this to the sect immediately, someone wants to. But before the chief general could finish his words, overwhelming the fog has spread, covering their unconsciousness, completely swallowed to a piece among the Taoist sect of the Red Dust. Let me go, you disgusting bugs. Completely bound town, Hua Jieyu, now wearing a rosy crown, was forced to change into a gorgeous wedding dress. Seriously. From childhood to adulthood, Hua Jieyu had never been so disgusted. Let yourself a concubine in name, only for a disgusting man. He even deliberately held a grand wedding for himself, which is really disgusting. The several elders of the sect who were in charge of escorting Hua Jieyu completely ignored Hua Jieyu's cursing. Just got indifferently holding towards the central hall the golden statue of the god. Some kind of god on a golden statue, spirit still here. Seeing Hua Jieyu in person, strange spatial ripples appeared. Flowers can speak without being confused. One. Able, I felt that the huge golden statue in front of me was alive. The pair made of gold eyes are watching indifferently at this moment. Pity quality and the bones have been completely altered. But fortunately the power of origin is still left behind. It can actually provide support for my great path. As a mere person from the lower world, it is an honor for you to receive my favor. From today on you are all mine. A distant and ethereal voice echoed back from the golden statue. Open it. Engraved in gold, an inscription on the upper surface suddenly shone bright. The time between appointments is like cohesion, an illusory figure. In this figure, point your finger. I want to condense some kind of will imprint of my own and force it to flowers speak when. Boom boom. Something unexpected happened. Suddenly a shocking sound came from above the sky of Hongchen Dao sect, the roar of the earth. In the countless worldly ways the monks looked in horror metal. All I saw was a gigantic divine island surrounded by mist. At this moment, with unparalleled terrifying power, it smashed the red dust Dao sect as the hidden barrier descended on the sky, causing the sky to appear for miles around, a collection of spiderweb-like cracks. And this huge divine island is none other than Piaomio Fairy Island. To be on the safe side, Guhan directly moved the entire Piaomio Fairy Island here. After all, the immortal burial gate in Piaomio Fairy Island is connected to the god, the burial place of immortals. The place where immortals are buried seals the burial moon. If something unknown really happened. Relying on the farewell kiss between himself and Zhang Suyu, Dwadwa, can't you help yourself too? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The Hongchen Dao sect was completely shocked when they realized what was happening. They were both panicked and angry. They never expected that someone would come to their door. But their Hongchen Dao sect has always been very cautious in their actions. Never violent. There is no trace of the sect, so how did these people get here? But before they could organize the manpower, several terrifying auras emerged one after another from the huge spacecraft created by Piaomio Fairy Island. By this the powerful men of Hongchen Dao sect who were shrouded in the aura felt their scalps tingling. A powerful Saint King. Several of them are even close to the quasi-emperor realm. Along with the majestic holy power, a cold male voice also appeared. Hongchen Dao sect, you are so brave. You dare to tie up my people? Are you planning to let my people completely destroy our sect? Although it was just a sound. But everyone has already guessed this person share. It was Guhan who brought people to attack. Chapter 362. I will take you away and sacrifice the ultimate holy soldier. Ahan. Originally all dead, the flowers speak. At this moment he was like a drowning person who was rescued, feeling both surprised and happy. But compared to the human face of red dust Dao sect, it is extremely difficult to see. Hua Hongye in particular was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. Sir, please wait a moment, come to Marison. After bowing 3 times respectfully to the golden statue to express his apology. Various flowers on red leaves, the emotion suddenly subsided, looking towards Guhan ferociously and angrily. Guhan! Don't be so presumptuous. The flower is mine, my son, my own child. I tried my best to, how can I pull it up, place its meh from others' rights? You are just an insignificant outsider. What qualifications do you have to come? Enough of my housework. Guhan, I know you have a great background now. There are countless powerful people after me, but the foundation accumulated by my Hongchen Dao sect over the years is not just for show. If you insist on meddling in other people's business, I Hongchen Dao sect will naturally accompany you to the end. As Hua Hongye finished speaking, it seems like a response generally. The many powerful red dust Dao sect masters behind them slowly floated into the air, and a terrifying aura emanated from them, released the void, become suppressed terror. Although on the surface condition, their overall combat power is far inferior to that of Guhan's. But if I just take a step back and let Guhan take Hua Jieyu away, this is completely to let them dominate, give up the mundane Taoism and continue to pursue a bright future. Okay, with a bright future right before their eyes, they certainly won't give up. Attached a touch of spirit on the golden statue at this moment, not hand. Just watching it all with indifference. Let's not talk about it first, he is just a spirit of will. There is absolutely no way hands on things here. Furthermore, just an ant in the lower world, he didn't take it seriously at all. Guhan didn't pay much attention to Hua Hongye. Head just quietly, the flowers are blooming and the voice is serious and gentle. Hua Jieyu, there is a saying in my hometown, all people are born equal and free. No one has the right to boss others around based on what they call acquired gifts. There is no need to feel sorry for yourself because of certain circumstances that happen to you later in life. As he spoke, Guhan looked towards Hua Jieyu from above the sky, out of your own hands. I just want to ask you one thing now, do you want to come with me? Hua Jieyu had been standing there in a daze because of Guhan's previous words. From childhood to adulthood, the education received and even the various speeches heard. They all say themselves what is flowing. When you grow up, you have to do a lot of things, make concessions and sacrifices. Various images and sounds kept flashing through my mind. Hua Jieyu, how can you be so ignorant? Being noticed by the exiled immortal master is a blessing you have earned through several lifetimes. Why, you don't appreciate what you have? Hua Jieyu, my father's greatest wish before his death was to the Hongchen Dao sect continues to be glorious, even more glorious than before. And all his hopes all in you, superior. You as his son, you should help your father to finish this long-cherished wish. I am your mother, how can I harm you? I'm doing this for your own good. Spending all my time, you were born to take on this mission. I raised you to this size. And you're not even willing to make such a small sacrifice. How can you be so ungrateful? All kinds of harsh sounds are like a torrent, overlapping layer upon layer. It kept echoing in my mind. Why are you doing this to me? Hua Jieyu seemed to be in great pain and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Such a huge quiet, and suddenly the flowers and red leaves are in all the Taoist sects in the mortal world were shocked. Flower Jieyu pupil cloth staring at the red leaves of flowers. You always say that you gave birth to me, but was I born just to accept this kind of unwilling fate? Why me? Why can other people pursue their own way of living and the future they want? Why should I bear all the things I don't want to bear? You said I owed you, so I can pay you back everything I owed you 100 times, 1,000 times. I just want to live an ordinary life, live with dignity, and live the life I want. Is this wrong? I understand you. Hua Hongye was also shocked for a moment. This is, as far as I can remember, flowers speak emotional breakdown and vomiting the time with the most truth. For some reason, Hua Hongye felt an inexplicable heartache for the first time. It seems that this mother didn't really know until this moment what my son really wants. I want to go with you. The bound Hua Jieyu didn't know where the strength came from. He raised his hand with difficulty and reached out to grab the other hand in the sky. That hand like the last ray of hope for a drowning man. Straw. This also seems it's everything. All the grievances and unwillingness in my heart turned into tears flowing out of my eyes. Please take me away. The heaven and earth froze because of Hua Jieyu's cry. Only the sound continued to echo in the silent world. Good. Guhan is just warm, responded with one sentence. To the god of the red dust Dao sect, it turned cold again in an instant. Today I must take this person away. Sacrifice to the Supreme Saint's soldiers. If anyone from the Hongchen Dao sect dares to stop us, they will be killed without mercy. The ultimate holy soldier? Many people in the world were stunned when they heard this. That's the kind of full force. He even claimed that he could create a supreme holy weapon that was comparable to a quasi-imperial weapon? As Guhan's voice fell. Boom boom. The storm of laws roared. The already shattered sky suddenly presented a doomsday-like scene of being torn apart. Then a mouth surrounded by chaos. The surface seems to have a vortex of stars moving. The sun, moon, mountains and rivers engraved on it look like a real bronze bell with an extreme. The pressure suddenly emerged from the void. This is the inheritance of Pyomyo Fairy Island. The treasure is also the system sign and reward that Guhan had obtained before the Pyomyo Immortal Bell. With the power from the Misty Fairy Bell, the people of Hongchen Dao sect were so frightened that their souls were almost scared to death. How can this be the supreme holy soldier? This huge ancient bronze bell exudes a terrifying aura. It is clear that they are already comparable to quasi-imperial soldiers. This kid Guhan is really ruthless. He uses the quasi-imperial weapon right at the start. Chapter 363, The Founding Ancestor? It's no loss to kill one. But everything has just begun. Suddenly a strange phenomenon rose in another part of the sky. Broken clouds, deep gold auspicious clouds filled the air, and the dragon energy, which was suffocating to the extreme, seemed to have turned into a real ocean. The vision is blurred. A magnificent wall gold falling down the huge palace of dragon energy, and Jean deep clouds standing majestically. But everyone knows that is not a so-called palace, it is also an extremely holy weapon. Even this, the aura of status it exudes, is comparable to that of a quasi-imperial soldier. The other sky is full of rolling, the sea roared and boiled, surging forward. Then I saw a full moon-like object with countless divine inscriptions on its surface, dark inscription. Made of red jade and black jade, the huge jade plate in the boundless slowly emerging from the sea. This is due to the moon demon sect's inheritance place. The sea gave birth to Xiaoyu. Although in terms of power it is not as powerful as Piao Miao Xian Bell and Zulong Palace. But this, the power it exudes, is comparable to that of top-level holy weapons. Moreover, the people of Hongchen Dao sect really want to complain. This guy Guhan, I'm afraid he has some misunderstanding about the extreme holy soldiers. The Piao Mao Immortal Bell and the Ancestral Dragon Palace can clearly be regarded as quasi-imperial weapons. Their sect only has one quasi-imperial weapon. Now Guhan, later there were not only more than a dozen Saint Kings but also dozens of powerful Saint Realm Masters. With the addition of two quasi-imperial weapons and one supreme holy weapon, I can't win at all. Interesting, I didn't expect to see this in this wild place in the underworld, a treasure with such great growth potential, or two pieces. Just in the atmosphere, anxiety war at the moment of outbreak. A sudden ethereal voice attracted many people's attention. The source of the sound came from the golden statue. Guhan is more capable now. I felt that there was a faint gaze on the golden statue, looking straight at him. But it's just such a simple goal. He can feel the eyes. The master seems to have an innate aura of superiority. That's enough. Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This, you are the one I have set my eyes on. If you make me angry one day, you will have no way to heaven or to hell. The owner of the voice changed the subject. You may not know who I am. I care about you. Who is it? Guhan said coldly. Someone go and smash this golden statue for me. Of course he knew who was behind the golden statue. It's probably that god, the Fairyland family host. But so what? They couldn't get down again. If these guys can come down, they can be here again. If I had a hand, I would have taken action against him long ago. Furthermore, even if they could, what about hands? Those with feet are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Not to mention, he still has the trump card of Zhang Shuyu. If it doesn't work, then die. Maybe I can continue to be reborn? Although I know that the golden statue is currently a ray of extraordinary consciousness. But since it was Guhan's order, the strong men from the three major forces would naturally not disobey orders. The moon demon sect's demon, the Holy King, immediately took the lead. As he stretched out his big hand, a large area of emptiness was suddenly rendered. The overwhelming demonic energy suddenly turned into an overwhelming wave of destruction. The golden statue and the area surrounding it must be completely destroyed. You attached the projection of consciousness on the golden statue, suddenly gnashed its teeth in anger. This boy is really brave. Not only did he not take him seriously at all, he even directly ordered people to take action. If he could go down to the mortal world, he would definitely make this kid disappear into ashes. How dare you disrespect the Lord? Guhan! You are courting death. Hua Hongye and other powerful people of Hongchen Dao sect were killed by Guhan, completely enraged. Guhan! Since you are determined to meddle in other people's business, don't blame us for fighting to the death with you. Sacrifice the imperial soldiers. Invite the ancestors. While issuing this order, Hua Hongye and a group of powerful Hongchen Dao sect masters present have already taken action. After all, the war in the world of immortal cultivation is not a turn-based game. Since they have already decided to take action, Guhan and others will not wait for them to make sufficient preparations. Boom boom. A terrible war broke out here. But in an instant the laws and magical powers with all kinds of terrible power fell to the ground like a meteor shower here. It is exciting. The terrifying energy storm that emerged shattered many pavilions and towers of the Hanshan Dao sect minced meat. Why is there such a horrific war in that area, here? What on earth happened? Hanshan Dao sect uses anonymous. The law barrier has been completely broken. The terrifying power of the three major forces and the powerful Red Dust Dao sect. The collision caused a huge, terrible explosion. Countless people cast horrified glances towards the source of the sound. I only see the broken space deep, like the gods and Buddhas in the heaven shadows are constantly fighting in it. The water is pouring down and the laws are disappearing. The people of Hanshan Dao sect were not stupid. They knew that the only thing Guhan was worried about was Hua Jieyu. Therefore Hua Jieyu must be kept as a hostage and can even be used as a shield to check and balance Guhan and others. After all, if there was no Hua Jieyu's help, it's Guhan. The two quasi-imperial weapons and one supreme holy weapon can do something to them, destroy strike. But even so, the war had just begun and their Hanshan Dao sect had already been completely system. After all, in terms of comprehensive strength and the number of strong people, they are completely inferior to the three major forces such as the White Dragon Palace. My dear friend Gu, this matter is the family affair of our Hanshan Dao sect. Why are you so persistent and aggressive, people? If you need any compensation, my Hanshan Dao sect can provide it. At this time Hanshan Dao zone was deeply. There is an extremely terrifying aura accompanied by a gorgeous birthday. The blazing A ray of light emerges. Red Dust Ancestor. Get here. The strong men of Hanshan Dao sect were overjoyed. Li Hanshan, he is the founder of their Hanshan Taoist sect. His cultivation has reached the quasi-emperor realm and he is also the strongest being in their sect. But in this era where there are almost no great emperors, the quasi-emperor can be regarded as the strongest cultivator here. However, because the old ancestor Hanshan has been in seclusion for many years, many people I don't know that his situation. In addition, there has been no Jing. Many people suspected that this ancestor had passed away. Unexpectedly, their strongest ancestor is still alive. Now he appears again with great strength even in the face of Guhan. After the siege of the three major forces, Hanshan Dao sect finally gained confidence. This old guy is not dead yet. Guhan narrowed his eyes slightly, having expected this in his heart. In the previous life, the laws of heaven issued a hunting order against him, and there were countless super monsters whose cultivation had reached the quasi-emperor realm, also accept this purpose. Li Hongchen of Hanshan Dao sect is one of them. It can be said that Hua Jieyu will die in the tragic fate of no contact. Because as the most powerful ancestor of Hanshan Dao sect, his orders are often absolute of. Without his permission. How dare the people of Hanshan Dao sect be so presumptuous? You lease flowers and words of understanding for work people. But it doesn't matter. He came here today with the intention of killing this old guy. Anyway, we will be enemies with the whole world in the future, and we have to fight against many super monsters in the Shenhuang world. Be an enemy. Kill one first in Thenona Force. Chapter 364, Take Heaven as a Mirror? Everyone wants the tower. At this time, accompanied by the red dust Taoism that blazing more and more brilliant. One, he was wearing a purple gold Taoist robe with the sun, moon and stars engraved on the three sleeves. He had an old face. But the old man's steps were still steady and powerful. At this moment he stepped into the void and slowly came out from the depths of the red dust Dao sect's ancestral land. Get out. It's not just him, the void is extremely terrible, the terrible power filled with pressure. But it was in the hands of the Hanshan patriarch, in whose hands there was a 9-colored exquisite pagoda floating. The 9-colored exquisite pagoda was spinning rhythmically in his hands as if it had consciousness. Every time it rotates, the void is disturbed by some terrible force, causing ripples. Obviously, this is a quasi-imperial weapon. Although the Therilong potential and its status level is completely inferior to that of the ancestral Dragon Palace and the Pyomyo Immortal Bell. But if a quasi-emperor realm strongman personally under control, the power it possesses will increase exponentially. Seeing his ancestor appear with quasi-imperial soldiers, the despair that shrouds the hearts of the people of the Red Dust Dao sect completely dissipated. Even everyone felt that the appearance of Hanshin Patriarch could help them and Guhan. The three major forces are competing against each other. Apparently even the old ancestor Hanshin himself thought so. At this moment the vicissitudes of the eyes of the old man Hanshin looking at Guhan. The corners of his head slightly raised up a meaningful arc. In the tone of a senior he said, "Times the tide rolls forward these days. Young people are truly more outstanding and more terrifying than each other. I am really grateful that my Ju has met a young person like you, Zinif. But you two are not destined to be together after all, because my Ju and that man have already been engaged." Patriarch Hanshin continued, "Of course, as an elder I will take a step back. As long as you are willing to no longer the story of Hanshin Daozong and Ju, whatever you want I can give you." As he spoke, the old ancestor Hanshin even raised the exquisite pagoda in his hand, including this quasi-emperor weapon. When these words were spoken, Hua Jiu and even everyone in Hanshin Dao sect were stunned. As long as Guhan is willing to stop, the ancestor is actually willing to send out quasi-imperial soldiers? That's a quasi-imperial soldier. The reason why they can for the Sejong Gate. One of the most important reasons is that their sect possesses the foundation of quasi-imperial weapons. If he were to give the quasi-imperial weapon to Guhan now, wouldn't that be a direct reduction in the strength of his own sect? Old ancestor Hanshin, this is unacceptable. Hua Hanya quickly spoke up, "Not to mention that the 9 treasures Linglong Tower is the top foundation of our Hanshin Dao sect. Giving it away to Guhan is a huge loss for our Hanshin Dao sect. Besides, even if we really gave the 9 treasures exquisite pagoda to Guhan, he might not abide by the agreement. He might just lead his men away. If he continues to choose to attack and both the people and the tower are in danger, how should we deal with it?" Hua Hongye Wui thus expressed the thoughts of other people from the Red Dust Dao sect. They all thought so too. He. However, the old man Hanshin just chuckled and said, "I believe that Mr. Gu should be a smart man. Although this old man is old, insufficient life is coming to an end, but full strength under the order of the dispatch they could only bring a bunch of Saint Kings on the journey. Because Amir, this is not something a smart person should do." As he spoke, the eyes of the Red Dust Patriarch were full of meaning again to Guhan. There was a hint of threat in his tone. "How about it? Mr. Gu, do you want to take it, my suggestion? As long as you accept you previously made fun of meth losses were not just covered in one stroke. I can also give you this quasi-imperial weapon in my hand. If you're afraid that I'll go back on my word, we can just make a heavenly oath and ask the heavens to be our witness." The world fell into silence. Everyone's goal all gathered in Guhanan waiting for his answer. Especially in the eyes of the people of Red Dust Taoism. His ancestor gave Guhan enough face. That is to say, Guhan, how could an ordinary person deserve to be treated like this by their ancestors? Hua Jiu remained silent from beginning to end. At this moment I suddenly felt open. I'm afraid Guhan will pick me up instead of following the old man's suggestion, abandon. Think about it carefully. What can Guhan and I do? Not much. At most it is Zhongzhou Jing asked his disciples to take care of him. And when he was in Tsukishima he accompanied Guhan for a while. But these things are actually nothing. What is worth Guhanwei, fighting to the death, gambling the foundation of the 3 major forces, and even giving up the quasi-imperial soldiers that are within reach? Hua Jiu sipped. I already had a guess in my mind. Booty, don't blame Guhan, on the contrary, motivate him. Because in my own fall the most amazing the abyss. Only Guhan towards himself took action. Oh. A sneer suddenly sounded. This voice was like a bolt from the blue and it immediately exploded in everyone's heart. You regard Gu as who is it? Gu has always kept his word and never broke his promise. Today I said I would bring Go, I'll take walk. And? You're actually trying to use the God as a mirror trick on me. Don't you know that what I hate most is the so-called sky? Gu respects the elder. I am kind-hearted and will give you an old man a choice. General Hua Jiu, and the quasi-imperial weapon in your hand come out. I can still keep you in Hanshin Dao sect incense. In the silent world. Only Guhan's voice echoed for a long time. Especially the people from Hanshin Dao sect were caught off guard and dumbfounded by Guhan's words. They had never expected that Guhan would not only reject their Hanshin ancestors' request but was also almost unbelievably generous. He even went a step further and said something outrageous such as the human tower wants it all. What shocked them even more was, this guy Guhan is really not afraid of death. He actually dared to claim that the thing he disliked the most was the sky. Is this an attempt to go against the will of heaven? Mr. Gu, are you kidding me, an old man? If this joke gets out of hand, it won't do you any good. The god of the red dust ancestor suddenly sink. Gathered in Zhou, the breath becomes more suppressed terror. The nine treasures tower that he was holding in his hand was also buzzing Ming, releasing a terrifying energy wave. My lord, be careful. The Saint King realm powerhouses from the three major forces all stood in front of Guhan. I felt that the Hongqian patriarch had gathered all his energy. As soon as he makes a move, he will kill Guhan with thundering means. Although the several immortal kings of Pyomiao Fairy Island are only half a step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. After all, he has not yet reached this realm, and there is still a distance between him and the true quasi-emperor. Even if he used all his strength at this moment, he would not be able to kill the Hongqian ancestor in the first place. Although seeing Mayakan so much for another, I feel a little sad and jealous when my son comes forward. A cool and pleasant sound with extreme a pressing voice suddenly sounded. But who do you think you are to threaten Mayakan? Chapter 365, Surrender Before It Even Starts? Just a sound was enough to make the heart of Hanshin Patriarch, who was already ready to take action, jump. An unspeakable crisis suddenly, like water flooding all over. He realized that the person who was speaking was not weaker than him and was even stronger than him. At this time Guhan's breath the speed began to rise visibly. No, to be exact, it is the area has become horrible due to the arrival of some terrible force suppress. The source of the aura seemed to come from the mark on his palm. The pattern carved on Guhan's hand became clearer and finally turned into a lifelike nine-tailed white fox. Finally, in front of countless horrified eyes watched down. The nine-tailed white fox actually jumped out from the back of Guhan's hand. Instantly it solidified in midair and turned into a line that connected to an unknown place, the illusory portal. But it doesn't wait for people to think about it. The illusory portal slowly opened to both sides as if being pulled by some force. Boom! In an instant everyone arrived, so rich that it's suffocating. Even their souls and even their bodies, all cells or subconsciously's evil spirit, burst out from the illusory portal like a torrent. What's going on? Exist to the moment of this breath. But the old man Hanshin couldn't control himself, constant shivering shake. One originating from pulse, the fear of being controlled arises from the bottom of my heart at this moment. He is a quasi-emperor standing at the top of the pyramid. What kind of existence can make Heimies when you feel the breath you become terrified by your subconsciousness? And it seems to be a demon. Etc. A sudden inspiration came to my mind, appear suddenly. In the demon world there is only one human who can reach his level. The only ones who are terrified seems to be those few in the legend. Moreover, he also survived from ancient times. I was fortunate enough to witness the great war in the demon world that changed the landscape of the times and even destroyed the glorious future of the demon race. The demon world at that time, the strength and overall strength far exceeds that of the human race. But it was because of the disappearance and fall of those people that the demon world gradually went downhill. But he clearly remembered it. Those legendary demon ancestors had long died or disappeared in that horrific war, and it was hard to find any trace of them. How could it possibly appear again? Still appeared in front of him. However, all the speculations are accompanied by a pure white. A shadow slowly emerged from the space portal and the dust settled. That is a fox demon that cannot be described with any words, son. It was clearly a terrifying monster that was unimaginable but surrounded by the holy hazy hui. Kujo, the fluffy white fox tail is blowing in the wind. The runes of laws woven onto it seem to have spawned one world after another. Fox demon the boy just stood there. It exudes an inviolable, insurmountable and invincible aura. Even though I can't see the fox demon clearly, the face of the child. But the old man Hanshin was still frightened to death and his guess had become reality. This was exactly what he had witnessed with his own eyes, the strongest legendary demon ancestor in the demon world who was besieged to death by many powerful men. Damn it! It's actually related to Guhan. And the relationship is very close. It's that the fox demon that was sealed in the sword-asking sex demon-locking tower, son. Hua Jieyu also came back to her senses at this moment and a guess emerged in her mind. I didn't expect that the fox demon, the disciple, is so terrifying that even the strongest ancestor of Hanshin Dao sect would be wary of him. I never expected that he would actually take action. Why is this aura somewhat similar to that of the innate fox tribe? The consciousness hidden in the golden statue is unable to take action, but throw energy to the surrounding airwaves. At this moment when Su Lung Yue appeared, he inexplicably felt all. In the fairyland, the innate fox clan is a remarkable race. This group has a very magical origin and basically will not leave any trace of itself in the world. At that time he saw a fox from the Xiantian clan. Difference wrong, you can even say flowers the luck of your life. Unexpectedly I encountered a congenital fox again in the lower world for the first time. This fox and he is destined to be together. If you can for his cauldron, absolutely. But this thought had just emerged in his mind. There was a loud bang and the golden statue carrying his consciousness was suddenly struck. The impact of the terrible force shattered it in an instant, fragments all over the sky. The other members of Hanshin Dao sect were so frightened that they almost died. Because from their perspective, Su Ling Yue just raised her eyes and glanced at the golden statue. The entire golden statue exploded. Grown-ups. Seeing the golden dust flying all over the sky, everyone in Hongchen Dao sect was stunned for a moment. You know, the adult who has placed his consciousness in the golden statue is the core of their ceremony. Now the entire golden statue collapsed under Su Lungyue's casual glance. Broken. So should their rituals be performed or not? And wasn't the ancestor of Hongchen standing in front of the golden statue? Can't this protect the golden statue? If the great man brings punishment, how can their Hongchen Dao sect resist? When the other people from the Red Dust Dao sect cast their eyes at him, the old man Hongchen was both angry and aggrieved. How could he stop me? This is the legendary demon ancestor of the demon world. Plus Guhan, the two quasi-imperial weapons he obtained were enough to scatter his ashes. All kinds of thoughts pass by in a flash. Then, in the eyes of countless people who were both shocked, surprised and confused, the old ancestor Hongchen, who had wanted to take action before, there was a forced smile on the corner of his eye, even mixed with a certain kind of flattering charm. My lord demon ancestor, I was blind before. I was just joking with Master Gu. Look, this golden statue has exploded and our ceremony can't go on. You can take Hua Jieyu away, of course. You can also take the quasi-emperor weapon in my hand if you want. As soon as these words came out, the air froze and the world suddenly became silent. All the people of Hongchen Dao sect gradually showed an expression that was hard to accept, like a split table. I felt like the sky was falling. No. Ancestor, you are a quasi-emperor level strongman. It is the only hope of the Red Dust Dao sect. Not to mention fighting with Guhan and others for hundreds of rounds. You have to take action too, just to show your appreciation, right? Now it hasn't started yet, let's serve? Chapter 366. The young master of the immortal realm is cursed. But compared to most other people and puzzled, Hongchen Dao sect has partial knowledge of history. And they are senior executives with certain experience and knowledge. However, he caught an important message from their ancestor's voice and was so shocked that his pupils dilated slightly. Demon ancestor. It is recorded in historical books that he once led the demon world to glory with his own strength. Force, including humans, the demon ancestor of the major races in the Xinhuang world? According to ancient records, the legendary demon ancestors have all reached the peak of the great emperor. Especially one who was respected by the world as returning to the existence of the demon ancestor. His cultivation has already surpassed the scope of humanity and set foot in the legendary realm of immortality. But it is rumored that this demon ancestor eventually died. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This overly powerful demon ancestor, in the ancient times, he was besieged by the strongest men from all the major human forces and even immortals, and finally perished completely. But this is enough to show the horror of strength. Su Lungyue didn't care at all about what the people around her were thinking. As a well-known husband-protecting demon, the only thing that matters is Guhan's thoughts. Akan, what do you think? Although my strength has not yet fully recovered, it will take a little effort to deal with this old guy. But it's not a big deal. As soon as these words came out, the dead souls of the Red Dust ancestors all appeared. It's extremely ugly. If someone had dared to say such outrageous words to him in the past, he would definitely slap him to death. But unfortunately, I am no match for Su Lungyue now. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in Hongchen Dao sect are gathered in Guhan Superior. Each item, they all feel uneasy. The feeling of having one's life in the hands of others, being controlled and judged at will. At the same time, fairyland in a magnificent immortal palace of an unknown force. Suddenly there was a painful sound is emitted. Only in the main hall. Wongold, the young man in the robe, seemed to have been severely hit by some terrible force. At this moment, covering his head, all twisted by excessive pain. He was the one who had previously attached his will to the person inside the golden statue created by Hongchen Dao sect. It is also from the Li family of Tai Huang in the Fairyland host. As a well-known and powerful force in the Fairyland Lord, his status is extremely noble. Born to stand at the top of the pyramid, countless living monks by. But just now he suffered a great loss. The consciousness that descended into the lower world was actually erased by someone. Although it was only a trace of consciousness, it was still related to his soul. There is some connection. Being forcibly erased at this moment, the huge pain of soul tearing apart made him feel unbearable pain. Damn it! The golden-robed man had red eyes. Compared to hating Su Lingyue, he would hate Guhan even more. If it weren't for Guhan's insistence on meddling in other people's business, he would have been finished. If there is no ceremony, how could so many unexpected events occur? This ceremony is not over, but also let oneself suffer a serious blow. But it doesn't matter. Because during the confrontation between Guhan and Honshan Dao sect, he was not idle either. Already in secret, using some special power, he wanted to mark and lock onto Guhan's breath of destiny. Although he couldn't attack Guhan directly. But if you could grasp a breath of his destiny, he can curse it through some special means. However, just as the man in the golden robe was about to use this strength time, the terrible scene happened again. He had just made hand gestures, chanted incantations, and constructed an ancient formation. Some unspeakable force suddenly invaded. Come on! Suddenly, the ancient inscriptions in the formation flickered, then it was covered with a layer of black. The scene before my eyes is like a drop of ink. It entered the clear soup and quickly spread. He originally wanted to curse Guhan through this formation, but was eroded by some force and cursed instead. And I don't know if it's an illusion. In a trance saw one, there is a black, huge but suffocatingly evil Z was high above him, looking at him coldly. Just to look seemed to carry a terrifying will that could not be disobeyed. The huge impact that came towards him, the damaged soul was once again severely injured. Even the blessing of the ancestors can't help no effect. The intense pain came again. The golden-robed youth could not help but let out a cry of pain. He even foamed at the mouth until he fainted completely. Oh no, something happened to the Lord. This time it seems that the silence is too loud. The other people in the Taiwanli family were shocked, all rushed towards this hall. Guhan didn't know. There's a funny scene where a guy tries to curse himself secretly but ends up being cursed instead. At this moment, he indifferent, the ancestor of the mortal world, the corner of his eye curved up. Other people less. Let's talk about this for another time. But I'm worried about leaving this old guy behind. After all, the Red Dust Patriarch is the strongest among the Red Dust Taoists. Even if angry, he was listless with strength less than 1/3 of his peak. But he is also a quasi-emperor realm expert. The quasi-emperor realm strongman has broken some kind of shackles of heaven and earth. Even if a slave mark is planted on it, the effect will be minimal. Even easy to be earned by it and directly backfired on him. Secondly, this old guy was one of the sources of pain for him and Hua Jieyu in their previous life. If I let him live, I would feel guilty about it. Therefore his origin come out. As a gift to your home, it is the wisest choice to provide nourishment for the future Saint King realm powerhouse to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Guhan! You can't kill me. It seemed that he understood the meaning in Guhan's eyes. Red Dust Ancestor Noodle, suddenly he said, I am a quasi-emperor. Looking at the entire Xianhuang world, my strength can be ranked at the top of the pyramid. Leave me alive. I can help you with many things. I am more valuable to you when I am alive. It is useless for you to attack me now. I can't told you to die, so just go and die. Honestly, why are you talking so much nonsense? Su Lungyue, who had already understood Guhan's intention, was not polite and immediately muddy demonic power. In an instant, terrifying evil spirit rose into the sky. Su Lungyue, the nine white, the fox, suddenly swelled up. Endless laws were released from it, turning into a pure white, covering the world screen. When the old ancestor Honshan came to his senses, he has already placed in a world of pure white, yet completely independent of reality. No other laws exist in this world. There is only one indescribable unknown evil spirit. Even the visual impact is a pair of completely condensed by the supreme law with a faint golden glow. The vertical pupils tore through the space. At this moment the curtain opened and he looked down coldly at the Red Dust Ancestor below. This is the domain world opened up by Su Lungyue. In this world is the only master. Chapter 367, The Overwhelming Ending, Planting the Slave Mark. And this huge pair of golden eyes seem to be controlled by Su Lungyue's will symbolization. Following the structure of the divine patterns in the eyes. Shocking, the roar of the ground immediately echoed, open it. At the same time, the entire pure white world was shocked. At this moment, the red dust patriarch only felt an indescribable terrible aura, as if the blue sky was overturned. Even he, a quasi-emperor, don't live here extremoforce, there was a strong feeling of suffocation in the mouth. This is too much. I'm going to fight you. The old man in Honshin gnashed his teeth. He knew that Su Lung Yue was determined to kill him. In this case, he has no way to retreat and can only use all means to fight a final and life-threatening battle with Su Lung Yue. The air that is about to run out the power was completely boiling and roaring at this moment. The red dust ancestral the holes were gushing out brilliant flames, the surface seemed to be covered with an indestructible armor. At the same time, the nine treasures pagoda in his hand hummed, it made a sound and then unfolded its own Dharma image of heaven and earth, rapidly expanding and enlarging until it was hundreds of feet high. Town. As the old man Honshin pinched the ancient magic formula, the nine treasures Linglong Tower dropped billions of divine radiances with unparalleled power and immediately headed towards the Su Lung Yue town below and go. However, Su Lung Yue just raised his hand and waved casually. A tsunami of pure white laws that seemed to be able to drown everything in the world rose up and hit the nine treasures Linglong Tower directly. The nine treasures Linglong Tower immediately let out a wail, and the divine light condensed on its surface flickered for a while and then exploded stardust all over the sky. At the same time, the entire wall of the nine treasures Linglong Tower wasterable energy impact, instantly generating countless shocking broken marks. It's just a low-level quasi-imperial weapon, it's not impressive at all. Su Lung Yue chuckled as if the previous attack was just a casual one. After all, the demon-locking tower where the sword was asked was an ancient fairy tower. And that ancient fairy can only temporarily trap severely traumatic. As long as you give enough time, it can also achievement leave. Not to mention, Su Lung Yue's cultivation has now recovered a little. Quasi-emperor soldiers are very powerful in the eyes of the world. In my eyes, it's just so. Okay, I don't want to say any more nonsense. Red Dust Dao Sect. Guhan, the corners are slightly tilted two-finger, now you only have two choices. 1. Lord, release the spiritual consciousness and let us plant the slave mark. The ancestor of Honshin deserves to die the most, and the others in Honshin Dao sect deserve to die as well. But compared to the most difficult ancestor Honshin, the other people in Honshin Dao sect are relatively easier to control. Rather than killing it directly, it is better make the best use of it. By enslaving them and treating them as dogs under your command, you can also make them create more value for you. Slave seal. In front of all the other people in Honshin Dao sect, it suddenly became ugly. Being branded a slave is not only a dreadful humiliation. It also means that one's life and everything about oneself can be easily controlled by others. The master of the slave seal only needs to think can easily end their lives. It's okay if you don't want to. You have a second choice. Guhan's smile and expression, it started to grow cold, that is death. Almost at the same time as he finished speaking, the three major forces of Pyomiao Fairy Island and others are all powerful. The breath is rising, the terrible law is powerful, firmly locked on the people of Honshin Dao sect below superior. Two quasi-imperial weapons plus a supreme holy weaponming as if in the next moment emitting brilliant power. This scene made the people of Honshin Dao sect big changes. The life and death of the Honshin patriarch, whom they regarded as their trump card, is now uncertain. Moreover, Hua Jieyu, who was being held hostage by them, had already been in the previous confrontation. Gon was rescued by Guhan. If Guhan wanted to, he could scatter their ashes without any scruples. But the people of Honshin Dao sect were obviously still unwilling to accept this. I think that Honshin patriarch may not be defeated by Su Lung Yue, and they still have hope of turning defeat into victory. Snap! But in the next moment, as the sky deepened, suddenly there was a heart-pounding sound of breaking. A large area of the sky shattered like a mirror in an instant. Then there was no breath. The broken black shadow, accompanied by a large number of void fragments, emerged from the depths of the sky. It fell down, and with a loud bang it completely smashed a large hall to ruins. The smoke and dust gradually disappeared. Everyone looked closely. Especially the people of Honshin Dao sect, their hearts were completely chilled. I felt like the sky was falling. That broken, breathless eye ascending, the ancestor of Honshin whom they regard as their trump card? The ancestor of Honshin actually died. This scene was unacceptable to many people in the Red Dust Dao sect. Faith and worldview completely collapsed, facing Pale, slowly paralyzed on the ground. Their ancestor still has a quasi-imperial weapon in his hand. Although the Fox Demon Z is the legendary ancestor of the demon world, but his strength is obviously not complete. But the battle ended in just half a cup of tea. Long Yu, are you okay? Out of concern, Guhan still asked. After all, Su Lun Yue's current strength has not yet fully recovered. Fighting a battle with a quasi-emperor realm expert would surely be very exhausting. It's just a guess, he was just an old man who was already half exhausted, so it was easy to deal with him. Actually, I have something else to do. I need Ekan to charge me more later. While speaking, Su Lun Yue opened her arms again and put her arms around Guhan's neck, lying on his superior. Hearing this, Guhan couldn't help, the corners were curled. Why did Su Lun Yue drive the car again in broad daylight? But this scene made everyone in Hongqian Dao sect, even Moretto, the end. The Hongqian patriarch, whom they regarded as their trump card, seemed to have no effect at all and was killed easily by Su Lun Yue. Now, even in order to fight between Su Lun Yue and Guhan, a joking topic, their ancestor really died a miserable death. We are willing to release our spiritual consciousness and let Master Gu plant the slave mark on us. We only ask Master Gu to keep our Red Dust Dao sect alive. Incense. Many other supreme elders and even high-level officials of Hongqian Dao sect have all made decisions, and even the way they address Guhan has changed. It has come to this. If we continue, it will just be a meaningless struggle. It is better to be sensible and leave a little space for the descendants of Hongqian Dao sect a way to survive. Guhan, who had seen the whole scene, not surprised at all. If they really have the courage to burn their boats, how could he sell it so rudely, seeking glory, continuing to maintain the so-called glory of the sect through such despicable means? To put it bluntly, they are just a bunch of rubbish sects. Wait, the merit is planted under the slave seal. There will be conflicts with strong people or other forces in the future. These guys from Hongqian Dao sect were all free cannon fodder he used to attract the first wave of firepower. This is the only destination for these scumbags. It's over. Hua Hongye was deeply traumatized. Pale, the whole person suddenly collapsed to the ground. All other senior leaders decided to surrender. Even if, no matter how dissatisfied the sect leader was, he could no longer interfere with subsequent decisions. This time not finished a ritual that you have been longing for. Instead, he sacrificed himself and the entire sect. Moreover, the heart is fearful and uneasy. Hua Jieyu and Guhan have a good relationship. If Hua Jieyu uses Guhan's power to take revenge on me, what should I do? However, no matter what, I am still Hua Jieyu's mother and I owe her the kindness of giving birth to her. Hua Jieyu no longer. It is impossible to really kill this mother? Chapter 368. You are not afraid, you just know that hard times are coming. On the other side, Hua Jieyu felt like she was falling as hazy as in a dream. I thought this matter had caused such a big fuss. Eventually it will derive Guhan the three major forces behind the terrifying battle with the Red Dust Taoist sect. But I never expected that it will be resolved directly in such a dramatic way. Even if the remaining people of Hongqian Dao sect were unwilling to give in, they were powerless to save the situation. After all, even if Su Lun Yue did not take action, it's thanks to Guhan the three powerful forces behind are enough to defeat them, reduced to ashes. In a moment, let your people, a person who has made contributions to the Red Dust Dao sect after planting the slave mark. Gu Hainili then did Zhao smile. Xiang Hua Jieyu said, Jieyu, from today on you can pursue the future you want. No one can go to you. You are imposing a destiny that does not belong to you. As long as you want, you are the master of everyone in this sect. How can they? It all depends on your mind. As soon as these words came out, Hongqian Daozong and others who had just breathed a sigh of relief after escaping death felt their hearts grow tense again. If they were honest with themselves, they all felt that they owed Hua Jieyu too much. Now if Hua Jieyu wanted to kill them, it would be too easy for them to do so. However, Hua Jieyu came back to her senses and just glanced coldly at those disgusting guys. In the Red Dust Dao sect, everyone could be manipulated at will, and even as a sacrificial object. At this moment he seemed to be the master of their lives, which made them tremble uncontrollably. Hua Jieyu, who saw the whole scene, felt nauseous. There is no point in killing these guys. At most it is just a temporary vent thread. And I heard Mu Bailing indirectly mention before that Guhan will encounter many enemies in the future. Compared to letting these guys die meaninglessly in my hands, it would be better to let them do it later, provide more value to a can's cannon fodder. Jieyu mother wants to talk to you, Can, is it okay? At this time a majestic voice with a hint of pleading suddenly sounded. Only flowers and red leaves. A far-fetched smile appeared on his face. But he didn't dare to look Hua Jieyu in the eye and kept dodging subconsciously. Okay. I can, it's been resolved. The next thing is at once to Hua Jieyu herself, just sort it out. The portal I opened with the mark can't last long. I have other things to do in the demon world, and then have to rush back. This time my truant finally came. Su Lingyue is used to it again. She stretched out her white jade-like hands and wrapped them around Guhan's neck and his superior. Then he leaned down slightly, close to his ear, read slightly open, exhale the air of hot snow orchid. The sound is warm, empty, making Guhan all for a while, ma, so we should take advantage of these few days to do something meaningful. Even Guhan was used to big scenes. At this moment it's all because of Su Lenju ladder. The sound of fiercely. I have to say that the fox of 10,000 years still knows. But although he is a monk, but if he does that for several days in a row, maybe he will get sick, right? The three major powers of Pyongyang Fairy Island are professionally trained. Although some people's cheeks turned slightly red, they still pretended to be calm. Even the Lord completely shielded the area around a palace in Pyongyang Fairy Island. Let your own adults play freely. The other side. Hua Jieyu saw her mother crying. Such a god. I felt nauseous and sick to my stomach, but at the same time I felt inexplicably happy. Because before that, mother in everything IVE never looked at it straight. Not to mention when it's your own son. In Hua Hongya's eyes it was just a tool to continue the glory of the sect. Apart from this there is no other function. But it is such a memory, yes, always looking at it coldly, considered as work one people. At this moment it is rare Toffle god of supplication. Understanding the past, it was the mother who did something wrong, it was the mother who was too inadequate and did not take your feelings into consideration. Idea. Mother really knows she was wrong. Jieyu, it was mother who was wrong in the past. Mother owes you too much, but you can direct any hatred and resentment you have towards mother. The sect is innocent. Mother does not expect you to continue to lead the Hanshan Dao sect to glory and strength. You to can see in our mother off to protect the red dust Dao sect incense. This matter I am begging you, mother. As she spoke, Hua Hongya bowed her head deeply, her words and actions revealing her humble request. Unlike the previous Hua Hongya, who was so arrogant and completely ignored her mother point. One word and one action pronounced the indifference between Sister Hua and Fate, a sharp and ironic contrast. Hua Jieyu is just indifferent with all this. Moral kidnapping? Pity no morals. Okay, you don't have to play that trick on me anymore. Hua Jieyu just watched all this indifferently, her voice calm. It's not that you know you're wrong, you just know that you're in my hands and that hard times are coming, so you're just afraid. Flowers and red leaves. Suddenly on his hastily raised face there was a look of guilt, confusion and panic, as if his thoughts were revealed. No, mother, just. Hua Hongye opened her mouth, subconsciously wanting to explain, but Hua Jieyu was speechless. The voice interrupted. Mother, for your kindness in giving birth to me, this is my last year, mother. The dark red the eyes are deep, no inclusions milliliter. Although it is mother. Kwa Jiu, the order of red leaves, indifferent, as if looking at an unrelated stranger. This look was like a silver needle piercing Hua Hongye's heart with pain. Over the years I have not been happy at all. I am even angry. I am angry about why you gave birth to me and brought me to this world that makes me suffer. I just want to live a simple and ordinary life. Why do you insist on putting those so-called wild and the long-cherished wish was imposed on me superior? Is it because I was born by you? Besides, since I was little you've never given me what I wanted. Have you ever fulfilled your responsibilities as a mother? As long as I can remember, it has been my mother will me raising them up. What are you doing as a mother? As she spoke, Hua Jieyu bent down slightly and approached Hua Hongya. You were so disgusting and so mean, but there are always high-sounding reasons. For the so-called wish of my father, for the continuation of the sect. You do everything just for yourself, just the joy that power brings. Hua Jieyu's voice became more and more sarcastic. Do you think I don't know why you have been sitting on the throne of the suzerain for so many years after your father's death? Even to the point of using my own in exchange for so-called support. You are simply dirty and disgusting to the extreme. Every time I take care of you, to call you mother requires great willpower to suppress the nausea in your heart. Chapter 369. Anyone who dares to stop me from delivering the dowry will be killed. As soon as these words came out, Hua Hongye was struck by lightning and his pupils shrank slightly. On the surface the emotions started to become fragmented. Someone has been buried deep in my heart. Off at this moment by others, by oneself, no one left, it's revealed. Moreover, although Hua Jieyu deliberately leaned close to Hua Hongye's ear and spoke these words, her voice was not low. At this moment the ears of other people from the Red Dust Dao sect were extremely clear. Countless disciples and elders who didn't know the truth cast incredulous eyes at Hua Hongye. No way? How could sect master Hua Hongye do such a dirty thing? How is this possible? This should be Hua Jieyu's revenge, right? Spreading obscene rumors about her own mother, this is too vicious. But soon another voice was heard. Think it may be true, because at that time after the death of the Lord's father, our Hongchen Dao sect once encountered At that time a faction led by the Great Elder wanted to rise up and directly support the Great Elder for the new leader. But then somehow the Great Elder suddenly gave up this idea. An elder whispered, and I heard that during that period sect master Hua Hongye and the Great Elder were very close, and they would often appear in the dead of night. His chain repair. There are some strange noises coming out of the mansion occasionally. But later the Great Elder died suddenly for some unknown reason. After that sect leader Hua Hongye finally secured the throne. Now that I think about it, it might be. Shut up, all of you. Cover up. Hua Hongye, whose cloth was completely torn off, was furious and let out a roar that shook the sky. But even if he had already scolded the others. But many people in the Hongchen Dao sector heading towards various complex purposes were cast. Such a scene makes the flowers and leaves anger. Suddenly he was furious, his eyes red, staring at Hua Jieyu. You bitch. I gave birth to you and raised you, and now you are. How can you slander me in broad daylight? You damn bitch. Hua Hongye roared angrily and immediately lost his mind and wanted to attack Hua Jieyu. Town. However, a slave mark has been planted on him by a powerful person from the White Dragon Palace. Just utter one word. Hua Hongye made a thud and was suppressed by some terrible force on the ground. It is difficult play every bit. Still struggling, God, the red leaves of the flowers are twisted and hideous to the extreme. Hua Jieyu's eyes are deep. The cold and nausea made me feel even more sick. What a sacred and great name the word mother should be. But for Hua Hongye these two words are simply tarnished. What right do you have to be angry? How dare you scold me? Hua Jieyu slowly squatted down. His eyes met Hua Hongye's gaze without blinking. After I learned about this, I didn't tell anyone about it right away because of your kindness in giving birth to me. Conceal. But you actually want to give me to a man you've never even met as a concubine. Your disgusting behavior is also me for someone as disgusting as you? Do you think you've already fallen and degraded enough and you want me to be like you? I'm telling you, your plan won't work. Achievement. Because if you give me a chance, I would rather die than let your plan succeed. In fact, if you want to fight for power, there are many ways, but you chose the most despicable way. Don't say that I'm sorry because I have a mother like you. You feel sick and miserable. If your dead father knew about this, he would definitely kill you. Hua Hongye, who was still twisting and struggling, heard these words even more rigid. Stay where you are. The last cover the cloth has been, it has to be clean. The most despicable and unbearable scene of oneself, extremely real in front of everyone. Rather than experiencing such humiliation, I'd rather die. I was just trying to gain benefits in my own way. What was wrong with me? Hua Jieyu. If you think I'm lowly and unworthy of being your mother and you hate me, then kill me. Hua Jieyu ignored Hua Hongye's almost collapsed roar. Just tell people to Betsky prison. How could I possibly kill myself? These years. Isn't it because of the red leaves of the flowers? Many people from the sects believed that he was chosen by the immortals to be their servant. In a sense, it is more considered to be based on ascend. Can Mingming, I did nothing and I have always maintained my innocence. Hua Hongye, the instigator, deserves to die, and the others who made random judgments without knowing the truth deserve even more death. But it doesn't matter anymore. After, I will pay back the pain I've suffered over the years to these guys on. This is what they owe debt. At the same time, Feixian Tower, a glazed fairy palace. I am meditating in seclusion, and Xiaobingli, who was resonating with the aura of the law, seemed to have suddenly slowly opened a pair of eyes as black as glass. At the same time, gathering weak, the breath of law attracted by some force returned like a tide. Ant's cultivation realm has now stabilized at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. During this period of time, Xiaobingli has been in seclusion in Feixian Tower to practice cultivation. The purpose is to break through to the holy realm as soon as possible. Because once you break through to this level, it is equivalent to becoming the official next helmsman of Feixian Tower. The power and resources that Feixian Tower can mobilize will be even more terrifying. That stinky fox actually betrayed me again, fishy. Xiaobingli gnashed her teeth in anger. Although in a sense he and Su Lingyue are on the same side. But about Gu Hainan, the other hand, of course I am still on guard. He also used his own method to leave your own mark on it. Once Su Lingyue really shows up, the mark will send the message by itself. I am angry, but I am not satisfied with my current strength, still not a match for Su Lingyue. Otherwise I'm afraid I will directly the stinky fox that tried to steal Guhan was skinned. God sir, according to your instructions we have the 3rd and 6th princes successful hunting. At this time Xiaobingli, the space behind was distorted. A powerful man with a terrifying aura walked out and began to report. Of course Xiaobingli is not the only one at the helm of Feixian Tower. Other descendants of Feixian Lumai also wants to compete for this position. But as the most strength, the most Xiaobingli, who has the right to speak, will not be involved in these. Be polite to brothers and sisters who are related by blood. In addition, the tradition pursued by Feixianlu is a relatively the wolf culture. Only the strong ones who survive the strong have absolute power over the defeated weak power. Whether to capture it for your own use or to kill it completely depends on the will of the strong. Therefore the upper floors of Feixian building are also I don't care about Xiaobingli, the descendants of the bloodline kill each other. Since childhood this concept natural the cruel and crazy Xiaobingli. There is no such thing as long as you dare to stop the ruler of Feixian Tower, give the entire Feixian building to Guhan as a dowry. Then kill them all. Chapter 370, The Weakness of Humanoid Weapons. What are you doing with my identity? At the same time, Feixianlu shield in the palace. 3 gods ugly appearance a young man who looks a bit like Xiaobingli are gathered here at the moment as if they are having a meeting. 2 men in one. In terms of seniority, they are Xiaobingli's elder brother Xia Xianyuan, second brother Xia Wuxin, fourth sister Xia Xinchan. Their father had many children, and before this there are also a dozen brothers and sisters. But in just less than 2 months they all died, all killed by Xiaobingli. Xiaobingli, this crazy people, a little bit of the past, this is putting us all on the path to ruin. Snap. Xia Xianyuan directly put the teacup in his hand. Off broken boiling tea splashed both. But look carefully. He looked angry. But in a slight shake. The ultimate fear is anger. He was really scared mad. Who knows how he managed to get through these 2 months? Xiaobingli went completely crazy with killing. Even if we treat them like this, my Qinzu showed no mercy and beat them to death. Even if some of them give up the election for the next person in power, this madman Xiaobingli will not let them go. Its name means that it will not leave any instability in the future factor. What is Xiaobingli? Don't you understand yet? Just decide. Hands will not care about the so-called pulse. If they are divided, they will only kill them all completely and will never leave any harm to themselves. Xia Xuanyuan's voice was cold, but there was also some fear in his tone. Our primary goal now is to find a way to get Xiaobingli's next survive the attack. If possible, it would be best to catch a frib from this as on checks and balances. Rib? A cold sneer sounded. Xia Xinchan said sarcastically, Xiaobingli is a famous cold-hearted person who doesn't care about his mother or father. As far as I can remember, I have been a humanoid killer. The best tricks are killing and torturing people. Where did this come from? Before Xia Xinchan finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. All kinds of words suddenly got stuck between on the surface, suddenly stiff. At the same time, the original god, the ugly Xia Xianyuan and Xia Wuxin, seemed to have thought of something as well. A smile appeared on everyone's face at the same time. How could they take such an important matter for got? Previously, the outside world had spread the news about Xiaobingli, and Guhan. The news spread like wildfire. Many people rumored that Guhan was Xiaobingli's salvation. Xiaobingli attaches great importance to it, even the depth you can devote everything to it. Although the rumors are a bit exaggerated. But anything, it will never be empty. The wind is coming. Since childhood I have been indifferent. Xiaobingli perhaps really values Guhan very much. And they might also be able to use Guhan to threaten and restrict Xiaobingli, or even turn the tide. But Xia Xinchan's noodles, it became ugly again. Guhan, that guy, his background is not simple either. With the power we have now, it will be very difficult to capture Guhan. I was very fond of Guhan for a while, interested in researching some information about him. But we did find a very interesting finding. Xia Xuanyuan, the corner of his eye curled slightly and he smiled. Guhan and Yi Qingyun seem to have a big conflict. Wherever Yi Qingyun appears, Guhan will often appear as well. I heard by accident before that Yi Qingyun seemed to have made a great career in Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. Taiwan Immortal Dynasty, Nangong Waner Heavy. You mean Xiao Wuxin and Xia Xinchan looked at each other. Qiqixiang Xia Xianyuan already had a guess in his mind. Yes, I guess Guhan is most likely also in Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. Recently, Xiaobingli has been sending people to Taiwan Immortal Dynasty to gather information from time to time. Various details indicate that the probability of Guhan being there is very high. Also, I heard that a big thing happened in Taiwan Immortal Dynasty recently, so mixed the situation is just right for us to take action. The frontier of Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. Because of the common invade. Taiwan Immortal Dynasty frontier constantly, sometimes there are terrible battles here. The people of the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty and the coalition forces of the four dynasties continued to engage in various fierce tug-of-war battles here. But because of the special period of the dragon sacrifice ceremony, the top masters of Taiwan Immortal Dynasty cannot come out, so some are short-handed. Even the only way is to post some rewards and ask other strong people in the chain repair world to join this dispute. This will help them calm down as soon as possible. In recent days, with the help of the will of heaven and the blessing of eternal destiny, Yi Qingyun, the protagonist of the book, has finally shown his due role in the past few days, leading a group of Taiwan Immortal Dynasty troops to travel all over the world and recover countless lost land. Even with the recent brilliant achievements for the recently hotly discussed person in Taiwan Immortal Dynasty, Master Qingyun Hangu is still the same as usual, singing and dancing in the mansion, living a life of drunkenness and indulging in one. The countryside is unbearable. I think he feels he can't beat you, Master Qingyun. The blow was too great, so I chose to give up on myself. Yi Qingyun's residence, a servant reported respectfully. I suffered a great loss at the hands of Guhan some time ago. Plus the reminder of the will of heaven. He pretended to be Guhan. Hangu has always been very vigilant. We have been sending people to monitor us during this period. But just recently, Guhan seemed like a different person. Change and obsession, the little man, and there has been no waves recently. This guy is just his original form, that's all. Listening to his subordinates' reports, Yi Qingyun, a slight smile appeared on his face. I don't know why that gentleman would be wary of such a guy. Hangu is just a mere figure and is nothing to worry about. Now we have to deal with that guy Jun Maxiao. Thanks to Guhan's advance information report, Jun Maxiao has made many military achievements. In terms of reputation, even he got one. During this period, he even occasionally saw Nangong Waner show some regret. It seemed that he regretted not being able to keep Jun Maxiao. This made Yi Qingyun extremely unhappy. After all, in a sense, Nangong Waner had long been regarded by him as his own. Now she is thinking about another man in her heart. How can he be willing? However, as long as we get rid of Jun Maxiao, the roadblock, his reputation it is the best in the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty today. By then, not only will he be able to capture Nangong Waner's heart, it can be finished his ultimate plan to seize the dragon vein of destiny inherited by the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. At the same time, certain a magnificent residence. Keep playing and dancing for me. Hey Nianqi, stop standing there and put your hair up. I told you to put your hair up. Hangu held up his wine glass, his face slightly red from the wine. The whole person is like a tyrant who spends his days drunken and dreaming. Countless wearing colorful clothes with a pretty face, graceful dance, wide sleeve dance between showing bursts weird. This moment. Xiao Haizi seemed to have found his youth sleep. Entire I just feel that my life has reached its peak. Alcohol courage little blackie hole like he was drunk. Then directly from the storage pull out a basketball from the space, the corners are slightly tilted upwards. I am very happy today. Well, you are in for a treat. Let me show you the basketball dance I just developed not long ago. But the basketball had just completed one circle in his hand. Oni voice filled with suppressed rage suddenly sounded. I'll let you play me well during this time. Who told you to push me? Here I am singing, dancing, rap and playing basketball. Chapter 371, Big Cause and Effect. The brother and sister who want to turn the tide. At the same time as this voice sounded, the void also twisted violently. The next moment Guhan stepped out with a rage. Regardless of the battle with Su Lingyue in the past few days too empty, he raised his hand and threw it at the little black guy palm. Bang! With a crisp applause, Xiao Haizi was directly palm. Suddenly it turned 720 degrees in midair, and fell to the ground with a thud. Guhan! Damn it! You are such an unskilled person, a country bumpkin with great appreciation. Do you know how long I have spent studying basketball dance? It is your great honor to see this. You don't appreciate what you have. Apom. The little black man who had returned to his original form got up from the ground cursing, very dissatisfied. What the hell do you know? Guhan was a little angry. You took my. Do you know that doing this basketball dance will cause me to bear some serious consequences? If you want to dance, use your own jump, don't push against Mago jump. Big cause and effect. Xiao Haizi was slightly stunned and immediately had a guess in his mind. Could it be the Emperor Kuan Tian that you mentioned before? With this in mind, there was an unusual wisdom in Xiao Haizi's eyes. It turns out that basketball has this kind of use. Wait until you find someone you don't like later. Camouflagey looks like he's doing a basketball dance. Wouldn't it be possible to make that person bear a heavy karma invisibly and kill people without them even noticing? Seeing Xiao Haizi's wise expression, Guhan probably guessed that this stupid "what are you thinking" in your mind. But he was too lazy to explain too much. Previously, in order to resolve the issue between Hua Jieyu and Hanshan Daozong, he was away for a while. During this time he asked Xiao Haizi to temporarily play the role of himself, the Han Gu. Considering Xiao Haizi's personality, he just let the other party play whatever they want. I didn't expect to directly put my own role playing a dandy young man. If he hadn't greeted Nangon Yaching long ago, all the relationships he had worked so hard to build up these days were probably going to be completely destroyed by that little black guy. Mr. Gu, what you asked me to pay attention to these days, it's all recorded here. Nian, she handed over a book. It records various things that happened recently in Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Even some people in the court things were all found out clearly by Nian Shi. After all, no matter what, he is still a distinguished guest of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. A lot of things, as long as they want to know, people of Taihua Immortal Dynasty will not be to conceal. It took about an hour. Guhan, the power collected through Nianxi report, mastered the current situation of Taihua Immortal Dynasty situation and even future direction. It turned out just as he had planned. Yi Qingyun really had his eyes on the four ancient dynasties. Moreover, the method he adopted seemed to be completely different from that in his previous life. No need to think too much, it is probably due to him the blessing of the heavenly will. Furthermore, there have been frequent accidents recently. The Taihua Immortal Dynasty royal family decided to further extend the dragon sacrifice ceremony, which was originally scheduled to last for 3 months, reduce. In more than a month, we will officially borrow the power of the strong men of the Tsanglong clan to stabilize and strengthen the inherited dragon vein of destiny. He also had to completely control the four ancient dynasties within a month or so and not give Yi Qingyun any chance to turn the tables. Just at this moment, Guhan's voice transmitting jade stone suddenly received a message. I have already caught the person you asked me to catch. Do you want to come and confirm it? The person who transmitted the message was Jun Ma Xiao. In order for the plan to be successfully completed before leaving Taihua Immortal Dynasty, he had already left a backup plan with Jun Maxiao. In his previous life, the reason why Yi Qingyun was able to quickly take control of the four dynasties. It was also because in a battle difference a pair of siblings from the Taizong dynasty were captured by mistake. And this pair of siblings are none other than the prince and princess of the Taizong dynasty. These two guys are too young and hot-tempered, their cultivation isn't even up to the divine level yet they dare to run out secretly. I want to be like the heroes in the picture books and turn the tide with my own strength. Finally led his country to win the war, for countless people worship the hero. Imagine, well, reality is cruel. As a result, the two siblings were caught by Yi Qingyun not long after they came out. Then Yi Qingyun used this as a threat to make Taizong the emperor forced himself to do something easy. Easy wrong is let Taizong the emperor provides himself with other dynasties report to him and secretly cooperate with him, gradually eroding the other three dynasties. Taizong imperial quilt helpless, he could only obey Yi Qingyun's words. Finally, Yi Qingyun's success in controlling the four dynasties played a vital role. And finally, even Taizong emperor for one of Yi Qingyun's men slave. It can be said that both the people and the country are lost. Now that he has the memory of his past life, he will naturally not let Yi Qingyun take advantage of this loophole again. Let Jun Maxiao take action in advance and send the key person catch him directly. Yi Qingyun wants to continue the drama of his previous life. To do so is wishful thinking. However, in this life, even the will of heaven has stepped in to personally help Yi Qingyun with a fake match. The will of heaven, he has the ability to predict the future through the trajectory of fate. I received a revelation and learned about the existence of these two siblings. After reminding Jun Maxiao again to be on the safe side, Guhan decided to take his men now and head to the border town where Jun Maxiao was to eliminate all possibilities. The other side. Yi Qingyun led a group of his men to gallop through the void and soon arrived at the Taihua Immortal Dynasty near the frontier town. The facts were exactly what Guhan encountered. Yi Qingyun to the revelation of the current will of heaven. He said that this was the key person who helped him to successfully control the four dynasties, are a pair of siblings, and he must capture them. Damn it! But after seeing the flags of Jun Maxiao's army flying in the recaptured city, Yi Qingyun's face's extremely ugly. It was obvious here before there was a great war. From the countless enemy nations lying on the ground, it can be seen that this battle should end with Jun Maxiao and others winning a great victory. If nothing unexpected happens, the key person who can greatly help his plan may have died at Jun Maxiao's hands. He was even captured by Jun Maxiao. But no matter which result it is, it will be extremely disadvantageous to him. Think about it. Yi Qingyun was going to pass the message to Nangong Waner and let Nangong Waner come forward to resolve the matter. After all, in his opinion, Jun Maxiao was just a dog. Now it seems that he and Nangong Waner have completely broken up, but I guess there is a lot more in my heart. I still can't let go of Nangong Waner. When the time comes, as long as Nangong Waner comes out and says a few words, Jun Maxiao will definitely behave himself. Come out, Lord, marry him? At the same time, Jun Maxiao, who had just passed the message to Guhan, heard the guards report at this moment. Lord Jun Maxiao, the spies reported that Yi Qingyun and a group of people appeared outside the city. I see. Jun Maxiao had already received Guhan's reminder before, so he was not surprised at all by Yi Qingyun's arrival. After waiting for a while, another report was heard from outside the gate. Lord Jun Maxiao, Princess Nangong Waner is here in person. Hope I am glad to meet you, sir. Chapter 372, Nangong Waner's visit is a great gift? Hearing this, Jun Maxiao, he just stiffened slightly but did not turn around. Hidden in the face in the shadow even showed a hint of sarcastic sneer. Nangong Waner is here too? If I guessed correctly, he was planning to stand up for Yi Qingyun on this matter. Ask him for the key to Yi Qingyun, the brother and sister who played a role? He wanted to see Nangong Waner dog how to spit out ivory. Not long. Nangong Waner brought Yi Qingyun and a group of people to the hall where Jun Maxiao was. Jun Maxiao, you are too rude. I am now the princess of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty, so why don't you come out to greet me? Nangong Waner seemed to be still the same, unable to let go of the face and pride of a so-called princess. As soon as I stepped into the hall, I was greeted by a sharp roar. Ask. Jun Mashio was currently sitting at the head of the palace and his attitude towards Nangong Waner was just a polite one, calm. Nangong Waner didn't seem to care too much. Main topic: Jun Mashio, I came here for something I want to discuss with you. Did you capture a brother and sister in the previous battle? Put them come out to Yi Qingyun. These two people are of great use to Yi Qingyun. Looking at our past, I won't take it from you for free. You can pick any treasure you like from my treasure house. The above is about negotiation. But what Nangong Waner wrote between the lines was a commanding and unquestionable flavor. Are you talking about this brother and sister? Don't laugh, it got indifferent. The sneer in the corner became more and more obvious. As he raised his hand, the wall behind floating a secret door appeared out of nowhere. Then a pair of they were all around 15 or 16 years old and looked miserable. The brother and sister who were chained were escorted out. White hair and green eyes, no doubt this is the key person in the fate revelation of that adult. Seeing this pair of siblings, Yi Qingyun's eyes suddenly brightened, his pupils deep, they all exude a little bit of heat. After all, according to the fate revealed by that adult, as long as he captured the two sisters, he can use this as a base to indirectly control the 4 great dynasties, and he can even ascend to heaven in one step. How can he not be excited? After hearing Yi Qingyun's affirmative message, Nangong Waner nodded. Yes, this is the brother and sister we want. You will give it to me, I can. Nangong Waner was very proud. Look. Even though I have already broken up with Jun Mashio, I still hold a very high position in Jun Mashio's heart. Now that he had just opened his mouth, Jun Mashio was already eager to agree to his request. But not yet. After finishing his words, he saw Jun Mashio, the corner of his eye curled up in a sneer. I refuse. As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly became silence. Nangong Waner only felt that her neck was being pinched by an invisible big hand, and all the words she wanted to say were blocked between. Table on the surface, all completely stiff, his pupils dilated slightly, gradually becoming unbelievable. Jun Mashio, what did you just say? Do you dare to reject me? Nangong Waner said this almost subconsciously. This time it's not just about standing up for Yi Qingyun. In fact, he also had the purpose of reconciling with Jun Mashio. After all, if it were in the past, if you want something, just order Jun Mashio and he will give it to you. And after having a complete falling out with Jun Mashio, it will definitely not be the same as it is now. Over and over again, directly or indirectly, now they have already put aside their dignity as much as possible and want to have a good talk with Jun Mashio. Why is the other party still so ungrateful? Some kind of grievance, and angry no more, can't control like water. It swept over Nangong Waner and finally couldn't hold back hair. Don't laugh. What do you mean by that? I've already said it. Give this pair of siblings to Yi Qingyun and I'll give you appropriate compensation. If you think the compensation is not enough in terms of points, I can give you 2 no 3 supreme precious. 3 supreme precious in exchange for 2 siblings whose cultivation level is not up to the level of a god. In Nangong Waner's view, this was already a great blessing from heaven. However, don't you understand? I said I refuse. If the princess has nothing else to do, let's go. I have other more important things to do. Be busy. Hearing Jun Mashio's cold rejection again, Nangong Waner's pupils dilated again and her expression all completely torn apart. Jun Mashio refused again. And still in open like this, on the premise of generous remuneration. What made Nangong Waner even more angry was that Jun Mashio actually ordered her to leave, claiming that he had other more important things to do. In the past, what did Jun Mashio think? Can also important? Jun Mo Xiao, what do you mean? Nangong Waner's god suddenly he was distorted and said, I have already given, and why are you still so aggressive? People don't know what's good for you. You don't miss the past at all. Do you want to share? Point? A sneer suddenly sounded from outside the hall. A certain princess once went against the grain. I am used to calling someone to come and go at will. He was not treated as a real person at all. The one who was sincere to you. After leaving, she hugged another person she had just met. Now we are actually talking about points. Really, what a joke. Everyone was slightly stunned and turned back in shock. Go. Gu Han and Nian Shi were all there. A group of people slowly descended from the sky. Han Gu. Yi Qingyun frowned slightly. During this period of time Guhan seemed to be useless drunkenness singing and dancing. He doesn't care about the situation of Taiwa Immortal Dynasty at all. Why are you suddenly here now? Han Gu. You are such a hypocritical and disgusting person. What qualifications do you have to blame me? Nangong Wano, I was angry and now I was provoked like this, like a wild dog. It bites anyone it catches. Do you think I didn't know that you were in your own house during this time, with a large group of beautiful girls and do some dirty things all day and night? You are a greedy. What qualifications do you have to judge me, you lazy guy? Sister, you can't be so angry just because young Master Han told the truth. Angry Nangong Yaching. The corners are smiling. These days his changes seem to be huge as he often speaks up for Guhan, who is always stirring up trouble. Originally a dignified and elegant lady speaking at this moment especially weird and harsh. Nangong Yaching, you farted. When did I? Nangong Waner. He became furious and his face turned red. But he hadn't finished speaking. Nangong Yaching raised her hand and threw out a projection jade stone. The image that emerged from the projection jade was exactly what happened at the beginning in the main hall, the scene of hugging Yi Qing Yun. The whole hall suddenly fell silent. Even Nangong Waner, the others behind him, all looked towards Yi Qing Yun and cast strange eyes. No. Nangong Waner and Yi Qing Yun have only known each other for a few days? The two of them hugged each other? If we have more time, won't the two of us be together, one bed? Everyone suddenly thought of Jun Ma Xiao again. I have worked hard for Nangong Waner for so many years. Don't even mention a hug. It seems that even other people's hands are not been to. Chapter 373. Nangong Waner regrets. Brother, I am a good person. Everyone's goal. I couldn't help but turn around again. And fell on Jun Ma Xiao superior. But what is unexpected is, Jun Ma Xiao is a god from beginning to end. Calm as usual. It seems I didn't mention this matter, keep it in mind. However, his ordinary god, but in Nangong Waner's eyes it was like the sharpest knife. Cut apart with a knife. Dignity while the most vulnerable parts are exposed to the scorching sun. Slander. You are slandering me. Nangong Waner. He let out a loud roar as if he was out of control. Then directly the terrifying storm of laws immediately tore the projection jade stone and the projection screen apart, broken. Jun Ma Xiao, it's not like that, let me explain. Perhaps it's the strong self-esteem at work. Or maybe he was afraid that the matter would become a big deal and damage his reputation if it got out. Bad influence. Nangong Waner got anxious. He forced a smile, trying to explain himself as much as possible to save some of his right. You don't have to tell me this. I told you that I have parted ways with you a long time ago. Whatever you do, no matter how you do it, has nothing to do with me. Don't laugh at God. Calm and different voice. Looking at the past, I won't make this public. I'll keep it for you, Noodle. Now Princess Nangong Waner, please leave Master Han. Princess Nangong Yaching and I have other important matters to discuss. Nangong Waner wanted to say something else, but in the end she just opened her eyes, couldn't say anything. This time seems to give it's a big blow, all shake and shake. After all, if it were in the past, Jun Ma Xiao would never saying such non-issue and disregarding words. Today Jun Ma Xiao treats as if treating a real stranger. I even felt some regret in my heart. I regret choosing Yi Qing Yun and giving up for several years. Jun Ma Xiao, is it worth it? Guhan, we are just a mutually beneficial partnership. I don't need your help. Jun Ma Xiao's voice was not heard until Nangong Waner and the others had completely left. He didn't resent Guhan for meddling in other people's business and making his and Nangong Waner's embarrassing story known to everyone. After all, if it weren't for Guhan, he would probably have been kept in the dark. Immersed in my own lies and fantasies, I can't see for a long time the truth. I just like to help others. Guhan, he curled his lips slightly and smiled nonchalantly. Then landed on Jun Ma Xiao, later the sibling superior. Exist to Guhan's eyes a moment. The two siblings suddenly hair, the whole person was shocked. Don't be afraid, brother, I'm a good person. Gu Hanlia, show some kindness and smile. You are the princes of the Taizong dynasty bar? As soon as these words were spoken, the brother and sister suddenly looked up with disbelief on their faces. This time they ran out, and all the above can prove. Let her throw them all away. As long as they don't violence, it is impossible for anyone to know their share. Why did this strange man who suddenly appeared know their background? Through the subtle table, Guhan, who noticed the psychological changes of the two sisters, was even more the corners of his eyes couldn't help but rise slightly. Do you want to go home? As long as you are willing to make a promise with me, I am willing to swear on my heart that I will definitely send you back safely. How about that? Without waiting for the siblings to answer, Guhan changed the subject. Of course, if you don't want to go home and want to stay here, your brother can also do it your wish. It's just that you are the enemy of Taiwan Immortal Dynasty, and Taiwan Immortal Dynasty's attitude towards enemies is. Guhan, he curled his lips slightly and turned his head to glance at Nangang Yacheng. Nangang Yacheng reacted quickly and quickly replied, "The Taitsong dynasty is extremely rebellious. How dare you? Anyone who invades the territory of our Taiwan Immortal Dynasty and is related to them, once they are caught by the people of our Immortal Dynasty, they will be directly die. If the other party is a member of the royal family, he should be locked up. Prison execution. Provide ask relevant after the retribution. Cut off his limbs and turn him into a human pig, torturing him for eternity as a warning to others." As soon as these words came out, the two siblings were shocked pale. I can't stop shaking like a sieve. After all, she is only 14 or 15 years old and stayed in the palace all year round like a flower in a greenhouse. There was no suffering at all, not to mention going through the ultimate torture. "Brother, I want to go home. As long as you are willing to send me and my brother home, I will agree to anything you ask." As the elder sister Bayug, with the fear in his heart, he quickly spoke. "It has come to this. I don't understand, my brother and I. There is no right to choose. If you don't agree to Guhan, you will die." The other sighed. No completed purpose. On the contrary, because of this matter, Yi Qingyun, whose relationship with Nangang Waner had become somewhat awkward, it's extremely ugly. Damn it. When exactly did Han Gu? The scene at that time was recorded. In his opinion, Guhan's move was really disgusting and risk. This completely alienated the relationship between Jun Mashio and Nangang Waner. Let Nangang Waner be completely regretful. Thread the relationship between him and Sheikh. It also damaged his reputation. No impact. In such a short time it has spread. Some people even think that the reason why Yi Qingyun can be so profound is that Nangang Waner heavy. It was because he used some despicable means to capture Nangang Waner's heart. One leaning on the guy who is in a higher position is ridiculous. Naturally, these 2 points were not what annoyed him the most. But the key sister now has fallen. Once it falls into Guhan's hands, his plan will fail again. Master Qingyun, 2 men and one claiming to be from Feixian Tower, make a deal with adults easy. Yi Qingyun, who was annoyed, suddenly heard the report from his subordinates and was slightly stunned. That Xianhuang world, the ancient force that is rumored to be extremely profound and unfathomable? Why did they come to find me? I seem to have never had it with me set. At the same time, Taitsong Dynasty. A magnificent palace. One wear-robe palace, wearing one, which means mother of the world's son. Listening to the reports from the ministers below, more and Morshan is ugly. Whitesong, the contemporary Taitsong Dynasty emperor. Recently, Petsun and my son suddenly disappeared a few days ago. I have tried every possible means to successfully got in touch. Once this incident happened, it immediately caused a sensation in the Taitsong Dynasty. In addition, now during this special period of war with the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty, a new rumor began to spread in the dynasty. It is said that these two princes he was abducted by thieves to the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. In Whitego felt that he might not be able to find his 2 sons today when receiving news about children. Suddenly a guard got panic, running in a hurry. Main Hall, Your Majesty, the prince and the emperor news. They fell into a place called Taiwan Immortal Dynasty in Han Guzgai's hands. Chapter 374. The queen is threatened and the goddess is coming. Royal Palace. The atmosphere suddenly stagnated. What did you say? The whiteness that froze for several breaths. When Gu came to his senses, he felt as if struck by lightning. They all couldn't help shaking. The worst thing happened. My own sonnet actually fell into the hands of people from the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. Many years ago, white singing this caused a big problem and resulted in loss of fertility. Even if used Taitsong Dynasty, the emperor's power searching for miraculous medicines all over the world could not cure the disease alienated. It can be said that Bai Ziyao and Bai Yug are the only bloodline offspring. If anything happens to the 2 sisters, it means that there will be no descendants. White God of Song suddenly heavy as a dark cloud. Bias the center. The terrifying aura of law spread and the entire hall seemed to be shrouded a suffocating low atmosphere. Your Majesty, that someone from Hangu also sent a letter to you saying that they want you to take a look at it. The guard in charge of reporting the fear in my heart, he took out a letter from his arms. White Song Control. The various Su raised his hand and the letter fell by itself in the hands of. You can open the letter paper. Check the letterhead. Time. White the face of Song, but it was becoming more and more hideous and the hand holding the letter could not help but tremble slightly. The more terrible law spreading and surging like an overwhelming flood, even causing the entire palace to shake. Many ministers and guards. Crazy change. I don't know, what did His Majesty see on the letter? He had to kneel down and bow his head to avoid being the impact of the Emperor's wrath. After a while, after reading all, White the Song exhaled deeply and finally he restrained his violent ups and downs mouth. He said nothing but dismissed all the ministers and announced the adjournment of the court. Only left one person. On the letter paper sent by Guhan, the content is very simple. That is to tell Bai Song, if you want to see your son, then come to Tianfeng City to meet him in person and complete one of his collaborations. Moreover, he had already a special poison was planted and only Guhan had the antidote. If during this period dare to play any tricks, Guhan would urge without hesitation poison let son tragic death. White Song, grit your teeth. It's all dark and unclear and I'm having a hard time deciding. Out of a royal lord's responsibility you shouldn't agree to any of Guhan's requests. But out of a mother's responsibility I can't watch my own bones die tragically at Guhan's hands. At the same time, Yi Qingyun's residence. Oh? You mean you will lend me a hand and help me get rid of Guhan, this great threat to me? How do I know that you are just using this as a cover to deliberately take advantage of me, to seek some other benefits? Yi Qingyun, who was sitting at the table, took a sip of wine and chuckled. At this moment there are three Ying sat opposite him, two men and one. They were Xia Bingli's brother and sister Xia Shenyuan, Xia Wuxin and Xia Xinshan. Yi Qingyun, you think too highly of yourself. Although you have made a name for yourself in Taihua Immortal Dynasty recently, in my eyes you are just an ordinary person. Xia Wuxin sneered, his voice full of amusement and disdain. We are the descendants of Feixian Tower. What resources do we need to repair the chain? We are not so poor as to take advantage of you. Are you making fun of me? Yi Qingyun narrowed his eyes slightly and a terrifying aura emanated from him. It spread out and locked onto Xia Wuxin. Temperament has always been. Xia Wuxin was not to be outdone and also exuded an atmosphere that is no less impressive. Although the purpose of their visit today was to seek cooperation with Yi Qingyun. But return, after all, he did not put Yi Qingyun on the same level as himself. Wu Xin, calm down. We are here to discuss cooperation, not to cause trouble. As the eldest brother Xia Xinyuan shouted coldly, and only then did he stop Xia Wuxin. Then proceeded to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun, it doesn't matter if you don't cooperate. But I hope you can find as many clues about Guhan as possible and provide them to us as soon as possible. If we confirm Guhan, we will attack him, and if something else happens on the way, I hope you can help too. After all, in terms of interests, we are all united. Can. After a moment's silence, Yi Qingyun agreed directly. Although he didn't trust the people from Feixian Tower, he really wanted to get rid of Guhan. It is possible that this plan can be completed on purpose. After seeing off Xia Xinyuan and others, Yi Qingyun then asked the Heavenly Will, Sir, although I don't know those guys, what they said does make sense. I now feel more and more that the guy from Hangu is most likely Guhan in disguise. In fact, he was inclined to cooperate with Xia Shenyuan and others. It's just because the will of heaven had revealed it before. He was told not to get involved in this mess, regretfully gave up this cooperation plan. Guhan is just a little special. I have my own way to deal with it. It's not worth mentioning. Furthermore, those guys in Feixian Tower also have a strong purpose. The dispute in Feixian Tower is not so easy to get involved in. If you, an outsider, are involved, it will only lead to more harm than good. Seizing the inheritance of Taihua Immortal Dynasty is the most important thing. Other things you can put them aside for now and prioritize them. Your first task now is to find a way to get Nangong Wana. Use all your energy at all costs to take control of one of the other three dynasties. The four dynasties are extremely important, and the control must not fall into the hands of anyone other than you. Listening to the response of the will of heaven, Yi Qingyun felt that it was very right. I have to say he is indeed a supreme being with great wisdom and vision. If it were Mr. Bai, he might have directly encouraged me to cooperate with this group of guys and then I wouldn't even know how I died. However, he and Bai Lao have now completely parted ways and they haven't even been in touch for some time. At that time, pull out Bai Lao's consciousness from the sea of consciousness and refine puppet also make the most of it. At the same time, one floating ferry boat in the sea of clouds. God, Your Highness, according to the secret guard report, Xiao Shenyuan, Xiao Wuxin and Xiao Xinchan led a group of strong men and went to Taiwan Immortal Dynasty in secret not long ago. Sitting at the highest on the glazed throne, Xiao Bingli, who seemed to be resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. In those dark eyes like glass gemstones there was suddenly a cold and a strong murderous intent burst out. Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. Ahan seems to be active in Taiwan Immortal Dynasty recently. When she thought of this, Xiao Bingli's eyes became even darker. Very good. This is because he can't beat me head on, so he plans to capture Guhan directly threat to? In the past this kind of low-level method would definitely it's useless. But now Guhan does occupy an extremely important position in our hearts. A few damn bugs. I originally wanted to see by fate I will send you off happily. Since you insist on seeking death, I will have no choice but to let you die without a purpose and experience eternal suffering. Soon. Floating deep in the clouds, the immortal boat turned around and deep in the void galloping towards the direction of Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. Chapter 375, Your Majesty, the Queen doesn't want her children to die tragically, right? Xia Shenyuan and the others didn't know that they had just the whereabouts have been exposed. In order to avoid any further complications, they are ready to implement their plan now. I think that the guy named Hangu is most likely Gu Han. Xiao Xinshan said, after all, according to our investigation, this is what caused Yi Qingyun to suffer losses in Taiwan Immortal Dynasty during this period. Korean. This style of doing things is very similar to Gu Han's previous style. Isn't your guess a bit too bold and absurd? Xiao Wuxin sneered, the name Hangu is too directed, read backwards, it is Gu Han. If I were Gu Han, I would never choose such a pointed name. Xiao Shenyuan also deeply agreed with Xiao Wuxin's words. Yes, I have analyzed many of Gu Han's behaviors. This guy hides very deeply. For example, during the last trip to Pumiao Fairy Island, I disguised myself as Su Chang'e and himself an unrelated cultivator. This low-level Gu Han would never make the same mistake. If it was committed, it must have been intentional. This Hangu's might just be a cover-up deliberately thrown out by Gu Han. The one I use is the others will take action and wait for this person to die. Gu Han, who was hiding in the dark, would notice it and move again, hide deeper. Listening to Xia Xuanyuan's analysis. Although Xia Xinchan and Xiao Wuxin were a little confused, suspect. But Biji was shocked and even felt that what Xia Xinyuan said made sense. Fortunately, they were almost suspected by appearances, fell into Gu Han's trap. Hangu was placed last as a backup. The admiring eyes of my younger brothers and sisters Xia Xuanyuan in the corners couldn't help but curl up slightly. Without further delay, let's go and test other people who might be Gu Han. Time don't delay, maybe that crazy Bix Xiaobingli has already noticed it. At the same time, Gu Han, who was leading his men to Tianfeng City, received a message from Xiaobingli newspaper transmission. After hearing about Xiaobingli after the narration, Gu Hang corner. Drama, it really collapsed completely. In the previous life, Yi Qingyun and Fictionlu could be considered enemies. Xiaobingli, the entire Feixian Tower, and even one of the strongest bosses Yi Qingyun has ever encountered in the Shenhuang world. Only by destroying and killing this boss can Yi Qingyun go to the fairyland. But now it seems to be because of my own reasons. The most powerful boss force in this fantasy world is inexplicably connected to Yi Qingyun. This might also be a drama. This is due to the buff effect. Fortunately, Xiaobingli has always been on his side. If there wasn't Xiaobingli, he really doubted whether Fictionlu would eventually stand on Yi Qingyun's side for various inexplicable reasons. But there are not so many ifs. In this life, he has the help of Xiaobingli. Therefore, there is no need to be too concerned about this matter. Heart. Continue to move forward, cross the border of Taiwan Immortal Dynasty, sneak in the territory of the Taizong Dynasty. A small border town soon appeared in Gu Han's field of vision. This is exactly what Gu Han said in the letter to buy the Tianfeng city where the song was promised. Looking closely, there was a group of Taizong dynasty soldiers standing under Tianfeng city's sharp army. There are several with strong auras, among them monks in special attire. The leader is a wear-robe elegant and noble extraordinary temperament woman. You're from the Taizong dynasty royal Whitesong? Gu Han with a smile on his face slowly fell from the sky. The moment he saw Gu Han and the others clearly, Bayuta's brows furrowed slightly. Gu Han's group of people are really random and weird. Including Gu Han, there are 6 people in total, 3 boys and a little black. The 2 men were Nangon Yaqing's men. 3 the children are Hua Jieyu Yenling and Nian Shi, who was in disguise. Where are Ziyo and Yug? Didn't see myself. Sun and Sun Shadow White. The face of Sun suddenly sank. The other powerful members of the Taizong royal family gathered around were suddenly shocked, unfriendly, looking at Gu Han and others with hostility. Gu Han didn't care about the eyes of people around him. Raise your hand and wave. A vortex appeared out of thin air in the space behind. Soon Bai Ziyo and Bai Yug, who were bound, emerged one after another. The god, who was originally a little afraid, he was slightly stunned when he saw his mother again, and then he was overjoyed. Mother! Yug! Ziyo! White the same song. Overjoyed, he immediately wanted to move forward and get his lost son back, possession in arms. However, Gu Han stopped in front of the 3 people. The corners are slightly raised, a meaningful arc. Sorry to bother, Finga. Now may your mother and son be reunited. However, I have already shown my sincerity. Now it is time to show your majesty. Are you sincere? Certainly, your majesty. It is best for your attendants to behave themselves. If they dare not distinguish right from wrong, they will attack us in secret. Having said that, Gu Han raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Bai Yug and his brothers suddenly pain. There is only a faint spot on their forehead. The mark emerges. Along with the mark became brighter and more eye-catching. The skin of 2 siblings. There seems to be something like a bug in it, twisting and wriggling in it. Poison mark. White Eye recognized the song at first sight. It suddenly became uglier. Once in the monk, plant this seal. As long as the poison is not cured, the victim life will always controlled by others until death. In fact, Gu Han had made 2 preparations. Not only did he plant the poison mark on Bai Yug and his sister, but he also planted the slave mark on them. It can be said that from the moment the 2 siblings fell into his hands, they were destined to be unable to escape from his hands' human destiny. Your Majesty, I'm sure you don't want to see the when they meet again. Will I have to witness them die in front of me? As soon as these words were spoken, the space suddenly froze. Whitesong gnashed his teeth in anger. How could he not know that Gu Han was deliberately threatening him? Can dare not take any more, fearing the worst outcome would happen. Nian Shi and Hua Jieyu were speechless for a moment. I feel like Gu Han is acting like a villain now. Gu Han stopped urging. Mark of the Gu. The horns were slightly raised and the sound seemed to be infused with some kind of poison meaning. Moreover, His Majesty the Emperor appeared here. He must have made the decision long ago. I promise, your Majesty, just cooperate with me. I will definitely dismiss the 2 princes. The mark of the Gu worm on it. You know I'm life is not interested, just want to finish. That's just my plan. Chapter 376. Going further and further on the road of self-attack. Time passes. The 4 great dynasties and the Taiwan immortal dynasty. The collisions continued, becoming even more severe. Undercurrent, some patterns also changed. Yi Qingyun relied on some plans. Not long ago he established a very good relationship with the eldest prince of the Wanshan dynasty. And based on this they gradually eroded and took control of the Wanshan dynasty. And his purpose is the same as Gu Han. Taking Vientiane dynasty as an example point, indirectly control other dynasties and then influence the situation near the Taiwan immortal dynasty. At the same time, Xiaobingli's recent strong move has dealt an unprecedented blow to the plans of Xia Shenyuan and others. Not to mention that a large number of the people they brought with them died. Even Xia Wuxin was captured and suppressed by Xiaobingli not long ago. Certain of Fuzhong. Xia Shenyuan got extremely haggard with deep pupils full of tired red. Damn it! We were deceived by Gu Han from the very beginning. The most dangerous place is the safest. Hangu must be Gu Han in disguise of. I've said it before, Hangu is most likely Gu Han. Xia Xinshan is troubled angry, he accused without mercy. What are you talking about? This person was deliberately released as a cover. I think you are mentally ill, you are fighting wits with the air. And you think you are so smart. After all, during this period of time they had tested everyone except Han Gu. The result was that every time they came up empty-handed and suffered heavy losses. Until the end only one person left was Han Gu, who was suspected to be Gu Han. Now that things have come to this, the most impossible thing becomes possible. Although the trial and error during this period caused them heavy losses. But they have no way out. The only way is to catch Gu Han. They regarded it as a way to check Xiaobingli ribs. They really have a chance of survival. Taizong Dynasty. Complete instruction. Song Gu Han, who decided to start the plan today, just pushed open the door of the bedroom. I only saw the scarlet gauze behind on the couch. He was lazily leaning against a illusory figure. Seems to have noticed main hall's Gu Han. Lying on side on the couch, Li Chenying turned slightly, described show and come out. As white as snow, so fragile that it can be broken by a blow. Her long black hair was tied up behind her head and held up with a pair of simple jade hairpins. Ji Ruowan's face is completely revealed and come out. Xiaobingli today, a blanket of snow yarn light told a gracefulness is extreme. Duan Ruo if present. In this regard, Gu Han seemed to have already entered the sage time and was filled with calmness at such a beautiful scenery. There is no other reason. During this period of time, Xiaobingli has been staying in his bedroom. Although he is already a powerful supreme cultivator. But doing it too many times a day is a bit too much. Without waiting for Gu Han to come to his senses. Xiaobingli, light and floating, exist under the reflection of the line of it, appears even whiter. Too good. The end. The arc even made Gu Han. The two servants behind, they couldn't help but blush and their hearts beat fast, and they quickly lowered their heads. As if afraid of some disrespectful looks. This person who is not like a human being. Son. Xiaobingli didn't care at all, and there were no outsiders around. He reached out and grabbed Gu Han's arm. Not today. The key part of my plan must begin today. Gu Han directly rejected Xiaobingli's possible idea. I haven't heard about Xiaobingli recently. I don't know if it's because I've read too many folk booklets. Unlocked a variety of postures. Direct minions. He really doesn't want to go on anymore. Xiaobingli glared at Gu Han unhappily. Thing, you can also distinguish the priorities, okay? Yesterday I caught a guy who wanted to attack you. Do you have any questions you want to ask him? As she spoke, Xiaobingli raised her hand. The void suddenly split open. Xiao Wuxin, whose eyes were gouged out and who was completely tied up, fell out like a dead dog. At this moment his cultivation seemed to have been completely wasted and his breath was like a wandering to the extreme. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but sigh. He is indeed the biggest villain in this book, boss. He was merciless towards his own brother. Original drama. It seems that it is precisely because Xiaobingli is so kind to her relatives cruel. The character is finally represented by the so-called positive energy protagonist defeated by the ring. Bingli, I know you are in Feishan Tower now. Jing, you don't have to worry about me too much, just do what you want. If someone threatens you, you don't need to think too much about me. Grind them to ashes at all costs and avoid all unstable factors. That's right. Gu Han still felt that Xiaobingli was not cruel enough. Looking back, Xiaobingli might fail. But now that he has her back, Xiaobingli can do it boldly and without any worries. Xiaobingli was slightly stunned when she heard this. A thought suddenly emerged in my mind. Never before. Su responded softly. Others see this grid will subconsciously fear will also meet unnatural. Only Akan will support you unconditionally and even follow come with your thoughts. Ahan is indeed worthy of being the Baiwei. He chose woolen cloth. Gu Han didn't know that Xiaobingli was going further and further on the road of self-improvement. From Xiao Wuxin and the torture some necessary after the report. Gu Han was slightly depressed. The thought was deep. There was still a slight mishap in the plan. The copy was exposed in advance. But it's not a big problem. Everything that needs to be arranged has been almost completed and we are just waiting for the final finishing stage. So far in this life I have fought with Yi Qingyun many times, big or small. He would like to try it. During this period, with the protection of the will of heaven and the blessing of eternal luck, Yi Qingyun's front in a collision who was stronger and who was weaker. In Yi Qingyun's mansion. Yi Qingyun, who had also received the news from Xia Shenyuan and others, was now ugly. Han Gu was most likely Gu Han. As expected. During this period Yi Qingyun was more or less. There have been some speculations. Now the truth is revealed. I couldn't help but feel a little shocked and angry. It's that kid Gu Han again. From being forced to flee from the sword-asking sect to the various things that happen afterwards whenever things go wrong, it's all because of Gu Han. This guy is like himself. The stumbling blocks on the long road cannot be avoided no matter how hard you try. Gu Han, if you come to interrupt my plan again this time, I will grind you to dust and leave you no burial place. Now myself behind stands the god of unknown existence. Yi Qingyun felt that with his strength he should be able to kill Gu Han easily. But little did he know that the god he worshipped as invincible exists. Back in Piaomio Fairy Island, Gu Han had pressed him into the dry toilet for a while. The other side. The imperial palace of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Wearing a gold chief of the palace, Nangong Waner. At this moment, regardless of the guard's obstruction, got angrily toward the palace and go. Father. I have something important to tell you. I want to report to you. I just arrived outside the hall. Nangong Waner seemed to be unable to suppressing the anger in his heart. He said loudly, Nangong Yaching, that side. The man in Han Gu's house was actually Gu Han in disguise. Gu Han was previously in Piaomio Fairy Island, but I killed my son and now he is hiding so openly. Come to my Taihua Immortal Dynasty. How arrogant. Please give the order, Father. Dai Gu Han, who had evil intentions. Just now Yi Qingyun also revealed that Han Gu was actually Gu Han in disguise things and told Nangong Waner immediately. Its purpose is naturally self-evident. Hope Nangong Waner used the power of the eldest princess and poses restrictions on Gu Han. At that time Gu Han was on Piaomio Fairy Island. The deadly thing, Nangong Waner has always held a grudge. It was just because we didn't have enough strength at that time. I dare not and I cannot take revenge. Now when I hear that my former enemy openly ran to come up to the territory, naturally want to directly use the power of Taihua Immortal Dynasty to directly wipe out Gu Han and avenge him. Of course the most important reason is that Gu Han provided Nangong Yaching with great help. Also brought great force. But if we can use this to kill Gu Han, all obstacles will disappear. Chapter 377, They are so stupid and ignorant that the Taihua Immortal Dynasty cannot afford to offend them at all. Royal Palace, solemn and quiet with a spiritual energy rising. Nangong Wendian seemed to have anticipated this. He just sat calmly on the dragon throne without any other overly strong reactions. He dismissed all other ministers and announced the early adjournment of court. Royal Palace, soon only the father was left, 2 people. But in a flash Nangong Wentian's spirit it becomes Shen. One unspeakable terrible power, as if the sky was overturned. Nangong Waner was shocked. Sudden change. I know, Father Emperor, so amazing is a sign of anger. Waner. No matter what you say, you are mine son, the eldest princess of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Why are you so ignorant of the rules today? Don't you know that this is the time when the emperor and other ministers are attending the morning court? You barge in like this without any rules. Do you know that you are bringing shame to my royal family? Father, That's enough. Nangong Wentian's cold voice directly interrupted Nangong Waner's words. I know what you want to say, don't say it first. Before Piaomio Fairy Island we all set the rules that the strong are respected and the weaker don't care about life or death. You are not as skilled as others and you were targeted by Gu Han in Piaomio Fairy Island. Even if you were killed, you can't blame others. Secondly, the current situation around our Taihua Immortal Dynasty, the coalition forces of the 4 dynasties invasion my Taihua Immortal Dynasty, worry about foreign invasion. Now not only do you not see the situation clearly, you even want the emperor to do it for you personally, pay the bill. Do you know that once our royal family takes action against Gu Han, the 3 major forces behind even Xiaobingli from Feixian Tower will directly attack our Taihua Immortal Dynasty? At that time we will cooperate with the frontier. How can our royal family withstand the siege of 7 or even 8 major forces? Not to mention Gu Han also gained the favor of Nian Shi from the Xinglong clan. Nangong Wentian was both angry and disappointed. My son has always been very smart and perceptive. Now such a simple and easy thing, I don't understand why he wants to openly take revenge on Gu Han. This is because he is afraid that his Taiwan immortal dynasty is not enough? And after all, he has been the emperor of the Taiwan immortal dynasty for so many years, so Nangong Wendian is not a fool. I have long doubted Guhan's authenticity portion. It's just that some things cannot be pointed out because once they are pointed out the situation will become worse. It is obvious that Yi Qing-yun is not a good person either. Last time after meeting Yi Qing-yun, the national teacher said that Yi Qing-yun had been a very terrible god-blessing of power. The source of this is also something that their Taiwan immortal dynasty cannot afford to offend. Now these two terrifying young men they gathered together in the Taiwan immortal dynasty, they must be planning something. The royal family of the Taiwan immortal dynasty can only guard against both sides and try to minimize the losses. But this one at home, it seemed like he was completely fooled, so much so that he didn't think at all when he said today. Listening to her father's reprimand, Nangong Wanerbatevolv. In the eyes foggy flashing. Feeling a little aggrieved. From childhood to adulthood my father has always been very fond of me. Anything, they were all gentle and soft-spoken, almost trying to coax her as much as possible. But now because of a Guhan so furious. Nangong Waner said no more. Left the palace directly. Seeing this scene, Nangong Wendian just sighed deeply and didn't say anything more. Guhan and Yi Qing-yun, those two guys have been in big trouble recently. The work is unfolding. But the current situation, our Taiwan immortal dynasty has the will but not the strength. Nangong Waner left the palace. Subconsciously I want to find someone to talk to and vent. However, after taking out a piece of sound transmission jade, the whole person stayed where he was. That is the sound transmission jade talisman that was once used to contact Jun Ma Xiao. Suddenly I remembered many things. Once suffered when you feel greatly wronged, I always complained to Jun Ma Xiao. Jun Ma Xiao will always be careful and attentive. But now I look back, suddenly I felt like I had nothing. Rumor has it that long ago, the four ancient dynasties in the Taiwan immortal dynasty are a whole name Shinshu dynasty. According to historical records, the Shinshu dynasty is the oldest human dynasty in Taiwan continent. But later, due to a terrible accident, the powerful Shinshu dynasty fell apart and was divided into 7 parts. They are Taiwan, Taizong, Taiyi, Yufeng, Xianshao, Tianhun, and Wanxiang respectively. In the subsequent era changes, the Taiwan dynasty was the first to rise and completely annexed its former neighbor, the Taiyi dynasty. In one fell swoop, he destroyed the Xianshao dynasty and gained all its territory. It was also this battle that completely widened the gap between the Taiwan dynasty and the other 4 dynasties. Eventually, the Taiwan dynasty changed its name to the Taiwan immortal dynasty. It is the true overlord-level force in Taiwan continent. Later, the other 4 dynasties surrendered and signed various unequal treaties. It was a vassal state of the Taiwan immortal dynasty, so it escaped the fate of being destroyed. But recently, the other 4 dynasties suddenly tore up the treaty and united to launch a joint attack on the Taiwan immortal dynasty attack. It seems that the remnants of the once destroyed Xianshao and Taiyi dynasties have made a comeback. They don't know what the promised 4 dynasties are good for. He attempted to overthrow and split part of the territory of the Taiwan immortal dynasty and use it to restore his country. A ferry boat speeding through the void. After watching Taitsung all the things collected by the Emperor history, and after hearing the news, Guhan suddenly understood something. In his previous life he really didn't understand it deeply enough. Unexpectedly, there is such a gap between the 4 great dynasties and the Taiwan immortal dynasty. The remnants of the Taiyi dynasty and the Xianshao dynasty. Guhan tapped the glass armrest rhythmically with his index finger. Taitsung the emperor recently sent back report. The remnants of these 2 countries gathered in the Vientiane dynasty, which now has the strongest comprehensive strength. And not long ago, Yi Qing-yun, most likely with the help of the will of heaven, was connected with the Wanxiang dynasty. It is even suspected to be connected with the remnants of the other 2 dynasties. Continuing to dig deeper into his memory and his impression of his previous life, Yi Qing-yun seemed to have received help from 2 so-called close friends. Only then did he successfully take control of the 4 dynasties. Now it seems that these 2 so-called good friends may be the direct descendants of the remnants of the 2 dynasties' pulse. With this in mind, Guhan couldn't help but frown. As expected of the protagonist, he has friends to help him wherever he goes. But isn't this also his chance? Yi Qingyun attempted to collude with the remnants of the two former kingdoms to overthrow the Taihua immortal dynasty. Gu is kind-hearted and generous, and he helped to save the building from collapse. Gu Han, the corners of his eyes curled up slightly, and he already had a perfect plan in his mind. I guess this matter, if it were to spread to the Taihua immortal dynasty, it would probably be interesting enough, right? Chapter 378. The Queen personally introduces shocking everyone. Floating City. This place is located in the Four Dynasties, a place of gathering. The mountains are green, the sacred mountains are majestic, and the scenery is magnificent. Not long ago, Taizong the Emperor personally took the lead and wanted to invite the royal families of other dynasties members gathered at this gathering. A banquet was held to celebrate the victory of the recent battle. By the way, an extremely important negotiation was held, the purpose of which was to discuss the next plans and arrangements. At the same time, a floating city and a magnificent restaurant. Yi Qingyun and several young monks with elegant appearance and extraordinary demeanor are gathering here. Brother Qingyun, you have recently provided us with a lot of information about the Taihua Immortal Dynasty report. Helped our dynasty gain many victories in the battle against the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. We are now acquainted and friends. If you have anything you want or wish for, you can tell us directly. There is no need to be polite with us. The one who is speaking is a young man wearing a five-clawed golden dragon robe and with an outstanding temperament. Wan Xian, the eldest prince of the Vientiane dynasty. In recent times, in the process, he and Yi Qingyun have become close friends and have a very good relationship. That's right, you can tell us anything you want, there's no need to be polite with us. Another voice sounded. Follow the sound, go. The person who was speaking is a handsome man in a brocade robe. Ji Wudao, the prince supported by the remnants of the Xianxiao dynasty. And in him the appearance of the edge green, the daughter is the princess Zhou Qingyue, who is supported by the remnants of the Tai dynasty. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun, the corners are slightly curved. He was able to get these three people's recognition and become each other's close friends. In fact, it is also thanks to the will of heaven. The revelation of destiny of the current will of heaven is extremely unfair. Able to randomly predict the trajectory of some destinies. Naturally, it can also be slightly know some people's past deeds. Just tell Yi Qingyun a little bit and let him use the past of several people to make a conclusion. Click. You can easily gain the trust of several people. Moreover, after successfully gaining the trust of these guys, not only can he use their power to help him complete his mission plan, they can even be used to deal with Gu Han, which is a win-win situation. I have something really bothering me recently, may need some help from you. But that guy is very difficult to deal with. If you want to help me, you need to be careful. As he spoke, Yi Qingyun began to talk about Gu Han. However, Yi Qingyun is a bit scheming. Didn't overintroduce Gu Han after background. After all, if these princes, they were frightened and were afraid to help me, so I ended up losing more than I gained. I see. Wan Xian nodding slightly. Don't worry this, although Gu Han's guy is no simple man, the power behind us is not to be trifled with either. You helped us so much before, it's just a Gu Han, we will find a way to help you solve it. Ji Wudao and Zhou Qingyue both nodded, obviously not taking Gu Han seriously. After all, they are all princes of a great dynasty. There were many strong men afterwards. Not to mention Yi Qingyun, it is suspected that someone from Feixian Tower helped. Add to that Yi Qingyun's own strength, it is more than enough to deal with Gu Han. Just at this moment, there were waves of vibrations in the sky. The cries of birds came from all directions. Then I saw a few watch gold flowing with God. The divine bird spread its wings and flew into the sky. In its then he pulled a work truck. The exquisite white jade chariot rumbled through the void with astonishing momentum. Behind the white jade chariot there followed a group of terrifying figures, some driving chariots and some riding fierce beasts. The army followed all the way. Taizong the Emperor is coming. Someone exclaimed, and many people looked at all of them were suddenly quiet attraction. Soon the white jade chariot slowly landed in the open area of the floating city. Follow many knights and soldiers also landed in various places and kept watch on the surroundings. This is obviously 2A branch of the Emperor Sharp army. He often fights on the battlefield, has terrifying cultivation and an extraordinary aura. Taizong, the arrival of the Emperor's carriage caused a great sensation. After all, among the four great dynasties, Taizong the Emperor is actually the most atopical one. There is no other reason. It is the only one among several dynasties' emperor. One country. It is extremely extraordinary that he not only governs the entire Taizong dynasty in an orderly manner. Even its comprehensive national strength is second only to the Vientiane dynasty, which has the strongest comprehensive national strength. Such a set appearance and strength in one the legend emperor. Naturally people from the four great dynasties admired and worshipped him. Soon Taizong emperor, the few people on the side are deep heavy and came respectfully to the white chariot. Led by a pair of jade hands stretched out and gently lifted the curtain of the white jade mill. Soon emperors robed the elegant and graceful Taizong. Then emperor slowly walked out. A blue as black as ink with a hint of red between the eyebrows and eyes. The eyes are as deep as the starry sky, the upper eyelids are as red as fire, and the lower eyelids are a touch of golden outline. Red and gold complement each other. The emperor looks even more noble and majestic. However, Taizong got off the bus early. The emperor did not leave first. Instead, he lowered his eyes slightly, show respect with red. When he opened his mouth lightly, the majesty on his face seemed to melt away like ice and snow, giving people a different kind of style. Master Gu Han, please. This time as White Gu also understood Gu Han. I also know Gu Han, the power behind is not can afford to offend. In addition, White Gu was really afraid that Gu Han would take her son. A fate restrains oneself. Therefore I can only try my best to be respectful and humble. Can these words and actions caused the space to suddenly stagnate? It was like a bolt of thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone at this moment, his eyes and pupils couldn't help but dilate slightly. They were shocked by the legendary Taizong. That emperor will do as the servant general. What's more shocking is who it is, can actually make Taizong. That emperor calls him Your Excellency. Could it be some powerful person, coming? But compared to the others who don't know the truth. Also static attraction, Yi Qingyun and Wan Xian who went here waiting for others, the pupils are slightly constricted. Isn't this the Gu Han they were just discussing? Just appeared like that? Without even a disguise, he showed up so brazenly. At this time Gu Han had already walked out of the sedan chair. His appearance also made everyone slightly stunned and caught them off guard. I never expected that Taizong, the guy that the emperor calls adult, is actually so young. This guy is even more shocked than, followed by three Sun. It was the disguised Hua Jiayun, Yan Shi and Xiaobingli. This scene made many people dumbfounded. Even if three, there is deliberate disguise, but the appearance and posture are still extraordinary. It's vulgar and makes people dizzy. Moreover, the cultivation base of these people is not low. One is at the supreme realm and the other two are at the divine realm. This made it even more difficult for them to understand. To have such a high level of cultivation at such a young age is an extremely rare talent. He is the object that all the top forces are competing to train. Why are you so willing to follow another young man back? Chapter 379. If nothing had happened, it would be them who stood next to senior brother, right? Such a scene made many people present curious and envious, and they became more curious about Gu Han's origin of the copy. But there are also several hostile and scrutinizing eyes falling on his superior. Gu Han had already anticipated such a phenomenon. The reason why I don't disguise my appearance is because there is absolutely no need. It has come to this. As long as Yi Qingyun had a bit of brains, he would know that he had established connection with the Taizong royal family. Not to mention there are Xia Shenyuan and a few others who are secretly collecting report, cooperate with Yi Qingyun and have already investigated his share. Therefore there is no need to hide it any longer. It would be better to just reveal your cards directly and at the same time change the thinking of these guys. Moreover, he launched a big if something goes wrong, there is a high probability that the matter will be brought to the Tai Hua immortal dynasty. However, what does what Gu Han did have to do with him? Han Gu? Is this guy Gu Han? It seems that he is just greedy, a small person who can't stand up, that's all. Wan Xian came back to his senses. He laughed and said, Brother Qingyan, you were overly praising him in your previous words. Although his words were full of sarcasm. But there is a sour tone in his voice, the meaning of envy. After all, who doesn't want to? For being two, the emperor treated them with respect, and even three people who accompany children? But Yi Qingyun was slightly depressed at this moment. The thought was deep. Gu Han is a Lao Lu, always like hidden from using some unexpected tactics. He originally thought that Gu Han would do the same as before, disguising his appearance and participating in the negotiations among the four dynasties. I never expected that Gu Han I didn't disguise my appearance. Instead, he directly shows his true self to others. Especially in Gu Hantua's sight back, the corners of her eyes slightly raised, and she looked at him without flinching. It even made Yi Qingyun's heart suddenly skip a beat. An extremely ominous premonition immediately emerged. What on earth does Gu Han want to do? Is it possible? Prepare in secret, I want one? It's not just Yi Qingyun. Gu Han reveals his true appearance, which has caused a huge uproar in the dark. Gu Han is definitely trying to hook us in public. I think following him the last three, among them one of them is definitely Xiaobingli in disguise of. Received the news in advance and landed in the floating city. Anxia Shenyuan and others who were hiding in the dark also saw Gu Han. At this moment, a period of uncertainty. They are really in a dilemma now. Take action against Gu Han. Might fall the trap is lurking in it. Xiaobingli next to him was killed. Don't attack Gu Han. Wait until Xiaobingli is completely after becoming the next helmsman of Fictionly. You can also kill them with force. It's a death sentence anyway, so we might as well give it a try. Xia Shenyuan gritted his teeth and said, Yi Qingyun has obviously decided to attack Gu Han. This may be our chance. Brother unexpectedly appeared here too. Certain in a dark alley. Several black robes film in it. The two black robes at the head, the shadow, is Lu Ruyan and Angelica de Hurica. We have been paying attention to Yi Qingyun's news these days. He also heard that Yi Qingyun would appear here, so he lurked here. But I never expected to meet in this strange land the person we most want to see. The four paths standing in the sky film. Lu Ruyan and Bai Ji's eyes are deep, gradually flow a touch of yearning off thread. Even in my mind, I would the three-side sun generation myself. If that hadn't happened, words. Now follow my brother, the side will definitely be let's. We can go to many places with our brothers, travel all over the mountains and seas and see the world. Junior sister. Master, let us help you this time. You cut off the dust of the past and forge an invincible sword heart instead of becoming more and more obsessed with the past and wasting yourself. You are now only seeing the shadows of people from the past. Such a god, how to do in the future for a swordsman who stands tall and proud? At this time a slightly rough and resolute voice sounded. The person who was speaking was a man wearing a bamboo hat, a burly man in a black robe. This person's name is Li Che, Bai Ji's master, drunken swordsman Mo1, the eldest disciple. He had an extraordinary talent in swordsmanship throughout his life, and his cultivation had reached the level of a god. Junior sister, what senior brother said may be unpleasant, but it is also for your own good. Another clear voice sounded. Talking skin fair, 5 eye closed as if with a very small eye, all year round look at people. Liu Bei, Bai Ji's third senior brother, is also a divine lord known as the Peach Blossom Sword Lord in the cultivation world. While speaking, Liu Bei raised his eyes again towards Gu Han. He is actually a little interested in Gu Han. Not only was he curious about where the other party's magic power came from, but also about the little junior sister who even the master admired because he sealed half of the sword heart. Moreover, I heard that Gu Han is also an incredible swordsman. Even Zhen Shen, whom he had once highly regarded, was eclipsed by his swordsmanship one step. If possible. He also wanted to choose Gu Han as the target for elimination this time. Kill him and Yi Qingyun together. In this way the junior sister will no longer be trapped by the past and can practice sword in peace. Soon. As emperors from other dynasties arrived one after another, the floating city became more lively. The surrounding area within hundreds of miles was completely blocked. Strong men from all the major dynasties gathered together, guarding against possible invading enemies. The floating city is located in the four great dynasties, the very center of the world. Very far from the front line. I am not worried that the strong men of Taihua Immortal Dynasty will come and behead them directly. The magnificent palace in the center of the floating city. At this moment there are many people gathered, the importance of several dynasties member. Even several emperors gathered here. Taizang, that emperor, and 3 other emperors, as well as the remnant leaders of the 2 dynasties that had been destroyed, sat at the top of the hall. The others sat on both sides. The banquet soon began and countless waiters, a line of people came and served a variety of eat spiritual fruit. But just before the banquet began, a young man's voice suddenly sounded. "Taitsong, your majesty, I have a question you can answer." The silent palace, this voice seemed particularly abrupt. Everyone is brushing though. The owner of the voice was none other than the eldest prince of the Wanxiang dynasty, Wan Xian. "I heard that this person was specially invited by you and was even honored as Master Gu. I heard that he is from Nangong Yaching of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. In a meeting like this you invited someone who was suspected to be from the Taihua Immortal Dynasty to attend. Forgive me for the offense, what is?" Although he always calls me Junior in his words. But obviously he decided to take this opportunity to attack Taitsong directly. The person whom the emperor treated as an honored guest started to make trouble. As soon as these words came out, main hall, that atmosphere suddenly became suppressed. Especially the eyes of several emperors suddenly became sync. Follow Wan Xian the purpose of others, and they all gathered in one direction. And that person was Gu Han. Chapter 380. Princess, did you see it? This person is hypocritical and his heart is despicable. Main hall, the atmosphere froze instantly. However, as the center of this storm, Gu Han didn't care about the eyes of people around him, still God drinking tea peacefully. It seemed that his words did not have much effect. Nor did he see the expected panic on Gu Han's face. Wan Xian, the curvature of the corners is slightly stiff. God slightly become bird of prey. But soon he sneered again. "Mr. Gu, I know you. The origin of this is unusual. In many cases they all have absolute confidence. But don't forget, this is the territory of our dynasties after all. And this matter, the dispute between my several great dynasties and the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Return, you are not an outsider hand. If Master Gu has been secretly cooperating with the Taihua Immortal Dynasty and he came here to test us and collect information about us, if you don't want to report it, then it's better to give up this idea and leave as soon as possible. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude and not giving you face, Master Gu." Wan Xian, the reason why he dared to speak so aggressively was because he had the confidence to do so. His father, the emperor, and many other adults just watch here. "Gu Hanso, what if your background is strong?" Except for those few apart from Z, there was no other strong person following him. In today's, what kind of waves will be stirred up under such circumstances? Except for Tai Tsang, then emperor frowned slightly. Many other adults got indifferent with all this. Moreover, they are very concerned about Wan Xian. I am also very satisfied with the words. Wan Xian, it can be said that they have expressed all their thoughts. Now is the critical moment for them to compete with the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. If they let Gu Han, whose purpose was unclear, take advantage of the situation in secret, they would definitely not allow that. However, the next scene caught everyone by surprise. Gu Han lowered his eyes and took a sip of hot tea, then glanced at Wan Xian. "What? Are you relying on your so-called friends? For you that rubbish is coming out? The banquet has just begun and you are already eager to serve Yi Qin Yun. Those who know you think you are a prince, and those who don't think you are someone's dog. Where is the sun?" Gu Han is not a fool. Of course he knew that Wan Xian, the reason why he suddenly said this at the banquet. I just want to use this. The special situation makes him become the target of public criticism. Moreover, the other party can directly make a big fuss about this matter. It is very likely that Yi Qin Yun is the main to Wan Zuan et al. And the fact was just as Gu Han thought. After learning that Gu Han came here, they discussed a plan. That is, at the banquet in front of other adults, in front of several emperors, he directly told the matter about Gu Han and Nangong Yaching. Shake it out. By then, as long as they make a big fuss about it, Gu Han will be skinned alive if he doesn't die. I thought I could control Gu Han this time. But Yi Qin Yun don't panic. A predictable smile appeared on his face. "Gu Han, you can't be full of guilt nonsense, but to me throw dirty water on. During this period of time I have long felt that my own ideas are not in line with Nangong Waner, so I have come to my senses and turned from darkness to light. In fact, before going to Vientiane Dynasty, he already following the guidance of heavens, we have made all kinds of preparations. For example, a big drama unfolded with Nangong Waner. Disguise yourself because he betrayed Nangong Waner. In the end, he was hunted down by Nangong Waner and her men and was forced to defect to the Wanxiang dynasty. In this way, he had indirectly and completely cleared his relationship with Nangong Waner. Even if someone finds out about him later, she knew that he was connected with Nangong Waner. But that's just the past, the impact is not significant. Now Guhan wants to use this excuse to drag him into the water, which is simply wishful thinking. Abandon the dark and join the light. Guhan narrowed his eyes, suddenly became Shin. So you have betrayed the Taihua immortal dynasty. Nangong Waner treats you well, why do you do this? You deserve it for your dedication? Meet Gu Hanliu look like this. Yi Qingyun just felt that he had let out a gust of anger, and at the same time he felt relieved. He suddenly became even more proud. Guhan, Guhan, you have come to this day. Now that you're in my hands, you're going to suffer a lot. Yi Qingyun, the corners are slightly raised, but he was very indifferent. Why do you do this? Nangong Waner is a bitch. She is hypocritical and never cares about anything. I don't want to end up like that, the same fate as Mr. Dog. Furthermore, the Taihua immortal dynasty has committed numerous crimes in recent years and is the source of instability in the Taihua continent. It once brutally destroyed two great dynasties and its army has massacred countless civilians in recent years. It is simply unjust that such a dynasty should not be destroyed. Yi Qingyun seemed to be very excited and his chatterbox seemed to be completely opened. He said many words that severely criticized the Taihua immortal dynasty. He also took advantage of this opportunity to indirectly gain favor with people from other dynasties and several emperors spend. What are you doing, you idiot? Just as Yi Qingyun was getting more and more excited, the voice of heavens will suddenly sounded. He just parasitized Yi Qingyun, the will of arrived interference from invisible forces. It seemed like the will of the resurrected predecessor was doing it in secret. But I didn't expect that it would only be interrupted for such a short period of time. Yi Qingyun, this idiot, said a lot of words on his own initiative. You know, Yi Qingyun is just pretending now. He had betrayed Nangong Waner and the Taihua immortal dynasty. But in fact, he is a double agent. The most important thing is to gain benefits for the Taihua immortal dynasty in exchange for the smooth implementation of future plans in the Taihua immortal dynasty. Now you openly said in front of so many people that you want to overthrow the Taihua immortal dynasty. If the news of helping several dynasties to establish the so-called New Order gets out, wouldn't that be digging one's own grave? Don't worry, Sir Guhan will die here today. As long as he dies, what happened today will be gone, no one will know. Yi Qingyun seemed to have guessed what Heavenly Will was thinking and spoke confidently. I see. However, Guhan's voice suddenly sounded with a hint of laughter. However, Yi Qingyun and the will of heaven both felt an ominous premonition. Guhan took out a piece of jade from his arms. It waved in front of Yi Qingyun. Princess Yaching, you saw everything right. Yi Qingyun is a hypocritical, ungrateful guy who wants to overthrow the Taihua immortal dynasty. He deserves death. Chapter 381. After many days of hard work, the clown turned out to be myself. In Yi Qingyun's almost dull eyes middle. Nangong Yaching's voice also came from the other side of the jade talisman. The sound seems with a certain smile as if to say that you are worthy of being Guhan. Yes, this princess has seen it. All signs indicate that Yi Qingyun has completely rebelled and even attempted to collude with the remnants of other dynasties to overthrow our Taihua immortal dynasty. I will report this to my father. When Yi Qingyun heard this conversation, he was struck by lightning. His brain went blank and question marks appeared above his head one after another. No. Is this guy Guhan sick? He even brought a special image transmitting jade stone to the banquet and it was still open. Why didn't the people in charge of the inspection notice it? But no matter what is the result? But he didn't know yet. I was also Lao Lu made a fierce move. He just talked so excitedly, the play is too real. So that the words spoken carry a thread. A kind of thing that seems to really destroy the Taihua immortal dynasty thread. Once these words fall, once the royal family heard it, no matter whether he was pretending or acting, he was definitely finished. Don't finish. His ultimate goal is to seize the dragon vein of destiny that is inherited from the Taihua immortal dynasty. Whether he could maintain the trust of the royal family of Taihua immortal dynasty in himself was another matter. Guhan. Yi Qingyun's eyes were red and he was so angry that he all trembling. Knowing how much he has worked for this ultimate goal, how long will you work hard? But Gu Han is such a after doing this all his previous efforts were completely wasted. He had thought that he had taken Gu Han and felt secretly happy. Now Gu Han used a little trick to break all the previous arrangements which made him completely angry it's done. He sat up in shock from his dying illness and found that the clown was himself. Bite. It was detected that the owner Yi Qingyun had a great OBO in line with the villain's character setting. You will receive a reward of 2,000 villain points. It is detected that the master interrupted Yi Qingyun and Tiandao's plan and completely changed the direction of their plan. An important villain drama get a reward of 10,000 villain points. I heard the system suddenly broadcast a message. Gu Han was slightly stunned, the horns quickly curled upwards. Well, it was worth his trip here and he even got some unexpected villain points. Having made Yi Qingyun so angry and interrupted his important plans, it seems that this move was the right one. What an idiot! The will of heaven is, but he got angry. He just wasn't paying attention for a moment and Yi Qingyun instantly lost the advantage he had worked so hard to gain. Now he wants to gain the trust of Nangong Waner and the royal family of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Thus the plan to seize the lucky dragon vein inherited from the Taihua Immortal Dynasty in the Imperial Mausoleum has completely failed. Now the only way he could go was to let Yi Qingyun take the risk and force his way in the Imperial Mausoleum. But possibility of success also extremely low. It even requires the consumption of some of his willpower as an aid. If it were before, he wouldn't have cared so much about these things. But now the former will of heaven has reappeared in the world through Mu Bailing. Each time one's own will is exercised, the power of the previous heavenly Tao's will become stronger and even indirectly take away more of his authority. This will not be conducive to his future battle with the previous heavenly Tao will collide. But no matter what, Gu Han, who ruined his plan, must die. Yi Qingyun, who was shaking with anger, received the message from heavens. Will the mood calmed down slightly and the eyes were deep. There was a flash of murderous intent. Then he said loudly, "You all saw it. Gu Han contacted Nangong Yaching directly and openly in front of all of us. He is the spy sent by Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Hand suppress him, maybe you can get some valuable information out of him. Report." As soon as these words came out, the others who were in shock also came to their senses. Many powerful peoples or diffuse out. Noodle, he stared at Gu Han and others with great hostility. Even together with at the top is Taitsang the Emperor was also firmly locked by several other powerful men. Taitsang, your majesty, the person you brought with you turned out to be a spy from the Taihua dynasty, and he even contacted the princess of the Taihua dynasty openly in front of us. Shouldn't you give us a reasonable explanation? Wan Xianjun was previously indirectly humiliation, heart-suppressing anger. Now the situation has further after sending. The anger towards Gu Han also led to anger towards Taitsang Emperor. The other three emperors and the remnant leaders of the two dynasties are all very powerful. At this moment all of them emanate from breath terrible power. Jiang Taitsang that emperor was firmly locked. Rao is too blue. The emperor couldn't help but feel a little nervous and frightened at this moment. I even felt a little regretful for following Gu Han and taking such a risky move. After all, although there are enough strong people brought here, but the strong men from the other dynasties also. If a fight breaks out, it won't last more than 10 breaths. Death is certain. But watching Gu Han, who was at the center of the storm, remained calm back. Suddenly I felt inexplicably relieved. Perhaps Gu Han still has some tricks and trump cards that he hasn't used yet. You arrogant and ignorant boy, you dare to be so presumptuous in our territory and look down on everyone. Today I will make you wish you were dead. At the same time, Gu Han was also the unkind Wan Xian, waiting for someone to lock on. As long as Gu Han dares to resist, they will join forces to suppress them without hesitation. However, Wan Xian, the eyes of Ji Wudo and Gu Han occasionally fell on him, the last three superior. Even if 3I have deliberately disguised my appearance. But that extraordinary, the vulgar temperament was something they had never seen before. With their years of experience, these three under the skin of the child, hiding beyond imagination appearance. From the moment they first saw these three people, they had actually been coveting Xiaobingli and the other two. At this moment it is undisguised out of greed. Gu Han, this guy should be suppressed first. Close the prison, those three keep it for now. This prince wants to But before Wan Xin finished those slightly vulgar words, swish! The sound of the sword is engulfed by the sound the voices rang out at the same time. Then a dazzling pure white sword suddenly flashed past, illuminating the entire hala pure white. The other side. Seeing Gu Han trapped and seemingly powerless to recover, Yi Qingyun sneered in his heart. His plan was indeed interrupted by Gu Han. But Gu Han's move is tantamount to digging his own grave. Today the top masters of the 4 great dynasties gathered here to destroy his plan is like killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of your own. Seeing Wan Xin, he and Ji Wudao decided to arrest Gu Han the last 3 after the child. Yi Qingyun also had the same idea and wanted to get it from Gu Han, in this way get more interest back. But before he could speak, I saw a sword that was extremely fast flashed by suddenly. Then 2 black of it flew high up and then fell to the ground with a thud. The sudden scene immediately shocked the hall. The atmosphere was frozen. Everyone almost subconsciously looked towards the 2 black look. The moment they saw clearly, almost everyone's eyes widened and their breathing stopped. Those are 2 human heads. Wan Xin and Ji Wudao's head. Neither of them seemed to be able to notice how they died, because there was a mocking and even slightly obscene sneer on his face. Just their it has become completely cold. The 2 princes, who were well-known and talented supreme geniuses, were killed instantly without any explanation. Needless to say, the person who took action was Gu Han, who was standing with a sword in his hand. Chapter 382. It's almost time. The strong men are coming. The whole palace, everyone was completely stunned by the sudden scene, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. Mysterious. Wan Xianjun, who was the first to come to his senses, let out a cry filled with pain and disbelief. Gu Han took action. It's too fast. Almost in just a moment, and instantly killed Wan Xin and Ji Wudao. In addition, the 2 men were very close to Gu Han and he didn't even have the chance to stop them. Moreover, this was also due to his negligence. Divide in. After all, no matter what, his son is still the eldest prince of his Wanxiang dynasty. He has great talent and his cultivation has reached the 6th level of the supreme realm. Plus it has a special magic weapon defense and even has a part of his will blessing. With several layers of protection, Wan Xianjun subconsciously felt that it was impossible for Gu Han to kill his son. But just as Gu Han made his move, he stayed with his son. The will and blessing from above were forcibly erased and had no effect. In fact, Gu Han, who took action, was also a little surprised. He was able to Wan Xin he Ji Wudao. There is the more powerful power of protection seems to be a kind of willpower belonging to the holy realm. According to usual, besides, as a supreme realm master, it would cost a huge price to break the protection of the willpower of the saint realm. But in the end, he just used the Hanshao sword to make a random slash. Wan Xian, the 2 people's heads, along with them the protective power of will, was cut off at the same time. And that the power of will protection seemed to be forcibly annihilated by the burial intent emanating from the Hanshao sword. The power of the Hanshao sword after its transformation may be far beyond his imagination. Damn you! How dare you kill my son? I will make you human pig. You want to die, but you can't. Another voice filled with extreme anger and murderous intent rang out. At the same time, there is also the claws grabbed towards Gu Han and others. The person who took action was Ji Wudao's father, Ji Changkong. He is also the leader of the remnants of the Xianshao dynasty and the younger brother of the former emperor Xianshao. Seeing his son die tragically at Gu Han's hands, he was furious and immediately tried to kill Gu Han. He wanted to make this damned guy pay the price and suffer forever. He was tortured to the point where he wanted to die but couldn't, and he will never be able to be reborn. However, Ji Changkong condensed. The claw was only half extended. Boom! But suddenly, not inferior to the force of the claws, hit broken. Everyone present thought it was Tai Tsung. The emperor came to the rescue. But with the energy storm caused by the explosion dissipated with the wind, only a black-haired Z stood in front of Gu Han. Just now it seemed he took action and easily broke Ji Changkong's attack. Such a scene once again shocked everyone present. Ji Changkong is a powerful saint. This it was obvious that he hadn't yet condensed his holy power, yet he was able to easily defeat Ji Changkong's attack. Who are you calling a bitch, old man? At this time, Xia Bingli no longer pretended or concealed herself. Skin. A layer of divine flames burned on the surface, and as the divine flames dissipated, the original appearance is clearly revealed and come out. Too pretty face. Even let not the older generation of strong men could not help but feel briefly enchanted of a moment of dizziness. But compared to the norm, too much to the immortal. Everyone is more concerned about this person share. They knew that the man in front of them was the famous god of Feishan Tower, Xiaobingli. How did you get here? Your son is despicable and disgusting. He set his sights on the three of us. They relied on your favor to become arrogant, and now they are dead. It is their own fault. Hua Jiayu also no longer concealed her out of his original appearance. Although in terms of fame Hua Jiayu is far inferior to Xiaobingli. But as a famous demon in Xuanshu continent, no people still heard's name. Nian, she also wanted to show me original appearance. But when he thought that he was a demon and this was the human world, he quietly put away the thought. Yi Qingyun, who saw the whole scene, it's burning a raging flame of jealousy. What qualifications does this guy Guhan have to obtain such appearance and strength in one's son's favor? Moreover, no matter what happens today, he will never let Guhan go. My lords, this matter involves the dispute between our several great dynasties and the Taihua immortal dynasty. Yi Qingyun suddenly said, since Guhan dared to get involved and killed my two friends so arrogantly, he should pay the price. As for him, the three people on the side son at worst suppress it and then sent back to we the power behind. Presumably we the forces behind will not say much. Now that such a good opportunity is in front of him, he doesn't want Guhan to just and retreated. Good. I don't care who you are, if you dare to kill my son you have to pay a price for your share. Ji Chankon's eyes were red and he didn't care about Xiaobingli and Gu Hanben at all offshare. At this moment he just wanted Gu Han to die and be buried with his son. There are also many people who have the same idea. He is the ruler of a top dynasty and a great being above hundreds of millions of people. If even his son was killed in public and he didn't even react at all, it would be simply shameful. Moreover, they are not afraid of Gu Han and others. There is a strong one behind Tibetan. Even if there is, it is impossible to reach the Saint King realm. Because no matter how if you hide, they will have a chance to notice. Furthermore, this is the home of several of their great dynasties. It is a gathering place now. Many powerful people have gathered outside the hall, including the Saint King. In addition, now their several major dynasties have drawn a battle line with the Taihua immortal dynasty collide. Gu Han, it would also take some effort for the powerful men from the major forces behind to catch up. By then they would have already taken Gu Hanjin and even be able to take Gu Han as a hostage to directly check and balance or even restrict several major forces. Take action. Capture them. When I think about this, Ji Changkong and Wan Xianjun immediately stopped hesitating and ordered the strong man behind took action. They were on guard against Tai Song, who might rescue Gu Han, and the others Huang et al. Yi Qingyun's smile appeared on his face. Although the plan was broken, it would be perfect if Gu Han could be completely eliminated here. It's not a loss at all since he fulfilled his wish. But in the same way, Gu Han, the corners are also slightly raised. According to the time, it's almost time. Boom boom. It seemed to be echoing what Gu Han said. Deep sky, suddenly a shocking the roar of the earth and the space being forced, the sound of a broken heart. What's going on? Such a huge the silence immediately attracted countless monks to look up in horror. I only see countless miles of emptiness around me to some terrible power, and then by some giant smash it directly. Looking closely, it was a huge island surrounded by misty fairy mist appeared directly from the depths of the void. It's coming. It is the Piaomiao Fairy Island. It was almost at the moment when Piaomiao Fairy Island appeared. A huge ancient bronze bell flowing with brilliant divine light immediately opened up a strange vision of heaven and earth that covered the sky and the sun. It then fell directly down, covering the entire floating city and the surrounding areas of countless miles, completely separating it from the outside world. Before everyone could figure out what was going on, Misty Fairy Island, White Dragon Palace, the strong men from the three major forces of the Moon Demon sect have already descended from the Misty Fairy Island. Without any unnecessary nonsense, the moment many powerful men arrived, they directly attacked the people of the several major dynasties except the Taizong dynasty attack. But in a flash, the entire floating city, a terrifying war broke out. Chapter 383. Plotted against at every step, and the beginning is a catastrophe. Banquet Hall. Wan Shenjun and others who also witnessed the changes in the outside world were stunned for a moment because of the sudden change in the situation. What's going on? Why would such a huge divine island suddenly appear? They had already guessed that something big might happen at this banquet, so they had made sufficient preparations beforehand. Heavy troops were deployed within several miles around the floating city. Any weird energy waves if the enemy approaches, their men will give a warning and even take action to intercept them in advance. It can be said that with such a tight network of warning and protection, not even a flying insect can fly in. But now such a huge divine island appeared out of thin air above the floating city. This is Misty Fairy Island. Gu Han. It's you who did this. Yi Qingyun yelled after reacting. The sudden reversal made Yi Qingyun unable to cope with it. He only needs one step to kill this kid Gu Han and completely take control of the situation. But this guy Gu Han had actually been prepared for a long time. This kind of situation where every step you take is calculated by others and you step on landmines at every step, this made Yi Qingyun really mad. Why do you think I spent so much time chatting with you guys just now? Do you really think I was wasting my time? Gu Han, the corner of his eye slightly raised. I am waiting for the arrival of Piaomiao Fairy Island. What are you waiting for? Piaomiao Fairy Island can hiding in the deep void, performing some kind of space jump and migration. Although the speed is a little slower. But because of this special, which is difficult to detect and guard against. Gu Han, you let Tai Sangnan Emperor went to great lengths to gather us in the floating city to hold this banquet. Was this also part of your plan? The purpose is to catch us all in one fell swoop and control us through this method, the next dynasty? A voice suddenly sounded. The person who spoke was the emperor of the Yufeng dynasty. At this moment his eyes dark and unclear, staring at Gu Han below. It seems that those who can become emperors are all good-sighted and not stupid. Gu Han chuckled and did not deny it. Yes, that was his plan. Simple and direct. Let Taizong directly. The emperor tried to gather all the other emperors in the floating city. On the surface it seems to be a matter of dealing with Taihua immortal dynasty after the discussion. In the dark, the purpose of controlling the arrival of Piaomiao Fairy Island is to decapitate the other emperors. Dragons without a leader will gather themselves. At that time, as long as he could find a way to condense a puppet through the residual will of the emperor and others, he would be able to indirectly control the remaining dynasties. After that, he would arrange his people to the core high-level positions of several major dynasties. As long as we give it a little more time, the several great dynasties will be completely take control. Your behavior of going straight to the heart of the matter is certainly direct and clear, but don't forget that the foundation of my several great dynasties is not as weak as you think. As long as we give the order, more powerful people will come to support us. Even if you, the three major forces behind, are powerful, and this is our territory after all. Tianheng Emperor, the corner is hung with Ahe sneered, thinking that Gu Han was thinking too much. Yeah. Gu Han, the corners of his eyes slightly raised, and he smiled back, but very unfortunately your so-called order to get more powerful people to support you will fail. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was sudden change. But at the next moment several emperors received urgent message. Your Majesty. Something terrible has happened. Just now the Taihua Immortal Dynasty's army launched a massive attack. The front line is in danger and needs more powerful support. Otherwise it won't be long before the battle line we have worked so hard to build will completely collapse. The sudden change once again dumbfounded the royal masters. The army of Taihua Immortal Dynasty launched a massive attack? Why is it such a coincidence exactly at this point? But suddenly I thought of Gu Han's pointed words after the words. The pupils of several great emperors were fierce again. How could they not know that this was also part of Gu Han's plan? I guess he has already contacted Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Good communication. Time at right attack and cooperate with Gu Han from inside and outside. And now it's time for them to make a choice. Take care of yourself, give up the front line and still give orders to let more strong people come to support. But the result was that the front line collapsed. Their efforts were in vain and they even lost a large area of territory. If you are unlucky, the Taihua Immortal Dynasty may even take advantage of the situation and destroy your country. Or consider the overall situation and let the other strong men go to support the front line to consolidate the situation and prevent it from collapsing. They will face dire straits and may even be captured by Guhan. Final a puppet under Guhan control for the other party doing the work of the dynasty people. Several emperors Shen was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Did Guhan grow up to be a cunning guy? Muddy, it's all cunning in one trick after another. There was no time for them to react. This is not a competition at all, it's a promise made to Taizong from the beginning. The moment they fell, she fell into Guhan's trap and was led by Guhan by the nose. No matter which choice you make, you will die. Wan Xianjun and the other emperors said, why not take a gamble and choose the third way to suppress this guy Guhan? We will use him as our hostage to threaten and check the three major forces, including the White Dragon Palace. Several people looked at each other and immediately started to attack without hesitation. They don't care about the emperor. He was ready to take action at this moment and immediately restrict it and reverse the situation with thundering means. However, the strong man from Pyongmyo Fairy Island has arrived. How could they do as Wan Qianjun and others wish? Buzz. Suddenly there was a rune structure in the space in front of Guhan. Great prosperity. A terrifying atmosphere like an abyss or a prison sent out. Several the shadows emerged from the vortex of the law at the same time and then attacked at the same time. Retreat from Wan Xian, waiting for someone. At some point several powerful Saint Realm Masters had emerged. Let's do it together. Get rid of them, that guy Guhan. This is our only chance to turn the tables. Wan Xianjun and the others had bloodshot eyes and could not care too much at the moment. They immediately got into a fight with several powerful people from Pyongmyo Xiandao and other forces. Magical power stimulate. A 1,000-foot-high divine flame rose up and a terrifying energy storm raised the entire hall to the ground in an instant. Although Guhan is confident enough in his own abilities, but he is not prepared to get involved in the dispute between the powerful saints. Moreover, the situation is actually not that good. Because several emperors seem to have issued some kind of death order, the others attacked Guhan at all costs, because as long as they captured Guhan they could completely reverse the situation. That guy is Guhan. Catch him and suppress him. At the same time, coming early, Xia Xin Yuan and others in the dark could no longer hold their temper and took strong action with their own men. A bunch of damn trash. Summer Ice Noodles, bird of prey. He waved his hand. The group of powerful men they brought emerged from the void and began to hunt Xia Xin Yuan and others. I already knew what these people thought of Guhan. This is also I have been following Guhan recently. The reason for the edge. Anything that might cause harm to Guhan, threatening factors, they must all be killed. Xia Xinchan and I will try our best to hold Xia Bingli back and you guys find a way to capture Guhan. Xia Shenyuan and Xia Xinchan are quite powerful. He has already reached the peak of the divine realm and is only half a step away from the holy realm. At this moment they were both with nowhere else to go. They began their final desperate counterattack. Of course, it's not just them. Other people from the dynasty who received the news and rushed over also launched an attack on Guhan. With the absolute advantage in numbers, the town, it shouldn't be too difficult to capture Guhan. But it happens that Nian Shi and Hua Jieyu are both extremely powerful. With the addition of the Hanshao sword spirit, no matter how many people there are, they cannot easily get close to Guhan. Huge white dragon soaring into the air, the dragon's tail swings, the dragon energy roared and directly blew a group of people in the supreme realm away for several miles. Countless spiritual energy condensed color, the petals lingered out and directly transformed into a surging torrent of laws in the void, which also blocked the approach of several powerful gods. The one that gave everyone the most headaches was the Hanshao sword spirit. The power of laws condensed by the other party was unheard of by all cultivators. The magical powers they used just matched the sword energy. As soon as it collided, it was corroded by some unspeakable force and instantly turned into wind and dissipated. This scene made the originally wanted to muddy the waterfish in secret Yi Qingyun, who attacked Guhan, was stunned. Don't talk about town Guhan, I can't beat the few people behind me. Chapter 384. To be a villain you need power and background. Everyone, especially Guhan, was still drinking tea. He couldn't help but yelled in anger, "Damn it! Guhan, you are a grown man hiding in people, what's the point of that? Come out and fight us if you dare." Hearing this, Guhan, just the corners of his eyes slightly raised. "Are you good at fighting? What's the point of your fighting? To get involved you need power and background. What are you share? The person who spoke was slightly stunned and said, I am the peak of the godly lord. The son of the king of Jinbei of the Jade Wind dynasty Yi Liangchen. I can cultivate when I reach the same realm as you. If you can defeat me I will immediately lead the people of my Yufeng dynasty to retreat. Gu Han took another sip of tea and glanced at Yi Liangchen calmly, so he's just a little jerk. It's decided that it's Yu Han shall scatter this little jerk's ashes for me. Hearing this Yi Liangchen was even more furious. He was shivering, veins popping out on his forehead. He is Yi Liangchen, the son of the king of Jinbei. What a dazzling person. In public he was actually being treated like this by a guy whose cultivation was not as good as his own disgrace. But don't wait for him get angry. The Hanshao sword spirit has already taken action. As he raised his hand a devastating storm of sword energy appeared here. Boom! The huge law, the sound of explosion was heard. The son of the king of Jinbei of the Yufeng dynasty couldn't even withstand a single blow. Various protection road exploded in an instant. The sky was full of fragments and the whole person was like a kite with its string cut off, spitting out fresh, flew out backwards. You can't even defeat my sword spirit and you still want to fight me? Gu Han chuckled and didn't take passerby Yi Liangchen seriously at all. Head instead search among the crowd. Finally locked on Yi Qinji unsuperior. Originally wanted hiding in the dark Yi Qingyun who attacked to this end, then my scalp suddenly felt numb. A strong sense of crisis emerged in the whole person and immediately wanted to retreat. Although during this period of time his cultivation had made another breakthrough and had reached the third level of the Supreme Realm. But the moment facing Gu Han, a sense of fear and dread still emerged in his heart thread. But he just turned around, want to run. A smiling voice suddenly sounded. My dear junior brother Qingyun, we haven't seen each other for a long time since we said goodbye to the sword sect. This punch from me is just a greeting, so you better take it. This sentence made Yi Qingyun feel as if he were about to die. It was obvious that Gu Han was still a certain distance away from him before. Why did he appear in his back? But there was no extra time left for him to think. What rang out together was not only Gu Han's voice with a hint of smile but also a sharp fist wind that shattered the void. Yi Qingyun was shocked. Muddy, the cultivation level rose rapidly and then quickly out. The dark ancient sword behind him blocked it in front of him forward. Boom! Almost at the end of the moment of doing it. The light from Gu Han's punch has followed. At this moment Yi Qingyun felt as if he was hit by a sacred mountain. My hand bones felt tingling and numb as if I was about to be the forces like crushing everything. Not to mention gathering strength to fight back, he couldn't even withstand a single punch. It flew backwards like a cannonball, smashing palaces one after another the sky is full of. But after crashing through the fourth palace, Yi Qingyun only felt his vision blurred and a huge hand condensed by the laws broke through the void and immediately raised a palm and slapped him again. Help me, Mr. Bai! Yi Qingyun shouted subconsciously. At such a critical moment he thought of Bai Lao again. However, he and Bai Lao had a complete falling out some time ago. This time Mr. Bai just turned a blind eye. Damn it! Bai Lao, who had regained consciousness, showed no reaction. Yi Qingyun's expression was immediately became sync. He could only twist his body while flying backwards shape, and then the power gathered on the ancient sword and he raised his hand and slashed out a dark sword. However, a scene that made Yi Qingyun dumbfounded appeared. Do your best. The sword slashed with the power of the third level of the Supreme Realm in front of Gu Han's big hand. It was just like an insignificant airwave. It was easily defeated and destroyed by the hand of law in an instant. At this time it was too late for Yi Qingyun to dodge and he could only take the palm strike. During this time, with the help of that unknown being, he also awakened some powerful quality. His strength has far surpassed that of the Supreme Realm at the same level. This also gave Yi Qingyun a certain confidence. He felt that the palm strike from Gu Han, who was at the same Supreme Realm as him, had a huge impact on him. The threat shouldn't be too great. However, he still underestimated Gu Han's strength. Snap! Yi Qingyun, condensed by the power of laws. The curtain barrier under this casual palm was as fragile as a piece of paper and collapsed in an instant. Gu Han's attack was as powerful as ever, knocking Yi Qingyun deep into the ground like a dead dog. I was slapped by myself. Below there was a deep pit and an area where smoke and dust were spreading violently. Guhan did not relax his vigilance and was immediately ready to continue his attack. Others may not know, but he knows best how powerful and difficult to kill Yi Qingyun, who was blessed by eternal luck. At the same time, in this big melee at the same time as sending the same diving to the floating city by Ji and others also started. Two brothers, I will need your cooperation later. There are other unknown forces on the, not as easy to kill as imagined. You must pay attention. After repeating the plan again, Angelica falling to Liu Bei again. Upper brother Bai Yi, I hope don't do anything unnecessary, or he could take the initiative to attack senior brother Guhan. Otherwise I will never forgive you and will report you to master and disciple. Baiji's eyes were still covered with white cloth, but can pass through some extremely fine special waves to those around thread. In the dive floating city, especially when meeting senior brother Guhan, Liu Bei cast a special look at senior brother Guhan several times in a row, a look that also wanted to eliminate senior brother Guhan. In response, Liu Bei did not respond but just shrugged indifferently. Bai Ji looked at Liu Bei deeply again, decided to work with Liu Ruyan and wait for the most appropriate time to take action. After all, the current floating city is completely in chaos, except for the powerful men from the three major forces brought by senior brother Guhan. Xiaobingli and Xia Shenyuan, strong men from Feixian Tower who were from different camps, also fought together. There were also powerful men from several other dynasties fighting each other as well. The battlefield situation has been completely messed up. Peace. This time our mission is of paramount importance. Only success, no failure. Chapter 385. Enemies meet demon ancestors clash. At the same time, Guhan, who was preparing to gather his strength again, seemed, what's the general situation, make a meal god slightly condensed. He was slapped out of the deep pit by himself, arrived an extremely dangerous breath. And I don't know if it's an illusion. This, the breath in him in front of Su Lingyue, the power obtained is extremely similar. Boom. The next moment, one rich, a terrifying storm of pure horrifying demonic energy suddenly erupted from the deep pit below here. Even the shape, that extremely violent gale of the law, blew away the thick smoke and dust directly. At the same time, in deep space, the shape is also very clear and come out. Seeing Yi Qingyun covering in pain, mouth, the corner flows bright red. But in front of him, there stood one. She is wearing red and white ancient court clothes, a gilded crown on her head, and has a devilish and charming appearance, human-headed snake absolutison. Noob. Seeing Xian Ningbing appear, Yi Qingyun's face suddenly very happy. He can at this moment. Xian Ningbing exuded a terrifying demonic aura with every move she made. Simply in person, even Yue has surpassed the powerful Saint King. I'm warning you again. Don't call me by such a tacky name, King. Xian Ning glanced coldly, a glance at Yi Qingyun. If it weren't for Yi Qingyun, he would still be of great use to me now. That's why he was unwilling to use the original power that he had accumulated with great difficulty to save this guy. Of course, the most important thing is, he didn't just want to save Yi Qingyun but wanted to see an old friend of his people. Xian Ningbing, the corners of his eyes curled up in a sarcastic arc and his pair of vertical pupils stared at Guhan coldly. To be precise, it was the mark on the back of his right hand. Su Lingyue, I know this, the fox is not dead yet, hidden in this human man superior. It seems like we haven't seen each other for ages, old friends. Stop hiding, come out and see me. Haha, you only know how to hide in the cesspool and do disgusting things. The dung maggots are not dead yet, how can I die? On the contrary, my ancestor is not dead. Is it because you a dung maggot are? A cool and slightly playfully ethereal the sound rang out. The mark on the back of Guhan's hand suddenly shone bright, countless runes, the two sides shine together and finally become solid. A fox demon son. Su Lingyue, the last 9 fox tails spread out, carrying the meaning of sacred pure white. And the demonic aura emanating from this moment is even Xian Ningbing is one step ahead. This fox demon, who is Z? Why is it that in terms of the quality of the demonic energy and its origin, it is even higher than Xiaobai? Yi Qingyun, who had seen the whole scene a while change. Before this, he had already determined Xian Ningbing's share. He was once one of the several legendary demon ancestors in the demon world. Rumor has it that he is the top among the emperors. When he heard the news, he was so excited. Being able to receive help and protection from such a being, he even felt that he was the chosen one. Even if this guy Guhan used some tricks to take away his opportunity, in time he will be able to kill Guhan with the help of Xian Ningbing and take back everything he had lost. But now Guhan, there is also a fox demon who is suspected to be the ancestor of Demon's son. And in terms of position, it is stable. Xian Ningbing is one step ahead, which really makes Yi Qingyun feel a strong sense of frustration and can't even connect. This is Lu Ruian and Angelica de Hurica. At this moment he was a little dazed, as if he had been struck by lightning. This fox demon son, we simply shouldn't be too all. It was at that time that he suddenly appeared from the demon locking tower. The fox demon who finally raised the entire sword questioning sect to the ground and took away Senior Brotherson. We never expected to see this fox demon here, son. What I didn't expect was that only more than a year had passed and the other party had recovered to such a terrible level. Even if what comes is not real, it was just a projection of will. The aura it exuded at this moment was enough to make our scalps are tingling. There was a violent suffocation in the mouth. Su Lung Yue. Xian Ning Ice Noodle. Suddenly deep pupils. There seems to be a flame hair. The majestic sky-swallowing cloud python, after all, possesses the innate power of the demon race. Looking at the previous generations of demon ancestors, his strength is considered to be among the best. Isn't Su Lun Yue Justice at that much stronger? Dare to the vein is so noblesse mile stinking maggot. He is totally disrespectful. While feeling angry, purposing to Su Lingyue later, Guhan, the arc of the corner becomes more and more meaningful. This guy should be the pet you have your eyes on, right? You seem to. If I kill him this time, will you be hurt? The icy eyes. Guhan, who was locked in the act, suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart, like being attacked by a wild beast. Lock it. Boom. However, before he could come to his senses and before Xian Ningbing could finish her words, Su Lingyue had already made her move. He just raised his hand and waved his sleeves. The entire void was immediately in chaos, broken vast waves of demonic energy. It was like a storm passing through. Immediately Xian Ningbing and the countless palaces and towers in that area were shattered in an instant, minced meat. There are even the lucky monks who were affected cried out in pain before he could even launch an attack. His body and soul were completely destroyed. Su Lingyue, did it hit your sore spot and make you angry? Xian Ningbing's playful voice soon rang out in the swirling void storm. Although it's a bit too early to use the original power I condensed now, it would be worth it if I use it against you. Boom. 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 Then countless the ice crystal spear, which was hundreds of feet long and completely condensed by the power of ice, was wrapped in terrifying demonic energy and pierced towards the direction where Su Lingyue was. Su Lingyue did not dodge or evade. The last 9 fox tails suddenly expanded and enlarged and then also turned into pure white spears, directly colliding with the attacking ice crystal spear. The evil spirit one another. The huge ice crystal spear was tearing it apart. The ice chips in the sky are like the sky. It poured down like scattered flowers and the entire floating city looked like a heavy snowfall. But between them the collision has just begun. The moment the first wave of attacks was broken, Xian Ningbing has made another move and the temperature of the entire world has dropped sharply, turning into an icy blue. The void is frozen mirror and then suddenly exploded. Only one. The table is full of countless white scales. There was a faint icy air on the surface and a python with a head bigger than the sacred mountain roared out from it. When the huge python's body, when it completely swam out of the void, the entire void was huge. The body is completely covered. Just by emitting a terrifying evil spirit, it even made people in other areas. The monks' hands froze for a moment and a sense of fear inexplicably rose in their hearts. Xian Ningbing directly manifested her own demon. Although strength is still a long way from recovery. Show demon, it can only be maintained for a short time and may even cost a great price. But this does not affect crazy about it. After all, Su Lingyue and I are enemies, so we are extremely jealous of each other when we meet. Chapter 386 reveals the true form of the demon ancestor and a big melee breaks out. This evil spirit has this form. It is the legendary Fuyun demon ancestor. Nianxi was also shocked when she saw this scene. In the demon world there is no the demon ancestor without any trace. I actually saw the real bodies of 3 demon ancestors in the most unlikely human world. Fortunately, the floating city and countless miles around it have been completely sealed by the Piaomio immortal bell. People from outside cannot come and let alone see what is happening in this area now. Otherwise today as if it gets out it will cause a stir in the entire demon world and even in the human world. I got you so angry that you showed it directly, monster? Su Lingyue narrowed her eyes and sneered. To be honest, don't like direct display your own demon. But the people of their demon clan have completely turned into demons, strength and the quality will be improved unprecedentedly. But on the contrary it will lead to some lack of rationality. And there is no. Plus Guhan is also here. I don't want Guhan to be in trouble because of the fight between me and Xian Ningbing hurt. Therefore it was decided to use some means to lure Xian Ningbing away first monster fight with it. After making up his mind Su Lingyue stopped holding back. The 9 fox-tails behind are windless, swaying condensing one after another from the majestic demonic energy huge ball. Go! Su Lingyue raised her finger and tapped lightly. Energy the ball suddenly connected and come out. Like a small lichen Xian Ningbing's huge monster on the snakehead fry. Hot white the flame while even the scales were fried inside out and turned black. Su Lingyue. Xian Ningbing was immediately covered in ashes and became furious. I never expected Su Lingyue to be so unethical attack. He immediately roared and opened the basin bit towards Su Lingyue with its big mouth. However Su Lingyue reacted quickly. Just take a small step forward and the space around you will under the influence of some kind of power, transform into emptiness inch. When he appeared again he was already several miles away. Xian Ningbing had already been insulted by Su Lingyue's the qualitative blow angered me. At this moment I am too lazy to care about Guhan anymore. It raised its huge snake body and chased in the direction of Su Lingyue. Seeing 2 such terrifying monsters they went to another area. The other human cultivators who had been frightened by the terrifying evil spirit released by Xian Ningbing finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the 2 monsters just now had fought here, I'm afraid everyone below the Saint realm will have to die. But it was only a brief sluggishness. The temporarily frozen war is about to start again here. Catch that guy Guhan. As long as we can suppress him I will be able to master the Masterite. Someone yelled and rushed towards Guhan again. The leaders were princes from several dynasties. As a royal prince they have many top-chain repair resources. In addition, with decades of accumulation each of them has strong cultivation capabilities and is almost at the level of God Lord. They knew that Guhan was very powerful but he was not at the godly lord level after all and there was a gap in cultivation between him and them. If we can take this opportunity to put Guhanjin completely master the master power it can also greatly improve their reputation. Guhan had no interest in this group of rotten fish and shrimps that rushed over. But there are just too many. Even if Hua Jieyunyan Shi and Han Xiao Sword Spirit help him stop it there are still some the fish in the net rushed over. It was just a distraction which gave Yi Qingyun an opportunity to run away in one direction. You are so arrogant. Come and die. At this time the great Prince Yufenging has already arrived in front of Guhan. Seeing that Guhan didn't take him seriously at all he even looked at still and for wandering around looking for Yi Qingyun the whole person is but he got angry. The black light of the Emperor's sword in his hand flashed and the swordster weak the purple thunder field in the blink of an eye was entangled with thousands of purple raiment. Accompanied by Prince Yufeng with the power of the entire thunder domain it pierces the space it stabbed towards Guhan's forehead at a speed that was impossible to capture with the naked eye. Obviously he seemed to be so angry that he decided to kill Guhan. But the imagined Guhan's forehead was pierced and the thunder domainal explosion did not occur and the exploding thunder suddenly became silent. This is... Under the horrified eyes of Prince Yufeng his sword has to be contained. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around Guhan blocking his sword in lightning domain it was only a few inches around. I have no interest in attacking you, why do you have to seek death? Guhan turned around at this time. The dragon boiling. Slowly in him post shape a huge golden dragon shadow. Surface there was a divine flame burning and the whole person seemed to be made of gold. His purpose coldly fixed on the prince of the Jade Wind dynasty who was rushing in the front superior. Just a casual slap. Boom. The palm and the thunderfield condensed by Prince Yufeng occurred collide. A random palm seemed to contain an incomparably terrifying force. The exploding lightning dissipated, and the Emperor's sword, known as the strongest sword under the Saint realm, was even more shattered by a palm smashed to pieces. At the same time, the power of Guhan's palm continued to surge. Prince Yufeng smashed the fog. Such a scene makes other following the Jade Wind Prince. The person behind him suddenly had his pupils widened and stood in a daze in midair like a clay sculpture. For a moment I didn't know whether I should continue attacking or turn around and run. Prince Yufeng's cultivation strength is already considered very strong among them. But now they were swatted to death like a fly. If they continued to go up, wouldn't they be sending themselves to death? However, Guhan would not give them the chance to think more. In order to prevent himself from continuing to attack Yi Qingyun, these guys came out to fight again. It's better to kill them all now at your own pace. The other side. Noodle Yi Qingyun, who was a little pale, was now trying his best. He exerted his strength and ran wildly. Damn it! Why did that guy Guhan also ask the demon ancestor for help? I thought I could rely on Xian Ningbing to turn the tables and regain control of the situation, Lord Right. But he didn't expect that Guhan would teach him another severe lesson. Boom boom. And at this time, there came a terrifying sound from the sky blast. The battle between Su Lungyue and Xian Ningbing has already begun. Su Lungyue was not polite either and directly used her magic. The whole person suddenly turned into a huge white nine-tailed fox. Deep in the clouds, fighting with a giant python that was so big that it seemed boundless. Although type the demon that Su Lungyue manifested, not as good as Xian Ningbing at all. But it is very flexible and can be. The huge and bulky Xian Ningbing was playing around in circles. Every time the demon hair can easily tear off the Xian Ningbing the blockbuster. This made Xian Ningbing's eyes red with anger, rolling like a madman. The body was constantly crushing large pieces of the void. The two demon ancestors. The terrifying aftermath of the laws was so severe that even the Piao Miao immortal bell could hardly maintain its seal. Yi Qingyun, who had seen the whole scene, it suddenly became uglier. The battle situation is obvious. Xian Ningbing has completely lost. At a disadvantage. Defeat is inevitable. Xian Ningbing is no longer reliable now that she is entangled. Bai Lao pretended to be dead and stopped preparing hands on his business. His only way to survive is to seek help from that unknown person. But just when Yi Qingyun was about to ask for help, the whole person suddenly flashed to one side. However, he was still a little slow and his left arm was cut along with the broken. The fabric was chopped into pieces. Who? How dare you attack me, attack me! However, the person who attacked did not respond but instead slashed out one terrifying sword energy after another. Even Collect, weaving a sharp sword net, is about to tear Yi Qingyun into pieces. This is hidden in the dark. Bai Ji and others took action. Chapter 387, Invisibly joining the game. The will of heaven returns. The sudden fatal attack immediately made Yi Qingyun sudden change. But his reaction speed was not slow either. He raised his hand and offered several talismans of laws. In an instant, flames spread, thunder exploded, and the surging energy storm and violent sword energy mixed together, temporarily disintegrating the fatal attack of the person who made the move. I underestimated you. A slightly in a voice mixed with some kind of joking meaning sounded. Suddenly a few peach blossoms appeared between heaven and earth. As the flowers flew, the number of peach blossoms increased. A pale young man with an evil appearance slowly emerged from it. This person is none other than the Bai Ji's third senior brother, Liu Bei. Bai Yi, stop playing cat and mouse games with this guy, kill him and end this as soon as possible. The sudden voice from behind made Yi Qingyun confused. One look back, go, I don't know when he later. Ahei is a strong man, black, a burly man wearing a conical hat. The other party, the aura he exudes is even more terrifying than that of the evil-looking man opposite him. Both of them are top-notch experts in the Divine Lord realm. Brother, don't be careless, this guy, there are many gods. Another unknown trump card. If you don't pay attention, you may be last hand. Another cool and pleasant voice sounded, which even made Yi Qingyun inexplicably all. It's you, Angelica de Hurica. See you. Bai Ji's moment, Yi Qingyun, as suddenly it became more sync. I thought it was Guhan's men who attacked me, but I didn't expect it to bite was that bitch Bai Ji who did this. Moreover, it is not just Bai Ji, that crazy Liu Rian people are here too. Damn it! Plans can't keep up with changes. It seems that the trump card left for Guhan can only be used on these guys on it. Yi Qingyun cursed in his heart. But in hand it's not slow at all. Only see him, the space behind him twisted. The three statues are engraved with ancient inscriptions and made of special materials. The puppet slowly emerged from it. The cultivation base of these three bronze puppets has reached the Divine Lord realm. The three puppets the sky created seem to contain the terrifying power of heaven and earth. Li Chaishan's slight change. Knowing the extraordinariness of the three puppets, he immediately made a decision. I will hold two of them by Ji and Ru Yan will hold one by Yi. You suppress them as quickly as possible. Yi Qingyun destroyed his cultivation. He also understood it. No wonder Bai Ji would ask him and Liu Bei for help. There is indeed something wrong with Yi Qingyun. The power of heaven and earth that is rumored to be this power can only be condensed after reaching the threshold of the holy realm. But this guy, not only the power was condensed and even incredibly integrated into the puppet. If they hadn't come along this time. It's just Lu Ruyan and Angelica de Hurica. Even if you rely on, even if she has all the advantages, he is probably still no match for Yi Qingyun. While Li Che and others were making their full efforts, they temporarily delayed the three special puppets released by Yi Qingyun. Liu Bei has already taken action again. Only his by a god power covers and gradually transforms peach petals flying all over the sky. Swish! In just a moment of distraction, Yi Qingyun felt afterwards suddenly a whistling and sharp sword energy came across the sky. Yi Qingyun suddenly felt like he was about to die. Quickly transfer, blocking the sword forward. However, the huge force still made Yi Qingyun unable to bear it, and the whole person flew backwards and fell heavily into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Just as Yi Qingyun and Wen Baiji and others were fighting, Gu Han was entangled by a bunch of small fish. The battle has now come to an end. Damn it! Stop thinking about the town. This guy, let's attack together. If we don't kill him, we will be the ones to die. The remaining powerful gods of the great dynasty S. It's extremely ugly. Originally they wanted to take advantage of their numbers to capture Gu Hanjin as soon as possible, and in this way master the main right. But they still underestimated Gu Han's strength. Only half a cup of tea had passed. More than half of them were killed or injured. Don't say whether you can continue to stay in the town. Gu Han, whether you can survive from his hands is another matter. The others all agreed with the leader's proposal. After looking at each other, they even burned their own life full strength from all potential. Boom! 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 Waves of murderous intent that were so overwhelming that they spread to the sky, covering all directions, and the void was violently rolling and collapsing. In an instant, the remaining 15 strong men attacked together. Among them, even 6 gods were included. Suddenly, purple thunder was like a waterfall. The swordlight shone in the sky, and the treasure seal shook the sky. All kinds of completely different strange phenomena in the world emerged, setting off a torrent of laws that suddenly rushed towards Gu Han. See this scene. Gu Han simply raised his hand and probed slightly into the void. Just pinned a bunch of strong men to the ground. Completed. Cold sky sword, the master has called. Suddenly transformed, a flying sword pierced through the void at an extremely high speed and appeared in front of Gu Han in an instant. After all, his primary target was Yi Qingyun. Even if I can't kill him completely today, he also needs to lose some skin half-life. It's time to send these guys who are blocking the road off. Accompanied by a sharp sword voice. Gu Han held the Hanshao sword. No, there is no drag and no fancy tricks. He just raised his hand and slashed towards the void in front of him. A sword transformed the clear into the turbid, and the illusions of life and death will all be gone. The world seems to be in this sword, lost under the originally brilliant and dazzling magical powers were completely black and white. The sky and myriad laws and magical powers were split into two by this sword like a canvas. In an instant, countless swords. Chen Hong brings disillusionment, defeated many powerful people along with their magical powers disappeared like bubbles. The terrifying sword energy continued to surge in all directions. The monks from other dynasties who wanted to get closer were blown away. After doing all this, Gu Han did not stay for long. Line hair, his figure shook slightly, leaving only a residual shadow on the spot, and rushed towards the direction where Yi Qingyun was at a very fast speed. The other side. Even though Yi Qingyun is blessed with eternal luck. But it's just like having some terrible defense power, hard to kill. But this is not. He is the opponent of Liu Bei, who was at the peak of the divine realm. Soon he was beaten to a mess scale injury. Empty your mind, give me. At this time, the current will of heaven, who had lost his patience, finally spoke. In fact, the will of heaven had never wanted to hand because a very bad omen. This I think he is even all. I am in the invisible as ethos, part of a plan in some being. This I feel that only he is there. It will only emerge when all living beings in the world are used as chess pieces. There is no need to think too much, it is most likely the will of the predecessor. But it doesn't matter the other party, just the trap won't last long. In addition, due to the limitations of his will, it is destined not to cause too much trouble. Besides, Yi Qing Yun must not get into any trouble here. Peach Blossom Sword Technique, 12 Slashes of Illusion. At this time, Liu Bei's attack came again. He planned to take this opportunity to completely destroy Yi Qing Yun. However, something unexpected happened. Yi Qing Yun, who had just closed his eyes, suddenly opened them. The atmosphere suddenly changed dramatically, as if for the Lord of Heaven and Earth. His pupils are deep, a kind of gold containing the ultimate power of heaven and earth also emerged texture. That is the will of heaven symbolize. Lu Ruyan An Angelica de Hurica Noodle Sudden Change. We know that the will of heaven has come again. Yi Kinji Unsuperior. Chapter 388. Those who know are the way of heaven, and those who don't know think they are slaves. Same. Liu Bei, who had already used his trump card magical power, something was wrong. He is a powerful man at the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm. Now he used all his strength to attack Yi Qing Yun, who was at the Supreme realm. The battle can definitely be resolved easily. But his magical power had no effect on Yi Qing Yun, no effect. Before his attack landed, it was blocked by some unknown force. It was completely disintegrated. Looking more closely, Yi Qing Yun, the upper and lower chi, has undergone terrible changes. He stood there, and the power of the whole world seemed to bless him. On it brings a great force. Ants. Die. Has taken over Yi Qing Yun. The will of heaven was just a casual wave of his hand. The vast void was like a lake with ripples which suddenly spread out. There was a violent gale like a tidal wave. What? Liu Bei noodles. He had never expected that Yi Qing Yun, whose cultivation was far inferior to his, would suddenly change like a different person. The power released was far beyond his imagination. Liu Bei did not dare to be careless. He raised his hand and slashed with his sword. Countless sword chi transformed into a sea of peach blossoms, and a strong wind of laws collide. But only one contest and compete. His attack is totally inferior to in this state Yi Qing Yun's magical power. It was beaten to pieces and melted in an instant. The will of heaven. Yi Kinji Unsuperior. Take in this scene. Angelica de Hurica and Lu Ruyan noodles ugly. During this period of time, Yi Qing Yun also made some breakthroughs in him. The power that the will of heaven can exert will be stronger. But not ready to attach the will of heaven off. Tell brothers Liu Bei and Li Che. Just simply emphasize that Yi Qing Yun, there is a terrible God, the strong help. After all, the cultivators and living beings in the Shenhuang world all have a certain awe for the so-called way of heaven. If I tell my senior brother directly heaven has come to Yi Kinji Unsuperior, they probably do so for various reasons. No more help. They continued to attack Yi Qing Yun. Attached in Yi Qing Yun, the will of heaven is also very angry. If it weren't for these damn guys showing up halfway. He also, there is no need to bear the backlash again, and Yi Qing Yun strike up. Of course, he was even more angry with Gu Han. This damn guy actually ruined the plan that he had worked so hard on for so long. Under the blessing of several layers of anger, the degree of the will of heaven became more and more terrifying, and it even vented its anger directly on Liu Bei's superior. Boom! Just listen to the sound of the drum. Huge. There was an explosion. Liu Bei seemed to be hit by a meteorite. Precious. It broke directly, and the whole person vomited a large mouthful of fresh fiercely towards the distance, fly away backwards. At the same time, Yi Qing Yun's the shadow disappeared from the spot and then stepped out in midair, stepping on Liu Bei's mouth and stepped him directly into the ground. The terrifying force caused the earth to collapse layer by layer, and spiderweb like abyss cracks spread in all directions. Liu Bei was hit by this kick, broken ribs, the whole person was sunken, and he almost fainted due to the severe pain. Junior brother. Li Che's eyes suddenly turned red when he saw this scene. Boom boom. The surface suddenly exploded with dark lightning that contained a breath of destruction. The terrifying aura released directly repelled the two bronze puppets that were fighting with him. At the same time, his filament came out, leaving only a burst of black light in the void. At a speed that could not be captured by the eyes, it rushed straight towards Yi Qingyun. Put your dog from my brother, move up. Heavenly thunder slash. Li Che roared, entangled the dark thunder, great prosperity. As he swung his sword downward, the sword energy roared with thunder that shook the earth hair. It actually turned into a huge pitch-black thunder dragon, crushing layers of void and biting towards Yi Qingyun below. It's all fancy. Yi Qingyun, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Zhu did not dodge or evade but just stretched out his right hand and grabbed the flying black thunder dragon. Click, click, click. Stunning, a horrifying scene immediately appeared. A large area of the void seemed to be attacked by some terrible force. The runes of laws all let out wailing sounds as if they were overwhelmed. Then, as Yi Qingyun's hand received the dark thunder, dragon was thrown into that space and was caught by him with one hand. The sky is full of fragments. At the same time, Li Che, who had slashed out with the sword, was also the invisible force directly bound the town, the whole person. Anyway, even if you exert your strength, you can't tie na invisible shackles. He felt that the space around me was completely solidified and the power of the entire world was in his superior. Junior sister, you guys hurry up and leave. There's something wrong with this guy. Li Che roared angrily while holding back the pain. At this moment, Yi Qingyun was already so powerful that it completely subverted their imagination. A supreme realm master easily pinned him and Liu Bei, a divine realm master, to the ground. This time Yi Qingyun's consciousness did not fall into sleeping but watching all this from a special perspective. He felt so happy at this moment. The two powerful god-level masters were now as weak as two brat. At first he also lent it to Mr. Bai. Old Bai also said that he was the so-called Holy King Baitsang, but in fact he was just a piece of trash and no one stronger than him could deal with him. Sure enough, this unknown existence is much more powerful than Old Bai. Maybe he is a great emperor. My lord Lu Ruyan, and although the two bitches Baiji are not very strong in cultivation, they are really annoying. Why not take this opportunity to kill we? Just think of it as a solution to future troubles. Yi Qingyun hurriedly made another proposal to the will of heaven. If possible, please kill Guhan as well. Yi Qingyun didn't know that when he was on Piaomiao Fairy Island, the will of heaven was attached to him his first time with Guhan collide. What's more, he didn't know how much loss the will of heaven had suffered at the hands of Guhan. I didn't even notice that the will of heaven some kind of OBO. A kind of fear OBO. Just when the will of heaven was about to take action to wipe out Li Che, Liu Bei and others. What a coincidence, we meet again, Master Tiandao. But at this moment, a smile mixed with some jokessa's voice suddenly sounded from the sky. Many people say that the legendary Tiandao comes and goes without a trace. I didn't expect that we have already met twice. Those who know it think it is the way of heaven, and those who don't know it think it is specially given to some little rubbish fart-off free slaves. Chapter 389, The Power of Heavenly Punishment that Suppresses Everything is Suppressed. The atmosphere between heaven and earth stagnated slightly. This sound is. Everyone's pupils couldn't help shrinking and then turned their heads toga thurgo. Brother. Guhan. Lu Ruyan and Bai Ji was shocked, even the flow out of joy and excitement off thread. We feel that we never want to see each other. Our senior brother suddenly appeared at this moment, probably to rescue we who are in dire straits. Do not want to see thee were killed by the heavenly Tao. But in fact this is just they are ridiculous and one side willing. Guhan just came to cause trouble for Yi Qingyun. There is another main purpose. He wanted to use a special method, leave and go in Yi Qingyun, that ray of heaven's will. After all, he will become the enemy of the will of heaven and countless people in the entire Xianhuang world. If you can gain something through this ray of heaven's will in advance, you can gain more advantages later. Guhan. How dare you, an ant, insult me like this? Attached in Yi Qingyun the will of heaven, but he got angry. He is the great heavenly Tao, the ruler of the Xianhuang world. Countless monks and souls look up Towership's existence. This damn guy Guhan not only disrespects him, he even compared him to a lowly slave. If you don't break it, no matter how many pieces of it there are, it is still difficult to ease the hatred in his heart. Heavenly way. Liu Bei and Li Che, who obtained the information through the conversation between Guhan and Yi Qingyun, were dumbfounded at this moment. Attached in Yi Qingyun God on existence is actually the legendary way of heaven. He is the supreme existence in the entire Xianhuang world. They were actually going against this kind of existence just now? At the same time, I felt fear in my heart. They even thought that Guhan was too stupid. Let's not talk about whether Guhan is attached in Yi Qingyun, the opponent of the will of heaven. Furthermore, even if they really won, they would have completely established a feud with the will of heaven. Throughout history, people like this who go against the will of heaven basically all end up with a bad ending. The will of heaven does not care what the two people think. Direct, he exerted his strength, knocking the two men unconscious and then kicked them both away like dead dogs. I underestimated you last time and you took advantage of me today. I will settle old scores with you and I will make you pay the price. Boom boom. In the will of heaven, control it. The whole area was filled with a roar and excitement. One completely unstoppable by monks, the power is now continuously flowing from the depths of the void spread out. That is truly a power that only the will of heaven can control, the power of heavenly punishment. This strength ignores cultivation and realm as long as you are in the Xianhuang world. As for the existence of monks, they will be power influences and limits. Come and die for me. After accumulating strength at the moment, Yi Qingyun raised his hand and suddenly, in an instant, a huge vortex appeared out of nowhere above Guhan's head like an ancient volcano erupting, sending down one thunder after another that was as huge as the mountains. Countless thunderbolts roared like the pillar that runs through the heaven and earth. That is, no other monks in this area get here. After seeing the terrifying vision of heaven and earth, I couldn't help but feel my scalp tingling. A feeling like an ant facing the wrath of heaven, a feeling from deep within the heart. The original insignificance suddenly came to mind. They couldn't help wanting to give up resistance, and then this so-called thunder of judgment from God. In particular, Guhan, who was in the center of the trial thunder, should have the impact maybe even greater and may even lead to mental breakdown. However, Guhan still stood straight. Pull. For this, moreover, Guhan was also a little surprised. Because in his previous life he indirectly connected with the heavenly Dao Pass. You know that the most foul power controlled by the will of heaven is the power of heavenly punishment. The power of heavenly punishment can not only conduct the judgment on the body but also the so-called judgment on the soul. This, once the power is released, the monks will subconsciously become afraid before the battle even begins, so that you will completely lose your master right. In his previous life he was, because of the will of heaven strength, the system was so bad that I even had to go to hiding in hiding. But in this life, when facing the power of heavenly punishment, besides the initial feeling of discomfort, fear of control outside the thread, he regained his composure in an instant. This shocked him, but he quickly guessed the reason. It should be the system reward obtained earlier. The favor of the Undertaker played a role. According to the system, this strength can help him ignore the influence of many laws of the universe. The power of heavenly punishment is terrible. But in essence, it is also one of the laws of the Great Way. Naturally, here, strength control. What's going on? Why doesn't the power of heavenly punishment have any effect on this guy? The will of heaven, who had seen this scene, also began to doubt. Although this guy Guhan is special and weird, but in essence he is also a cultivator from his Xianhuang world. He is also cultivating in the Xianhuang world. How could it be possible? Not the influence of the power of heavenly punishment. In the heart of the will of heaven, when Guhan has already taken action, the favor of the Undertaker can help him ignore the power of heavenly punishment. That the frost sky sword, which has absorbed the meaning of the way of burial, should be able to easily help him resist the power of heavenly punishment or even directly disintegrate it. Swish! The next moment, Guhan, as fast as thunder, he suddenly raised his sword and slashed. The brilliant sword energy carrying the burial principles turned into a boiling torrent rushing straight into the sky. This sword energy seemed to carry the power to crush everything in its path wherever it passed. The thunder from the land of heavenly punishment instantly died out and dissipated. This scene caused the will of heaven to show an extremely rare and huge OBO. The power of the heavenly punishment he unleashed actually interacted with other laws. It completely fell at a disadvantage. This was the first strange phenomenon he had seen in countless epochs. When he first appeared on Piaomiao Fairy Island, he and Guhan, when the collision occurred, he had used some of the power of heavenly punishment. But at that time it was used for escape. But the effect is also very significant. Guhan, there is no way to stop him. But this time Guhan not only blocked this, the power in turn directly defeated the power of heavenly punishment. Guhan seems to have become even more powerful than in his previous life. He can even defeat the power of heavenly punishment head-on. Certain God space. With the help of Mu Bailing achievement, the former heavenly will who was trapped and resurrected was also somewhat surprised at this moment with all this. His appearance here is actually to prevent certain accidents. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to obtain the luck-devouring dagger, and it is now considered one of his most critical core trump cards. He also absorbed Mu Bailing's memories and knew that Lu Ruyan was actually very stupid, did things without thinking, and was easily deceived. Emotional domination. But once had a deep relationship with Yi Qingyun, gather or even turn against each other. He is also one of the people who hate him the most in the world. It is precisely because of these points that Lu Ruyan is the most suitable person to use the luck-devouring dagger to prevent other accidents from happening. He can only come in person and take action when necessary. How is it possible? On the other side, the current will of heaven saw that his power of heavenly punishment was defeated so much so that his mind became a little dazed. But compared to shock, he was more worried. Now Guhan has not even at the emperor level. He was already able to rely on certain divine powers. The power defeated the power of divine punishment that he was so proud of. If later at this level he can even influence his original will, huge threat. The former will of heaven wanted to seize his authority, and now Guhan is also joining in the fun. Guhan must die. As long as he wills wake up, he will not use all your strength to wipe out this guy. Chapter 390. The former Tian Dao takes action and the luck-devouring dagger is activated. I guess you are thinking about how to completely erase me in the future, right? Guhan very keen knowledge. It was easy to see through the subtle expression on Yi Qingyun's face change. Guessed what the current will of heaven is thinking. But he just smiled nonchalantly. But now you may need to consider how to prevent your will from falling into my hands. Hearing this, the current heavenly Dao will's heart skipped a beat and an extremely ominous premonition immediately emerged. At this time Guhan had switched from offense to defense and launched an attack again. Arrogant. Before on Pyongyang Fairy Island I was just careless for a moment and let you take advantage of me. Now do you really think you are my opponent? Yi Qingyun was once again angered by Guhan's arrogance. Muddy the energy was surging and the whole world was to the impact completely chaotic distortion. Looking at the two fighting film. Just now Liu Bei and Li Che, who were both terrified by the will of heaven, were completely stunned where they stood. Previously the will of heaven was angered when the power of heavenly punishment is released. Thanks to Guhan, they were caught in the center of the torrent of heavenly punishment. That the terrifying degree of the power of heavenly punishment is far beyond their imagination. Even if it wasn't directed at them, it still made them feel nervous and terrified. I thought Guhan, who was only in the supreme realm, I couldn't resist this strength. But unexpectedly the other party resolved it easily. And now, even White has the upper hand. Shadow, both of them have some worldview collapse sleep. They are at the peak of the godly realm possessed by the will of heaven. Yi Qingyun was pressed to the ground. Guhan, who was in the supreme realm, was in conflict with the will of heaven, taking advantage of the collision. Is this really something that the supreme realm can do? Guhan, he didn't care at all whether the magical powers he displayed would affect Lu Ruyan and others. Now the power of hair is even more terrifying. Several major the force of mass roars. Every magical move he makes can easily dissolve the terrifying attack of the will of heaven. Sister, what should I do? The aftermath of the battle between senior brother and heaven's will is too terrifying. There's no way to get close. Holding the luck-devouring dagger in his hand, he wanted to find an opportunity to attack. Lu Ruyan was a little anxious. Brother, voice transmission request. It's just turning a blind eye. Just he tried to forcefully transmit his message to his senior brother, but was even attacked by some terrible force, almost killing him. The soul exploded. Lu Ruyan was anxious and annoyed. Now I just want to help my senior brother. Why doesn't he even give me a response? Boom. At this time Guhan broke the terrible attack of the will of heaven with one sword. Then he turned his hand and slammed hard. The space collapsed layer by layer and the huge palm print hit Yi Qingyun's face exactly. The terrifying power made Yi Qingji undistortion towards depression. Even Yi Qingyun's self-consciousness could hear the sound of his facial bones breaking. My handsome face. Yi Qingyun screamed in surprise, fearing that his face would be disfigured by Gu Han's palm. It's already this hour and you still care about your so-called face. Indirectly dumped by Gu Han, the will of heaven under the Son of Heaven was also very angry at this moment. But Hai Yi Qingyun, the will of the upper wisp, not to mention the previous consumption on Piamio Fairy Island. Now even if Yi Qingyun's cultivation had improved and with his strength he still couldn't beat Gu Han, this monster. Stop him. If he continues to fight with Gu Han, he will definitely suffer a great loss. The will of heaven immediately infused part of its power into the other 3 bronze puppets, allowing them to hold back Gu Han. Taking this opportunity, the will of heaven did not hesitate at all. Control Yi Qingyun turned around and ran. My lord, what are you doing? Such a scene made Yi Qingyun a little confused. Before he was thinking of using the power of heaven's will to vent his anger. But now even the will of heaven cannot defeat Gu Han, and it even turns around and wants to run away. Close. What do you know? Istra de Gyrotriat. The will of heaven angrily rebuked, your strength, and with his basic combat power he is no match for Gu Han at all. Even if I rely on my strength to double yours, you still can't beat Gu Han. Oh no. Yi Qingyun is trying to escape. Lu Ruyan and Bai Ji was also a little anxious. But even if we work hard, I can't catch up with the will of heaven, Yi Qingyun, in this state. Just when the two of them were getting anxious, a vague and unreal voice suddenly appeared. It sounded in our minds. Get ready, I will help you from now on. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that I am here to help you. The sudden sound made Lu Ruyan slightly stunned. I don't know if it's an illusion. We think. This voice is somewhat similar to Master's. But no condition urgent. Nor we think more. Moreover, when she thought of her master, Lu Ruyan's reason was once again eroded by anger. If it weren't for Yi Qingyun, how could Master have died? Today, even if it costs me my life, I will also drag Yi Qingyun to hell. The other side. Gu Han, who was entangled by 3 puppets of the god realm, slashed out several swords in succession. The terrifying sword energy instantly tore the 3 special puppets apart. However, the 3 puppets only blocked him for about 4 breaths. But in 4 breaths, in Yi Qingyun, the will of heaven has already run very far away and has even turned into a black dot in the field of vision. Where are you running to? Gu Han has made up his mind today. Even if his actions lead to tragedy, produce some new mutations. In the end, the protagonist Yi Qingyun, who was blessed by eternal luck, received other special help. But he didn't want to care too much. If he couldn't kill Yi Qingyun, I'll take half his life away. Heaven's will. Yi Qingyun was extremely fast in this state and escaped hundreds of miles in an instant. Although the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth unfolding by the Piamio immortal bell has completely blocked the surrounding space. But as the will of heaven, he has plenty of ways get out of trouble. Almost there. As long as there is life, there is hope. This is just another lesson for you. You must take advantage of this time to quickly become stronger and try to defeat Gu Han and his gang. While escaping at high speed, he was scolding Yi Qingyun's will of heaven, but his voice suddenly froze. Because he suddenly discovered that a terrifying seal suddenly appeared in the surrounding heaven and earth, the power of solidification. The terrible seal, his power is unmatched. It is known that it can only be exerted through a part of the authority of heaven. Damn it! With the help of Mu Bailing's resurrected predecessor's will of heaven, he took action. But it was just a moment of stagnation. The terrifying crisis suddenly, like water flooding all over, deposited in Yi Qingyun the power of the will of heaven to the extreme. However, he had just with Yi Qingyun change. Counterattack measures have not yet been taken. Go to hell. A roar filled with boundless murderous intent like that of a ghost was heard. Lu Ruyan, holding the luck-devouring dagger, suddenly appeared in front of him back. He swung his arm, creating a whistling gust of wind. The dagger in his hand hit Yi Qingyun squarely in the head with a whoosh sound mouth. At the same time, when the luck-devouring dagger stabs Yi Qingyun, at the moment the supernatural power has already appeared and began to plunder Yi Qingyun's luck and destiny. Chapter 391. Plundered half of the destiny and fate. Why not use this will for my own benefit? The will of heaven was suddenly shocked. Because in the luck-devouring dagger Yi Qingyun, the moment he will be able to see clearly, feel that Yi Qingyun's certain original power is being rapidly deprived. Get out of my way. The will of heaven suddenly, but he got angry. He knew very well that Lu Ruyan wanted to use that special ancient dagger to directly rob Yi Qingyun of his eternal destiny. The reason why he did not the remaining investment helped Yi Qingyun. It is because Yi Qingyun a special one blessed by eternal luck. If the power was taken away by this guy Lu Ruyan, not only will his ultimate plunto be affected and even to the eternal anger of the Yi family. Boom! The extremely terrifying energy storm was immediately released without reservation by the will of heaven. The space twisted and boiled and the power of endless laws turned into a tsunami, like a tsunami sweeping and spreading rapidly towards the surrounding world. Puff! Lu Ruyan, who was closest to Yi Qingyun, was the first to be hit. The impact of the terrifying force directly bounced the luck-devouring dagger in his hand away. And the arm is here too. Under the impact of the terrible force, it exploded in an instant. Full sky fog suddenly sent in the fog. The power is undiminished and it surges again in an instant. Lu Ruyan quickly in of the mouth and limbs exploded at the same time. But in the blink of an eye, of mouth, ribs, arm, bones, the bones were all destroyed in an instant, turning into crystal clear bones all over the sky. The severe pain has made Lu Ruyan completely numb. Even consciousness is fading away. But there was still a strong sense of unwillingness in his eyes. Although stabbed with a dagger Yi Qingyun's chamber. But before it could fully exert its effect of depriving him of his luck and destiny, it was slain by the furious will of heaven. Stop the cycle of life. Suddenly I thought of my senior brother, and indirectly because of Yi Qingyun and the dead master. Pain. It really hurts. Noon but deep heart off. During this time living is torture. If the elder brother is cruelly torturing and perhaps also good heart point. But the senior brother did nothing and just left like that, completely treated like a stranger. Regardless, no matter how hard I try, it seems that I can no longer, not even a little bit. Moreover, the moment he was blown away, the remainder saw a whiting. That's my senior brother. My former senior brother will never let even if not a single injury. Now suffered severely injured, consciousness is reduced on his deathbed. That rode no shadow, an exceptionally cold expression of indifference. Don't talk about saving from beginning to end, just standing high in the sky, indifferent where gradually dying. That kind of indifference without any mixture. The look in his eyes is more than killing, torture, but also let pain, but also let heartache. But rather than resenting my senior brother for not saving me, in my heart I feel more like a self-mockery, a self-inflicted sin. Well, if I can die like this today, it would be a relief. It's done. Everything has just begun. I will still need your help later. You are not going to die yet. But at this moment, a cold and indifferent milliliter, the voice suddenly sounded. My eyes have gradually become dim. Lu Ruyan's pupils narrowed slightly. In the rolling and collapsing void, a vague shadow emerges. It seems to be Asen. Very similar to Masterson. However, Lu Ruyan can guarantee that Ing is simply very similar to Master. They are not the same person. Mu Bailing did not say any more nonsense but flicked her sleeves, and the shattered void was like ripples, appeared like water. The laws of heaven and earth burst out from it. Broken. Lu Ruyan was on her deathbed. Together with the Farif Bai Ji and the luck-devouring dagger that was knocked away were rolled up together in the vortex of law. After doing all this, Mu Bailing looked up at he glanced in that direction and seemed to be staring at a certain being for a moment. This is just one step in the space vortex with Lu Ruyan and Bai Ji, and the other person disappeared. The other side. Gu Han is rushing towards this place. It was just when he saw Lu Ruyan stabbing an ancient dagger into arrived at Yi Qingyun in mouth. At the same time, and it's the will of heaven, suddenly he was furious, send out a devastating energy storm. Just when he thought that Lu Ruyan would be affected by the energy of the laws and completely turned into ashes. Oni's shadow suddenly emerged from the broken void. The special dagger and Lu Ruyan were swept away at an extremely fast speed. Before leaving, she looked him in the eye without dodging. Just a glance, but Gu Han frowned, slightly frowning. That look made him all strange. She looks like Mu Bailing, but she doesn't look like her. But Gu Han didn't have much time to think. The one that seems to be Mu Bailing's shadow just looked at him from a distance, and soon he was completely disappeared into the void. What's more, what concerned him most was Yi Qingyun's current condition. That dagger seemed very strange. He can clearly Yi Qingyun, who was stabbed with a dagger. The luck of the people was cut by nearly half. Moreover, it does not seem to be temporarily the kind that will recover after a while. Instead, it disappeared out of thin air as if it had been forcibly snatched away. Such a scene made Gu Han shocked and suspicious. It was really unbelievable to him that there was a strange thing in the world that could deprive others of their luck and destiny. But anyway, the one who gave him the most headache was Yi Qingyun. Shengshuabang, the eternal luck of the protagonist, has now disappeared by nearly half, which also shows that the ring is also relatively weakened. Damn it! That damn ant, how dare you! The will of heaven is completely enraged. By now he has realized what was happening. I was framed by the will of the previous heavenly Tao and was severely tricked. Now Yi Qingyun, half of the luck and destiny were plundered. This matter, if this gets to the ears of the eternal Yi family, something big will definitely happen. Just when the will of heaven was angry, another strong crisis arises spontaneously. Heaven's will controlling Yi Qingyun turned around quickly. When I went there, all of a sudden all the dead souls came to my mind. Just now the former heavenly will, after a move, Gu Han chased after him again. How can you be called Lord Tiandao? It would be a waste of your talent to be a free slave to a little trash like Yi Qingyun. Why not put your will? Give it to me, I promise I'll make good use of it. Previously by Lu Ruyan, after the attack Yi Qingyun has already suffered heavy damage. Coupled with the previous excessive and terrible energy here, and also let the parasites, the power of the heavenly will is exhausted. Therefore his response speed not as good as Gu Han. But in an instant a powerful hand had grabbed his fate by the throat. Chapter 392, Tian Sun Sword, Immortal and Inexplicable Sense of Tragedy? Gu Han. The will of heaven is extremely angry. He is the master of the Xianhuang world of heavenly will. He was not only severely a handful. Now he is being attacked by someone who was not even at the emperor level. The boy pinched his head like a little, pick it up like a kid. After living for so many eras, this was the first time he was treated in such a humiliating way. But he has already been heavy damage. In addition, his power of heavenly punishment has no effect on Gu Han, no effect. Now he is just a fish on the chopping board, taken at will. Gu Han was too lazy to take the various threats from the will of heaven to heart. It's nothing more than the same old stuff, saying to wait until one's own ego will is fully revived. He will be crushed to ashes, spool pulled. Gu Han, the energy level rises again. A special aura that did not belong to this place slowly burst out from his palm and spread out, slowly invading to Yi Qingyun. And this, the target of power, is Yi Qingyun, that the will of heaven. What you up to? The will of heaven was shocked. He had never expected that Gu Han would be capable of such a thing. As the supreme being here, his essence is in perfect harmony with all the spirits here, and he can easily integrate to the origin of the monk's souls. Plus this possessing special laws as long as the will of heaven does not want. This world does not exist, and through the so-called stripping method he is removed from the target of the fusion upper peeling. But now Gu Han taught him a hard lesson. And the power he used was actually the power of burial. This strength, all the laws of the world are governed by the power of nature, including the power of heaven. Gu Han had thought before that if he could fuse it when it comes to depriving supernatural powers, Kangong will be parasitic on Yi Qingyun, sucked away by the will of heaven. Obviously his plan success. Yi Qingyun, who was being strangled by the neck, an uncontrollable spasm, his eyes rolled up as if he was having an epileptic seizure. As Gu Han's power continued by Yi Qingyun, the twitching became even more severe. But at this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly emerged in Gu Han's heart. Without any hesitation, Gu Han quickly released the hand that was pinching Yi Qingyun, and then the ball hit Yi Qingyun's face. Boom! The terrifying force directly got to fly backwards. But at the same time, a special mark suddenly appeared in the center of Yi Qingyun's eyebrows. Thousands of brilliant runes gushed out from it. Then the space was shattered and a powerful aura, the sound of An, come out. How brave of you! Do you know whose son this person is? How dare you kill someone so cruelly? You are ready to die. Broken sky deep, the sword energy was so strong that it turned into substance like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. The moment this terrifying aura appeared, Gu Han, after that the space twisted and a powerful saint from Pyomyo Fairy Island arrived. Without any hesitation, the Saint Realm expert who emerged immediately magical power directly destroyed this group of sword energy, the long river of waves. However, the sword energy was too strong and it only caused a boiling sensation outside. There is no impact. At this time, amidst the boiling and surging torrent of sword energy, a man appeared. An old man in a Taoist robe with gold-plated cloud patterns emerged from it like a land swordsman. He is one of the 5 great sword immortals in my Xianhuang world, Tiansong sword immortal. Some people recognized the old man and exclaimed. As one of the 5 great sword immortals, Tiansong sword immortal has a very mysterious origin. Since the withdrawal after that, it has been many years since then in the human world. I thought he had passed away and disappeared, but I didn't expect him to reappear in front of people because of Yi Qingyun, the celestial sword immortal. Guhan narrowed his eyes slightly. I thought of something from my past life. At that time, Yi Qingyun inexplicably obtained the Tiansong sword immortal as well as after the recognition of the world sect. It is because of this great help Yi Qingyun dared to go to Tianjianmen, where Jianchen was to plot against Tianjianmen's inherited imperial weapon, the Zhantian sword. Previously, he had always thought that it was because of the special protagonist ring let Yi Qingyun step on the shitluck and get in touch with Tiansong sword immortal. Now it seems that Tiansong sword immortal and Yi Qingyun have already set. And it seems that the parents behind have an extraordinary relationship. As he guessed correctly, this Tiansong sword immortal should be the one left behind by Yi Qingyun's parents in the Xianhuang world, an existence similar to that of an observer. Guhan also guessed most of the facts. Before Piaomiao Fairy Island was born, the person who found Yi Qingyun and told him the news, the black-robed man who gave the sword to Yi Qingyun, was none other than the Tiansong sword immortal. It was during that meeting that he left a mark of his origin on Yi Qingyun. After all, what happened in the sword sect very big. If Yi Qingyun hadn't been so lucky to escape, he would probably have died. To avoid this, the situation might happen again, so he took some measures in advance. It's just because he is a sword cultivator and his cultivation style is different. He has been observing Yi Qingyun secretly and will not act rashly. But this time the situation is different. Yi Qingyun has in a place of life and death crisis. It seems that all the luck was taken away. Main such a severe injury, how could he face his master, generation? My boy is a former sword master. I do not want to bully the weak. But the old man is, when people entrust you with something, you must naturally fulfill their duties. While speaking, Tiansong sword immortal, afterwards the sword energy surged and then soared straight up, causing the whole world to be in turmoil change. The entire sky was overturned by his sword energy and turned into a rolling boiling water, the vast ocean. One after another, long swords condensed from sword energy hung upside down in the sky like twinkling stars in the daytime, forming a continuous sky. You old man, you want to bully the weak, just say it directly, don't make it sound so righteous. Do you really think you have the upper hand? Guhan snorted, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Clang! The next moment the sound of bells echoed back, diffusion shaped. There was an overwhelming soundstorm. It turned out that the ethereal fairy bell that shrouded the world had exerted its power. The vast ocean of sword energy that filled the sky shook, buzzing. Ming Tian, it seems to be about to disappear. Quasi-imperial soldier. To the might of the Piaomiao immortal bell, the Tiansong sword immortal go to change. He never expected that Guhan, a young man, actually had such a powerful killer in his hands. You are no match for him, not to mention that all his men are here. If you stay and fight him, you will die. Take Yi Qingyun away. I'll hold him back. You are. Tiansong sword immortal's pupils shrank slightly. Although deposited in Yi Qingyun, most of the power of the will of heaven has been taken away. But Tiansong sword immortal remains. Arrived there the power of heaven that seems to be there and not there. The will of heaven. Tiansong sword immortal was both shocked and angry. He never expected it. Even the will of heaven was defeated by Guhan. At this moment the remaining power of the will of heaven has been taken away from Yi Qingyun, gush out, slowly solidifying in the void, a dish that doesn't look like a Mambler film. This is the will of heaven symbolize. Master Tian Daoyu. Tiansong sword immortal actually also has a certain awe for the will of heaven. That is the supreme law of heaven. Now I want to be the Lord, stay to fight against Guhan, this monster, to buy time for him to take Yi Qingyun away. Don't worry, Master Tian Dao, I will definitely not let you down. Tian Sung's sword immortal hesitated for a moment but still nodded heavily. Even if I risk my life. Gu Han, who saw the whole scene, was frowning. Why make it so tragic? Why do you make him look like a villain? But Gu Han paused and felt that he really was the villain. Xiao Tiandao, I'm very happy that you can come out to see me. Gu Han, the corner of his smile faded, but your attitude makes me very unhappy. You can't leave today. As the words fell, Gu Han, then ripples appeared again. Two Saint King level strongmen from the three major forces who had freed their hands have already walked out. Go! I'll stop them. Heavens will symbolized Golding roared and rushed towards Gu Han and others. Yi Qingyun has now had half of his luck and destiny taken away, so nothing can happen to him again. Chapter 393, Defeating Billions of People in the World? What does it have to do with me? Tian Sung's sword immortal gritted his teeth secretly. After all, he was once one of the 5 great sword immortals in the Shenhuang world and a powerful Saint King. Now it has just arrived, but it is running away with people like a dog. Although he was angry, his escape speed was not slow at all. Taking Yi Qingyun with him, he quickly started to break out. Where are you running to? The Fei Xian Saint King also reacted quickly. He immediately took action to block the space, trying to stop Tian Sung's sword immortal from escaping. However, as one of the 5 great sword immortals in the Shenhuang world, Tian Sung's sword immortal's swordsmanship ability is extremely terrifying. He raised his hand and condensed a terrifying ocean of sword energy. It tears a gap in the blocked and solidified space. In an instant, he had already escaped several miles away. Gu Han doesn't care whether Tian Sung's sword immortal can take Yi Qingyun with him run away. Only a smile appeared on his face, and he looked at the will of heaven with a half-smile symbolization film. Now, compared to Yi Qingyun, he actually believes more in the will of heaven interest. After all, in the future drama in the story, the will of heaven is Yi Qingyun one of the biggest backers. If this can be truly, capturing the will of heaven is definitely a great gain. Damn ants. If my willpower wasn't so weak, do you think you, an ant like you, could be my opponent? The will of heaven can be seen from Gu Han's deep eyes, seeing the other party's thoughts, but he got angry. The remaining power accumulated and roared again. But he didn't intend to kill Gu Han, because there is no way I can beat him. All he can do now is to delay time as much as possible so that Tian Sung's sword immortal has a greater chance of breaking through with Yi Qingyun. I thought that his great will of heaven had now fallen to this state. Being used as cannon fodder to delay time is such a shame. Boom. While feeling angry and aggrieved, the will of heaven had already taken action again. I sought his gold pupil depth. Countless divine patterns containing the power of heaven emerged, and the aura of the entire world was integrated into his superior. The next moment, the will of heaven symbolizes like a golden, the thunder exploded in the sky and quickly rushed towards Gu Han. However, there was only a loud bang. God's will, before Aang could get close to Gu Han, he was urged. Starting character Gu Han suddenly disappeared from the spot. A kick in the air hits him in the face. The appearance is extremely embarrassing, and with a sarcastic attitude, he fiercely looked towards the distant fly away. Gu Han. Heaven's will, but he got angry. Gu Han deliberately integrated the meaning of the burial path into the kick he just gave. This strength can the law of heaven was controlled. Gu Han kicked the will of heaven on the head, leaving a 43-yard footprint on his face. Used the laws of nature to eliminate and restore. This made the will of heaven very angry. They are all trembling. When will he? How can you live in such a bad mood? Muddy strength again, hair. The will of heaven will bless itself with more world power, this time superior. How dare you, a mere ant, treat me like this? After a roar, the will of heaven rushed out again. However, he scored twice, this time being issues. Several Gu Han who possessed the force of matter punched him and sent him flying. Damn it! Even if you have some strange way to restrain my power of heavenly punishment, how can you dissolve my power of heaven and earth so easily? I don't believe it. The will of heaven does not believe in evil and turns into gold again. Rush forward. However, Gu Han raised his hand and chopped him off with a sword. Every time the will of heaven exerts its force, it will be stronger than before, and it will become more terrifying as it borrows the power of heaven and earth. But as a price, this ray of heaven's will is gradually dissipating. However, every time they launched attacks, but were all easily resolved by Gu Han. Previously possessed by the will of Tao Yi Qingyun, who was so angry, and Liu Bei, who was doubting his life, were beaten. At this moment I was already dumbfounded and my mind went blank. That is the legendary will of heaven. Now he was unilaterally pinned to the ground by a supreme cultivator, don't say. It even seems to have an inexplicable sense of tragedy. Instead, he who stands between heaven and earth with a slight smile on his face, Guhan, looked like a villain who went against the will of heaven and wanted to subvert the world. Guhan, why are you doing this? The will of heaven that was knocked away again has a hard time standing up again, but his eyes were also full of anger. You should know that Yi Qing Yun is special. His existence is of great significance to my Shenhuang world. It has great significance. The future awaits him when he grows up. The status of my Shenhuang world will be unprecedentedly promoted because of him. If you insist on having him killed, you are not only going against me but also against the billions of lives in the entire Shenhuang world. No matter what, you are still a part of my Shenhuang world. Just because of a momentary gain you ruined the future of countless lives in my Shenhuang world. Aren't you afraid of bearing the consequences? Gold, the will of heaven, the shadow has begun to break. The little bit of his willpower was gone and he was no longer able to launch an attack against Guhan. So what? Even if I betray billions of people, what does it have to do with me? I just want to live a simple and carefree life. Guhan didn't want to waste any more time talking to the will of heaven. The big hand reached out again. The power of the burial path condensed in his hands. A black whirlpool emerged from which a terrifying suction force burst out, wanting to completely swallow up this ray of heaven's will. Guhan, if you capture this strand of my will, it will awaken my dormant true self-will ahead of time. Aren't you afraid that such behavior will bring you disaster? Seeing that it was powerless to resist, the will of heaven had no choice but to use its dormant self-consciousness to threaten. Guhan just turned a deaf ear to this. Completely collect this ray of heaven's will that is full of reluctance in the special space he opened up. Even if his action would cause the true will of heaven has truly awakened and he has nothing to worry about. Drama, it has collapsed to this extent. No matter how much it continues to collapse, it will be the same. And his battle with the will of heaven has just ended. Suddenly a sound came from the horizon, almost piercing the clouds, the sword in everyone's ears voice. I saw endless sword energy surging out, turning into a sword that was going to cut through the world, slashing towards the space barrier blocked by Piamio Immortal Bell. This is. The monks who were fighting in other areas all stupendo. The breath is extremely terrifying. It seemed that there was a Saint King level swordsman who was so powerful that he was willing to sacrifice part of his Dao fruit in order to strike out this most powerful sword. The brilliant sword energy was like a star that cut through the darkness of the night, illuminating the entire floating city along with the countless miles of surrounding it bright and bright. And within the sword energy, the Tiansong sword immortal roared angrily. It was as if he was gambling his entire life's honor. Leaf, don't worry, sir, even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely get you out safely. A sword immortal did not hesitate to sacrifice part of his own Taoist bones to strike out this powerful yet tragic sword. What we know is that this old man just wanted to make trouble and came to meddle in other people's business and ended up getting himself involved. Those who don't know would think he is a loyal servant who is now taking the person he is going to protect for the rest of his life. The main force fights for its life to break through. Chapter 394, The Two Kings of Parents. The plot collapses again. The entire body of Tiansong's sword immortal seemed to have transformed into sword energy that pierced through the sky. Sacrifice, burning the soul for the sword with a certain tragic, and it hit hard on the barrier of laws solidified by Piamio Immortal Bell. During this period, the collision between the two, the terrible energy storm, will also the unconscious Yi Qing Yun woke up. Senior. But the moment he opened his eyes, he recognized the one on the Tiansong sword immortal share. He definitely didn't admit his mistake when he left Wenjian sect. He met the old senior who guided him. He must have come here to save me from the dire straits. Leaf, host. This is mine token. You must keep it safe. When you go out, infuse a bit of spiritual power into it and someone will come to pick you up. Maybe I can't see ye Lord you, the day of becoming the peerless swordsman has come. But I look forward to and hope he will, the name of the Lord will surely resound throughout the entire Shenhuang world. After saying this, Tiansong sword immortal roared, release your final original energy. He forcibly tore a gap in the energy barrier created by Piamio Shinzhong that was big enough for one person to pass through and pushed Yi Qing Yun out through the gap. Senior. Yi Qingyun seemed to react when the Tiansong sword immortal thread his eyes suddenly turned red. But more than that, he had a murderous intent towards Gu Han. Gu Han, you ruined my plan today and made me suffer such a huge loss. I will never forgive you. Gu Han, who had just arrived, was originally thinking about whether he could stop Yi Qingyun. I just happened to see this scene the corner suddenly slightly. Have to. He got to experience the true villain's perspective. The protagonist is the villain to a dead and trapped a life or death situation. But at this critical moment an inexplicable force of bondage emerged. Even legendary masters were willing to die for him just to save his life. The will of heaven stayed to help delay time just to buy more time for the protagonist to escape. The same King Sword Immortal was willing to burn his original power, shatter the space to send him away, and stayed behind to stop the pursuing villain enemy. I thought this dog things it only happens in novels. I didn't expect this kind of thing had happened in my own superior. It seems that even if half of Yi Qingyun's luck and destiny were taken away, his luck was still so terrifying. But he didn't care. This time he gained a lot. It has captured a ray of heaven's will. It also ruined a big plan of Yi Qingyun and the will of heaven. Even caught one the future Tiansong sword immortal who assists Yi Qingyun. Plus half of the other party's luck and destiny was taken away. This time it's simply earn. Maybe see you next time. With Yi Qingyun, when the battle comes, he can take advantage of the situation to kill Yi Qingyun completely. Bite. It was detected that the master had completely shattered Yi Qingyun's plan to seize the Dragon of Fortune inherited by Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. An important villain drama, get a reward of 20,000 villain points. Hearing the sudden sound from the system, Gu Han was stunned again, and a look of understanding soon emerged in his eyes. I see. He asked why Yi Qingyun seemed to be crazy recently. Spare spacey, it's all about Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. It turns out that their purpose was to seize the so-called inherited Dragon Vein of Fortune. No wonder in the previous life Yi Qingyun, who had the support of Taiwan Immortal Dynasty, completely soared to the sky, and even he had to temporarily avoid the edge and completely turn around compete with him secretly. It turned out that it was because he absorbed the so-called Dragon Vein of Destiny inherited from the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. Presumably Yi Qingyun was after this goal. You should let yourself. His luck had undergone some kind of transformation and his strength had once again been qualitatively improved. However, no matter what Yi Qingyun's purpose is, his plan was completely unsuccessful. On the contrary, he has already raised a lot of concerns about the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty's inherited Destiny Dragon Vein interest. Something that is so coveted by the will of heaven, and Yi Qingyun must be a good thing and he must get it. Grown-ups. How should this guy reason? At this time, the Holy King Feishan, the Tiansong sword immortal, who was completely half-wasted due to the consumption of his original power, came in front of Gu Han. As one of the 5 most famous sword immortals in the history of Xinhuang world. Even though Tiansong sword immortal is only ranked at the bottom of the 5 great sword immortals, he is also a member of the pyramid of this world. Now his hair is disheveled and he looks like a stray dog, completely losing the demeanor of a sword immortal. Gu Han. You can kill me or shave me as you like, but just give me a quick death. Leaf the Lord is a dragon among men. He will definitely have in the future. Even a sword immortal who is more powerful and terrifying than me will definitely avenge me. Seeing that Tiansong Zhensan looked like he was about to die in his hands, he dared to do this noisy. Gu Han immediately asked the immortal Saint King to throw him several. Only then did Tiansong sword immortal calm down. I don't want to say any more unnecessary nonsense. If you behave yourself, you can avoid some leather suffering. Gu Han narrowed his eyes and spoke in a cold voice. Otherwise, I don't mind putting you. All your internal organs are hollowed out and the 9 nether bone-eating worms are stuffed into urine. Let you live forever, endless torture. You. After hearing Gu Han's almost perverted and cruel words, even the Tiansong sword immortal, who was used to big scenes, he also turned pale. But perhaps he was really frightened by Gu Han's cruel words. Or maybe I feel that the news could scare Gu Han. Tiansong sword immortal sneered. The look in his eyes when he looked at Gu Han was full of sarcasm. Gu Han, do you really think what kind of existence is the Lord? His true origin, the horror, is far beyond your imagination. Wait for another day. Even if it is a leaf, if the Lord and his parents do not come, any few people under his command can grind you to ashes. Now you have offended Ye Lord, you have put him in life and death crisis several times in succession, and those two adults have already noticed that your future will only be dark and what awaits you is only death without a burial place. Bang bang bang. Before Tian Sung's sword immortal could finish his words, Guhan raised his hand and sun. Sparks flew out from both sides AB, causing Tian Sung's sword immortal's cheeks to swell up, his nose and face to be bruised like a pig's head. Dog, you can't spit out ivory from your mouth now that it's in my hands. You still dare to threaten me? Guhan was also a little annoyed for a moment. He was not frightened by what Tian Sung's sword immortal said, but annoyed anger. But the immortal Tian Sung's sword immortal gave himself, they are all useless things. Yi Qingyun, there is an unknown god behind. He already knew about the family. Those who understand will understand the old-fashioned routine of the Dragon Out Yin Cool novel. Either both parents are dead or both parents are kings. Tian Sung's sword immortal didn't think so and thought that Guhan was afraid. Ha ha ha, Guhan, you're scared now, but it's too late. You already owe Yi the master of cause and effect. Death in the future is certain. Guhan was too lazy to listen to Tian Sung Jian Xian's nonsense and asked Fei Xian Shang Wang to take him away. After that they will be tortured and refined puppets, all treated as waste use. It's almost time to end it. After doing all this, Guhan moved to the battlefield. Although the foundation of several major dynasties is not weak, but in the end they were no match for the three major forces he had cultivated, and they were already defeated. To finalize the situation. Chapter 395, Controlling Several Dynasties and Becoming a Thinking Puppet. This tragic battle lasted for about half an hour. As the last ruler of the Jade Wind dynasty was suppressed, the dust has completely settled. The other side. Guhan, along with several powerful Saint Kings, has arrived at the area where Su Lungyue and Xian Ningbing had fought previously. I have already made sufficient mental preparation. But after seeing the scene after the war, Guhan couldn't help but gasp. The earth seemed to be hit by countless meteorites. The depression collapsed and turned into a huge basin with no visible boundaries. Void chaos twisted, appearing to be torn apart and in a mess. The lingering, terrifying evil spirit lingers for a long time, and those whose souls and wills are not strong enough will be affected the moment they set foot in this area. Even emotional consciousness will fall to some violent and the state of control. Ahan. An ethereal and pleasant yet slightly tired voice sounded. I saw the broken void Deepa distortion. Su Lungyue's shadow walked out of it. No, what a big injury, just the robe was slightly torn and stained trace. Lungyue, are you okay? Guhan hurried forward to check on Su Lungyue's condition. It's okay, it's just a minor skin injury, nothing serious. It's a pity that the bitch Xian Ningbing got away. When Xian Ningbing was mentioned, Su Lungyue's eyes suddenly became, it was extremely heavy, and the demonic energy that had subsided began to boil uncontrollably again. That year he was severely injured and sealed in the demon locking tower by that group of guys, almost all thanks to Xian Ningbing. All these years I want to kill that stinky maggot Tendonskin. Now it is not easy to be, but that guy couldn't afford to play with me, so he just ran away because he couldn't beat him. All the thoughts in my mind are fleeting. Besides seeing Guhan's slightly worried face, Su Lungyue, the corners of her eyes were slightly raised and she leaned lazily on Guhan as previous. Although I didn't see what injury, but I am very tired and I need a can to recharge me later. You, enough of the fox. But in the next moment a cold shout suddenly rang out. Xiaobingli's fists, he gnashed his teeth in anger and said, just last time it's not enough to finish the fishy start again, right? As soon as this voice came out, Su Lungyue noticed Xiaobingli and raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, this is considered the first meeting between the two of them. After all, before it was only through projection that I met Xiaobingli. Now the two of us are truly meet. Exist in his eyes, Xiaobingli is a young lady with an extraordinary background but also extremely spoiled. They are clearly no match for me, yet they dare to speak to me like that? Alright. There are still some follow-up matters. Neatly calm down, both of you. Guhan hurried to smooth things over. In fact, he was somewhat relieved. I thought these two meet and greet, a conflict arose and eventually a fight broke out. But I never expected that the situation is better than expected. Although there are quarrels and disputes, there was no fight. Xiaobingli snorted coldly and said nothing more. But I became more and more anxious. This stinky fox even stronger than imagined. Don't look at him and the stinky fox because Guhan is some kind of cooperation. But if you can, I still like to have Guhan all to myself. Share your things with others. What? I have never done anything like this since I was a kid. You must quickly break through your cultivation level. He is the only person in charge of Fei Xin Tower. At that time we must give this stinky fox some have a look. Not long after. A few with disheveled hair, each wearing shackles like prisoners, several emperors of the dynasty were now being arrived in front of Guhan. But even so, they seemed to have their own. As the proud ruler of a country, his eyes turned red when he saw Guhan. Guhan! Why are you doing this? Lord of Jade Wind, he was furious and asked unwillingly, this matter, the essence is just a conflict between our several great dynasties and the Tai Hua Immortal Dynasty. You have nothing to do with Tai Hua Immortal Dynasty. Why should we help them to come to the town? I'm waiting. What good is this to you? The Lord of Wanxiang also spoke up. What good things did Tai Hua Immortal Dynasty promise you? We are willing to give you double or even more. You can definitely cooperate with us. Guhan, who was sitting upright in a rattan chair and drinking tea with his eyes lowered, couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. You are the ruler of a country after all. How can your vision be so low? Is it so ridiculous? Or at this point you still haven't figured out the situation? These words suddenly made the hearts of several kings suddenly skip a beat, and they had an extremely ominous premonition. Everything I do is just for myself, and that's all. Besides, why should I cooperate with you? Guhan leaned back slightly. Raise your eyes slightly. He looked down at them with a smile on his face. You are now my prisoners. All future dynasties are mine, and everything you own is also mine. You are so shameless to use my things to discuss cooperation with me. After hearing this, several kings were stunned. What does it mean? If they remembered correctly, they seemed to be the rulers of several major dynasties. Their ancestors have used up countless heart. How can the dynasty that was created and established change, Guhan's? The several kings reacted quickly and soon understood the meaning of Guhan's words. After a brief stagnation, I suddenly felt annoyed anger. Guhan! You're dreaming. Wanxiang Emperor, even if you kill us or use us as bargaining chips to plot against us later, dynasty works, people are just trying to draw water with a bamboo basket and get nothing. We, the rulers of the dynasties, have already prepared an imperial decree. If anything happens to us, our descendants will naturally take over our position and continue to rule the dynasty. That's right. You want to use us to take over the kingdom we built, but it's wishful thinking. We would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. After, your descendants will definitely make you pay the price. Our Taihung dynasty will fight to the last soldier. However, faced with such a fierce reaction from them, Guhan is still a god. Calm, don't take their roar to heart. He, the corner of the corner, turned and smiled again to several emperors. Who said I wanted to kill you? I'm a very good person. Then Guhan changed the subject. Hand defeat their consciousness. As soon as these words were spoken, several emperors were frightened to death. Destroy their spiritual consciousness? This is intended to let them die directly. Guhan! What do you want to do? Are you trying to transform us in this way, puppet? Someone had guessed Guhan's idea and was immediately shocked. Sudden change. Even if you transform us, puppets are useless. After all, puppets and humans are not on the same life level. Sooner or later they will explode. Guhan ignored the words of the king's noisy order people to continue. Hand. Guhan! You are such a madman. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Knowing that their struggles were futile, the emperors could only utter curses like those of evil spirits. But their cursing soon stopped. The eyes gradually become dull and empty. Their soul consciousness has been erased and completely turned into blank shells. At this time, Guhan slowly stood up and stood in front of several emperors. Then I saw him, a big hand with something strange in the palm, emerge. Then it twisted and turned into a rich and strange scarlet color. The fog gradually enveloped the bodies of several people. The guidance of God. This was the top-notch skill that he had obtained by signing in. It is the ability to transform others into one's own puppets, and it can also control all their thoughts, and even their souls will be taken away by themselves, basically remodeling. It can be understood as a kind of resurrection from the dead. but they have completely changed another self. One who would only obey his self completely. Soon the annihilated consciousness of several emperors was restored under the guidance of some strange force. Like broken building blocks, they are slowly put together again. But their deep consciousness, but there was one more order. In order to obey Guhan, give everything for Guhan and never betray him for the rest of your life. Chapter 396, All the Winners, Those Who Go Against Heaven. After a moment, the cloudy eyes of several emperors who should have been reduced to empty shells were once again endowed with some kind of spirit. Especially the whole person's sight to Guhanshi. Deep fundus, a kind of fanatical worship, suddenly emerged. Then in Taitsung the emperor looked on in disbelief. They all knelt on one knee in front of Guhan, clasped their hands together and said respectfully like a minister, "We greet you, sir, we are willing to go through fire and water for you without hesitation." At this moment Taitsung Huang felt that his worldview had completely collapsed. That's with a terrifying top-level Saint Realm expert of the same level. But what is happening now? He was actually brainwashed and completely got it. Previously they regarded Guhan as their mortal enemy, don't drink it, eat it. Now each one looks more fanatical and respectful than the other. Such a sharp contrast bring it to Taitsung at the same time as the emperor attacked violently. Also let my scalp suddenly went numb by a boundless coldness completely enveloped the place. I was really scared Guhan also gave come on like this. At that time was I really myself? Seeing Guhan's eyes come, Taitsung the emperor could not help but step back white. Guhan, the corners were only slightly outlined. Don't worry, Gu was clear about rewards and punishments. The emperor cooperated with Gu's plan and helped Gu complete it, this big plan. You deserve a reward. Gu will not treat Taitsung unfairly, emperor you. Hearing this, Taitsung Huang breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Guhan would not attack him for the time being. But the next moment Guhan changed the subject and sweat upright. Of course the premise is that Taitsung the emperor must cooperate with me and obey my orders in the future. Otherwise I'm a moody person. If I get mad and do something, you can't blame me. Master Guhan, rest assured. I will never betray you. Taitsung the emperor also hurriedly bowed his head to show his loyalty. Very good. Guhan nodded slightly again. He wanted to completely control the other emperors. That's it, you can go back now and wait for my order to proceed to the next step. As the Lord commands. Several emperors bowed again. Bow. Along with several other powerful men from the major dynasties who were also brainwashed, they brought all the people who were still alive. But the rest of the people who were all given the slave mark were driven back to their own dynasties. This scene is a bit weird. The entire floating city was completely razed to the ground because of the horrific war, and countless people died. But in the end it ended strangely with the inexplicable retreat of powerful men from several major dynasties. Guhan looked up towards the direction of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. The corners are slightly tilted. Now I have control over all the great dynasties. Next we should arrive at the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. At the same time, certain above the mountains several miles away from the territories of several major dynasties, the space was suddenly boiling with time and space stream ripped apart. A muddy full of scars, disheveled hair. With a loud thud the shadow fell to the ground like a dead dog. And this the shadow was Yi Qingyun. Guhan. How could Guhan possibly kill himself? If Guhan goes against him, that would be going against heaven. At the same time, another a very remote place. Endless world rune Sita space vortex. 2A shadow emerged from it. Junior sister Ruyan. Bai Ji endured the pain, quickly flashed to Lu Ruyan before check injuries. At this moment Lu Ruyan's condition could only be described as horrific. Muddy, most of the meridians were broken and the limbs were completely crushed by the terrifying force. Even white bone fragments could be seen at the broken wounds. Besides, the whole person's breath has become as thin as a swimming, hanging on with only his last breath. I can't die for the time being. At this time there was another a shadow emerged from the vortex of space. This sound makes there are two kinds of Angelica, familiar yet unfamiliar sleep. Subconsciously looking up, but I can't tell that person as the only thing we know is that sun. Weak, surrounded by a layer of terrifying power of heaven and earth, his appearance was hidden in the fairy mist. I can't see it clearly. especially from the kind of heavenly power that was emanating from it was so Baiji couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Who are you? Could it be that he is a lackey of the will of heaven? Baiji became very alert. He drew the long sword from his back and stared at Mu Bailing with vigilance. You don't need to know who I am, I'm here to help you. Come to think of it, this luck-devouring dagger was given to you by me. Chapter 397. Are you her? The last hope of Taihua immortal dynasty. While speaking, only that Rodiang raised his hand lightly. Suddenly a dagger engraved with countless ancient inscriptions suddenly emerged from the void and slowly floated in the air on the hands. At the same time, the ancient inscription on the dagger, thousands of dazzling silver lights lingered from it, and finally a dazzling and mysterious power slowly condensed in his hand group. This is... Baiji was slightly stunned. But as a monk I vaguely distinguished the strength as the power of luck. This should be the luck-devouring dagger from Yi Qingyun, the luck and destiny that were taken away from you. Baiji took a slight breath of cold air. Knowing that Yi Qingyun is very difficult to kill, it is because he has some kind of terrible luck. But no one expected that even if the luck-devouring dagger only deprived Yi Qingyun of half of his luck and destiny, the other party's half of his luck and destiny actually possessed such terrifying power. After the shock, Baiji was even more suspicious. Then why are you helping us? Yi Qingyun is also your enemy. Or do you have a grudge against the will of heaven? These questions in front of this god, the first time a person appeared in front of us, I already wanted to ask. Until now, finally asked. I guess so. God the Sun chuckled and said, besides, that guy is not the will of heaven, he is just a despicable, just a thief. This statement made Baiji became more suspicious. The will of heaven is despicable thief? This makes I am becoming more and more confused. But you don't have to think too much, just know that I have no ill will towards you and that I will continue to help you in the future, that's enough. While speaking, the former heavenly will raised his hand and a ball of mist spread out from his hands. Then gradually melted Lu Ruyan, who was on the verge of death. The power of the world is slowly repairing itself, that is an irreversible injury. Lu Ruyan has always wanted to die. Because of my brother, but no longer in half, then killing also let pain. I also want to take advantage of this incident to die completely. However, no matter what Mu Bailing was thinking before she died. Or maybe it was the previous will of heaven that didn't want Lu Ruyan to die so easily. After all, the sins still need to be paid. If he died like this, it would be a little unreasonable and a little too easy. After doing all this, the will of the predecessor of heaven did not stop. He raised his hand to create a vortex space, and just as he was about to turn leave, Baiji's voice suddenly rang out, what are you going to do with that half of Yi Qingyun's destiny? The former heavenly will, after a moment, he said, take it for you, Sister Wei. His talent is outstanding in the Xianhuang world. If nothing unexpected happens, there is a high probability that Emperor, if I have this half of special destiny of it, will surely be improved again, and perhaps it will have an impact on future events, make a decision turning point. Hearing this, Angelica de Hurricane's sudden realization. Indeed, Chu Sister Wei is the most talented and powerful one among the three of them. Back then in the Swordwind sect, he was the strongest young man of their generation except for his senior brother. But according to the current will of the heavenly Tao, the shadow must be completely integrated before the whirlpool. Baiji bit it as if mustering up the courage to ask the last question. To feel your voice and your shadow in you, for may feel like he is very similar to my master. Who are you? After asking this question, Baiji even felt like an idiot. Why would I ask such a question out of nowhere? However, the other party's answer was far beyond expected. The former heavenly Dowell was silent for a moment and then went deep into the space channel. He walked away without looking back. Mu Bailing is dead. But I am but not. Your death brought me new life. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of heaven and earth surged again, splitting the space completely, smooth out and eliminate. The whole film, the only sound in the forest was the rustling of leaves swaying in the wind. Baiji is like being, it was like a bolt from the blue, and I was completely stunned. Posted in the floating city, the silence is very great. Even though they are far away from the front lines. But if you are not a fool, you can see what is there even if you are miles away. Terrible hair quiet. Because the Pyomyo immortal bell isolates that world, people have no idea what is happening there. But the news sent back by the spies shocked the entire Taiwan immortal dynasty. After experiencing a terrible war, the emperors of several dynasties retreated with their people as if nothing had happened. What's even more outrageous is that he even directly invited Guhan. The three major powers directly live in their major imperial cities. And according to their detailed investigation, these three forces have also reached a consensus with the core high-level officials of several major dynasties, a certain common knowledge. Once this news came out, everyone in the Taiwan immortal dynasty was terrified. Even Nangong Wendian, the king of the country, summoned a group of ministers to start a battle in the palace emergency meeting. The Taizong dynasty and other major dynasties have always been arrogant on the surface. They seem to be on equal terms with us, but they have always been guarding against us in secret. Even if we open, we will never allow our people to. They are stationed in their imperial city, but now they have let the three major forces such as the White Dragon Palace stationed in their imperial city, even up to some unknown collaboration. An experienced and far-sighted old minister, it became ugly. The deeper meaning is self-evident. There is a high probability that several major dynasties have already surrendered to Guhan, the three major forces behind. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally noisy palace suddenly froze and one could hear a pin drop. Although he was reluctant to admit it, this old minister simply expressed everyone's thoughts and the things they least wanted to hear. Guess. Several major dynasties are the neighbors of their Taiwan immortal dynasty, and they border large areas of their territory. Now if I surrender to Guhan under the command of the three major forces behind, if Guhan takes advantage of this to launch an attack, how can their Taiwan immortal dynasty stop him? I thought I could rely on Guhan to put down this rebellion, so that they can once again control several great dynasties. But they didn't expect that they had greatly underestimated Guhan's ambition. Guhan directly took control of several dynasties through this incident. If Guhan wanted to plot against their Taiwan immortal dynasty, he could use the several major dynasties as a springboard. By then their entire Taiwan immortal dynasty will for Guhan's pocket. Their Taiwan immortal dynasty has been passed down for countless epic strong winds and waves coming here. How could they be willing if a young man like Guhan could easily take away all the core authority? That's right. I heard that Master Guhan and Princess Nangong Yaching have a very good relationship. Perhaps we can rely on Princess Nangong Yaching and Guhan's a new collaboration. While speaking, everyone's eyes all together towards a Nangong Yakin sitting on the chair. There is a certain expectation and excitement in both eyes on. As if Nangong Yaching for the last hope of all of them. Chapter 398, the male and female protagonists have completely broken up and there is a new check-in location. Royal Palace. Everyone's goal all gathered at Nangong Yaching, this maid force. And facades also very ugly. I never expected that Guhan would suddenly do this. I thought that I had developed some bad feelings with Guhan during this period. There is also a relative cooperative relationship. Guhanduadu will take into account the past. They will not do anything too outrageous or detrimental to their Taiwan immortal dynasty. But I never expected that. I still underestimated Guhan's thinness degree. From the beginning to the end, I have been trying to get the skin of a tiger. Today, and the Taiwan immortal dynasty is about to be attacked by the tiger Guhan. Guhan and I are actually just partners, and he is not my subordinate. But please rest assured, father and the ministers. After all this matter, it's very involved. As the princess of the Taiwan immortal dynasty, I will naturally not sit idly by. I will try my best to negotiate with Guhan later. Hearing Nangong Yaching's words, many restlessness, that uneasy minister finally calmed down a little. Nangong Wendian, who was sitting on the dragon throne, nodded with satisfaction when he saw the scene of. On the contrary, when his eyes fell on the person sitting in the corner of the hall, the whole person seemed to be Nangong Waner, whose soul had left her body, stood there like a wooden man. His brows knitted slightly and then he shook his head, his face full of disappointment. No matter what, Yi Qing Yun is still Nangong Waner's subordinate. Now, in front of people from several major dynasties, he openly expressed his intention to overthrow his Taiwan immortal dynasty. And it is suspected that he was killed directly by Guhan. He had originally thought that while Guhan and Yi Qing Yun were fighting each other, their Taiwan immortal dynasty would benefit. But no one expected that Guhan was a shark and swallowed Yi Qing Yun, the little shell, in one bite. Now they have turned their attention to this thin fisherman from their Taiwan immortal dynasty. Nangong Yaching leads the wolf, although the behavior of the room cannot be said to be very smart. But Nangong Waner abandoned Jun Mashio, who was devoted to her, for a villain like Yi Qingyun. It was really too much shallow and stupid. He had always been optimistic about himself, son. But now it seems that not suitable. He is the next ruler of the Taihua immortal dynasty. At the same time, Nangong Waner, who was sitting in a daze on the chair, suddenly he raised his head suddenly. I just happened to see my father looking at my lost eyes. Such a scene makes if struck by lightning not for a while shake. How could I not know about Yi Qingyun's affairs? Litulsuit has caused a great deal of involvement. As a result, his status in his father's heart dropped sharply. Even the emperor felt that no longer suitable the next successor of Taihua immortal dynasty. At this moment, Nangong Waner, I felt an unprecedented loneliness and powerlessness, as if I had lost everything. If at the beginning I firmly choose Jun Maxiao. Instead of believing in the so-called prophecy of the national teacher, he believed that Yi Qingyun was the person of destiny he was looking for. Would the ending be different? As this thought came to mind, Nangong Waner's eyes subconsciously ing at erection. Because the former frontier Jun Mashio, who had made great military achievements and gained great fame and status in the court. At this moment he was surrounded by a group of ministers with flattering smiles on their faces, just like a group of stars shining brightly. On the other hand, because of the successive failures and the final investment in Yi Qingyun, a huge backlash. Now my own, not only is his status in jeopardy. Those who followed exist while trying to please his genius. He had already abandoned her when the truth came out and go. Once praised as the most cherished jewel in the palm of the father's hand, now there was no one around. The loneliness was ridiculous and humble. An inexplicable murderous intent and resentment towards Yi Qingyun, as well as a strong sense of remorse, emotions growing wildly in my heart. It surges through every part of my body like water. Bite. It was detected that due to the indirect behavior of the master, Nangong Waner broke with the protagonist Yi Qingyun and had a strong desire to kill him. The master was completely a villain. Drama. Get some villain points as a reward. Guhan, who was in the process of integrating several dynasties, raised his brows again after receiving this message. There was another unexpected surprise. Including this time's villain point reward, he now has nearly 80,000 villain points accumulated. But should we go and cut the weeds? Guhan was slightly depressed. Meditation. After all, Nangong Waner is also an important character in this book. The master is also one of Yi Qingyun's many concubines. Although he has broken up with Yi Qingyun now. But you can't guarantee that in the future some dogs will the drama and reunited with him. To be on the safe side, he was more inclined to kill Nangong Waner. But this time he plans to kill someone by borrowing a knife. Jun Mashio was once Nangong Waner to the point of being completely devoted to him, but now Nangong Waner has completely fallen. He only needs to go to Jun Mashio and stir up trouble again, and he will feel hatred. By then some will be Nangong Waner off. Nangong Waner's story, it's just secondary. The most important thing is the system broadcast sound. Many other report. The Taihua immortal dynasty has probably noticed his arrangements and actions in the major dynasties. They have even become extremely wary of him, guarding against the measures he might take next. Bite. The new sign-in location has been updated. The third imperial tomb of the Taihua immortal dynasty. The system voice sounded again, causing Guhan to be slightly stunned again. But he soon figured out the meaning behind it. The dragon vein of destiny that Yi Qingyun wanted to inherit seemed to be somewhere in Taihua immortal dynasty in the imperial mausoleum. Now it seems that it is most likely in the third imperial tomb. It seems that this is God's will and he has to enter the imperial tomb whether he wants to or not. Someone come. As Guhan finished speaking, ripples suddenly appeared in the void and a strong man immediately walked out and waited for his orders. Go and inform Nangong Wendian that I want to discuss something with him in 2 days. By the way, remember to tell him that I am the ruler of the 6 great dynasties. Go and talk to him. That's right, he didn't want to hide it anymore and chose to confront Nangong Wendian directly. There are only 2 paths for the Taihua immortal dynasty to take. Submit to him and use him. Or he might be gradually eroded and divided by the several dynasties he controls. At the same time, it's countless miles away from here. Return to Daozong. A magnificent palace on a floating fairy island. Shuwei sat cross-legged, nodding around. Return to Rune. Rising week, continuously dancing and rising. A long time then he slowly opened his eyes and sighed deeply as if he had thought of something. I wonder what the plans of junior sisters Ryan and Baiji are like. Originally this plan I also planned to participate. But previously because of forced return to the deep area of purgatory. Suffered the backlash was too severe, it was difficult, so it was put on hold. Now he was disturbed, fearing that his two junior sisters would die like their master. Just while I was worried, the large formation that shielded the outside world suddenly began to ripple. An indescribable force of heaven and earth surged in through the gap. Then in Chu Wei was shocked and suspicious. Semittal. A statue bathed in gold rune of heaven and earth shadow slowly appeared in front of me. Chapter 399, Gaining World Recognition and Mastering the Power of Heavenly Authority. Who are you? Chu Wei's pupils slightly contracted. This gold, whether the figure is from foam outline or from the original breath Letgu doll. And at the beginning the future scene I saw the one who seemed to have taken over the master's body. The unknown existence is particularly similar. Chu Wei was shocked. Prepare now, let out the breath and make a big noise. Quiet. Will the strong men from Huidao sect were attracted here. Then the Goldoffing just raised his hand and waved. Layer upon layer of gold, rippling power of heaven and earth. The ripples spread out, blocking the entire space and also confining Chu Wei's to. Chu Wei Shen, it's extremely ugly. Abel, I felt the emptiness around me, completely occupied by some force. Solidify life among them. There is no way. Play every bit. Even the power of the eye can't even transmit the sound through my soul. Who are you, the most promising and special one among us? I think I should have seen through some things. As the sound rang out, lingering in gold, the hazy mist around the shadow gradually melted away, revealing out of this the true appearance of the shadow. And the moment I saw the figure clearly. Even if Chu Wei was prepared, but her heart still skipped a beat, I danced for half a section. This road in front of Meth, appearance of the shadow too, got it. Isn't it the dead master Mu Bailing? Previously, after seeing the picture of the future, Chu Wei is very happy. Some people still don't believe it because too absurd, too beyond imagination. But now everything is exposed on the occasion. The whole worldview of the person was still somewhat shattered by the shock. The master should be dead. Why off will it be taken away by an unknown entity? Who is this person in front of me? Still the master? Chu Wei, I know you have a lot of questions for me. The former Heavenly Dowell spoke slowly, but your guess is indeed correct. Your master has died just 1 month ago. And the death of 2 in 1, yes nor. Booty will help you with your wishes over. As he spoke, the former Heavenly Dowell took out a ball of strong luck waves of gold group. This is Yi Qing Yun, the upper half of destiny, the blessing of the Xianhuang world. The reason why Yi Qing Yun is so difficult to kill and always has great opportunities to rise to prominence is precisely because of him, the special destiny and fate. Before I set up a plan with your 2 junior sisters, he was robbed half of his destiny. His future destroy heavy damage. But it's still difficult to kill him, so I need you to absorb half of his destiny. To be the second destined person here, to be recognized by the Xianhuang world, to kill him completely in the future and to inherit everything from him. Are you willing? The words of the former Heavenly will once again brought Chu Wei suffered a great psychological shock. Luck and destiny the entire Xianhuang world recognizes. Yi Qingyun, is his character so terrifying? The sight once again fell on the hands of the former Heavenly will on the group. Chu Wei can already deeply to this the strong power of destiny coming from the group deep eyes. There even gradually emerged a meaning. Want to Emperor, the power of return. Emperor, reverse the past, time and space and completely change everything. If I can get the recognition of Xianhuan world wish, definitely get the. Moreover, with the blessing of this half of luck and destiny, he will have a better chance of killing Yi Qing Yun and avenging his senior brother and master. It seems that Chu Wei has something to say. The former Heavenly Dao will temporarily lifted the restrictions. Before all this, I have a question for you. Who are you and why are you helping me? Chu Wei Mu, staring at Mu Bailing opposite him. Since you have chosen to give me such an important thing, you must want to invest in me. As someone you invested in, I have to know some basic information about you, right? Shen. After a moment, Mu Bailing finally spoke. I am the former will of heaven. My wish, I will agree with you to kill Yi Qing Yun, destroy the current Tian Dao and take back everything that once belonged to me. At the same time, Xianhuang world, the unknown world condensed completely by the power of heaven, is deep. Boom boom. Shocking, the roar of the earth was endless. With this world drama once. There are endless heavenly runes condensing, the huge waves surged wildly in all directions. And here, the deepest part of the heavenly world, the most violent energy center area, even there was also some strange sound of talking in one's sleep. With the world, the strange dream talk gradually became clearer. But if you listen carefully, this mumbling sound is clearly repeating a person's name. Guhan. A terrifying sound that contained a majestic power and seemed to have the power to destroy everything in the world completely appeared in the energy center area here. Thiskad, the world of heaven, is also in turmoil. Some kind of law barrier that maintains energy stability is also gradually collapsing and shattering. Trapped, the current original body of the heavenly Dowel, who was in deep sleep, suffered a great loss because of its differentiated will and was captured by Guhan. At this moment, after receiving the feedback, even in his sleeping state, he became completely furious. He even had to end his sleep early and wake up from it forcefully. The other side. A ferry boat is speeding towards the territory of Taihua Fairy Dynasty. Guhan, you dare to treat this strand of my will like this? When my true will awakens, I will make you suffer, burned by the flames of eternal karma, unable to die. Guhan nonchalantly picked his ears with a casual attitude, not taking the threat of the voice seriously at all. A seemingly to the extreme, about the size of a thumb energy, the ball is now in the palm of your hand. From him, the released power of the burial path is now constantly eroding the gold energy, the power of the ball. And that angry voice came from it. This was the one he had captured and suppressed earlier, that ray of heaven's will. The previous will of heaven image to the size of 2.5 basketballs. But during this period of time, he has absorbed about the size of a marble. Although the weakness of the will of heaven has not been analyzed. But there are also gains. That is, by absorbing this ray of power of heavens will he mastered a very special power of heaven and earth, which is extremely similar to the power of heavenly punishment. The power of heavenly punishment is the ultimate authority of the will of heaven if one can master similar power. Even if the will of heaven truly awakens in the future, he will have the capital to be truly justified. He can even use this power thorough. If he hides himself, even the true will of heaven cannot find him. But Guhan's, however, his achievements made the will of heaven very angry. The former will of heaven is resurrected and wants to seize power from him. Now Guhan, a guy who is not even in the Sate realm, wants to snatch power from him. This is simply a great shame and humiliation. Fortunately, although Yi Qingyun lost half of his luck and destiny, still alive, the worst thing hasn't happened yet. He still has a chance to turn everything around. Chapter 400, the one who is titled Eternal, will he not go too far? At the same time, I don't know how far away from Taihua Immortal Dynasty the sky is deep. A Yunlong warship broke through the void and traveled at an extremely fast speed. Don't worry, Qin Yun, you have my ancestor Tian Sung in your hands. I will protect you no matter what if you give me this token. Besides, Guhan dared to let people suppress him. I am the ancestor of Tsangjian Pavilion. Now the life and death of ancestor Tian Sung is uncertain. Because of him, this feud is irreconcilable. On the Yunlong warship, a man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, the middle-aged man who exuded a sense of intimidation without even getting angry, now had a voice full of resentment. He is from Yunshao continent, the leader of the powerful Tsangjian Pavilion. Tian Sung's sword immortal is the top ancestor of their Tsangjian Pavilion. As soon as they lost contact, they in Tsangjian Pavilion noticed it. The strong men sent out later looked for Tian Sung's sword immortal. The token was searched and Yi Qingyun was found. I also learned everything from him. This is all my fault. Yi Qingyun noodles angry. If I hadn't been tricked by Guhan, Senior Tian Sung wouldn't have risked his life to save me. Don't worry, seniors, I will learn a lot in the future. I will take Guhan's head as soon as possible to avenge Senior Tian Sung. Hearing this, the Sword Pavilion Master and others were immediately shocked. Xinov. In fact, they had heard from the old ancestor Tian Sung about Yi Qingyun. I know this young generation is a great man offspringpulse. That great man was once the supreme being that their Tsangjian Pavilion was pursuing. This matter, it dates back to many eras ago. At that time, the road to immortality had not yet been closed, and a man named Yi suddenly appeared and proved his way in the Shenhuang World Emperor. Finally, he embarked on the road of flying immortals, killing through the sea of stars and advancing strongly fairyland. In the end, he left behind a legendary story in the fairyland and established an immortal family with the title of Eternal. And Yi Qing-yun is the direct descendant of that legendary pulse. Guhan, this brainless guy, dares to fight with the direct descendant of this family. If you are my enemy, when the road to immortality comes again, I will die without a burial place. After a conversation with the master of the Tsunjian Pavilion after the talk, Yi Qing-yun suddenly pushed open a door. Behind the door were his two cousins Yi Xiao and Yi Xin. Suffered a big loss last time. Yi Qing-yun also learned a lot this time. Before going to the major dynasties, he had already sent his two cousins hidden in a very safe place. Now that he could no longer stay in the Taiwan immortal dynasty, he naturally had to take his two cousins away with him. Cousin, this time we had a bit of a setback, but don't worry, my cousin has found a new one. It won't be long before my cousin will lead you to conquer the world and leave a legendary story in this mysterious world. Listening to Yi Qing-yun's boasting and empty talk, Yi Xiao and Yi Xinshan, there was no ripple, he just listened silently. But there was an urge in my heart to tear Yi Qing-yun to pieces. During this period of time, Yi Qing-yun always liked to brag in front of them and paint all kinds of rosy pictures for them. He wanted to improve his relationship with them again in this hypocritical and ridiculous way. But every time with the master, if you hit it, you will always lose miserably. This kind of waste guys with their master sweat, none of them can compare to it. Needless to say, their master is naturally Guhan. They just stared at Yi Qing-yun quietly, their pupils deep in thought. At this moment there is a strange red, the lines are flickering slightly. At the same time, Guhan, who was on the flying boat, also blinked. Cut off Yi Xiao and Yi Xin's perspective. He also left a trump card in the hands of these two people, which not only can locate their positions at any time but also can view the nearby people through their perspective condition. Originally in Taiwan Immortal Dynasty, they used the two trump cards of Yi Xiao and Yi Xin to deal a fatal blow to Yi Qing-yun. As a result, thanks to the actions of Lu Ruyan and others, Yi Qing-yun was severely injured, temporarily saving him from these two trump cards. TSK. After coming to his senses, Guhan shook his head and sighed. I can only say that he is worthy of the treatment of the protagonist. This has taken away half of your luck and destiny. There is actually an unknown force helping. If he guessed correctly, this should be the previous life. Standing in Yi Qing-yun later, an unknown force helped him seize the imperial weapon inherited from Tianjianmen. I didn't expect this life to come out so soon. At that time this force, but what about nearly decades later? At that time Jian Shen had already for the peerless swordsman of Tianjin sect. Later it was because he didn't want Yi Qing-yun to obtain the inherited imperial weapon. Also regarded as the villain on the long road, was eventually slandered and attacked by countless people in the dark burial abyss. Now this god forces emerge in advance. There is a high probability that he will help Yi Qing-yun seize the Tianjin sect's inherited imperial weapon. But with him around, Yi Qing-yun's plan was doomed to fail. Moreover, there are two humanoid monitors, Yi Xiao and Yi Xin, to help him observe Yi Qing-yun. He might gain something else from it. The flying boat continued to move forward. Not long. The flying boat slowly hovered over the palace square of Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. Nangong Yacheng and a group of ministers have been waiting here for a long time. Seeing the flying boat landing, she smiled and hurried forward. Mr. Gu, you have suppressed the enemy with your own strength. This time several great dynasties quelled the rebellion on the border of our Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. I am the royal family of Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. The emperor has already ordered people to prepare. The banquet is grand. Please come with me, Master Gu. What will happen next? We talked as we walked. Hearing this, Gu Hanjiao just raised a slightly meaningful smile. But he didn't say much, just nodded slightly. There was no conversation along the way. Nangong Yacheng soon brought Guhan and others to the gate of the imperial palace. But in the thorough in front of the palace, Nangong Yaken seemed to finally be unable to hold back and mustered up the courage to ask. Master Gu, I don't know what happened in the floating city, but now you have controlled several dynasties for the actual rulers of several dynasties. What will you do to my Taiwan Immortal Dynasty in the future? If you want something, you can tell me and I will try my best to satisfy you. If I can't satisfy you, I will tell my father about it and try my best to persuade him to meet your request. It's also a connection with Guhan. It's been a while. Knowing that Guhan is the kind of person who is very self-centered, people who consider interests. Everything he did was based on starting from the interests of I can't believe that Gu Han spent so much effort power completely subjugating several major dynasties in the bag. Is he really going to show mercy and help their Taihua immortal dynasty to completely put down the rebellion, after that it's over go? That's not what you should be asking. Gu Han did not answer this question, but he glanced at Nangang Yaching calmly and coldly. It's just a casual goal, but it brought Nangang Yaching a terrifying force let Mudion and suddenly didn't dare to say anything more. What happened next? I will discuss this with your father in detail. Of course, I promised you that I owe you one person. Gu Han changed the subject, the corner of the eye slightly raised. I will look at that person at the beginning for the sake of that's too extreme. Nangang Yaching was slightly stunned. After thinking about what Gu Han said about him killing Bai Junlin and Zhu Yao and that she would guarantee him in the name of the princess, she couldn't help but pursed her lips. I actually feel a little regretful deep down. I regretted trusting Gu Han too much and not leaving any means of countermeasure. Now we can only pray, considering the past, for your sake. Gu Han, don't make it a big deal, that's too extreme. Chapter 4012 Requests surrender or destruction? Not long. Gu Han brought Hua Jieyu Xiaobingli and others into the palace. Today in the palace there are not only the royal family of Taihua Immortal Dynasty members present. Many ministers of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty also gathered here. They sat cross-legged on both sides of the hall, and the mahogany table in front of them was filled with various delicious food. Highest. There were 2 rows of tables and chairs on the left and right. Nangang Wendian was sitting cross-legged on the left, and the tables and chairs on the right seemed to be reserved for Gu Han. Seeing the master coming, all the ministers of Taihua Immortal Dynasty, or the royal family members, now all rose up, bowed to Gu Han and others. We respectfully welcome Master Gu. The previous dynasties rebelled. Give me the Taihua Immortal Dynasty border build. No, fortunately Gu Xiaoyu is kind-hearted and helps out. Nangang Wendian, who was sitting on top, also stood up at this moment, smiling face. Know the posture of a leader of a country. Today I am the host and I am leading all the officials of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty to express my gratitude to Master Gu. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Please don't be polite. We won't go home until we are drunk today. Of course, after the banquet I will also give you a generous reward to show my gratitude to Master Gu for his bravery. Thanks. It has to be said that Nangang Wendian and the entire Taihua Immortal Dynasty gave him enough face. This made him feel a little embarrassed about taking action against the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Of course, this idea came and went quickly. After all, according to the original plot develop, Taihua Immortal Dynasty is against Yi Qingyun. The long road has played a great role in helping. Even the old emperor in the original Pleizhong also highly values Yi Qingyun and bestows his blessings on him. Even though Yi Qingyun's plan was completely ruined because of himself, but he still won't let his guard down. There are only 2 paths to take in the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. By him it controlled several dynasties and gradually eroded and annexed them, eventually destroying them completely. Or just surrender to him. After the banquet, royal palace, that atmosphere was not relieved at all. Instead it becomes increasingly heavy. Suppress. See, everyone's eyes all gathered around themselves. Superior. Gu Han didn't care. Theme. Now the border of Taihua Immortal Dynasty, the great dynasties will never rise again. As for the reward you mentioned, Senior Nangang Wendian, I don't need it. After all, I do this, the essence of this is actually for myself. As soon as these words came out, including Nangang Wendian, everyone had just calmed down after the banquet, once again setting off a huge wave. The most expensive thing in the world is free. If Gu Han doesn't want the reward from their Taihua Immortal Dynasty, then he has other plans. And they had already guessed this other plot. Then, in the eyes of many people who are both vigilant and uneasy, middle, Gu Han slowly two-finger. I only have 2 requests. First, I want to go in the 3rd imperial tomb of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Although they knew that Gu Han's request might be difficult for them to accept. But even though I had already prepared myself mentally after hearing these words, everyone present still felt very depressed. The bottom of the valley. Especially Nangang Wendian and other royal family members facing Morshan Nan saw the extreme. What a joke! The 3rd imperial tomb is the foundation of their Taihua Immortal Dynasty. The reason why their Taihua immortal dynasty was able to rise among the 7 dynasties sweep across the world and establish the immortal dynasty was because of the things in the Third Imperial Tomb. Even if it is deep, they did not allow important ministers to enter the Third Imperial Tomb. How could they allow a mere outsider like Gu Han to enter now, in? What's more, what shocked Nangong Wentian and others even more was the Third Imperial Tomb. This is their royal family Yuan Liji machine in. Gu Han is so focused now. The person who made this request, could it be that he had sensed something in the Third Imperial Tomb? Everyone will subconsciously gathered at Nangong Yaking Superior. This frightened Nangong Yaching even more. Suddenly he shook his head and denied it. Father, I have never done this to Gu Han. I am willing to swear on the destiny of the Taihua immortal dynasty. If violent the matter of inheriting the luck and dragon luck to outsiders. Even if she is a princess and she is given such a big hat, they will die miserably. Okay, don't worry, this matter I investigated it myself. Gu Han then said, and if I'm not mistaken, the inherited luck and fortune of your Taihua immortal dynasty should be in the Third Imperial Mausoleum, right? As soon as these words came out, Nangong Wentian suddenly became uglier. He even knew about the inherited luck and dragon luck. Could it be Nianxi from the Tsanlong clan, for Gu Han? No. Their Taihua immortal dynasty and the Tsanlong clan also signed a special oath. You can't deliberately spread the matter of the inheritance of the dragon vein of luck to a third party, otherwise the terrible backlash of the avenue. Even the top saints cannot withstand this kind of backlash. The Tsanlong clan shouldn't do such a stupid thing. As the ruler of a generation of immortal dynasties, Nangong Wentian was still able to control his expression well thread. Now he suppressed all the thoughts in his mind and said, Mr. Gu, although I don't know where you got this news from, but you also know that the Third Imperial Mausoleum is the largest in our Taihua immortal dynasty. Anyone who is not from my royal family is not allowed to exist, otherwise you will be the recognized mortal enemy of our Taihua immortal dynasty. My Taihua immortal dynasty will not clear it with all your strength. As soon as these words came out, the palace, that atmosphere became solemn again and everyone's heart was hanging high. Everyone was afraid that because of His Majesty's words the depressing atmosphere and finally derived a great battle. But soon Nangong Wentian changed the subject again and said with a smile, I wonder what Mr. Gu's second request is. The first request, although I cannot fulfill it, he will do his best to help Mr. Gu complete the second requirement. He felt that Gu Han might have deliberately made the first request very unusual in order to improve his chips divide-in. This kind of thing he was no longer surprised. Maybe the first request was just a pretext thrown out to deceive them. In fact, the second one is what Gu Han really wants. However, only Gu Han, the corners are slightly raised. My second request is that I hope the Taihua immortal dynasty submits to me and will follow my lead from now on. Wait, are you willing? As soon as he finished speaking, just like the way comes out with the law like a prophecy, heaven and earth Fingyun, the void suddenly became violent, shake and roar. Some terrible law convergence. The surging ocean is now overturning and covering the entire territory of the Taihua immortal dynasty. But the changes are not over yet. Then Nangong Wentian and all the ministers of the Taihua immortal dynasty received an urgent message. It's bad. The armies of several great dynasties that had previously withdrawn from the border of our Taihua immortal dynasty are now gathering again at the border of our Taihua immortal dynasty. And the momentum Jing Yuan surpassed before and seemed to be launching a new attack on my border, all-out attack. Chapter 402. They don't understand reason. The strong man behind me knows a little bit of fighting. As soon as the news came out, the hearts of Nangong Wentian and all the ministers sank to the bottom of the valley, and their minds were so shocked by the sudden news that they went blank. How so? The armies of several major dynasties had clearly just retreated not long ago. Why a short time will gather far more than the previous an offensive army? Moreover, the armies of several major dynasties gathered again to launch a great war. Jing, there should have been signs a long time ago. Why until now the army? Is there any news coming back? Don't laugh. After Yi Qingyun, who was completely defeated by Gu Han, disappeared, Jun Maxiu had for the most powerful young general of the contemporary Taihua immortal dynasty. Even recently, in order to guard the border as a general, he coordinated all the wars on the border. Why didn't he send someone back with the message? However, the next urgent report sent back once again dumbfounded Nangong Wentian and his men. My lord, something bad has happened. Marshal Jun Mashio has issued a direct order for the troops guarding the front lines to give up resistance and open the city gates. At this moment it seems that he has surrendered to the people of several major dynasties, allowing the coalition forces of several major dynasties to march straight ahead. At this moment the border has completely fallen. This news was like a bolt from the blue, shocking Nangong Wentian to the point where he could no longer maintain his calm expression. He stood up from his chair with a bang, his face full of horror. How so? Jun Maxiao's heart, he knows that too. Although in his the relationship with Nangong Waner has completely broken down. But it is also be righteous, loyal to the emperor and serve the country. Otherwise he would not have given him the title of Grand Marshal. After all the frontier chaos during this period, Jun Maxiao also made great efforts and pacified many. But now how could such a legendary existence betray for no apparent reason? Guhan, did you plan this a long time ago? A slightly trembling voice, due to shock and fear the voice sounded. The person who spoke was Nangong Yaching, noodle pale, all a little trembling, looking at Guhan. After all, Jun Maxiao had surrendered to things, among them as Guhan, who was secretly the shadow of the work, is here. After according to investigation, Jun Maxiao does have a special relationship with Guhan and he listens to Guhan very much. Previously I just think that this is because Guhan helped Jun Maxiao see Nangong Waner clearly and Jun Maxiao felt excited, so he tends to listen to Guhan. But now the truth has been revealed. How could I not know that Jun Maxiao had already for Guhan's people? And in the frontier Jun Maxiao had already been arranged to start the arrangements before the start. This guy is so scheming. From that time on he had actually begun to plot against their Taihua immortal dynasty. Nangong Wentian and many other ministers also reacted angry and he stared at Guhan solemnly. However, he didn't dare to attack Guhan. Because there is already a storm over their imperial city. Change the law is powerful, diffuse. There are many terrible, a shadow has emerged from it. There are even several with magnificent holy eyes, where the boundless space fell directly on all of them superior. If they dare to attack Guhan or do anything abnormal, I am afraid that it will attract the thunder attack from the owners of these terrifying gazes. Obviously Guhan, many powerful people have arrived in the capital of their Taihua immortal dynasty. Guhan had never intended to have a good talk with them from the beginning, used the simplest and most direct force to suppress. Senior Nangong Wentian, I am actually a nostalgic person. Look at the beginning of me and your in terms of points. There is also the relationship with Nangong Yaching in terms of points. I took a step back. Guhan shook the wine in the golden cup. Jiao Wei Jiao, as long as you are willing to submit to me on behalf of Taihua immortal dynasty, offer your loyalty to me and be used by me in the future. I promise that your Taihua immortal dynasty will remain the same as before and you will still be the emperor of the Taihua immortal dynasty. In fact, Guhan also gave Nangong Wentian enough face. The emperors of several other dynasties had their wills and souls directly reshaped by him, and in essence they were no longer real living people. But Nangong Wentian didn't think so. Instead it becomes Morshan is ugly. No matter what, he is the ruler of a country and the supreme being above millions of people. All under heaven belongs to the king. All within the realm of heaven are the king's subjects. He is such a supreme being, but now he is subservient to a young man who is not even at the saint level. Whether it is his or starting from the position of the leader of a country, these are all things he cannot accept of. Guhan, I know what you are planning. But our Taihua immortal dynasty rose from obscurity, and this country is the product of countless efforts by our Taihua immortal dynasty's royal family, heartshot down. Now you want me to hand over my kingdom to you and let me be your bride. What do you think? Will I agree? Boom. As the words fell, the void in the entire palace was distorted. Ming. Gold, the imperial dragon energy surged from all directions as if Zabangjiu in Nangong Wentian superior. At this moment his shadow is also in gold. It becomes particularly tall and majestic under the reflection of dragon energy. Like an invincible emperor standing between heaven and earth, overlooking the world. At this moment the void in front of Guhan twisted. The two saint kings who had terrifying cultivation had even stepped half a step forward, a quasi-emperor realm being suddenly appeared in front of him. Just standing there, the law barrier condensed on the surface helped Guhan block most of the imperial dragon's power. Place Guhan's hand in the Imperial Dragon Storm still calm, but the corners are slightly tilted. I have to say this book is really not friendly to villain canon fodder characters like him. Is it really based on the original drama? Let Nangong Gomerit sits on the throne of God, then transforms brain and handed over the entire Taiwan immortal dynasty to Yi Qingyun. I guess Nangong Wendian will finally be honest. Since senior Nangong Wendian doesn't understand the truth. Guhan, the smile faded and his eyes narrowed slightly. Then there are juniors, and there are juniors. These people behind also know some punches and kicks. In the war, hit it thoroughly when it is issued. Why? A sigh filled with endless vicissitudes suddenly sounded. Even at the moment this voice sounded, Nangong Wentian's anger had completely boiled over. The violent state of the Imperial Dragon energy to some kind of the situation became calm and stable in an instant. According to my original prediction, my Taiwan immortal dynasty would have a great opportunity. But I never expected that this great opportunity would. It's a great disaster. The world is really unpredictable. This sound is. Guhan raised his brows slightly. Although I have never seen the owner of this aura. But he could still guess. This is the original drama. As you walk towards him, the old emperor who protects Yi Qingyun will appear. At this moment, Taiwan immortal dynasty trap. At the moment of life and death, this old monster finally. I couldn't hold it in any longer. Chapter 403, Summoning Helpers? The strongest of the Tsunglong clan surrendered. In an instant, Taiwan immortal dynasty a violent shake. Snap. Then there was a crisp cracking sound. Most of the sky was torn apart by an invisible hand. The broken space seemed to be connected to another space, and the overwhelming gold dragon energy swept and spread from it. Sight layers of golden Imperial Dragon energy can even. It seemed that there was a huge Imperial tomb with a triangular shape like a pyramid on a blue planet. At this moment, wearing a red gold Imperial robe, the old man with a lifelike dragon pattern on his robe was walking steadily from there, gradually walking out of the divided world. Guhan narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, as the old emperor walked out of the Imperial Mausoleum completely, the Imperial Dragon energy gathered in the sky turned into substance. Everyone, the mouth seemed to be blocked by a huge stone, intense suffocation flooding all over. The sudden change caused many Taiwan immortal dynasty monks to change. What happened in the past month or so? Several thunderstorms have covered the capital city in succession, and now many unknown strong men have arrived. Now even the strongest old monster in their Taiwan immortal dynasty all present its stun. This is really an attempt to raise the capital to the ground. Should we let all these innocent passers-by monks be buried with them? At this time, several saint kings appeared out of thin air in front of Guhan and the others, condensing their saint power to protect Guhan and the others, staring at the old emperor vigilantly. Master, be careful, this person is very powerful, and it seems that he is blessed by the dragon luck of the dynasty. Gas, the power is still at the peak. His strength far exceeds that of the old fellow from the Red Dust Dao sect. With their cultivation at the peak of Saint King level, they would not be too weak when facing such a strong quasi-emperor. The only thing they fear is that this old guy will first attack their master Guhan. I have heard of your name, Mr. Gu. Although little friend Gu and I have some connection with Taiwan immortal dynasty. But the two demands made in quick succession are really unreasonable. The third Imperial Mausoleum involves the foundation of our immortal dynasty, and outsiders cannot enter. But as compensation, you can make any other requests if you want. I will. The national treasury is accumulated, and you can take any of it. The old emperor did not deliberately low voice. At this moment, his vicissitudes' deep and powerful voice suddenly echoed in the sky. Not to mention the many monks who were just passing by and watching the show. Even royal family members like Nangong Wendian felt a sense of fear and panic after hearing the old emperor's words. Their Taiwan immortal dynasty's national treasury treasures. It is truly the result of accumulation over countless eras. Now that nearly half of the resources have been handed over to others, this will not help to affect the foundation of their Taiwan immortal dynasty. Huge shock. Although this choice is very unwise. But do they have a choice now? The border has fallen, even the capital has been surrounded by the powerful forces behind them. They were in a state of distress on all sides. Even with the old emperor, there is also the blessing of the entire dynasty's dragon vein. He still didn't have the confidence that he could get through this crisis safely. Moreover, negotiation and cooperation require standing on the same level. Now they are Taihua Immortal Dynasty in absolute disadvantage. If Guhan doesn't agree, he will make them finish. The Taihua Immortal Dynasty had no choice regarding those two requests. However, the old emperor was very confident. In the eyes of many people who were shocked and puzzled, the big hand reached out into the void. A piece of shining gold, a dragon-shaped jade pendant containing an ancient aura, immediately appeared in his hand. That's compared to other monks who don't know why. Seeing this jade pendant, Nian Shi and other people from the Tsanglong clan had their pupils widened, shocked. As a member of the Tsanglong clan, they could feel the pulse clearly in the jade pendant to an extremely the original power of all. That was the original aura of the oldest ancestor of their Tsanglong clan who had survived from ancient times to the present ancestor Putsang. It seems to be many powerful Tsanglong clan members were shocked and puzzled eyes. The old emperor chuckled as if he was deliberately explaining something to Guhan and the others. Back then, due to a special reason, I and the Tsanglong clan's Putsang Daoyue cooperation agreement. And this jade pendant he gave me was specifically left for me to summon him. If my Taihua Immortal Dynasty is in danger of being destroyed, or if I have any troubles that I cannot solve, I can use this jade pendant to summon him to help me. As he started to explain, the old emperor's eyes were filled with sorrow. A golden light suddenly appeared, falling squarely on Guhan and the others' superior. If I use this opportunity this time, you will not only face me as a quasi-emperor but also a quasi-emperor who is more powerful than me. Now, do you still want to insist on the two requests you made earlier? Gu Xiaoyu, you might as well think about it carefully before answering. The world was silent and no one could hear anything. Old Emperor, this is in chi threat to Guhan and others. They even plan to summon external aid to help their Taihua Immortal Dynasty defeat Guhan and others. The old emperor had heard the news report before. After killing by Junlin and Zhu Yao, Guhan did not seek revenge from the strong men of the Tsanglong clan. Although this matter seemed strange, he did not think too much about it. After all, he still trusted Putsang. Even if the Tsanglong clan really has some connection with Guhan. With his relationship with Patriarch Putsang, the other party will still not use all your remaining strength to help yourself solve this crisis. At the same time, the Tsanglong clan's territory is countless miles away from here. There seems to be something wrong with the atmosphere of the Tsanglong clan today. Especially near the ancestral land, it was under martial law and heavily guarded, and even a flying insect could hardly get close. At this moment, the Tsanglong clan's ancestral land is deep. As the dragon energy rose and spread, there were several shadows gathering here. But some of them shadow at this moment is heading towards Ayang knelt respectfully. Let's not talk about it for now. This is the true words passed down by the true ancestor, that my blue dragon clan follows the will of the blue dragon. True ancestor is the will that my dragon clan cannot violate. Besides, now since the demon ancestor has spoken personally, my Tsanglong clan naturally has to obey. We are also willing to obey the orders of the two demon ancestors and serve Master Gu as the new master, followed by our Tsanglong clan. Very good, you made a wise choice. An ethereal and pleasant voice sounded. The layers of dragon mist were also shaken and dispersed by this sound. At this time, the shadow finally became clear and come out. Sitting on the throning was none other than Su Ling Yue. Kneeling before him were several ancestors of the Tsanglong clan. The leader is the so-called oldest ancestor of the Tsanglong clan, Putsang. Chapter 404, an auditory hallucination? Why did I hear the name Guhan? Su Ling Yue sat on the ancient throne. The last 9 pure white foxtails are windless, swaying with terrible ripples of laws. After hearing the answers from Patriarch Putsang and others, the breath then subsided and he took the opportunity to pass the message to Guhan. During this period, after returning to the demon world, he started a new journey plan layout. The first to bear the brunt is he personally descended upon the Tsanglong tribe and talked to them properly so that they would learn to be sensible. The results are pretty good. With my own power. There are also the true words passed down by the Tsanglong true ancestor. The plan was completed without any unexpected changes. Now both the Tsanglong clan and the Tianlong clan have surrendered. As long as Guhan can tame the demon dragons far away in the demon world, he will be able to control all the dragons here in one fell swoop. By then his strength will be greatly enhanced again, and he will even be able to influence the situation in the demon world. This will also play a vital role in Su Lingyue's return to the top of the demon world and control of the entire demon world. Taihua Immortal Dynasty came to the capital. The old emperor holds gold. The dragon-shaped jade pendant is now standing in the sky. The corners formed an arc that was under control. He was not in a hurry and waited quietly for Guhan's answer. He felt that as long as Guhan hadn't been kicked in the head by a donkey, they will never completely turn against their Taihua Immortal Dynasty. If we really fight with him, there will also be the old ancestor Patsong whom he invited. He will pay a heavy price, and there will even be no winner in this fight. As for Guhan Xiaobingli next to you, although he is the god of Feixian Tower but not completely, he is the next appointed helmsman of Feixian Tower. The forces that can be mobilized are also extremely limited. Therefore at present they are unable to provide much power in the battle between their Taihua Immortal Dynasty and Guhan. Just as Guhan frowned and thought, Su Lingyue's voice suddenly fell into his mind. I can just go for it boldly. I have already dealt with all the Tsanglong tribe. From today on, the Tsanglong tribe will completely submit to you and follow your lead. Hearing this, even Guhan couldn't help but be shocked. The Tsanglong clan, one of the most powerful races in the demon world, was easily dealt with by Su Lingyue? And at this time, the system's announcement sounded. Congratulations to the host villain mission, the new leader of the Tsanglong clan. Receive a 25,000 villain points reward. This report shocked Guhan even more. Good man, he thought it was very difficult to complete a task. With the help of Su Lingyue, it was so easy to complete. It's done. I have to say that this kind of backing, I really feel cool. Guhan suppressed the shock in his heart and didn't think much about it. Since the Tsanglong clan has completely submitted to him, it also means that the Tsanglong clan's ancestor Patsong should also obey his orders. Already he has his own people, so why should he be timid? Threatening me? Guhan raised his head. He looked into the old emperor's eyes without dodging or avoiding, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Then you can try to see if the dragon-shaped jade pendant in your hand can help your Taihua Immortal Dynasty resolve this crisis. It seemed to be echoing what Guhan said. Another urgent message reached the ears of Nangong Wendian and other royal family members. It's bad. Jun Maxiao rebelled and joined forces with the coalition forces of several major dynasties. They are now attacking other towns of our Taihua Immortal Dynasty. According to the direction it is heading, its final destination is the capital of our Taihua Immortal Dynasty. As soon as the news came out, Nangong Wendian and other royal family members, the staff relaxed a little bit, and at this moment stretch. How could they not know? Guhan, they were not frightened by their old emperor at all, but instead insisted on having their own way. Guhan Yu, after the old emperor recovered from his shock, suddenly became bird of prey. This guy is really a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. I think the following major forces are strong enough. I still think that this old guy doesn't dare to tell the truth, do it to the extreme. However, since Guhan insisted on doing so, he was too lazy to worry too much. The third imperial mausoleum of their Taihua Immortal Dynasty is real, hiding a huge, must not be known to outsiders. Snap. While making the decision in his mind, the old emperor exerted slight force with his palms. Gold, the dragon-shaped jade pendant, was immediately broken. The power contained within it roared. Hair turned into a golden. The dragon's shadow rushed straight into the sky. Suddenly the endless dragon chi group gold, the dragon energy vortex, the sky gradually sank and a void passage connected to an unknown place slowly appeared in the golden, emerging from the vortex. At the same time, the entire Tsanglong clan's ancestral land. After confirming that Su Lingyue, the evil demon ancestors, will not rely on their status and their relationship with their true ancestors, forcing them to sign certain unequal treaties. Only then did ancestor Patsong and others breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, make him incomparable, the breath of chi suddenly it surged through his heart like water. Even at this moment he too a kind of the call of the pulse. He calmed down and looked carefully. Know something? Then I understood the source of this calling. It seems that a long time ago he sold a person to the old emperor of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. This person don't limit him to doing anything within his ability things. If the Taihua Immortal Dynasty encounters a crisis of national destruction, the old emperor can also request this person let him take action. At the same time I suddenly realized. It also aroused the interest of the old ancestor Taizong. I don't know who can bring down the old emperor of Taihua immortal dynasty to this extent even at the cost of use his person. Master Zhenzu, I have something to tell you, need excuse me, Li. Patriarch Petsong bowed to Su Lengyue above him. Su Lengyue just nodded slightly and didn't even mention this matter, it's related to Guhan. After all, let's take a look at this matter. Let's see if these old guys from the Tsanglong clan are just saying they want to submit to Guhan but actually have other thoughts in their hearts, or are they really sincere? If it is the former, there are plenty of ways to bring about a change of dynasty for the Tsanglong clan. Taihua immortal dynasty is above the capital city. The terrifying aura came from the depths of the vortex of laws spread out. Even though it had not yet arrived, the demonic energy that had transformed into substance had already terrified countless cultivators. The royal family of our Taihua immortal dynasty actually asked the demon tribe for help. Although my Taihua immortal dynasty was but cooperating with the demon clan is like seeking the skin of a tiger. Many other Taihua monks who had come to the capital city first were filled with grief and indignation after witnessing all this. After all, they were the top dynasty of the human race. Now they have fallen to the point where they have to rely on the powerful demons to come and save them. What is the difference between this and abandoning their dignity? The people of Taihua immortal dynasty obviously also knew this. But now they have been until there is no way to go. If they don't ask for help from Patriarch Petsong, they will surely be defeated. The situation is not good. I must stop the ancestor. If he really attacks Guhan, then our Tsanglong clan will be finished. Nian Shi, who had no idea that her family had already surrendered to Guhan, was very anxious. Guhan, now there are 2 living demon ancestors following me to the point of being hurt. That wouldn't the demon ancestor be so angry that he would go crazy? Nangong Wuji, you were at least a powerful emperor back then. I don't know how many people respect and admire you. Are you old now, or have you encountered some insurmountable crisis? You have fallen to the point where you have to ask me for help. A voice filled with surging energy sounded. Then, as Zhou, surrounded by majestic dragon energy with a pair of black, the old man with dragon horns slowly stepped out from the space channel. Without waiting for Nangong Wentian to speak, Nian Shi hurriedly shouted, "Ancestor, you can't attack Guhan. If anything were to happen to him, my Tsanglong clan would be finished." What the hell? Patriarch Petsong had just walked out of the space channel and suddenly stiff-live. Did he just mishear? How did he hear the name Guhan? Guhan. Isn't this the person that the 2 demon ancestors asked the Tsanglong clan to follow? Chapter 405, Big Reversal. Leaving the body intact is considered a favor? The other members of the Tsanglong clan who didn't know the truth frowned when they heard Nian Shi's roar frown. Nian Shi, what nonsense are you talking about? Even the elder leading the team, Karakimoto, was also very dissatisfied at this moment. He knew that Nian Shi and Guhan had been very close recently and there was some kind of relationship between them. Divide in. Furthermore, even if Guhan is the ancestral dragon the owner of, but it is only because he is special that their Tsanglong tribe has not yet completely submitted to him. At most, Patriarch Petsong would not harm Guhan, but Guhan, for those who come after, it's different. Furthermore, Guhan, although the foundation of the major forces behind is good, but it is impossible to destroy their entire Tsanglong clan. Humph. What do you know as a junior? I and your Tsanglong clan's Petsong ancestor are old friends. I don't know how many episodes there are era. Now I am Taihua immortal dynasty. When I am threatened by thieves, how could brother Petsong not help me? The old royal family was also a little dissatisfied when they heard Nian Shi's words and scolded her. So much so that he did not notice that Patriarch Petsong had just walked out of the void passage. Already stiff. Stayed where you are. Don't be fooled by his calm appearance. My heart has already been in turmoil. Even already using his divine sense, he flipped through the portrait of Guhan that Su Lengyue had specially given him. You don't know until you compare. You'll be shocked when you do. The white one below, I sent that man Guhan? So, Nangong Wuji, this guy who is trying to trick Long, is he planning to let him attack Guhan? He also thought of the time when he left the Tsanglong clan's ancestral land and set foot on in front of the space channel. Su Lengyue looked at him, the arc that seems to be a smile but not a smile. The old ancestor Petsong couldn't help but one. How could he not know that Su Lun Yue, who had already known the truth, did not tell him about it? This is secretly preparing to observe his reaction. If he didn't do well, or if he was not satisfied that Sanglong clan might be finished. Court death. Who are you calling a thief? Ancestor Putsong was immediately furious. The terrifying demonic energy storm centered on him and immediately spread to the void for tens of thousands of miles around him. The terrifying power even shook the entire Taihua immortal dynasty. Ancestor. Nianxi was shocked. He was worried that the ancestor would attack Guhan, so he just stopped in front of Guhan, hoping the grandfather is seeing. For the sake of this junior, I will pay attention for a moment. And deep heart, it's a very difficult decision whether to send Gu Hain and tell the ancestor. But previously I had talked with Su Lingyue over the agreement. This makes it very difficult. Nangong Wuji is very happy. I think he and Patriarch Putsong are points far more than Gu Hanban important. Ancestor Putsong is ready to help. Fellow Daoist Putsang, that person is Gu Han, let's attack him together. However, he didn't finish his words. Close, you old dog. Ancestor Putsong shouted loudly. The terrifying evil spirit locked onto his on directly let Nangong Wuji's words get stuck. The whole person suddenly became as still as a clay statue. Then, in front of everyone's disbelief, in the middle, Putsong Laozu the shadow flashed and appeared in front of Guhan in an instant. He just bowed and said respectfully, I am Long Putsong from the Sanglong clan. I greet Master Guhan. At this moment the whole world fell into silence and you could hear a pin drop. The sudden reversal made everyone's heart tremble. They jumped halfway and were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. What condition? It's not that this unknown demon clan is powerful, it's their old royal family who is wasting people. Are they helpers invited from the demon world? Why? It seemed that he not only knew Guhan but was even extremely respectful to him. The most unbelievable person might be Nangong Wuji himself. He had previously thought that after the appearance of Patriarch Putsong he would help him deal with Guhan and others and resolve the crisis in an instant. But I never expected the reversal to come so quickly. I don't hesitate to waste one person. The helpers he invited did not help him deal with the enemy. Instead, he called the enemy leader Sir. This moment, Nangong Wuji felt as if the sky had collapsed. Nian Shi and others were also in this state of shock. Ancestor Putsong is the strongest person in their Sanglong clan. I heard that it only takes a little opportunity to break through to become the demon emperor. The demons who respect him in the demon world also have their own. Now, calling a young person an adult so blatantly made them feel that their worldview had been completely overturned. The first person to come to his senses was Gu Han. He also understood why Su Lingyue would take the time to deal with the matter of the Sanglong clan. Tell him. It turns out that everything that is happening now was anticipated. Sure enough, Su Lingyue is worthy of being a great demon who has lived for countless epochs. He really has a keen eye for prediction. Control the various. After the discussion, Guhan, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Senior, there is no need to be so kind. We are all family, so there is no need to be too particular about these things. It's just that I really want to go into the third imperial mausoleum of the Taihua immortal dynasty. I wonder if you could give me a hand. Patriarch Putsong hesitated for only a second and then said firmly, of course. If you want to go and take a look, I will do my best to help you. Boom boom. These words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Nangong Wentian and the others speechless. Okay, let's play it this way, okay? Previously they thought that the helper invited by their ancestor would help them out of danger. I didn't expect that he was from the bandit leader Guhan. I couldn't beat Guhan in the first place. Now there is another such powerful existence. It means that God is going to destroy their Taihua immortal dynasty. What makes them even more aggrieved is that this was obtained by their ancestor himself. Fellow Daoist Putsang. How can you be so dishonest? From face to face, Nangong Wuji, who was calm and looked like he had everything under control, could no longer hold back at this moment. A half-senile old man was so angry at this moment, trembling, puffing out beard and glaring. You said that with this jade pendant in my hand you can help me complete anything. Now you have actually breached the contract and are joining forces with this thief to murder our Taihua immortal dynasty. Are you still a dragon? Hearing this, Patriarch Petsong snorted coldly. Everything must be based on evidence. What I said at the time was to do something within my ability things. You asked me to attack Master Guhan, which is far beyond my ability. It's even more impossible for me to do it. So your people invalid. Perhaps seeing this person I can leave you one the result of the face. You. Nangong Wuji was so angry after hearing this I was shaking and almost spit out a mouthful of old. People, is that what you are supposed to use? Kill yourself and then leave yourself, this is considered human? Chapter 406 Regrets intertwined with snow and wind until a desolate death. Grandmaster, what should we do about this? Should we fight or not? Nangong Wendian hesitated for a long time before he finally mustered up the courage to ask. After all, the power emanating from the dragon form of ancestor Petsong was too terrifying. Patriarch Petsong didn't even have to use force to kill their old emperor, he only needed to delay for a moment and their Taihua immortal dynasty would surely be defeated. At this moment the eyes of all the royal family members of Taihua immortal dynasty all gathered at Petsong Laozuan waiting for his answer. Shanit took a few full breaths of time. Nangong Wuji, the strongest man in Taihua immortal dynasty, sighed deeply. The whole person seemed to have aged hundreds of years at this moment. Restrain your mind after the emotion, his vicissitudes of life somewhat complicated to Guhan. Mr. Gu, I don't know why you insist on entering the third imperial tomb of my Taihua immortal dynasty. But now that things have come to this, even if I try to stop it, it will be meaningless. The world was silent and Nangong Wendian and other members of the royal family of the Taihua immortal dynasty were completely silent. They all seemed to have expected it. Now Jun Mashio has rebelled and joined forces with several major coalition forces and several cities have fallen. They were in Beijing and were surrounded by the top masters behind him. He was completely isolated and helpless, unable to learn. If they fail, there will be only destruction. The old emperor's voice continued, I offended Master Gu in the previous incident. I hope Master Gu will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. As he spoke in front of countless shocked and unbelievable eyes, middle. This human emperor once dominated the world in ancient times. In front of everyone he truly bent his back, which he had been proud of all his life, and bowed respectfully to Guhan in midair. I can agree to both of Mr. Gu's requests. But I just hope Mr. Gu was able to leave a legacy for the royal family of Taihua immortal dynasty Pulse inheritance. Toy can guarantee that my royal heritage will not come to an end completely in this world. Certainly. Guhan didn't think much about it but agreed readily. Let's not talk about the fact that he had promised to owe Nangong Yaching a person. We'll look at this person for the sake of that's too extreme. Furthermore, the Taihua immortal dynasty is a top-level dynasty of the human race with a vast territory. There are countless monks and living beings. If all the high-ranking members of the royal family were killed, I'm afraid he'll have to spend more strength and heart recultivate. It's better to pick up the cash directly off. As for the loyalty of the royal family of Taihua immortal dynasty, he had ways of making them comply. For example, asking them to take a vow or imposing the curse of the bloodline. If anyone violates it, they will be completely extinct, the pulse is cut off or something. For a royal family like this, what matters most is it is inherited from the bloodline, so it is not difficult to get it. As the old emperor gave in and surrendered, the crisis of national destruction of the Taihua immortal dynasty has finally come to an end. Guhan, after that, the three major forces withdrew. The coalition forces of several major dynasties also withdrew from the territory of the Taihua immortal dynasty, returned several cities that they had previously occupied, and became obedient again. As for the rebellious Jun Maxiao, although the royal family was angry, I didn't dare say anything more. After all, Jun Maxiao is Guhan's man. Now everyone in the royal family knows that Guhan is standing on top of their Taihua immortal dynasty, a supreme being who is more noble than Nangong Wendian and even Nangong Wuji. How dare they hold his people accountable? Even more military power needs to be transferred to give it to Jun Maxiao to make Guhan feel at ease. Don't worry, they will not do anything else to preserve the future royal family Pulse inheritance. Because of the special dragon vein of destiny in the third imperial mausoleum, Guhan needs to wait for a week until the dragon vein of inherited luck is at its most dense before he can enter in. Therefore, take advantage of this short week. The Taihua immortal dynasty began a political change. After all, their Taihua immortal dynasty will be a subordinate force under Gu Han in the future. Many substantial positions of power need to be moved to Gu Han, the three major forces behind. In the palace, Nangong Wendian sat upright on the dragon throne. But he no longer had the overwhelming temperament that he once had, as if everything was under control and he could overlook the world. He looked listless and haggard, like a frustrated middle-aged man. After all, he had never expected that the younger generation, whom he had even looked down upon at the beginning, now it is the supreme being of their Taihua immortal dynasty, evens one. Yaching, from today on you are the next heir to the throne of the emperor of our Taihua immortal dynasty. Shin, after a long pause, Nangong Wendian finally spoke. Let's not talk about it first. Your performance now is much better than your sister Nangong Waner. Besides, in my Taihua immortal dynasty you are the closest to Gu Han, a person of the set. When you take this position you may be able to rely on this. Let the royal family of my Taihua immortal dynasty continue for hundreds or thousands of years. Kneel down on the ground. Nangong Yaching, who received the imperial edict, felt in a dreamlike trance. Obviously got the position he had always dreamed of. This should be a very happy thing. Let heart, but it is complicated and confusing. He has been fighting with Nangong Waner for so many years and wants to sit on the throne. Isn't it all for the territory of Taihua immortal dynasty and the power above millions of people? But now, the position of successor to the king that he had always dreamed of was to before Gu Han, a puppet emperor controlled by others. Just thinking about it is sad and depressing enough. But there is no choice. This parade is the best choice. But once let quite feel. I heard that Li's elder sister Nangong Waner hasn't been doing well recently. The whole person no longer has the past for the pride of being the jewel in the crown of the Taihua immortal dynasty. In recent days he seemed to be wandering around the gate of Jinghua Mansion day and night as if he wanted to win back Jun Maxiao. Once I tried to break into Jun Maxiao's residence but was thrown out like a dead dog. Taihua continent has winter. The north wind blows snow and the whole place is covered in silver. And at this moment, in front of the gate of Jinghua Mansion, but there stood a lonely and desolate film. A blue as the snow fluttered in the wind, a light layer of frost even formed on the ends of her hair. Even though I was wearing a mink coat, the temperature remained high despite the erosion of the wind and snow. The girl's pretty face turned pale from the cold, cracked, all shaking shake. And it seemed like I had been standing here for a very long time. There was a thick layer of snow on the shoulders and even under the feet. The shadow seemed increasingly thin in the wind and snow, as if it would be completely swallowed up by the wind and snow at any time. However, but never moved. He took half a step and just stood outside the door. Nangong Waner felt that she just had to wait and wait here forever. Jun Maxiao will definitely come out to see me. Want to wait for him. Tell him loudly that I regret my mistakes and that I want to rekindle our relationship. But the bronze door was closed with no sign of opening. Jun Maxiao did not show up either, just letting constantly eroded by wind and snow. The heavy bronze gate of the Jinghua Mansion seemed to separate two different worlds. Outside the door snow was flying and the wind was cold. Door, the lights are bright, the candles are flickering and it is extremely warm. Jun Maxiao, sitting in the hall wearing a white, the long robe, has a heroic look between his eyebrows and his temperament is flowing in his every move with the charm of a legendary general. Now, he was holding a special piece of jade in his hand. The image projected in the jade was Nangong Waner standing alone in the snow as if waiting for someone film. Jun Maxiao's eyes contain all kinds of after staring at the jade picture for a few breaths. Sue's deep eyes. Jun Maxiao directly broken jade, picked up pen, writing on the blank paper on the desk. As the pen moves, lines of ink words emerge one by one. Back then I always thought if we could get wet in the snow together one day we could grow old together in this life. Today I sigh, once the snow in Chang'an has fallen there will be no more heart person. The pen falls. Jun Maxiao stared at him for a moment again, then raised his hand and waved. The power of the law rolled up the book and paper, floated out of the hall, floated into the courtyard and then floated into the wind and snow. In a trance it seemed as if someone was holding the paper in the wind and snow. Noodle, getting paler after shaking for a while, he looked up to the sky and let out a sad laugh. Stumbling, carrying paper and under the erosion of the biting snow and wind, it gradually disappeared in the vast depths. Or maybe the world was covered by snow and wind. Or the past regret deep snow. And Nangdong Waner, however, was entangled in coldness, pain, and even regret, until he died miserably and no one cared. Chapter 407: The Secret of the Third Imperial Tomb. Legend of the Immortal Stone. A week passed in the blink of an eye. In just a few days, the situation of the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty has undergone earth-shaking changes. Guhan, the three most powerful forces. There are people from the three major forces stationed in Taiwan capital and even in the Imperial Palace film. From today on, Taiwan Immortal Dynasty is completely in decline into Guhan's hands. Since then, Guhan, who has mastered the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty and several major dynasties, he is the only supreme ruler of the entire Taiwan continent. At the same time, Taiwan Immortal Dynasty Palace is deep underground. Under the leadership of Nangong Wuji, Guhan and his group walked along the narrow and endless corridor, going deeper and deeper underground march. The deeper as we walked, the aura of some kind of law emanating from the end of the corridor became stronger and stronger. Until I don't know how long I have been walking. Guhan and his group finally reached the end of the corridor and their vision suddenly became clear. The scene before my eyes was extremely shocking. And the darkness and imagination, that underground world of suppression, is completely different. Above the head is a clock that has been precipitated by the era. The stone was stained with a faint fluorescent glow like stars dotting the night sky. What is strange is that although the underground world is full of traces of artificial mining, there are still many strange plants growing there that are completely unrecorded in history books. Clusters of them are several stories high and the surface exudes a light blue. The mushrooms grow both. There are also countless species of magical herbs and trees which seem to be moving in accordance with some strange rhythm, flickering like breathing. The most eye-catching one is the one standing in the center of the field of vision, which looks like it is made of gold. Huge pyramid. That is hidden in the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty, the Third Imperial Tomb. During this period, Guhan also learned some information about the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty from Nangong Wuji. In fact, the Third Imperial Tomb is just a cover. It's not their anger, the final place of silence for the depressed royal family. Because before the Third Imperial Tomb there were two other Imperial Tombs, the First Imperial Tomb and the Second Imperial Tomb. These two Imperial Tombs are the final resting place of the royal family of their Huasan dynasty. The Third Imperial Tomb is actually just an empty shell. For countless epochs no one came in among them, silence passed away. It is only the Imperial Tomb on the surface, but in fact hiding a magical. This matter let's start from many years ago. At that time the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty was still just the Taiwan Dynasty, one of the 7 great dynasties. Because the ground remote location when the Shinshu Dynasty was back. Their ancestors were very unlucky and the resources they inherited were extremely limited. It is the lowest among the 7 dynasties. The other 6 dynasties were always thinking about annexing their Taiwan Dynasty. At that time the founding emperor of the Taiwan Dynasty was filled with grief and anger every day, even at the cost of using various means. They are trying to find a way out for their country. Finally, some ancient sacrificial rituals were even initiated. However, after several years the sacrificial ceremonies presided over by the founding emperor had no effect at all. On the contrary, because of the sacrificial offerings the already declining national strength further declined. Even the royal family has reached a precarious point and is about to collapse. But that night, a strange phenomenon descended from the sky. Suddenly a gorgeous rainbow cuts through the night sky. Unknown skyfallet hit exactly the ground below the imperial palace of their Taiwan dynasty. After being inspected by the powerful men of the Taiwan dynasty, it was finally confirmed that the is a piece of flowing 9-colored clouds, the fairy stone. The certain rhyme of Tao emanating from the divine stone was beyond their lifetime understanding and was unlike anything they should have known. Therefore many people believe that this immortal stone was a supreme immortal that descended from the immortal realm. Moreover, it seems that this fairy stone special, the spiritual veins of heaven and earth in that area, were completely revived, endowed with some kind of divine power. Finally, the people of the Taiwan dynasty who learned about this matter gave this immortal stone and the awakening self-god the spiritual veins of heaven and earth are worshipped day and night. They even mobilized the power of faith across the country to help this spiritual vein of heaven and earth transform into the inherited dragon destiny of their dynasty. It also seems that their behavior plays a role. Since then the Taiwan dynasty has gradually risen and its national strength has grown for the best of the 7 dynasties. Finally, it annexed the other two most powerful dynasties, ultimately establishing its well-deserved dominant position. Because the royal family of the Taihua dynasty believed that they can achieve such a great wealth, it is also thanks to this fairy stone. Therefore, the country's name was later changed to Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Inherit the meaning of immortality. Consciousness gradually returned. Guhan had already arrived at the Third Imperial Mausoleum with everyone else closed gold under the gate. Master Gu, the dragon vein of inherited luck in my Third Imperial Mausoleum is extremely special. At this time Nangong Wuji said, except for the royal family of Taihua Immortal Dynasty, in addition to the pulse, it is necessary to condense a relatively strong dragon energy meriton. Otherwise my Taihua Immortal Dynasty's inherited destiny dragon vein will be affected. Even those who do not conform to the rules will be horrible backlash. New. Guhan nodded slightly and said nothing more. The next moment. Guhan's oolong pulse boiling. Suddenly a golden dragon energy condensed dragon shadow with terrible the pressure suddenly came from the depths of space emerge. Is that so? Seeing the scene, Nangong Wuji felt both shocked and expected sleep. This kind of dragon race, even he, a top quasi-emperor, felt that it was of extremely high status and even subconsciously made him feel a little nervous pulse breath. I guess no dragon can do this except the one in the dragon legend. It turned out that Guhan had already been noticed by the legendary dragon. No wonder Patriarch Petsong was willing to turn against him in order to protect Guhan. Nangong Wuji said no more. Send immediately, strength directly closed gold door, push it open. In an instant the endless imperial dragon luck turned into substance, washing over Guhan and the others like a terrible storm. The more powerful the existence, the more this overwhelming dynasty dragon luck, there may even be a sense of difficulty in taking steps. However, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Guhan is the one with relatively low cultivation level among them. In the face of such a terrible energy storm influence. Moreover, when the energy storm brought about by the dragon luck of the dynasty, the moment he arrived he was like a clay cow, like the sea had disappeared into his. At the same time everyone was a little surprised arrive. Guhan, the power of luck on earth, actually absorbed the dragon luck of the dynasty, and the speed is visibly rising rapidly. This even Guhan himself felt a little strange. As the villain of this book he has always been very unlucky, which seems to be his nature. It is caused by luck and fate. This is. But as the top powerful person of the Tsanglong clan, the ancestor Petsong, who possesses special magical powers, looks at it from the perspective of an observer. Guhan has already there have been earth-shaking changes. Because of Guhan, before there are several different, the line of destiny occupies it. He, the most dense thing on the surface, is the dark line of destiny that represents nothingness. But now it seems, after absorbing the rich dragon luck of the dynasty, he, the relative dull gold, the thread of luck, is becoming more solid and shining. Chapter 408. The world's destiny changes the eternal Yi family's plan. All living things in the world have destiny. And they, the expression of the richness of the luck on the body, is the line of luck. Gold, the thread of luck, is the rarest in the world. White, the most ordinary. Black, it is also rare in the ages. Generally have this, the existence of the luck branch line is almost always extremely unlucky. I'm afraid there won't be any, even those who are about to die will have it. But Guhan was very strange and weird. Because there are almost all kinds of the line of destiny. Moreover, Patriarch Petsong always felt that strand of hair entangled in Guhan, the black one on the thread of luck, seemed to be different from what he knew. He was also a person with a tragic fate and a desolate life. I have seen this before. The luck line, at most just a glance at it will make you feel unlucky. Sleep. But he saw Guhanen, this black one, the line of destiny. It's the scalp numbness only. I feel like my soul is being controlled by some god power erosion. While everyone else was overwhelmed by the increasingly violent storm of the dynasty's energy when controlled. Guhan has already mobilized his strength and continued to move his feet deeper into the Third Imperial Mausoleum. Go ahead. He always feel the Third Imperial tomb is deeper. It seemed as if something was calling him, making him subconsciously want to get closer. Of course, the most important thing is that until now he has not sent system playback sign in success prompt sound. According to his past experience, should continue to go deeper among them will hair. At the same time as Guhan continued to the third imperial tomb is deep at the same time. The entire Xianhuang world has also undergone some kind of invisible changes. The world's destiny, which had been stable for countless epochs, now experienced a huge wave for the first time. The whole world is filled with ripples of luck tide. But the power of luck is ethereal and invisible. Only some people who are good at seeing through illusions in destiny, such as special beings like the will of heaven, can perceive it clearly. At the same time, far away in a distant place returned to Dao sect. Already the skill merged with Yi Qingyun's half of his special destiny way. Invisibly it also produced some kind of unspeakable connection with the original power of destiny of the Xianhuang world. Now the same can to the power of destiny of the entire Xianhuang world, to the impact as like a tide directions converge. Senior was the sudden phenomenon caused by Yi Qingyun and the current heavenly Dao will. After a short period of time, Chu Weijia the master is dead. The fact that the body and the current will of heaven are integrated. For some things it is no longer as taboo as before. The previous will of heaven did not respond. Just the isolum to the horizon towards the direction of Taihua immortal dynasty. No. Now most of his self-awareness is still in deep sleep. Even if I want to wake up early because of the previous failures, it would take several years to make such a big quiet. Moreover, it is not a phenomenon where luck converges to form a new person of destiny. It is the destiny of my Xianhuang world that is being absorbed by an unknown existence. You stay here and continue to cooperate with Yi Qingyun. Try to refine the other half of your destiny as soon as possible. My own eye went to see what happened. The former heavenly will instructed. He took a step forward and the space immediately split open among them, completely disappeared. At the same time, God deep space of heaven, the sleeping will of the current heavenly Dao, even if it is even while sleeping, he also reacted to this incident. Deep space of heaven, from time to time there were loud noises like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. Some unknown shackles that seemed to be binding something were gradually cracking. Next crack. The power of destiny of the Xianhuang world was something he and the Eternal Yi family had achieved a long time ago, a special collaboration. If the power of destiny of the Xianhuang world was absorbed by a certain existence, his ultimate plan would be ruined. Moreover, it was because half of Yi Qingyun's luck and destiny were taken away. The Eternal Yi family, who was far away in the immortal realm, also heard the news and had some strange thoughts. A gorgeous starry sky in the fairyland. The stars are swirling and countless stars are forming. The Milky Way stretches across the universe. At this moment, an unknown Godin, the fairy palace. A few weeks surrounded by immortal runes, the shadow was bathed in the brilliant fairy light. Shadows gather here. That ant from the lower world is so arrogant. How dare he attack my Eternal Yi family? The descendants of the clan are so cruel, it simply shows that they don't take us seriously. For countless epochs my fairyland and the lower world have been completely closed. The lower world has long forgotten the name of my Eternal Yi family. How could those ants know the name of our family? That little guy is a key part of our Eternal Yi family's plan. We can't afford to let him go. In my opinion, we should use everything you can. Use your power to intervene in advance. Otherwise that ant will ruin our plan. That's easy for you to say. Let's not talk about the limitation of the law barrier. Don't forget the special features of that world. The voice that rang out again was clearly mixed with a strong sense of dread and even fear. Back then, the Undertaker who made my immortal realm terrified was suspected to have been killed by that group of old monsters in the immortal realm sealed in that world. If we forcefully open a law rift and allow the power of the fairyland to flow back into it so that the Undertaker who is about to disappear can absorb the power of the fairyland and revive, such a price is not something we can afford. Affordable. Besides, it's not just the Undertaker who is special. It is rumored that the core of the Nine Heavens Immortal Stone was also lost because of the mutation in that world. According to our plan, the Nine Heavens Immortal Stone should eventually fall into Qingyun's hands, but now it seems that because of that damn kid the plan has failed again. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. In these few while the debate over the film continues. All right. Until another powerful and majestic voice was heard, the arguing voices finally stopped. Looking closely, the person who was speaking actually looked somewhat similar to Yi Qingyun. No matter what it is, the excellent, I believe he can complete the grand plan of our Eternal Yi family. Besides, when I left Shanawang world, I also left behind a lot of as long as Qing Yun can get one of them. There are many ways to complete it, turn the tables and take control of the overall situation. Although the shadow is silent, it is cornered dark twitch. There is still no get one of them later? According to the information they obtained through investigation, Yi Qing Yun is such a waste, suspected to have been taken away by someone dead. Even if the opportunity is sent to him every time he goes up, he always misses. Even if you give him a chance, he's useless. Even if he could have obtained any of these opportunities, he would have taken off long ago. How could he end up like this situation? But now they have no choice. In that strange underworld there exist undertakers. Even if they want hand. It's not the right time now, and I dare not do it. Chapter 409, the fragments of the 9th generation immortal stone are suspected to contain life fluctuations. The burial gate is deep. The Zangshu moon, which had been immersed in darkness, seemed to have suddenly waking up from a deep sleep. Bound and huge, the countless chains of laws on the body made crackling sounds as if they would break at any time. The various ancient inscriptions engraved on the chains flickered dimly, releasing some kind of terrifying suppression, the power of. Just like red-hot iron encountering cold water, there were bursts of white smoke burning on it. However, Zangshu Yu didn't care at all, not at all influence. Opening my eyes, I can't see anything in the deep darkness. With his sharp eyes he glanced towards the dark sky above his head. Just a casual glance. No one noticed that the power of the world's destiny, which was originally boiling and roaring, suddenly stagnated and became quiet for a moment. Even the people from the Eternal Yi family who were spying on this place were inexplicably panicked. Just at that moment their vision suddenly darkened as if they were blinded by a ghost. In the third imperial tomb, Guhan was unaware of the grand vision and various reactions that were indirectly caused by him in the outside world. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he finally seemed to have arrived at the depths of the third imperial mausoleum. At the end of the field of vision there appeared a huge area of about several hundred feet, flowing with 9 colors of clouds, a crystal mountain that looks like glass and jade. I don't know if it's an illusion. Hey, feel that there seems to be some kind of living thing in this huge crystal mountain. Even though it was only fleeting. But to a vague purpose he glanced at himself and then quickly disappeared. Just when Guhan wanted to concentrate, God is exploring further. The system voice suddenly sounded. Byte. The new check-in location is displayed, the third imperial tomb of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Do you want to consume villain points to sign in? Guhan did not hesitate and directly chose to consume the villain's critical hit points to sign in, including the previous A reward for being the new leader of the Tsanglong clan. And then finish the main villain mission as the ruler of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. He was awarded 20,000 villain points. Now the villain points on the board are more than 120,000. Even if 20,000 villain points are consumed, there are still more remaining. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the third imperial mausoleum of Taihua Immortal Dynasty achievement. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Emperor Heaven Immortal Scripture. In ancient times, a human emperor who could understand the great way of the world, the supreme mental method condensed by enlightenment. If you have a sudden enlightenment one day, you can get a glimpse of the door to immortality. Inheriting dragon luck essence, a dragon vein gathers countless epochs of precipitation and cultivators absorb it, which can change fate and gain eternal luck. Placed in the ancestral land of one faction, it can change the inheritance and continue to prosper for thousands of years. Supreme Mountain and River Seal Quasi-Emperor Weapon already meets the conditions for transformation into an Emperor weapon. Note, the Great Mountain and River Seal is the Qiyun Emperor's weapon. The power of one party's luck is far greater than the means of attack. Fallen Immortal X2, Quasi-Emperor level. Detailed introduction. They were once a certain the custodian of the ancient land, but because of an unknown and terrifying incident he was involved in that dispute. Immortal, the base was destroyed and fell mortal world demoted to the status of a fallen immortal. Special reward, 9th generation immortal stone origin core fragment X1, its purpose is unknown but it is suspected to be related to an ancient legend in the fairyland. Warm reminder, perhaps after the owner finds something he will know its purpose. 9th generation immortal medicine X10. Heaven and Earth spiritual veins X5. After the system rewards are announced, Guhan, he pondered slightly while looking at the 9 generations immortal stone origin core fragment. The details of the source of burial path obtained in Pyamyo Immortal Mansion are as follows. The introduction is also kind of vague. What do you say? Let him bring it at the right time, and the place where immortals are buried, the burial moon trapped inside, can be released. Now I have a piece of the 9 generations immortal stone origin core fragment. He always felt that the system had a deeper meaning behind issuing this reward and that it was too coincidental. Because when he just took out this system reward, the huge glazed crystal mountain in front of him seemed to resonate with the 9 generations immortal stone origin core fragment in his hand. This suddenly made Guhan have a terrible guess in his mind. Could it be that this huge piece of crystal glass in front of us has an unknown origin and is rumored to have fallen here from the fairyland? Is it actually a fragment of the 9 generations immortal stone? Guhan was terrified as he thought about it and felt more and more that his guess was correct. He also felt that these two so-called fallen immortals might be one of the servants guarding the 9 generations immortal stone. Because the 9 generations immortal stone was broken, they fell into this world along with it. Pity. 9 back he was wandering around the Shenhuang world. After finally waiting until the immortal gate opened, the desperate battle royale also began, and Yi Qingyun, the god behind the strong men of the family, are chasing after him. Run. There is no chance to go to the fairyland, let alone explore the so-called fairyland. Now these two fallen immortals made him smell something unusual taste. However, the people in the system reward, it seems that their memory has been deliberately interfered with and they don't know many things. I can't ask anything. Shaking his head, Guhan stopped thinking about it again towards the huge crystal-glazed mountain. He can to then the overwhelming force of luck, as if so rich that it could turn into substance, was emanating from the huge colored glazed crystal in front of them. Guhan gathered his mind and focus on one point: want pass through the dense barrier of destiny and explore the depths of the glazed crystal mountain. What exactly exists? Guhan Ping concentrated his mind and focused his thoughts. The spiritual meaning exuded gradually faded to the depth of the 9 immortal stone fragments. Just when Guhan's consciousness was about to be immersed in it. What the hell? Guhan suddenly shuddered as if struck by lightning, and he immediately opened his eyes, uttered Chinese quintessence, and even subconsciously urged line instantly teleported several meters away. That's right. There is some kind of life wave in this fragment that is suspected to be the 9th generation immortal stone. He had just immersed his mind in it and wanted to find out the details when he inexplicably met a pair of eyes. Master Gu. What happened? At this time, Nangong Wuji, old ancestor Patsang, and others who had already adapted to the impact of the terrifying force of luck here had just arrived in this area. I saw Gu Hannian big change instant flash a scene several meters away. This made everyone suddenly, it's not good. I thought something happened to the dragon vein that inherited the fortune. Especially Nangong Wuji Noodles, he was frightened to the point of being pale. He hurriedly sent out an overwhelming divine consciousness to search for the fragments of the 9th generation immortal stone in all directions. Finally, after checking it several times, I didn't know anything is wrong. After that, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, a doubt arose in his heart. Puzzled, Master Gu, what just happened? I just sent out my divine sense and explored it for a long time, but I didn't find anything wrong with this immortal stone. I wonder if Lord Gu, just what have you arrived at? Already Guhan, who tried to suppress his shock, was also stunned when he heard this. After a moment, he sorted out his language logic and said, your Taihua immortal dynasty should have worshipped this immortal stone for many years. Isn't it? I feel that there is some strange life wave in this very stone. Chapter 410. Only one person can feel the gaze, and it's obviously not you who is wrong. Life wave. As soon as Guhan said this, the atmosphere around him suddenly became silent. Especially Nangong Wuji and other royal family members, they were shocked and confused. It was Nangong Wendian who came to his senses first and shook his head to deny it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Every year the royal family of our Taihua immortal dynasty will come here to worship the immortal stone and inherit the dragon vein of luck, and will use all means to explore it to the so-called life wave. Although this immortal stone is magical, it is essentially a dead stone. That's at the moment he heard Guhan's speech. Patriarch Patsang also emitted his own use divine consciousness to investigate. But the result is exactly the same. He also didn't find the 9 life immortal stone fragment-derived waves of life. Mr. Gu, do you know you are wrong? Patriarch Patsang hesitated to speak as if he was afraid that angry or offended Guhan. There is nothing weird. Guhan did not respond. Just frowned slightly. He stared at the fragments of the 9th-generation immortal stone in silence. He can still I feel that there is a hidden in the 9 immortal stones purpose still falling impartially on myself, as if looking at himself carefully. Moreover, this it seemed that only he could sense it. Even Nangong Wuji and Patsan Laozu, 2 top quasi-emperor masters, originally less than this is the purpose. Fairyland. A piece of fairy flowing, countless divine islands are suspended in the air, and even the heaven and earth are filled with rich fairy air, a piece of golden in the world. A fairy like the 9th heaven, absolutely, with a certain high-handed temperament. The child was lazily lying on the immortal glass jade on the couch. At this moment, this wearing colorful dress with wide sleeves, in front of the child there was an object that looked like a magic mirror or a fragment of a magic stone. And the picture reflected in it a face full of doubt, vigilant. We are Guhan in this direction. Some the corners are slightly curved out of the white and slender fingers, subconsciously the white in the picture man. Those two can make the world lose of. There was a smile and longing in his eyes. Is this you who was reincarnated into the underworld? Although I am far from the temperament you once had to command the heavens, even childish like a eater, he is a pretty boy who loves fans, but in terms of appearance he is exactly the same as you when you were young. But no matter what, as long as you are still alive and safe. Just wait a little longer. When the time comes I will find you and help you return to your former glory. It's obviously not you who was wrong. Speaking of which, deep eyes, there is a tremendous murderous intent surging. It's them who deserve to die, and it's them who deserve to be destroyed. If you could go back to the past, even if I destroy this fairyland with you, what's the harm? Hiss. Guhan in the 3rd Imperial Mausoleum inexplicably took a deep breath. I had a cold. I don't know why, but I feel unclear. The emotions became more intense. Moreover, I don't know if it's an illusion that stare at your eyes. It seems to be getting hotter and weirder. The inherited dragon vein of fortune is of no use to him, because he had just wanted to try to absorb the luck in it. I don't know if it's because of him either. The luck is too bad or it is too special. Even if you absorb more luck and power, it will be useless. This it felt like he was a being made entirely of dark ink pool. Even if it falls buckets of gold material, but it has no effect, it only makes the black ink thicker and darker. In fact, Guhan was not the only one who noticed this. His eyes have always been paying attention to Guhan. The old ancestor Putsong, who was on the line of luck, was also shocked and dumbfounded. A normal person would probably be unable to absorb this much energy. The thread of luck has long been transformed into real gold. However, Guhan gold on the line of luck, except for the slightly brighter one at the beginning. Then it was as if I was forced by some force, as if gone, it suddenly became dim, and instead it is entangled with Guhan. Black on the thread of destiny became deeper and darker. This phenomenon really refreshed his worldview. Guhan was too lazy to think about it. Change left the 3rd Imperial tomb. This scene also made Nangong Wentian and others breathe a sigh of relief. They were afraid of Guhan. They did not care about the future of their Taiwan immortal dynasty and forcibly plundered the dragon vein of inheritance and fortune. Now it seems that Guhan still has some sense of propriety. Nor are they prepared to really on the dead end. This also makes them invisible. Somewhat inspired Guhan and made him want to follow him sincerely even more. Strangeness. It was so strong earlier, as if there was a third person of destiny about to be born. Why did it disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye? The former will of heaven filmed deep in the skyhead. He looked suspiciously at the Taiwan immortal dynasty palace below. Especially when you see the deep after Guhan walked out. The doubts in the heart of the former heavenly will even worse. He actually had guessed before that such a big, the most likely person who was Jing is Guhan. But now looking carefully, it seems that he was worrying too much and made a wrong judgment. At the same time, he had just walked out of the palace and was thinking about what measures Yi Qingyun would take next. Drama. What kind of changes will happen next, and how should he deal with it? The shape paused, and suddenly something raised your head. God cold. He just raised his hand and reached into the void, and the Hanshao sword immediately appeared in his hand. Come out, don't hide there anymore. Guhan pointed his sword straight into the sky. But there was no one there. Guhan's behavior seemed like he was seriously ill and was doing some meaningless things. However, the direction his sword pointed was exactly Mu Beiling's hiding place. His voice was not small, like water waves open it. This immediately caught the attention of many palace guards stationed nearby. They all headed towards the direction that Gu Han was pointing go. However, in there the surroundings were silent and there was no strange aura. "Master Gu, what are you doing?" Many of them looked towards Gu Han with suspicion purpose. In their eyes Gu Han looked very strange, as if he was talking to himself or was inexplicably stressed. Gu Han narrowed his eyes slightly. He had previously captured a ray of heaven's will and used its power to suppress it, absorb and comprehend a new and special power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth and the power controlled by the will of heaven have the same goal. Therefore this also made him particularly sensitive to the breath of the will of heaven. It can't be wrong. The direction where his sword is pointing definitely contains the will of heaven. But parasitic on Yi Qin Yun, the will of heaven on the sky has been completely destroyed by him leave. The rest of the will of heaven is also how come a new ray of heavens will appear during the slumber. But the doubts in my heart, it's fleeting. Since it has been confirmed that what appeared there was the will of heaven. In order to avoid the other party from causing some misfortunes to you, it is better to strike first. Chapter 411 Tiandao Temple, the madman who subverts the world. Swish! Gu Hanzhou, the energy surged and gathered around him. The sword energy shot straight into the sky like a rainbow piercing the sun. No fancy stuff, make in line with the blessing of. He drew his sword as fast as a white horse passing by. Before many guards could react. A dazzling sword that shines brighter than the moonlight and then slashed diagonally straight into the sky. Gu Han didn't even bother to test the sword. Full effort even integrated the law of burial. After all, this kind of law power is no match for the power of heavenly punishment controlled by the will of heaven. There is absolute control effect. Even if the existence that seems to be the will of heaven wants to play tricks, his arrangement will be handled by him broken. But the next scene surprised Gu Han a little. That existence that seems to be the will of heaven. It turns out I didn't want to follow him hand. Instead, he used his strength to quickly break through the void and headed deep into the void crack. Escape. Snap! Sword cutting through the air. The terrifying might still vented out, and the thousands of sword energies passed by. A large area of space collapsed and countless void fragments fell like snowflakes. But in the broken space, Gu Han seemed to have seen something. His pupils slightly, some couldn't believe it. It was a ray of light that was moving away in the void shadow, to be precise as a Whiteson's film. Even if it's just film, but he recognized it at a glance. Shadow origin of the copy. It was his former master Mu Bailing. The other party's behavior made him feel very strange. On weekdays Mu Bailing seemed to have a serious illness. She always wanted to meet him in various ways and even thought she could renew their old relationship with him. But this time Mu Bailing did not come over to talk to him about reconciliation as she did as usual after seeing him. Instead, it seemed as if it was running away from him quickly. Even more bizarre is that strong waves of heavens will it turned out to be from Mu Bailing. It emanates from above. Could it be, has Mu Bailing been eroded by the power of heaven and become a running dog of heaven's will? But the will of heaven shouldn't be so stupid, right? Because I have mastered and absorbed Ahe, who has the power of heaven. He was extremely sensitive to the power of heaven. When heaven wanted to send his puppets to approach him, they were already exposed before they got close. He suddenly remembered what Mu Bailing was talking about with him at Pumiao Fairy Island. After going to a place and coming back, I will start a new journey with him. Gu Han's mind was filled with thoughts. I feel like Mu Bailing is getting sicker and sicker. Everything that just happened was weird. But Gu Han just shook his head, ordered his men to investigate Mu Bailing's recent whereabouts, and then he was too lazy to think about it. Now he has more important things to do. His cultivation level was he broke through again during the battle and reached the peak of the supreme realm. It was time for him to break through to the divine realm. Time passes by, maybe because of the drama further collapse. Or maybe it's because the current will of heaven is dormant, the reason for awakening. The Xianhuang world has not been peaceful during this period, with various major events occurring one after another. For example, some older sects emerged one after another, and some even carried out certain plans in secret. The demon realm, which has always been low-key, has become a little agitated recently for some unknown reason, disturbed. Even near the human race's demon-suppressing defense line, many powerful people gathered, suspected to be a large do. The Xianhuang world is vast and boundless, and the gathering place of the human race is equivalent to the center of the entire Xianhuang world. All the way west across the infinite sea is a broken and desolate land. Going east across the boundless sea is the demon world. Going south is the legendary demon realm. As for the area to the north of Xianhuang world, it is a continuous stretch as if there is no end to the endless mountains. Various huge mountains and peaks are stacked up, towering clouds cover the sky and block out the sun. This place is called the Endless Mountains. As the name suggests, if you walk along this area you will see there are mountains everywhere. However, the green mountains that were just beginning to be full of various bleak vitality will gradually change all kinds of barren and rugged rocky mountains until finally a dark and lifeless dead mountain. The endless dead mountains are filled with some kind of terrible miasma. This even Saint Realm experts find it difficult to resist the miasma. The risks there are no less than those in the barren areas to the west. But there is also a rumor said that as long as we can get through that dangerous death mountain, you can see a real paradise. There is the place where the will of heaven in the Xianhuang world is silent. If one can survive the miasma of the death mountain, one will be recognized by the will of heaven and live as long as heaven and earth. At the same time, endless mountain depths. Deep to the eye until it pass through the endless dead mountain deep covered with dense miasma piece. It is like a paradise on earth with palaces and towers standing tall which are totally different from the outside world's cultivation civilization. Countless palaces are lined up in an orderly manner directly forming a sacred city that seemed to stand in a fairyland. Above the huge arch bridge gate there is a special material hanging. There is a plaque with 3 big characters on it, Tiandao Hall. That's right, this is the will of heaven. Before falling asleep, make a backup plan for yourself. It is also a special force cultivated by him during his sleep if any unexpected events occurred in the Xianhuang world. The people in the temple of heaven are the executors of his will. Judge those lunatics who dare to defy the will of heaven and even go against the will of heaven. And because of the will of heaven, change history. And the reason why it is blocked by the miasma of heaven and earth outside the dead mountain. Therefore no one knew that there was such a mythical city in the endless mountains. At this moment, in the deepest part of the heavenly Tao Palace, in a luxurious palace, several breaths of terror wearing ancient clothes shadows are gathering here. But they are not discussing, but it seems like some kind of ancient sacrificial ceremony is being held. On the huge bronze platform countless rare natural treasures are piled up, and the sparkling a thing made of unknown material like an eye of God pattern now connected these ancient strong men by. And this the pattern is exactly the totemic imagination of the will of heaven by the Xianhuang world. At this time the pattern representing the will of heaven began to buzz Ming. The dead silence without any breath. The huge bronze eye seemed to be endowed with some kind of life, and it slowly turned stand up. We welcome the Lord's coming. A group of ancient strong men below out of ecstasy and immediately buried his head even lower. I am still in a deep sleep and it will take some time for me to fully wake up. At this moment an ethereal and ancient voice sounded from the bronze pattern. But during the period of my deep sleep a delusion appeared in my Xianhuang world, subverting the order of the world. He is a bold madman who even wants to overturn my Xianhuang world and the long-cherished wishes of hundreds of millions of living beings. Now I need you to take action and wipe it out. Chapter 4:12 The World's Anomaly. Guhan. The demons invade. In the silent and empty hall only the mighty voice of heavens will kept echoing. Originally it was because of the coming of the will of heaven. And the many ancient powerful men who were fanatical were all stunned where they were at this moment. A person who goes against the will of heaven? In their impression, those who go against the will of heaven are very powerful, and at least they start from the emperor realm. Could it be that some ancient emperor has awakened from his slumber and wants to destroy the sky? It's no wonder they have such stereotypes. After all, generally speaking, people who can go against the will of heaven are not weak in cultivation. Only those at the emperor level are slightly qualified to compete with the Lord of Heaven, whom they believe in. As if it had guessed what the people below were thinking, the will of heaven fell silent. Shin. After a long moment his voice continued, that boy is not an emperor but only a supreme. But height possesses an extremely strange power which can even restrain my power of heavenly punishment. Moreover, with Thesa's strange power took away my absorption of willpower. His background is also unusual. If you attack him, don't underestimate him. The will of heaven was not meant to be spoken. He, the ruler who dominated the Xianhuang world, actually suffered a great loss at the hands of a young supreme cultivator. It's really embarrassing to suffer such a huge setback. But no matter what, the Heavenly Tao Palace was also a force that he had spent a lot of effort to build. It would be extremely stupid to deliberately distort and exaggerate the facts for the sake of so-called face. Moreover, he did not want use Tian Dao Temple hidden means. Because this is an insurance policy he prepared specifically for himself. But now the changes brought about by Gu Han are really too big. Yi Qingyun is too useless. There is no guarantee that he will die in Gu Han's hands the next time they meet. Avoid the worst. If something like this happens, he will have to use this trump card in advance. However, many ancient powerful men who were already shocked were even more shocked after hearing these words. Did they hear it right? The Heavenly Tao Master they were pursuing not only suffered a great loss at the hands of a mere Supreme Realm cultivator. The power of the heavenly punishment was defeated head-on, and even one of the power of will. What kind of existence is there that possesses such terrifying power? Could it be the reincarnation of some powerful being in the legendary fairyland? That boy's name is Gu Han. He is an anomaly that prevents my Shenhuang world from ascending to higher status. You must do everything you can to eliminate him. But that guy, he has the support of several powerful forces and his strength is extraordinary. Don't underestimate this kid. You still have one task, which is not. I will use my remaining strength to fully assist Yi Qingyun, the destined person of my Shenhuang world. He is the true destiny of our Shenhuang world and also the hope for the future advancement of our Shenhuang world. After relaying the basic information about Gu Han to many powerful people in the Tiandao Palace, the will of heaven attached to the bronze statue gradually dissipated. We respectfully send the Lord off. After another round of respectful worship, the many powerful men from the Tiandao Palace then gathered together. Everyone, what do you think of the anomaly Gu Han that Lord Tiandao mentioned? The speaker is a skinny old man wearing an ancient Taoist robe with an aura as unfathomable as the abyss. He is one of the 5 great gods in the Temple of Heaven, the Lord Wuwang. God can be said to be the most powerful person standing at the top of the pyramid in the current Temple of Heaven. If the Temple of Heavenly Tao is the agent during the period when Heavenly Tao's will is dormant, then they are the ones in power in the Temple of Heavenly Tao. Not only are they powerful emperors, and long ago Pulse the Source has already been baptized by the power of heaven. In a sense, then there is no need to worry about lifespan like other people in the world. One day it will dry up. Because it has been reshaped by the power of heaven, they are the source of the universe and can be said to be as long-lived as the sky. As long as the sky and the earth do not perish, they will not die. Since it is the will of the Lord, this is naturally the will of our Heavenly Tao Palace. The one who continued the Lord's words was a man with silver hair but a very young appearance, General Sun. His name is Tao God, and he is also one of the 5 great gods in the current Tiandao Temple. This Gu Han is so bold and reckless that he dares to directly defy the will of my Lord and even dares to go against the will of billions of people in my Shenhuang world. If this person doesn't die, he will bring an endless disaster to our Shenhuang world in the future. Tao God's words were recognized by many other powerful people. But due to some special reasons, they were also trapped in the miasma of heaven and earth in the Dead Mountain area. Only the will of heaven can truly awaken. Only by using strength can the miasma of heaven and earth be eliminated. Now they can only spend more effort. Use this. The power of heaven constructs a kind of void channel that ignores spatial distance. Forcefully cross the endless mountain range and descend into the human world. Boom boom. Taiwa immortal dynasty on the barren plain. Thick calamity clouds gathered together, and in the sea of clouds that was so dark that it looked like an abyss, violent thunder suddenly appeared. Transformed into thousands of lightning spears that penetrated the sky and earth. Space will make countless things tear minced meat. In such a violent thunder forest, Guhan with his black hair fluttering chi surge. Ben didn't care about the terror of thunder, so he chose use the power of law just. Holding the last after the violent ocean of thunder and lightning struck, the thunder disaster that lasted for nearly 2 days and 2 nights finally dissipated gradually. But it's completely broken out of full line's outline. As expected, when I was going through the tribulation, the thunder of heaven and earth was extremely unfriendly to a person like me who defied the heavens. Although he broke through to the divine Lord realm. But when crossing the thunder tribulation test, not good at all. The violent thunder seemed to really want to kill him directly. Others' tribulation is just more risky. After you have passed the test, you can get many benefits. The way he survived the tribulation gave people a feeling of being dead and without a chance of survival sleep. The heavenly thunder seemed to want to completely annihilate him at all costs. But fortunately, the quality is strong enough. There are also the laws of burial. Although the thunder was violent, it did not have much effect on him. Influence. He liked the feeling that the heavenly thunder was displeased with him but couldn't kill him. Continue. Look at the foundation of the Tao and further consolidate your cultivation. Guhan seemed to remember something and took out a sound-transmitting jade stone from his arms. When he was going through the tribulation, he and Yi Qingyun, the 2 spies nearby, Yi Xiao and Yi Xin, seemed to have passed back a message to him. However, because he was concentrating his mind on overcoming the tribulation at the time, he did not go to check. As a stream of spiritual energy was infused into the sound transmission jade stone by Guhan, a piece of news emerged in Guhan's mind. Grown-ups. Not long ago, Yi Qingyun followed the strong men from the Hidden Sword Pavilion and set off for the Demon Suppression Line. Demon Suppression Line. Many human sword cultivators gathered and invited cultivators from all over the world, seemingly planning to resist. Afterwards, a group of demons may invade. Chapter 413, The Battle Between Humans and Demons Intending to Conspire Against the Demon World. Demon Suppression Line. Demons invade? Guhan was slightly depressed. The thought was deep. He had experienced this scene in his previous life. He even participated in this dispute. However, it is not based on the human monk's share, but with the demon monk's share. In that life, he also took the villain route. At that time, Yi Qingyun and everyone in the sect falsely accused him of practicing magic. They wanted to destroy his cultivation and expel him from the sect. Knowing the situation, he naturally ran away. Since they insist that he is practicing magic, then I will practice it myself and show them. At that time, he backhanded directly. The demon clan has become powerful and has learned a lot. With the demon clan's pride, participated in that dispute. Even killed him, a righteous monk. After that, he broke through to the saint realm. He is the famous demon Lord Liantian among the demon clan. There are a few dog demons in the demon clan who are jealous of his terrifying talent in magic. Finally, they joined forces with the so-called famous and upright monks to stab him in the back. Although he killed all these dog demons, but he also suffered heavy damage. In the end, he was hunted down by the righteous sect led by Mu Bailingrun. Later, he ran to jump into the fairyland again. After hiding in there for a long time, I finally got out of danger. But what is this condition? The demons in his memory invasion. We have to wait nearly 100 years. Why so early? Sent? Could it be because of the drama the collapse again caused this process to be advanced? Although it was a bit ridiculous, this was the only possibility Guhan could think of. After all, what kind of world crisis is this? The protagonist emerges out of nowhere, turns the tide, and settles the routine that has won countless praises from the world as simply too dog-like, too ordinary. But it's okay, big crises often hidden high returns. Guhan stroking down, he was able to guess the basic direction of the follow-up based on his memories of his past life. Previous life, demon world invasion, the human world. Even the demon race wanted to take advantage of this to get a piece of the pie, and all the major human forces entered combat readiness. Afterwards, it is unknown which force took the lead in proposing the formation of an alliance in order to gather humanity's top combat power to deal with crises that may be impossible to deal with in the future. The most powerful among the many human alliances is the Sword Alliance. As the name suggests, this is a group of top human sword cultivators from various worlds, the top alliance force. The Sword Alliance played an important role in the final battle with the Demon Realm help. But because of the huge effort, the top fighters of the major sword sects were greatly damaged. It was also in that battle that the contemporary swordsmen and all the swordsmen of the past generations, nearly 20 people, died. As a result, various major sword sects also declined, and the worst hit one was the Tianjin sect, where Jianshen was. The two great quasi-emperor ancestors died in battle, the contemporary landsword master died in battle, all the great elders died in battle, and all the elders in the Holy Realm also died in battle. The top combat forces of the entire sect were almost completely slaughtered. Only Jianshen and a group of other talented people were left behind. Although Jianshen later rebuilt Tianjin sect in just a few decades for the 5 great swordmasters of the new generation in the future. But also because of the Tianjin sect's background, the loss is too great. After that, Yi Qingyun and others would take, and even the legendary imperial weapon, the heaven-slaying sword, was taken away. When I think of this, Guhan suddenly felt a little ridiculous. The will of heaven likens Yi Qingyun to the son of the plane of this world, and he is also an important factor in the promotion of this world's plane. If he kills it, he will become an enemy of hundreds of millions of people. But how disgusting is Yi Qingyun himself? In order to resist demons, the sect was invaded and almost all the senior leaders were killed in the battle. Such a sect can be said to be dedicated to saving the world and be of high moral character and integrity, and is truly worthy of the word orthodox sect. What's the result? It is such a righteous sect. Without any demons, the invading wave fell down. Instead, it was destroyed at the hands of Yi Qingyun and his group of human cultivators. How ironic and ridiculous is all this? It is difficult to be a good person in the world of chain cultivation, and it is even more difficult for a good sect to last long. But then again, since according to the original play this sword will fall in Yi Qingyun's hands, why can't it fall in his hands? Just then I proved myself emperor can feed the Zhantian sword to his Hanshao sword. As a reward, he will mercifully help the Tianjin sect in this life leave one inheritance. It would not be like in the previous life where the inheritance was directly cut off and even the territorial inheritance was divided up by the major sects. Besides, the demon world is also an east place. I also learned in my previous life the law of the demon realm, and the moon demon sect can be considered a demonic sect, and it fits in with the demon world. Yes, Guhan has set his sights on the demon world again. Not to mention that he would have the 6 dynasties, the Taihua Immortal Dynasty and the Tsanglong clan, under his control. There are also the sign-in rewards from the 3rd Imperial Tomb of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. In addition, there are nearly 130,000 villain points accumulated. Even if it is the demon world, he can go there. If he really can't win, he can also retreat to Taihua continent. Taihua continent is now for his base camp. Because in this continent what he says is the only truth. Anyone who dares to oppose him will be completely crushed to ashes. In addition, Taihua continent deep in the human world. If the demons want to take revenge, they have to cross countless miles of the Silverless Sea. Before that, other powerful human sects will come forward to help him solve the problem. You have the resources to fight, and retreat if you don't try it would be a waste. Moreover, Han Mengyao has also made some breakthroughs recently as a person who has the opportunity to the Emperor's pride. Another thought emerged in Guhan's mind. This conflict between the human world and the demon world may also offer an opportunity. At the same time, the sky is deep and several miles away from the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. A huge cloud-breaking flying boat was rapidly flying through the sky. And this is the exclusive flying boat of Tsangjin Pavilion. At this moment, the hall in the flying boat. Qingyun is truly a genius. In just half a month, he has not only broken through 3 small realms, but he has also learned the magical power of myriad swords, returning to the origin from my hidden sword pavilion. He will the new generation of swordsmen for my Xinhuang world. Of course. I predict that within a year Qingyun will the most outstanding in my Xinhuang world sword cultivator. This trip to the demon suppression line will be Qingyun's chance to shine. Several powerful swordsmen from the Tsanjian pavilion gathered in the hall, and they all praised Yi Qingyun with effusive words. This made the Yi Qingyun the corners of his mouth slightly raised again, as if he had regained some confidence. But when I think about being pinned to the ground by Gu Han, even attached in oneself, in the end even the will of heaven could not defeat Gu Hanshi. He couldn't help but shiver again. That scene left him with "there are just too many shadows." But fortunately now I am completely away from Gu Han. Moreover, it has been completely transformed. If nothing unexpected happens before he grew up, Gu Han would never find his. But little did he know that he had already been backstabbed by his two good brothers and sisters, and his whereabouts had long been within Gu Han's grasp. Chapter 414, The Demon Suppressing Defense Line. The big story of the previous life is here. The human world and the demon world, the land of soil, was a dark plain. But the soil of this plain is dark and deep, and even emits a disgusting stench. A strong wind blew, stirring up a cloud of sand. Countless human skeletons or some strange creatures, the bones are like if present. And above this huge dark plain, a huge wall that stretches endlessly like a dragon crawling on the earth stands on this huge dark plain. It's like a natural barrier separating the demon world and the human world. This is the demon-suppressing Great Wall, also known as the demon-suppressing defense line. It was created by countless human ancestors many epochs ago with great effort, and it is also a way to prevent the demon world from the main line of defense against invasion. Although the human world is also on the boundless sea, it is also connected with the demon world, but that is only a very small area. In addition, the boundless sea is also connected to the demon world, and the powerful demon world can also help the human race indirectly balance the demon world. Therefore, the human race is not too worried about the demon world coming from the boundless sea difficult to invade. Under the influence of various factors, the demon-suppressing defense line becomes particularly important. Looking down from a high altitude, the endless demon-suppressing defense line divides the dark plane into two. One side is dark, the demonic energy was surging and difficult to be detected by cultivators. On the other side are thousands of lights as brilliant as the Milky Way. Behind the demon-suppressing defense line is a city belonging to humans named Chongqing City, which means evergreen and immortal. Many branches of the human race gather in Chongqing City and are stationed here all year round to prevent the demon world from invasion, thus affecting the entire human race benefit. Even when night falls, Chongqing City is also very lively tonight. At this moment, in a magnificent hall, bang! A huge muffled sound suddenly sounded. What followed was a voice filled with boundless anger. Those guys in the demon world are going too far. They have gathered demonic energy on such a large scale that they have even eroded the hundreds of miles of territory outside our demon-suppressing defense line. This is a blatant violation of the peace treaty that was signed with our ancestors. I'm waiting for this. If I turn a blind eye and don't even react at all, the demon world might directly attack my demon-suppressing defense line next time. As the saying goes, the first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike will suffer. In my opinion, we should just focus our strength and kill those guys from the demon world by surprise. The old man with a voice as loud as thunder is one of the 5 great sword immortals in the Shenhuang world throughout the ages, known as the Broken River Sword Immortal. When he was young, he was a radical Hans, not many the kind. Even though I am old now, I am still full of energy, no reduction. I want to raise my sword and kill. In the demon world, a bunch of powerful demons were killed without leaving a single piece of armor. Broken River, can you calm down? Let's not talk about the fact that the demonic energy has already corroded that area. We can't penetrate that area, explore it, but don't know where the demon world is hidden strong. If you act rashly, you will be. This is a conspiracy which will be a huge disaster for our human race. Another ancient and vicissitudes of life voice sounded. A white man speaking, old Tao, but he behind him was a sword, the blade of which was wrapped in white cloth. A long sword with a bronze hilt was produced. His aura was clearly restrained, as if he had returned to nature, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, as if a monstrous sword intent was surging in his eyes. He is also one of the 5 great sword immortals throughout the ages, named Sangliu Sword Immortal. Not only him, but also all the people gathered in this hall. Among the dozen or so people, there are 8 sword immortals. Those who can obtain the title of Land Sword Immortal must have once reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship in an era, a well-deserved leader. There are 8 of them, which is enough to illustrate the horror of this crisis. In fact, this demon world crisis, it can be said that what happened was both beyond everyone's expectations and within everyone's expectations. Compared with the demon world, the conflicts between the human world and the demon world are greater. The reason is simple: the former demon world was also a part of the human world. According to the oldest historical records in the Xianhuang world, a long time ago, the Xianhuang world seemed to be part of a certain world and was prosperous. At that time, humans were the masters of this world, even more so than the demon race with a long history is even stronger. Then, due to an unspeakable huge change, they the world from there all the world collapsed, and then it was formed the current Xianhuang world. However, during the decline of the Xianhuang world, nearly half of the human race's territory was eroded by a strange aura. Final fulsome kind of terrible life, and this kind of life they were called the fallen by later generations. It's a human but not a human. Because they retain the human form, but their essence has been completely distorted and changed like a between people and monsters the special. And they, because their aura is similar to that of the human demon monks, they are also called demons and demons. It was precisely because of this incident that the huge hatred among these demons arose. After all, these humans who were eroded by the strange aura have completely lost everything they once had. Even the place where they live is dark all year round, can't see any. Also, Ben has lost his understanding of the so-called birdsong and flowers. Many of the first demons born were filled with resentment. They were angry about why these unfortunate creatures who had been corrupted had to live in such a dark place. Why not those who have not been corrupted? In the end, many of the former demon world masters also lost their minds due to this negative and twisted will, and the surviving human masters, a great war broke out. Even if it is temporarily suppressed, was driven away by the human race strongmen deeper into the demon world. The hatred in their hearts has not diminished and has even become stronger. Although the times have developed to this day, the demon world has forgotten its original hatred. But deep down they still have the idea of breaking out of the demon world, occupying the human world and even the monster world. Because their demon world is separated from the monster world by the Silver Sea. So with their demon world, the human world bordering the land is their best invade target. Several great swordsmen are discussing how to deal with the demon world when the discussion begins. A long rainbow quickly fell from the sky. A monk got anxious to walk the hall holding a piece of a jade talisman with demonic energy. My lords, a message has been sent from the demon world. Please take a look. Time passes again. Not long after, a piece of news swept through the human cultivators of the Xianhuang world like a storm. Demon world invade my human world. The 8 sword immortals of our Xianhuang world are calling on our human race to have a bone age of 60 years and above people go to the demon suppression line and participate demonic trial. Contribute to the continuation of our human race. Mount Taihua. Guhan, who had expected this, slowly opened his eyes the moment he heard the news. A slight smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, the same drama as the previous life development is coming. Chapter 415, the strongest of the heavenly Tao Temple descends the villain's main quest, the one who reverses heaven. So-called the demon trial is only for the strong men of the human race law. The essence of this trial is a competition between the young and powerful men of the human and demon races. The demons want to crush the human race's strong men's actions, further undermine the morale of the human race. In his memory, the demons were completely before the invasion. Sufficient preparations had been made. They even took the time to select several geniuses for the list, as well as the so-called supreme sequence. However, this time the invasion was advanced by several decades. I don't know if the demons in the demon world are developing. How are you prepared? In his memories of his previous life, the human race was taken over by the demons. It was very miserable. It was Yi Qingyun, the protagonist of the book, who together with other outstanding geniuses turned the tide and stole the limelight in this competition. He was even praised by the world and regarded as an unrivaled evildoer. Although Yi Qingyun in this life was very miserable, like a stray dog escape in a panic. But it cannot be denied that he in his previous lives had become extremely powerful decades later. He is definitely the most supreme genius among the human race in the entire Xianhuang world. Demons. This crisis was also a huge turning point in Yi Qingyun's life. He gained great fame in this crisis. His status and position have also been greatly improved, and he even has a certain appeal in other sects. Even though this drama because of the collapse the demons the invasion occurred decades earlier. Guhan was still alert and didn't dare to relax even for a moment 1 cent. Before completely killing Yi Qing-yun he must not make any mistakes, even the slightest detail error. Otherwise there is a high probability that Yi Qing-yun the indestructible cockroach will come back to life and even turn into a prairie fire that is unstoppable. Since you choose total control Yi Qing-yun, he was held tightly under control, leaving him no chance of turning the situation around. Thinking in my heart, Guhan, the corners of my eyes slightly raised. It seems that I also need to go to the demon-suppressing Great Wall. For the so-called he is not very interested in the magic trial. After all, with his current level of cultivation, fighting against the younger generation would be like a piece of cake. It didn't mean anything to him. The most important thing is that the demon world and the human world are now in turmoil, and the bigger the storm the more expensive the fish. Maybe he can take this opportunity to expand his power, the devil world. It also prepares for a situation where the whole world becomes our enemy in the future. Just when the entire human world was in turmoil. Endless mountain depths. Deep sky. There was a violent twist and the dense heavenly Tao runes piled up layer by layer and finally condensed a rift from the void, the extended channel. Following one of the waves of La diffuse, dozens of breaths are blurred around it, seems to be lingering in circles. Arc Shadow slowly walked out of it. The weakest among them are all saint-level strongmen. There are 6 saint kings in total, and there are even 2 quasi-emperors. Composed of so many strong people, a team that can actually sweep across nearly 8 dozen of the Shenhuang world, the above forces. But this is not the limit of the Tiandao Temple. Because there really is a great emperor in the Temple of Heaven. However, because the will of heaven has not yet fully awakened, and because this era is the reason for the incomplete rules. Not to mention the emperor, even a half-step emperor cannot really appear in the world, otherwise he will be killed, some kind of terrible backlash. Even after so many years, the scenery outside the Juetian Death Mountain is still intoxicating. Many Tiandao Palace masters were relaxed and happy, corner flow, a kind of free smile. Although they have a relatively almost infinite lifespan. However, because they special can only stay in the deep of Juetian Death Mountain, you can only stay in the Tiandao Temple and cannot go out. Now, although it is the will of heaven has come to the world again. But for them it is also an opportunity to step out of the place where they are bound by themselves and see the scenery of the world. Don't forget the purpose of our coming to the outside world this time. The quasi-emperor leader said indifferently, don't delay the instructions of Lord Tiandao because of some petty thoughts. If you want to go somewhere else I won't object, but the prerequisite is to kill that person first, Guhan's guy. As he spoke, the quasi-emperor took out a piece of ancient workmanship from his arms, a compass of heaven's breath. Guhan cannot be deduced. However, the power of heaven is absent, filling the world. They only need to use the power of heaven to get feedback, and they can easily find out Guhan's location. After determining a general direction, the cultivation level of the quasi-emperor leader sent as much as possible breath. After hiding, he raised his hand and tore the space in front of him, carrying everyone behind him sped away quickly. At the same time, he was leaning lazily on the throne in the white jade chariot. Guhan was in a dozing state. Suddenly something opened your eyes, pupils deep flash by different. Just now he received a broadcast from the system. Bite. The new villain main quest, the one who revolts against heaven, has been here. Master, please defeat or dominate the Heavenly Tao Temple and you will be rewarded with 100,000 villain rewards. Note, this task is currently extremely difficult for the master and there is no time requirement. You can also choose to give up. Temple of Heaven? Guhan narrowed his eyes slightly, his pupils deep. A moment of darkness. Although it was just a simple system broadcast, he had analyzed many problems from it. He was not unfamiliar with this force. In previous lives he was the enemy of the whole world. Even if he used all means, even if you hide your whereabouts, you will still be found and hunted down, run because of this damn Tiandao Temple. The Tiandao Temple can be said to be the most loyal and sharpest lackey of the Tiandao will. Enough, those in the Tiandao Palace are basically the proud sons of heaven who are famous in an era, or even the most powerful ones. For various reasons these people ultimately chose to sacrifice their beliefs and origins and use everything they had to serve the will of heaven. In return, their origins will be transformed by the power of heaven and they will gain nearly endless lifespan, living as long as heaven and earth. The will of heaven is supreme as the ruler of a world many things, in fact he didn't even bother to do it. Therefore the heavenly Tao temple is the most practical agent under his command. Gu Han glanced. Have to. Drama. The collapse is getting worse. Only when he is the enemy of the whole world, the heavenly Tao temple, which would only appear out of nowhere under such circumstances, unexpectedly came into being ahead of schedule. However, the worst the situation should not have occurred. The heavenly Tao temple is 100% in compliance with the will of heavenly Tao. This force is not the kind that likes to hide its weaknesses. If we decide to take action against him, we will definitely send the Emperor to use thundering methods on him and kill him completely. But now there is no trace of the so-called Emperor. That only means that the Emperor of the heavenly Tao Palace cannot come out for the time being, and the force he sent out is extremely limited. After all, in the previous life the heavenly Tao Palace suddenly appeared, the 9-day strange phenomenon covered the sky, and the Buddhist sound floated countless miles of high profile. And now they still hiding in the dark. If it weren't for the system's announcement, he wouldn't have known that the strong man from the heavenly Tao Hall had appeared in advance. A comparison between the two is enough to explain many problems. The Emperor is not coming. Gu Han, the corners of his eyes slightly raised. Then you are here to bring me food, right? Besides, it doesn't matter even if the Emperor appears. Isn't there still the Zangshu moon sealed in the Zangxian gate? At worst he could just let it out. Even if he did so, there is a high probability that the world will collapse. But so what? If you don't leave yourself a way to survive, then there's no life at all. Chapter 4:16 Big Crisis? No, that is a great opportunity. My lord, is there something on your mind? A clear and pleasant voice sounded. The person who spoke was Han Mengyao. Han Mengyao has also undergone a great transformation during this period. Not only has his cultivation already broken through to the Daoha level, he is also not far from the supreme realm, and his appearance has changed again. After all, Han Mengyao was a big eater and the food she ate was very delicious, so even though she was less than 16 years old, she was already a graceful young lady. Her stunning beauty begins to show. Nothing, I just feel happy when I think that someone will come from afar to deliver food to me. Aren't you happy? If there are a few quasi-emperors among the powerful people from the heavenly Tao Palace who have descended, then he can not only suppress it, come up with some sources for yourself, provide nourishment for the powerful saint kings in the future, and add a few more quasi-emperors. It can also used as a puppet. In a sense. Now, compared to the so-called natural treasures, some top powerhouses are more like rare opportunities. Control your mind, Su Gu Hanxiang Han Mengyao. During this period of time you must strive to break through to the supreme realm. This so-called, although the demon trial is not very good, if you can get a good ranking in it, it can greatly enhance your reputation. This is for us after the moon demon sect also has some good. Don't worry, my lord, Mengyao will never let you down. Of Han Mengyao clapped. Pai, I promised solemnly. Gu Han just smiled and nodded. Don't think that Han Mengyao's current cultivation has not yet reached the supreme level. But those who practice the chain are all practicing the most advanced magic techniques, and their foundation is very solid. And because it is also a demon cultivator and has strong resistance to the evil energy of the demon world, it is basically easy for him to deal with ordinary geniuses in the supreme realm of the demon world. Ever since the joint statement of several great sword masters spread thoroughly, the proud sons of various human races and the powerful men of the human race all rushed towards Chongqing City. In order to entertain everyone, the lord of Chongqing City even booked several of the most luxurious restaurants in Chongqing City as accommodation for many powerful people. Changcheng City Zuishan Tower. As one of the most luxurious restaurants in Chongqing City, the layout of this place is luxurious and extravagant. There are even special art stands performing songs and dances here. The tunes of people are in the restaurant's return open. In the luxurious private room on the top floor, Yi Qingyun and a group of powerful men from Tsangjian Pavilion gathered here. Qingyun, this time demon trial, you must get a better. This will definitely affect your prestige. It plays a great role in improvement. Moreover, this time the demon trial brings together all kinds of proud children of the Xianhuang world. You might as well take this opportunity to make friends with them. It's the same in the chain repair world. More friends mean more paths. If you make enough friends, they may be able to help you deal with Gu Han better in the future. In my world of chain repair, being a human can be considered an opportunity. Yi Qing-yun also agreed with this. Head baggage compartment window downward go. The luxurious restaurant hall was filled with people monk. There are also some with graceful waists and beautiful faces, the alluring fairy. Moreover, each of them has an outstanding temperament. Some are from top sects and some are inherited from ancient aristocratic families. Yi Qing-yun didn't even dare to imagine if he could get to know all the fairies below. I don't know how much I will get help. As for whether or not to eat, he doesn't care about food at all. After all, in his eyes, Guhan was also a greedy guy. Rice has only climbed to this position today. Just then there was a noise in the luxurious hall. Pei Siye, he's here too. Of course, Fairy Siye is the descendant of the human ancestor temple. She is a true super. They have great power in the world and they have justice in their hearts and care about the world. They are the real famous and upright people. Now the demon world is different. Demons are everywhere and the human ancestor temple will naturally do its part to help the people. Through the layers of people. Only one holy white, the figure is full and graceful. A pair of jade white and slender. Even many men, the monks, were all jealous. Girl coming towards me with lotus steps. Pei Siye's temperament and dignified manner are so outstanding, and she has an elegant and sacred nature in her bones, which is pleasant, not accessible. As the most outstanding young successor of the human ancestor temple today. Needless to say, their talent and strength are among the best in the entire fantasy world today. He was even appointed by the Temple of Human Ancestors as the next ancestor of mankind. Noble, the holy and inviolable temperament once it appeared made countless monks dazzled and even unable to take their eyes away. And this naturally includes Yi Qing-yun. However, in the original play there is nothing between Pei Siye and Yi Qing-yun collection. Because they met decades later. At that time, Pei Siye had already for the ancestors of the Temple of Ancestors noble status, powerful strength. Even if Yi Qing-yun wanted to get involved, he didn't have the courage to do so. But now the invasion was advanced by decades. Pei Siye has not yet broken her. There is no qualitative improvement in the strength of cultivation. So in a sense it is still within the scope of the younger generation's ability. Pei Siye is the most outstanding successor of the human ancestor temple today. It is said that she possesses the legendary rare and precious immortal spirit. This is a rare return of gratitude in the world quality. After hearing the explanation of the elder of Tsangjian Pavilion again, Yi Qing-yun's pupils suddenly shrank. What is feedback, quality? That's Kazuko. After practicing dual cultivation, you can obtain off the quality of the food is fed back, thus the cultivation level is greatly improved. If I could become one with him, get if he repays his kindness with kindness, won't he be able to soar to the sky again? It happened in Yi Qing-yun's heart. It's a good time for daydreaming. There was another burst of noise outside the hall. Who is on that chariot? It's Guhan. Guhan is here. Guhan's current reputation can be regarded as well known throughout the Xinhuang world. After all the incident on Piaomiao Fairy Island, the incident became so big that almost everyone knew about it. Whether Guhan was crushed in the misty fairy Islanda, a group of geniuses took away all the opportunities and even the island of Piaomiao. Or maybe it was the end many people ate. This was a scene in which the powerful force that had suffered a loss instead of taking revenge was severely blackmailed by Guhan. All of these brought great shock to countless people in the Xinhuang world. Everyone knows that Guhan is no longer an ordinary disciple who defected from the Wenjian sect. But he is a truly peerless evildoer and even a fierce man of the younger generation in the entire fantasy world. Why is it this guy Guhan again? I heard a noise coming from outside. Yi Qing-yun's face suddenly is hard to look at. He really didn't expect that he would meet the person he hated the most just after arriving in Chongqing City. However, I am still angry. But Yi Qing-yun is not an idiot and knows that the situation is stronger than the person. If he dared to jump out and cause trouble for Guhan now, the only outcome would be death. Moreover, he has changed his appearance again. Now he is the closed disciple of the master of Tsangjian Pavilion. In addition to Tianzong's Sword Immortal, a land sword immortal at the Saint King level, there are also quasi-emperor level strongmen in Tsangjian Pavilion. Now he has a real backer. Chapter 417: The Ancestor Who Defected to the Demon Realm and the Promise of Piaomiao Fairy Island. And at this time, the noise outside the restaurant became louder and louder. Greetings, fellow Daoist Guhan. along with Guhan dressed in a white robe led Han Mengyao and others out of the hall. Just such a handsome white the man, but on his shoulder stood a little black man who looked a little bit wretched, but it gives people a sense of division. The big spoiler. Many monks bowed and saluted in the direction of Guhan. Or with a gentle smile he nodded slightly to show his goodwill. After all, the word powerful will always be the best business card in the chain repair industry. Guhan was not an arrogant or domineering person who would look for trouble. He was not afraid of the kind eyes of the many young monks around him, and nodded slightly in response. However, his goal eye was instantly attracted to Pei Siye. His eyebrows were slightly raised and interesting. In his previous life he was like Pei Siye, a legendary colorful son with a good. In just a few decades, for the youngest ancestor in the history of the human ancestor hall and the first ancestor of mankind. However, Pei Siye, the ancestor of mankind, defected not long after inheriting the ancestral temple. He even defected to the demon world. Or withdraw, the previous ancestor of mankind was born again and took over the ancestor temple of mankind again with absolute strength, which ensured that the entire ancestor temple of mankind did not cause too much disaster. In that life he had already defected from the demon world. He is one of the demon lords in the demon world. In addition, both of them have the same experience of defecting from the demon world. Therefore the two of them quickly networked. In Constant, he finally learned from Pei Siye that the reason why he gave up the position of the ancestor of mankind and even defected to the demon world directly. It's because the temple of human ancestors is too disgusting. Of it is a legendary fairy with a special nature and a great feeding effect. Plus it is very off. Mong Hoa Duan, the chain repair industry is greedy, the person who is the son is not. However, because of the temple of ancestors of mankind, many pairs, there is no one with dirty thoughts achievement. I originally thought that as the heir of the human ancestor temple I would inherit the inheritance of the human ancestor temple. After becoming the ancestor of the next generation, you can completely get rid of the covetousness of people from outside. But he never expected that the master who raised him was like the ancestor of a generation. Exist when the heir inherits the ancestor's inheritance through some special means. Give that what? And obtain the ancestors who gave back to their ancestors not only gained many benefits, even his lifespan, which was about to fade away, was restored again. Pei Siye couldn't accept it. Yes, the master whom I have respected since childhood actually explain. Siye, don't blame master for being so dirty and filthy. There's nothing we can do about it. My human ancestor hall has now completely gone downhill. I am the human ancestor hall, the strongest so far and the true ancestor of humanity. If I die, it will be an invisible disaster for both the human ancestor temple and all the people in the world. So Siye, you have to understand, master. But don't worry, what happened today, you know it and I know it, and no third person will know it. As compensation, you will be the next ancestor in my ancestral temple, have the same status as me. Pei Siye almost went crazy when she heard these words. Obviously the master only did it for his own selfish interests, but he praised his dirty and despicable behavior so high-soundingly and even called it in the name of the common people. Since then the faith in the temple of the ancestors of mankind completely collapsed. Not only was his master disgusting and filthy, but also the ancestral temple itself. What does it mean to save the world and serve the people for the greater good? It's all just for one's own selfish desires. Later, filled with extreme hatred and destructive tendencies, defected from the demon world. He was especially filled with hatred for sects like the Renzu Temple, which were so-called famous and upright sects but acted hypocritically and disgustingly. Later he was besieged by several demon lords, and it was Pei Siye who came to his aid. Help him kill the other demon lords. He that life and death crisis. In that life he wanted to recruit Pei Siye under your command. After all, at that time both of them hated the so-called noble and upright sects very much, and even it must not be destroyed altogether, and in a sense his position is the same. However, Pei Siye later found it difficult to suppress the anger in his heart and ran straight to fight with the previous Renzu. Finally, I thought the price of the origin was only to half cripple the previous ancestor. Shaking his head, Guhan put everything in his mind behind him. His eyes, apparently Pei Siye felt a little bit similar. The other person's experience and Hua Jieyu are actually similar. But she is even more miserable than Hua Jieyu. Now Hua Jieyu is completely free, the past film. But Pei Siye. However, looking at the past, if he can help he will still help. As for helping kill the previous ancestor, the true heir to the ancestral temple? Let's not talk about it first. In this life he still has nothing to do with Paisia. He is not a good guy either. Moreover, such behavior is too risky and the risks and benefits are not proportional. For now, under normal circumstances he would not do such a stupid thing. What's wrong, Can? Having me is not enough. Are you attracted to someone else? Hua Jieyu suddenly came up and took Guhan's arm. My quality, although the source has been reshaped, some of the origins are still there and can still be called feeding back. The quality is not inferior to that of the immortal spirit. Many, in a sense, even more holy than the immortals. I need to be better at sucking. While speaking, Hua Jieyu's proud braised again. Guhan read. He opened his mouth slightly, exhaling the scent of snow orchid. Why don't you try it with me? I have to say that Hua Jieyu's words were really bold and impressive. The inexplicable speed of the car made the young disciples blush when they heard it. Sister, you'd better be on guard against this name Guhan's guy. I don't think he's a good person at all. He was looking at you just now. Maybe he's just like those people before, and he's also greedy for your kindness quality. A young man from the human ancestor temple quietly approached Paisia. Although well hidden, but from the depths of his eyes the meaning implied it can be seen from his emotions that he has feelings for Paisia. Paisia ignored her junior fellow apprentice. Instead, he carefully recalled what Guhan had just said towards one's own goal. Not one either, big brainless person. Know yourself. This junior brother Bian actually also has some dirty thoughts about himself. After all, because of this feedback quality, these years have not faced with all kinds of greed and purpose. This also forges it as can identify monks by their eyes, thoughts of the heart. After careful tasting, I didn't see any greed or concern for myself in Guhan's eyes. Beg. What I saw instead was a kind of compassion and sympathy. There is even an inexplicable feeling that seems to want to help pay back some people the charm of. Paisia's mood is inexplicable. Got up. Total, I feel like Guhan seems to know a lot of things about himself that he doesn't know. But just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the hall, attracting everyone's attention again. I should. Where are you, Su Chang'e? Where are you, Guhan? Before on Piaomiao Fairy Island I made a promise with you, do you remember? The moment this voice sounded, it attracted the attention of many people. Everyone looked up. Go. Only one slender pole, sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, got handsome white. The man was heading towards the hall with a fierce sword. Come here. This is an old man from Guhan people. The interesting swordsman whom I met on Piaomiao Fairy Island, Jinshen. Guhan did not flow. A god who was too unexpected. The corner still had a smile on his face. After all, the demon world, such a big thing as a sword cultivator who prides himself on being righteous and helping others, when he sees injustice, Jinshen will naturally come here to fight for the future of the human race. As for the agreement he mentioned, there is no need to think too much about it. Jinshen had said that when he broke through to the supreme realm he would come to challenge him to see whose swordsmanship was stronger. It's just a name. What do you want to do? How? I don't care. If you want, you can. I call you uncle. I accept. Affordable. The little black guy standing on Guhan's shoulder tilted his head. What are you doing, this uncle? Guhan was slightly stunned. He slapped the little black guy on his shoulder and sent him flying. Originally he wanted to take advantage of Jinshen in a teasing way. This shameless guy Xiao Haizi actually took advantage of me. Guhan's teasing made Xiang Lai wash his face. The stern and serious Jinshen rolled his eyes. But soon Jinshen corrected his mind. His voice was like thunder. Guhan, I believe you also know the purpose of my coming here today. I said that after I break through to the supreme realm I will challenge you to a duel. The winner will be decided by sword. Will you fight me today? Hearing this, Guhan did not respond immediately but just looked at Jinshen again with a smile. He really wanted to say, I am already a god and you now are still no match for me. However, this kid Jinshen is indeed an interesting swordsman. Hate is clear. There is a when you are most likely to defeat yourself. Because of the so-called swordsmanship, taking advantage of others' misfortune was ungentlemanly, so he simply chose to give up. Little did he know that after missing that opportunity he would have no chance of defeating himself again. The look in Xiang Jinshen's eyes made him feel more amused and even nostalgic. This look was just like the fiery and confident look he had when he first traveled to the world in this book. Whatever. He never likes to owe others anything. In this battle he will when you reach the Supreme Realm you will be like the one who was on Pyamio Fairy Island before. Okay, you pick the place. See, Guhan agreed. The monks around who had come to their senses were in an uproar. Guhan previously played the role of Su Changde in disguise. I heard that no one can rival him in swordsmanship. He once killed the holy son of Yanlong Tianzong with a single sword. Countless demons and monsters died in his hands. It is enough to see how terrifying his swordsmanship is. Now that so much time has passed, Guhan's talent in swordsmanship must have become even more terrifying. I didn't expect that just after arriving in Changqing City we would be able to see two top sword masters competing against each other. If we can learn a move or two from their competition, it would be a great opportunity for us. People who hold this idea do not. After all, Khan is a young person. He has brought his kendo talent to the extreme. He is definitely extraordinary. Plus they are almost the same age. If they can learn Marrow, don't say for top sword cultivators like Guhan and Zhenshen, they can definitely make a name for themselves in the world of chain cultivation. But more people are looking forward to what kind of shocking and eye-opening battle the two top young swordmasters will perform in the upcoming competition. Soon, Guhan and Zhenshen are going to compete in a sword test arena in Changqing City, and soon swept across the entire Changqing City like a storm. Not only were many young people attracted, but even the older generation and even several sword immortals rushed towards the sword testing arena wanting to join in the fun. The sword testing platform was built on the top of a mountain in the suburbs of Changqing City. All made of special materials, it is indestructible and can easily withstand the sword energy. At this moment, with the sword testing arena as the center, the three layers inside and outside were filled with numerous monks watching. And at higher, the sky is deep and the sea of clouds is deep. Several auras were as deep as the abyss and as fierce as hell, and every move they made exuded a terrifying sword. Intense shadows are also gathered here. They are the great sword immortals in the current Xinhuang world. Feng Yun, how good do you think your disciple is? Are you confident that you can defeat Guhan? The Broken River swordsman in Taoist robes beard and smiled towards. There was another middle-aged man who looked intimidating without even getting angry. Feng Yun, sword immortal, one of the 5 great sword immortals in the contemporary Xinhuang world, can be called a new generation sword immortal. Feng Yun, sword immortal, did not respond immediately. He was silent for a long time before speaking. To be honest, although I have confidence in my Chen, something felt very wrong. I can't tell how skilled he is, but I can be sure that his talent in swordsmanship is definitely stronger than Chen's. This battle is very close. He. A drunken chuckle sounded. I remember you were always very confident in your apprentice. If I remember correctly, recently I think I have completed the training of the 12 transformations of the Heavenly Sword, the top inheritance of your Heavenly Sword sect, right? Moreover, he condensed the Heavenly Sword not long ago. It's obviously such a big breakthrough. Why are you the master not confident? The speaker was a man wearing a bamboo hat and with a slightly hung as a middle-aged man with a slightly sloppy appearance who was holding a wine gourd and continuously pouring wine into his mouth. He is also one of the 5 great swordsmen of the contemporary era, the drunken swordsman Mo1 and now Baiji's master. Snort. Feng Yun, sword immortal, snorted coldly. I heard that you recently accepted a close disciple and you value him very much. That person seems to be Guhan's junior sister, right? What? You don't want to meet up with your former senior brother and exchange ideas with him? After hearing these words, the drunken swordsman who was originally teasing was immediately silent, just drinking alone without saying a word. This disciple possesses the legendary clear sword heart and is a natural swordsman. With a little practice, he will definitely have unimaginable skills in the way of the sword at once. But his purpose, it fell on Guhan, who had already stepped onto the sword testing platform superior. He also wanted to see this. What kind of magic power does Guhan's little fellow have that could make his most valued disciple even close half of his sword heart for him? Chapter 419. The truth is revealed. Is he already a powerful god? Brother. In the crowd. Disguise has changed shape. Bai Ji at this moment was standing outside the crowd looking at the sword on the sword testing platform. No film. But this time just watched from a distance. Because the previous few wonder already knew before everything was over. It is impossible to win back my brother. No matter how much I do now, it will be meaningless. And at this time, Guhan and Zhenshen had already arrived at the sword testing stage. They stood there looking at each other in silence. Almost at the moment when the two of them came on stage, the noisy sounds around them fell silent. At the same time the two of them were silent, the sword energy awakened like a volcano. Two people, there was no other magical power used. Or it could be the power of other laws simply releasing one's sword energy and sword intent. Soon waves of heart-pounding sounds of breaking air and buzzing were heard in the void. But only sword cultivators can see it at a glance. This was the sword energy and sword intention between the two of them happening invisibly collide. Jian Chen took the liado. Zheng. On his back, the long sword behind him was the first to make a sharp sword sound. Sword, it immediately soared into the air, circled in the air like a dragon, and then landed in front of Jian Chen. Jian Chen grasped the ancient sword cold, the sword pointed directly at Gu Han. This sword will wipe out the world. Eliminate all the injustice, all the evil and hypocrisy in the world. Fellow Taoist Gu, please draw your sword. As the voice fell, Jian Chen, the already extremely fierce sword force became even more terrifying. Seeing this scene, Gu Han the corner can't help but secretly. How Ju Jian Chen, usually a normal person, would seem a little silly at this time? Thoughts in our minds come and go quickly. Because according to the customs of the sword cultivation world, the greatest respect between sword cultivators is to show their swords to each other. In the eyes of sword cultivators, only when they encounter a true, only when the opponent is one that one recognizes or is qualified, will one draw the sword and speak out his name. At this time, Gu Han stretched out his hand slightly towards the void. The Hanshao sword suddenly broke through the air. It fell into his hands with incredible accuracy. The name of the sword is Hanshao, please teach me. Even though Gu Han has control your own cultivation and stand at the moment of holding the Hanshao sword. One unspeakable power, like the collapse of Mount Tai, bringing a heart-pounding threat to the surrounding monks. After showing their swords to each other, the whole world became empty and silent again. The hearts of many monks around were also hanging in their throats, and they watched the two people in the field with bated breath. They knew that the more powerful the sword cultivator was, the more powerful the sword would be when he attacked. The quieter it is, the more terrifying it will be. There won't even be any fancy sword fighting, only a few sword strikes will decide the winner. With not far, a dead leaf was blown down by the wind. It was as if the silent atmosphere was finally broken. Chase Hong. Boom. The next moment there was a sound like thunder. The sound suddenly rang out. Jian Chen, the shadow, disappeared instantly, leaving only a streak of sword in the air. Except for some cultivators with strong cultivation people below the godly realm, it was impossible to see clearly how fast Jian Chen's sword was coming out. However, in Gu Han's eyes, the sword that was so fast that it was difficult to capture was like a slide that was infinitely slowed down. Haiying did not dodge or evade, but instead took a step forward. The Hanshao sword in his hand swung with his arm, and suddenly a bright moonlight was cut out. He did not apply the law of Burial Melton. After all this, the power is too foul and too unsolvable. In essence, it does not belong to sword energy. But even so, the power of Gu Han's sword is still terrifying. The sword energy of 10,000 feet long rushed straight into the sky, and the majestic energy storm rushed in with the sword energy as the center. It spreads in all directions. The void in both under the impact of the terrifying sword energy, it instantly broke into pieces, emerging like a spider web, numb and broken marks. But this is only the first, just a collision. 12 transformations of heavenly sword, wind and cloud transformation. With a roar, Jian Chen held the sword in his hand and slashed towards Gu Han in the air. This time he drew his sword extremely quickly, striking out 6 times in one breath. The speed is getting faster and faster. Each sword vertical and horizontal wrong, they overlapped with each other as if turning into a sword net with a majestic and sharp momentum wrapping towards Gu Han from all directions. Suddenly the whole world, all swords, rainbow shadow, none can hide, there's no way to hide. In response, Gu Han also slashed out countless swords after image. Ding ding ding. Boom boom boom. All the young monks present, it was impossible to see how fast the two men drew their swords. I can only see 2 blurry lines. The shadow continues forward. Every time the collision will explode into sparks. The place of impact continuously burst out with sweeping brilliant sword energy. Even if there is a special barrier protecting the sword testing platform. But there are also the sword energy spread out instantly, causing many weaker cultivators to be greatly shocked. Hurry away from here. These 2 young kids have extraordinary kendo talent. Such sword energy is definitely the most outstanding among the current young generation in our Xianhuang world. The sword immortals standing in the sky were concerned about Thujan also appreciated it very much and gave generous comments and praises. Guhan is stronger and he is trying his best but is deliberately hiding his weakness. Jianshan is no match for Guhan in terms of swordsmanship and his defeat is certain. The sudden sound immediately attracted the attention of several other sword immortals. Several people go. The person who was speaking is an old man in a plain gray robe. Senior Tai Ching, what do you mean by this? Although his apprentice was indirectly belittled in public. But the Fengyun sword immortal who was speaking still looked be respectful and even humbly asked for advice. Although all those present are sword masters, in reality some are strong and some are weak. For example, this Taiching sword immortal can be considered the most senior among them and is also the 4th generation sword immortal. His cultivation has reached the quasi-emperor realm, going further than them in the way of swordsmanship. He ignored the gazes of the other swordsmen around him. The Taiching sword immortal's eyes were old but still full of the eyes of the man staring at Guhan below. You carefully, the quality of his sword energy can be seen from this. As soon as these words came out, including Fengyun sword immortal, everyone was slightly stunned. But he subconsciously followed the words of Taiching sword immortal. But only for a moment. All of them, something was wrong. Guhan's sword energy is too steady. Even from the battle, no results have been generated so far. Milliwave. Sword energy is actually the same as spiritual energy. As long as there is fighting, there will be losses, and once there are losses, some kind of waves will be generated. For example, a straight line will bend upward or downward due to the pull of some force. But Guhan's sword energy has been relatively stable, as if it was the straightened line does not change at all from beginning to end. On the other hand, Jianshan's sword energy, after the launch, a relatively large wave has been generated. Even the quality of the sword energy is not as good as the original one and is actually going downhill. This phenomenon is normal. Guhan's abnormal behavior can only mean that his strength, it's the sword energy that was condensed, was far beyond what he was showing now. He was just doing it on purpose, just make it. How is this possible? A sword immortal suddenly exclaimed. Guhan has already, in terms of the degree and quality of his sword energy, he is already considered top-notch in the supreme realm. In this state he can still maintain the stability of the quality of his sword energy. This not only requires the support of extremely strong sword energy but also requires his cultivation to reach a higher level. Could it be? Even if the other many sword masters had already guessed it, they might have been mentally prepared. But as the swordsman spoke, my heart is still hard. Guhan's cultivation has already reached the Divine Lord realm. Chapter 420. How can ants judge the upper limit of Tsanglong? The realm of God. Looking at the entire Xianhuang world, basically all beings who can reach this realm can the true foundation of a first-class sect. Especially in their perception, today's young generation. No, even among the younger generation recorded in history, no one could reach this level at Guhan's age. Among the younger generation of contemporary cultivators who are able to reach the supreme realm, their talent in cultivation is already astounding, and this is on the premise of accumulating countless natural treasures. They really couldn't understand how Guhan had broken through to the level of a divine lord at such a young age. I'm afraid it's not some scary old monster reincarnation? Several great swordsmen did not deliberately lower your voice. Therefore their slightly shocked voices were clearly transmitted to the ears of many monks below. After a brief pause, many monks ignored the influence of the remaining sword energy, and immediately there was an overwhelming amount of discussion. Fuck! Divine Lord! You told me that Guhan, who is younger than me, is already at the Divine Lord level. What a joke! I'm not even a Supreme Lord. Okay. I asked you to fix the chain and this is how you fix it, right? I just wanted to watch the show. I didn't know it when I saw it, but the sky fell down. I have been cultivating for nearly 100 years and I have only now reached the supreme realm after working so hard. Tell me a person who was just an ordinary disciple of a ruined sect more than a year ago is now a god venerable. But there were also discordant voices in the crowd. This breakthrough speed is too exaggerated. Did Guhan cultivate some ancient evil power? Along with this sound there are also the monks echoed this. Yes. I have read some ancient books. According to those unofficial historical records, there were many evil skills in ancient times that could devour the essence of others and transform the essence of these cultivators into special powers to improve themselves. Moreover, Guhan after the Moon Demon sect is a top demon sect that is cruel and unjust and has no bottom line in doing things. Who knows if they have any do something that goes against human ethics. After all, such a fast chain repair breakthrough speed is unprecedented in the history of the entire chain repair industry. People are always like this once something is beyond their understanding. Will subconsciously regard it as something that goes against human nature. Avoid. Hua Jiayu and Han Mengyao and the crowd suddenly became a terrible breath came from release. Let not around us. Everyone was horrified and felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave. Shenghan immediately stopped the noisy discussions. Humph. A bunch of he is short-sighted and a frog in a well who cannot see the truly vast sky. Hua Jiayu's cold eyes looking at the people who had been discussing Guhan before they were immediately I shuddered and didn't dare to look him in the eye. What are you, Cher? To put it bluntly, they are just some insignificant ants in the blockchain world. Guhan is a blue dragon flying in the sky, but you are just a bunch of ridiculous ants, but you don't even know it. For the ants to judge the upper limit of Tsanglong is simply ridiculous. Sister Jiayu, ignore these clowns. Your talents and abilities are real. They are a bunch of rubbish and they have stopped here in their lives. How can they understand the power of your talents? Han Mengyao also spoke with contempt. I don't care to look at the people around me. Too, the unceremonious ridicule made the people sometimes blue, sometimes white. But their strength is indeed there, and the strongest is only at the peak of the supreme level. He is extremely wary of Hua Jiayu and Han Mengyao. Moreover, the several sword immortals did not make any further comments, and their words were more about shock and disbelief towards Gu Xing. I didn't think the other party was some kind of evil cultivator. Only then did I achieve this level of cultivation today. Of course. The majority of people have discerning eyes. Most people know that Guhan can achieve such well. It was more due to his terrifying talent. There are also many people with deep eyes flashing with a certain expectation and yearning. Perhaps Guhan will be in this Dharma ending age. He is another legendary emperor in their fantasy world. Although there is a barrier of laws above the arena. But what can we do? The silence is too great. Even though Jian Shen had no intention of listening, he still roughly understood some information. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying sword energy fry. Jian Shen was immediately knocked away backward after walking a few meters. Two obvious plowing tracks were left under my feet. How? Gu Hang corners slightly raised, smiling but not smiling, looking at Jianshen. You also think that I was able to reach my current level of cultivation by using some evil method that violates human ethics and the laws of nature. However, Jianshen just shook his head seriously. I used to be indirectly with you. After trying it, I know your talents and abilities. To be honest, I am very confident in myself. But until I met you, my confidence was wiped out. Besides, what makes me angry is why you hide your true strength. I think you're showing after reaching the divine realm. I feel I am no match for you and will want to retreat. Give up this challenge? I still feel that because I can't catch up with you no matter how hard I try. I have a psychological problem. Shadow even the heart of Tao to the impact? Jianshen slowly stood up. The originally sluggish sword energy boiled up again. The breath rose again. Then you underestimate me. We sword cultivators cultivate our swords, but we also cultivate our minds. My sword should be unstoppable and fearless. It will become stronger when it encounters a strong opponent. How can there be any reason to retreat? What does it mean? Guhan, you don't have to hide your weakness and you don't have to consider me. Just use your most powerful sword boldly. If I can't catch it or even die under your sword, I won't be afraid. If I'm not as skilled as you, I will just admit defeat. As he spoke, Jianshen gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and sword energy rose in his eyes. Obviously, in the previous he has already fallen an absolute disadvantage. On the other hand, robe Nono trace still white Guhan, who was more beautiful than snow. At this moment, Jianshen seemed to there were gaps cut by the sword. Even the skin there is also a constant bubbling wound. However, his momentum was not no weakening posture. Pull out, still confident. He. Guhan chuckled and shook his head. His smile was indeed from heartfelt. You are the funniest guy I have ever met. Whether it was in the previous life or in this life. Only he heard the last sentence. After all, in his previous life, Jianshen was at his most desperate and even suffered. I met him when I was hit hard. Just like before on Pyamyo Fairy Island. He encountered the most likely opportunity to kill himself. However, he chose not to become his enemy because of the principle that a gentleman does not take advantage of someone in distress. He even let go of him who had become the world's enemy in his previous life. Even if I would rather bear the infamy of the righteous path. Interesting. What an interesting guy. Chapter 421. In the long river of swordsmanship you will be the most dazzling star. Guhan, the corners are slightly raised and the hands are held again. Han Shao sword, but I owe you. Since that's what you want, I'll do as you wish. But you used to be, I won't owe you anything either. Before Jianshen could figure out the meaning of Guhan's words. Boom! What it was like a tidal wave, like the sky collapsing. The pressure suddenly spread in all directions with Guhan as the center. Click, click, click. The power was so terrifying that it even broke the barrier on the sword testing platform. It was hit so terribly that it made a shattering sound as if it could not bear the weight. Guhan really tried his best this time here. Full strength, use your own divine realm cultivation to your full potential, release the sword art that has been mastered in these 9 lifetimes. At this moment the sky and the earth were dark and the sky was full of wind and clouds. Guhan, the sword on top of it, rushed straight into the sky, even on his head a huge vortex eye. And all the many monks under the vortex, I only felt that they're being cut by countless invisible blades. A feeling suddenly arose in my heart, creepy. For example, the God Lord and even some saint-level cultivators were nervous at this moment. They are also on top of the head, and the sword energy field arrived an extremely dangerous breath. If Guhan strikes out with his full strength in the next sword strike, even a saint realm expert might not be able to take it. This moment, the entire sword testing area suddenly became extremely suppressed. The void is full of vertical and horizontal wrong sword, even the soul is here under the sharp edge. He is actually so strong. Yi Qingyun, who was also attracted, hiding in the crowd, somewhat dull and sluggish, the white sword on the test platform. His heart of Taoism was truly broken at this moment. Even the whole up and down water like weakness pack. Moreover, when he reacted, already in control, trembling. It was not only Guhan's cultivation that made him. And the ultimate sword energy was far beyond his imagination. Whether it was the first time I met Mr. Bai, or maybe it was Nangong Waner or the will of heaven later on. Even all the people he met along the way. They say he is like the person. In the future he will surely be the only protagonist of the Xianhuang world and will leave behind an immortal legend. Since he can achieve such well, he should be the one who created all kinds of immortal legends. Why? Why is he who should have been the protagonist now repeatedly or even have the opportunity taken away by him? Moreover, he now felt deeply powerless in front of Guhan Hiju. He even couldn't figure out who was the protagonist of this world between him and Guhan. He really is a person blessed by good fortune? Why on the previous front is he no match for Guhan at all? Almost at the same time he had this thought. Half of his luck and destiny had been taken away, and there was another invisible buzzing sound which gradually became dimmer. It was the elder of Tsangjian Pavilion standing nearby who noticed something was wrong. Hurry up and say hello, Qingyun, you are younger than Guhan now. Hasn't he already reached the supreme realm? You might be the youngest person in the history of my Xinhuang world. Before he finished speaking, the elder suddenly thought of Han Mangyao, who had reached the Daoa realm before the age of 16 and could even break through to the supreme realm. He quickly took back his words and changed the subject. As the saying goes, things change over time, don't be fooled, poor year. 30 years, you only need 30 years, maybe you can overtake others and crush them. Guhan, the higher the level of cultivation, the more difficult it is to break through, especially above the saint realm. Qingyun, you have plenty of time and opportunities to reverse this. Why do you need to belittle yourself? It must be said that this elderess, it works. Soon Yi Qingyun seemed a little empty gray eyes as if it had been given strength again, and it suddenly became bright. The main thing is the saying, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. It seemed to have extraordinary magical power to Yi Qingyun, which made him feel majestic for some reason. Ogata. Good, don't bully poor year. On the stage, Yi Qingyun looked at Guhan with a strong flame burning in his pupils. He is still young and has the capital. He has plenty of time to surpass Guhan and take back all the glory that belongs to him. On the sword testing platform. The sword energy field condensed by Guhan has enveloped everything. Even easily it restrained the sword energy field that previously belonged to Jianchen. Jianchen used all his strength to condense the power of the domain. It was unable to compete with Guhan at all and had already collapsed. "Chener, that's enough. You are no match for him." An anxious exclamation sounded. The person who spoke was Jianchen's master Fengyun sword immortal. Now Guhan hasn't even drawn his sword yet. Its full strength, the condensed sword energy field, was released, which made Jianchen can't stay anymore. From his perspective, Jianchen couldn't even compete with him. Yes, stand up, it all seems very difficult. Once Guhan draws his sword, not only will Jianchen be unable to catch it, he will also have a high probability of dying. "Master, you don't have to persuade me." Although the terrifying sword aura, Jianchen felt suffocated, but his voice was still firm. "If I really can't catch it, don't blame Guhan, it's my inferior skills. I will bear all the consequences." "Chener, you." Hearing this Fengyun sword immortal, it suddenly became uglier. But he also knew that his disciple Grid. I know that he is obsessed with Kendo, obsessed to the point of madness. If he could truly see the ultimate strength of the swordsmanship of today's young generation, he would be willing to die. Guhan stood on the sky. The ancient well was calm and serene, staring calmly at Jianchen below. Unexpectedly, he did not see in Jianchen's eyes there is no fear, only a certain passion and yearning. "In that case, you better be ready to take the next blow." As the words fell, Guhan's sword chi has reached a limit. In Guhan's eyes, the whole world seemed to have turned into a sea of countless black and white lines weaving screen. The sword in his hand was like an eraser that completely wiped out the countless black and white lines and the black and white images in front of him. Boom! As Guhan opened his eyes, almost everyone saw a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Others might not understand what this was, thinking it was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, but several great swordmasters could recognize it at a glance. Even for them, their three views were shaken by the severe impact. The eye of Kendo. With pure sword intent, the sword path reaches the divine, and the eye of sword path is concentrated. The eye of Kendo can transform all living things. Huawan, kill the world. This is a top-level magical power that only these land-based sword immortals can master. No matter how talented Guhan is, he is still only a god, but how did he master such top-level magical powers? But they didn't have much time to be shocked. Guhan has already swung out with his sword. Facing this head unterable sword chi wave, Jianchen, the whole person is like a piece of dead leaves in a raging torrent. Not to mention fighting back, he couldn't even gather his sword energy and could only be defeated by this. The violent torrent of sword energy made him dizzy. Juhan, the bones will be the terrifying sword energy, crushed it completely. Unstoppable. Hey, can't stop it at all. But compared to severe pain on, Jianchen felt more relieved because he finally saw the one he had been dreaming about, the joy. Is this the supreme being among the current young generation of Xinhuang world who has brought his swordsmanship to the extreme? This world is indeed full of geniuses, talented people abound in the long river of swordsmanship. I am really just a tiny speck of dust. The vision has begun to become blurry. Jianchen, the white sky still stands tall in the sky. A longing smile appeared on the corner of his eye. If it were you, you would will it become a dazzling star in the future of Kendo? That's great. Chapter 422, Demon Emperor Tuliying, the murderous intent of heaven's will. The rolling sword energy flooded the entire sword testing platform like a broken dam. It also completely took away Jianchen's shadow swallowing. The many monks watching from the surrounding area had already retreated several miles away. There are even people gathered to defend magical power. React this that aftermath of the sword energy spreading from the sword testing platform. And when the sword energy of Guhan came into contact with back, only then did they realize how terrifying the sword energy that Guhan possessed was. Only then did I realize how ridiculous my previous thoughts were. The aftermath of the sword energy that spread out was enough to make monk. This is a bit too much. I don't know what happened to me. This did Jianchen die under the impact of the terrifying sword energy? After an unknown amount of time, the roaring and roaring sword energy gradually subsided. Everyone subconsciously looked up at the sword testing platform though. Even though I had prepared myself mentally, I still couldn't help but take a deep breath after seeing the scene clearly. Made of special materials, the sword testing platform was said to last for hundreds or thousands of years without any damage. At this moment it seemed to be damaged by some terrible force cut it alive. The hemp is like a spider web and the broken scars spread out one by one, shocking traces. Feng sword immortal's heart skipped a beat. His disciple would definitely not be able to withstand such a terrifying sword energy, and not even a trace of him would be left. However, as the sword energy and gunpowder smoke on the arena dissipated further, the pupils of many monks widened again and their worldview was once again greatly impacted. Look carefully. Jian Chen, who had lost consciousness, fell backwards on the sword testing platform. In addition to ripped robe and apart from some scars, there is nothing but a fatal injury. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell from the traces of the sword energy that the sword energy that was supposed to destroy everything seemed to be approaching Jian Chen. After the range becoming smaller, its power was reduced to the extreme. Therefore Jian Chen did not suffer what fatal injury. He was just knocked unconscious by the terrifying sword energy. Everyone knew that Gu Han was forcing himself to hold back at the last moment. But this is too horrible. He was able to control the sword energy so freely. This requires a high level of attainment in swordsmanship. How much control does sword energy have? Even some Sate realm sword cultivators who have made great achievements in the way of the sword may not be able to the control over the sword energy as accurate as Gu Han. Seeing this scene, Feng sword immortal also breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly fell towards the sword testing platform. The unconscious Jian Chen was picked up and uttered a heartfelt thank you, Mr. Gu, for keeping me here. Gu Han is just the corners of his head slightly raised and he nodded gently. He is the most interesting swordsman I have ever seen. I will not hurt him. It would be a pity if someone like him died. After saying that, Gu Han threw a bottle of top-grade healing pills to Feng sword immortal. He put away the Hanshao sword and did not stay for long. In the eyes of countless monks in the middle, he took Han Mengyao and Hua Jieyu to the distance, gradually walking away, leaving only a back figure. Although Gu Han and Jian Chen, the collision was essentially just a tit-for-tat contest between young monks and could be considered a trivial matter. But with the spread of it by people with ulterior motives, it quickly swept across the entire Xianhuang world, even the demon world and even the monster world. The realm of God. However, among all the major races in the Xianhuang world, he can be regarded as a truly powerful god. But how old is Gu Han? Already, for the sake of a generation of gods. It is enough to make countless ethnic forces boil. Moreover, the terrifying sword power displayed by Gu Han during the battle also caused many powerful people from various forces to talk about it. Remove the human race. Besides, the most shocking and disturbing thing is probably the demon world. At the same time, dark all year round, the devil's world. A palace completely different from the human architectural style stands tall, and a dark evil spirit as deep as a prison is coming from the depths of the palace, spread out. At this moment several top demons are gathering in the palace. It seems that they are discussing something. This is roughly the plan for the demon world. But there is a saying, planning cannot keep up with changes. Even if our plan is relatively complete, it still needs to be improved in various subsequent. It is gradually improved as the situation changes. A hoarse and low voice with a terrible threat sounded. Now let's talk about something off topic. According to Meth, information was sent back by the spies on the human side report. An extraordinary young genius has appeared in the human race. He has already broken through to the level of Godlord at the age of just 15. If he participates in the next battle between the demon world and the human world, the forward will have a great impact on the plans we make. Therefore, we only have two options to deal with this person: kill him or win him over. Their demon world borders the human world. Even though the two worlds are separated by a great wall that suppresses demons. But for countless epochs there are still people who defect to the human world and join they are the demon world. These people are also called fallen demons. Even the demon world disdains such people. But their hatred for the human world is also a sharp weapon used by the demon world to balance the human world. Gu Han has the support of three major forces. I heard that recently the three major forces have made another major breakthrough. He wants people have if a person has a background, what can we use to win him over or to persuade him to defect? In my opinion, if this guy dares to affect my plans for the demon world, I will kill him. Even if it costs me anything. Only roar filled with murderous intent was heard. The many powerful demons present frown slightly and look towards the source of the sound. Go. That's a leather dark with a pair of horns on his head. 5A man who looks extremely ferocious. Demonic shadow. The strongest member of the Night Fury royal family today is known as the Night Fury Lord in the demon world. He is also Mo Wushin's father. Back then on Pyamyo Fairy Island, Mo Wushin was killed by Guhan with one sword. No bones remain. Moreover, Guhan did not hold back at that time. After blocking the entire Pyamyo Fairy Island, he killed all the strong men of their Yesha royal family. This has always made the Night Fury Lord hold a grudge. But because he couldn't cross the human world, he could only. The anger has been in my heart. But now he finally has the chance to avenge his son. Sitting upright in the first seat, the surrounding demonic energy has already turned into substance force. A middle-aged man just frowned slightly at this moment. The Night Demon Lord suddenly realized. He hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted. Lord Tuling, Demon Emperor, I just think that Guhan is really weird. Besides, he is old enough to enter Demon Realm battlefield. If our plan will be net big impact. This instability, it is better to eliminate these factors as soon as possible. The Demon Emperor Tu Ling, the strongest person in the demon world today, has already reached the level of a great emperor. But because he forced himself to wake up and come to the world, he cut off his own Dao fruit. So this also makes him now in a very special realm. He has the fighting power of an emperor but does not have the cultivation of a true emperor. Don't worry, I know what to do. The meeting ended after many subordinates around him left. Soon Demon Emperor Tu Ling was the only one left in the demon palace. As a thick and strange black fog came from the Demon Emperor Tu Ling, it emanated and the entire demon palace was completely blocked. I never thought that the will of the heaven, which is so high and mighty, would actually conflict with someone like me, the devil recognized by heaven and earth. Easy. Snort. A cold snort sounded, carrying with it the implication of the vastness of heaven and earth. This is a win-win situation for both you and me. Invading the human world is in accordance with the laws of nature, so why can't you help me kill a person? If you can complete, I ask, I promise you will get much better than you can imagine. That's right. After the incident of Taihua Immortal Dynasty, Guhan's humiliation of the will of heaven made him completely resentful. In addition, Guhan, the growth rate was so fast that it was beyond his expectations. Therefore, even in deep sleep, he cannot too much power also need to adjust. Now we can adjust everything will kill Guhan. He not only wants to the power of the heavenly Dao Palace, is also used to borrow the power of the demon world to kill people with a borrowed knife. Chapter 423. Only children make choices. Both the demonic world and chance are wanted. You just need to follow my instructions and the people of the heavenly Dao Temple will cooperate with you. You don't need to think too much about the rest. But you also need to pay attention to that. There is something very wrong with Guhan's guy. Except for him, regardless of his background and power, the power he possesses is also extremely terrifying. Don't underestimate him. Capsize. After the current heavenly Dao will emphasized it again, the heavenly Dao power shrouded in the hall quickly disappeared like water. Main hall. Soon the Tu Ling Demon Emperor was the only one left. Interesting, the human race actually produced a young being that could make the will of heaven so hateful and troubled, and even came to me for cooperation. Demon Emperor, the corners of his head slightly raised. What a pity, now I have to ask for the will of heaven, otherwise why would I be a running dog under his hands? Guhan? Seeing that you have caused Dog Tiandao to suffer such a great loss, as a gift I will try my best to leave you a complete week. The black fog gradually dissipated. Someone come. The voice of the Demon Emperor Tu Ling quickly came from the hall. It sounded and spread to the outside world. The plan has changed. Gather all the young geniuses from the demon world here. I have an important task to assign to them. At the same time, countless miles away, return to Dao Zone. Recently hidden in, return to Dao sect and completely integrate yourself into the breath of heaven and earth. The former will of heaven suddenly opened up. Closed gold eye. Is that guy being dishonest again? It seems he has gone to the demon world. Former heavenly will gold deep pupil. Countless heavenly Dao runes rose up forcibly, resonating with what he now possessed. Part of the authority of heaven conducts some kind of retrospective deduction. Soon his brows furrowed, frowning. Way, it seems you need to go to the demon suppressing defense line. The current will of heaven has great. Yes, if I have deduced correctly, his next plan is specifically aimed at your senior brother. Once if you don't handle it properly, it will be a disaster for your senior brother. Shu is meditating with his eyes closed. Wei suddenly opened her eyes. What did you say? Brother is in danger. What on earth just happened? Shu Wei is somewhat excited. Although no matter how hard I try there is no way to win back my brother's heart. But my brother is the weight on my heart has also become heavier. After all, now one of the most important people in my life, the master, is dead. Although I recently learned from the heavenly Tao that the master has left behind a will of his own buried deep in the falling immortal cliff. But will the chance of resurrection is also very small. Andy don't want to see my brother die suddenly one day. As for I have tried my best to pursue back to restart. I know better than anyone that it is only a relative good wishes, that's it. Maybe we can restart the past and reverse everything that happened. But the greater probability is perhaps just failure. After listening to the previous prophecy of the will of heaven, after reporting and speculation, Shu Wei's god suddenly became Mortian is ugly. That damn guy actually planned to join forces with the demon world to attack my brother Hand. As the current top genius of the Shizong sect, Chu, the history that Wei learned was not know what the demon world really represents. The demon world also has an ancient heritage and there are great emperors there. If a demon emperor attacks my senior brother at all costs, even though brother with a strong person protecting you, you are basically in danger of death. No, I have to prepare early. Shu Wei Mu deep flashing with determination, brother, please don't let anything happen to you. At the same time, far between the human world and the demon world, evergreen city in the world. Although Guhan didn't know the will of heaven and the will of the devil, they reached a consensus and wanted to deal with him together. But he knew that the powerful force under the will of heaven, the temple of heaven, had decided to kill him. As someone who had witnessed the power of the heavenly Tao Palace in his previous life, he naturally would not underestimate the enemy just because of a temporary advantage. After all, his 9 lifetimes of experience had already made his heart forging an old fox who plans 3 steps before taking 1 step. My lord, we have prepared everything you instructed us to do. In the hall, a Saint Realm expert from Piaomiao Fairy Island bowed and said, according to your instructions, Piaomiao Fairy Island, White Dragon Hall, the Moon Demon sect, the Taihua Immortal Dynasty and other forces as well as strong men above the Saint Realm have gathered on the Piaomiao Immortal Island. Yeah. Guhan nodded slightly without any other excessive response. He waved his hand signaling the strong man below to leave first. Misty Fairy Island, it is very special and can hiding in the deep void difficult to be noticed. Even if many Saint Kings and even quasi-emperors gathered in Piaomiao Fairy Island, as long as Piaomiao Fairy Island did not dominate show, it is basically impossible for anyone to notice. Not even the will of heaven can do that. After all, the immortal burial gate still exists in Piaomiao Fairy Island. The burial of immortals, it can be called taboo existence. Completely all the laws here are governed by the power of heaven. Completely under the control of the power of heaven, of course, it is impossible to detect the location of Piaomiao Fairy Island. So this creates an interesting phenomenon. All the top combat forces from several major forces under his command have now gathered in Piaomiao Fairy Island. As long as he snaps his fingers, this group of strong men will appear along with Piaomiao Fairy Island. As long as the great emperor doesn't come to the heavenly Tao Hall, basically send more. Moreover, this time the demon's invasion is also an extremely important drama node. Guhan's thoughts wandered again. In the previous life, Yi Qingyun demon, in the Great War of Aggression, he not only gained a legendary reputation but also greatly improved his status. Moreover, this guy is resisting demons during the invasion with my own. A group of brothers on the side group off sharp team killed directly the devil's world. Don't underestimate Yi Qingyun, the red group brother in the original play middle. Whether it is the original Tianyin Sailing Shenwei or Qing Liar later or Luo Qinglian and Nangong Weiner not long ago, they are all the pride of heaven. As long as you give enough, let's take time, when they grow up they will definitely be top experts in the chain repair world. The reason why I haven't T when it grew up, he killed it easily, and it was still thanks to him. Know the drama of circumstances. In the original play middle, Yi Qingyun, these red confidant brothers and friends, all for his extremely powerful help. Because he has 2 sides, the sword fights against the demons killed a way out road. A big crisis naturally also means big gains. With a group of red confidant kildables world, Yi Qingyun is so lucky the shed accidentally opened a secret of the demon world Sangu Super Treasure Land. That there are countless heaven-defying opportunities in the ancient Super Treasure Land of Xian. And Yi Qing-yun was also touched by the drama during this opportunity forcefully increased combat power. Not only did he obtain the heaven-defying skills but he also awakened an unprecedented immortal demon. Fairy demon a thought immortal just a thought demon fairy demon roan fight until invincible. He swore that was the strongest Yi Qing-yun he had ever seen. In that life Yi Qing-yun not only got the chance to obtain the super treasure land but also awakened the immortal and demon and relying on the unparalleled reputation gained in the demon war. Real as the chief genius of the human race in the Shenhuang world he is feared by all other races. As a villain cannon fodder at that time he could not even compete with Yi Qing-yun of that life the many powerful men under his command were enough to chase him down and force him to flee to the ends of the earth. But then again, the previous life is the previous life. This time he has the advantage. Yi Qing-yun is still just the treasure-hunting mouse that opened the ancient treasure land of immortals, and countless opportunities for inheritance all belong to him. Only children make choices. Not only does he want the opportunity to enter the ancient treasure land of immortals, he also wants the opportunity to enter the demon world. Chapter 424 A Special Letter Drifting Away with the Passing Wind. But Guhan, who had already decided on the general plan, was caught in another trap: meditation. If the subsequent drama, the development was consistent with what he had deduced and imagined in his mind, and everyone was happy. But mainly the current drama, it has completely collapsed. Many thinks it's all advanced. Whether it is the will of heaven coming to the alien world ahead of time or Tsangjian Pavilion and Tiandao Palace coming to the previous life. All of them are interpreting the dramates gone further and further astray. Let's take a wild guess. Is there a possibility? In this life, because of the will of heaven, will the demon world eventually develop some kind of bond with the protagonist Yi Qing-yun? His guess is not empty, the wind is coming. In his previous life he had been in Yi Qing-yun. I have seen many dogs things. For example, in the midst of the great war between demons there seemed to be a demon saint, in a conversation with a righteous monk in the front enslaved for the prisoners. Just as he was about to be humiliated and treated as a toy by the righteous monks when it's Yi Qing-yun come out and perform a heroic rescue, the drama scolding and beating, he showed off his good character. Finally, I don't know if it's because of the drama need or personal protagonist charm, Yi Qing-yun directly let him go. Although this heroic rescue, the drama is very dog and it's also very old-fashioned. But the effect is remarkable. The result is that this demon saint got on Yi Qing-yun. He even provided Yi Qing-yun with many demons report willing to act as its ghost. Later Yi Qing-yun let his brothers and friends confidant impact the demon world, even directly impact the depths of the demon world. It played a vital role in the plan. Otherwise, with the strength of Yi Qing-yun and his men who were at most at the peak of the divine realm, how could he possibly get past all the powerful saints and even emperors in the demon realm and kill his way to the deepest part of the demon realm? Go. Isn't it all thanks to this demon saint? Damn it, ask for help. We must put all kinds of instability factors are also taken into consideration. Although Yi Qing-yun has lost half of his luck and destiny, we should not underestimate him. Underestimating the enemy will only bring disaster to ourselves, bigger trouble. Besides, we also have to consider that the bastard heavenly will maybe secretly helping Yi Qing-yun to fake the match. It's even possible that they will take this opportunity to join forces with the powerful demons and try to harm me. After all, he had fought against the will of heaven several times. How much would it be to know that the other party is an extremely ancient being, even omniscient and omnipotent? A risk. He has to take all kinds of bad factors into consideration and take countermeasures in advance. After all, he is still essentially a villain cannon fodder in the book. Even though he has the upper hand, it is possible that Yi Qing-yun and the heavenly Tao will take control of the situation due to carelessness. If you lose power, you will lose everything. Time passes by. Just as countless extreme when considering countermeasures in the event of a conflict. A voice suddenly fell into his mind. Sarai, the lord of the ice spirit sect Mu Binghuang, requests to see you. Say I can have a good chat with you, sir. Mu Binghuang. Mu Beiling's sister, what are you looking for me for? Guhan frowned slightly. He had no good feelings towards the so-called hall master of the ice spirit holy sect. After all, this woman was like a sick person at that time because Mu Beiling was so angry with him and Xuanshu continent wanted notice issued. Guhan was just about to send a message back and have someone send him away. The person who reported it said again, he said that he could cooperate with you, sir, to deal with Yi Qing Yun together. In a magnificent palace in Chongqing City. Today's Mu Binghuang, wearing ice blue, long, graceful and full, the contours of her body coupled with her always cool and dignified face give people an extraordinary charm. At this moment Mu Binghuang suddenly like looking up towards the outside of the Hulgo. A man was walking out of the hall. Guhan was still. She was wearing a simple white robe and her long hair was tied up in a crown. However, after just half a year of not seeing each other, Guhan, the temperament of the upper and lower parts has changed a lot. Guhan is not like the younger generation now. He looks like an old, those in high positions. Even if can be in its superiorito inexplicable, it means forced. Seeing the palace when Mu Binghuang was alone, Guhan raised his eyebrows, his eyes, the emotion passed quickly. However, his Mu Binghuang still caught his mood clearly. Mu Binghuang, the corner of his eye curled up in a teasing arc. Are you curious about why Mu Bailing, who always likes to pester you, didn't appear with me? The smile on the corner of her eyes disappeared instantly and Mu Binghuang's calm voice seemed to be mixed with a hint of painful thread. Dead. I will never bother you again. Are you happy? Guhan frowned and did not respond immediately. Maybe it's just a simple vent. Maybe it's just a simple mention. Mu Binghuang did not continue the conversation on this topic. The person is dead. What's the point of talking about this anymore? That's right, I also left a letter for you. If I have a chance to see you in the future, please let me pass this letter to you for you. While speaking, Mu Binghuang pointed her finger and a letter that had never been opened by anyone floated up and landed in Guhan's hand. After a moment of silence, Guhan opened it and saw lines of beautiful handwriting. Honor, long time no see. By the time you see this letter, I will be dead. I really have a lot to say to you, too much to say. Did you know? I have always regretted it, every night, every moment, regretting that day when I didn't keep your temper. I said many words against my will and did many things against my will. Later you didn't accommodate me anymore and you didn't take my apologies and we parted ways. Honor, do you still remember the time when you were a child and you cried so hard because your master neglected to bring you candied haws? The wind blew and the fallen leaves blown by the wind suddenly brought back memories of the past. Under the peach tree. A cold-looking beautiful whiteson now face panicked, somewhat uneasy. The little boy who was crying in front of him didn't know what to do for a moment. Finally, white as if he had thought of something, he mustered up his courage and, somewhat clumsy and stiff, the sound is a little difficult, the saying goes, the little ducks are lined up, they are not aligned, they are not aligned. White the child put his hands on both sides as if to play the role of a little duck was apologizing and seemed to be trying to make the little boy in front of it laugh. This trick really worked and the little boy burst into laughter. Master, you acted the duck so poorly. But Master has seen many children apologize in this way. By the child's face turned slightly red and his voice sounded a little aggrieved. I'm sorry, Honor. Master, I really know I was wrong. Seeing the end of the letter, Guhan's deep eyes were filled with, there was a slight ripple but it soon disappeared. Oh. Guhan sneered. Suddenly a ball of colorful fire ignited at his fingertips, burning the letter in his hand. Fly ash. And the confetti seemed to have turned into something that disappeared into the depths of the past. The fragments of memory flowed down his fingertips, drifting away in the void with the wind called the past. And except for a slight ripple at the beginning, his heart soon calmed down. It is still as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Chapter 425, Will it move heaven or earth? The affiliated forces of the eternal Yi family. That's ridiculous. Leave me this letter, God still land our own? As he spoke, Guhan looked indifferent again to Mu Binghuang. Besides, you came here to deliberately provoke me of? If you don't want to cooperate, you can leave now. After saying this, Guhan turned, prepare to leave. There was no regard for Mu Binghuang in his words. The politeness of the World Power Hall Master is just a kind of reaction with disgust. Maybe that heart has already died. Or maybe I've already gotten used to it. The letter just brought him not at all, and it's more disgusting. The late deep cheaper than grass. I believe no one in this world would be more impressed by these words than him. Apologies are helpful. He back to the ninth life, so much pain, what is that? He. You really have a heart of iron. It's really not worth it for my dead sister. Mu Binghuan laughed at herself and changed the subject. I'm here to cooperate with you. I want to kill Yi Qingyun with you. After all, this is my sister's last wish and it is also my wish now. Hearing this, Guhan paused slightly, the shape slightly sideways glance, a pair of dark eyes flashing indifference and a disdain. To be honest, although you are the master of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect and a powerful saint be in a high position, but in my eyes you are actually like that. What we lack most now is Saint Realm experts, so why do we need a useless person like you? Any help? If it was in the past Guhan would have dared to humiliate, he would definitely be angry and might even walk away in anger. But Mu Binghuang now knows it very well. The energy that Guhan now possesses is far beyond imagine, that they both do not exist on the same scale. In terms of the power I possess now, I really cannot compare with you. But if you want a better deal with Yi Qingyun, the god behind family, cooperating with me will only benefit you. As soon as these words came out, Guhan he paused again, his pupils even shrank slightly. But soon he guessed what happened. Reason. Gu Hanjuan head looking directly at Mu Binghuang. Do you know Yi Qingyun, the god behind family? Did Mu Beiling tell you? I don't know if you have heard what Bai Ling once said to you. I had a dream. I dreamed of the past, the future, and the past you had experienced all the pain. Ignoring Guhan's obscure intentions, Mu Binghuang continued, later when I was within cohabitation life, tell me a lot of dreams, which includes many things about Yi Qingyun. At first I just thought of my sister as 8 was such a huge blow, my mood was disturbed, it was just nonsense, just words. But until we have been investigating based on the details Bai Ling described and have been doing so for more than half a year. I finally got something. The family that is suspected to be Yi Qingyun not only exists but also has a lot of force, once an affiliated force or even a follower of this family. I have made an interesting discovery. My ancestor of the Ice Spirit Saint sect was actually Yi Qingyun Hoshin family followers. Now Yi Qingyun is under your control. It was so miserable he, the latter god, the family has not yet appeared, not even Yidist, as a subsidiary force in the Shenhuang world. It only means that he has no other choice. Use your own means to intervene in this world. At this point Mu Binghuang changed the subject, but when the time comes and they have the ability to intervene, what do you think will happen? Hearing this, Gu Hanmian suddenly it looked ugly. There is no need to think too much. These forces who are willing to act as the running dogs of the Eternal Yi family will definitely attack him one after another because of an order from the Eternal Yi family. Chase. With just a random order, this group of forces would directly support Yi Qingyun, build momentum for him and help him rise to the top. He finally figured it out. Why would Yi Qingyun's slightest advantage snowball into something bigger and bigger, even causing his reputation to can all get unprecedented improvement? It turns out that in secret there is a large group of Navy troops belonging to the Eternal Yi family who are building up momentum for Yi Qingyun at the right time. The Zhangjian Pavilion that has accepted Yi Qingyun now is most likely one of the Navy and very likely the leader. So, Mu Binghuang, we can cooperate. You help me take down the Ice Spirit Saint sect and let me's the only person in charge of the Bingling Holy Sect. I can use the only person in charge of the Ice Spirit Holy Secto connect with other lackey forces. Before they can react, we will devour and destroy them one by one. Although I don't know many lackey forces, I have a few lists here you may also interest. Soon. After sending Mu Binghuang away and finalizing a series of temporary cooperation, the Halsung Guhan was left alone. He originally thought that after gaining the full support of several major forces including the Tsanglong clan and the Taihua Immortal Dynasty, he had already gained an absolute advantage. But now, after careful deduction, it turns out that it is not just Yi Qingyun who is difficult to deal with, but he, the family behind him, and many powerful people who invested in him secretly. But it didn't matter because he had expected this day to come from the very beginning. He recruited so many forces for his own use precisely to deal with this kind of condition. Furthermore, he will have enemies all over the world in the future, so adding these few more forces will not make much difference. What's more, now they are the ones in the light while we are in the dark. I didn't expect that in addition to the Hidden Sword Pavilion and the Ice Spirit Holy Sect, even the Human Ancestor Hall is related to the Eternal Yi family. Guhan, the corners of her eyes were slightly raised and there was a coldness in her eyes. Considering that he had some connection with Pei Siye in his previous life, this person's ancestral temple he is not hands also have to hand. Time flies. A week passed quickly. Many human geniuses and human cultivators from the Shenhuang world gathered near the demon-suppressing defense line. Because tomorrow is the day when the human race and the demon world's strong men set demon trial competition. Many human cultivators already have full confidence in this. After all, news about Guhan's cultivation talent has already spread throughout the human world. Everyone knows that Guhan's talent in cultivation is unparalleled and he has already become a god at such a young age. Looking at the present day, all the major races in the entire Xianhuang world can be considered top-notch. As long as Guhan participates in the demon trial, the human race will be able to win easily, completely destroy the morale of the demon realm, and even lay the foundation for the initial victory in the subsequent war. But today, the news swept the entire world like a storm, causing countless powerful people to be shocked. Guhan unexpectedly did not plan to participate in the next demonic trial. Chapter 426, Secretly Entering the Game with a New Identity. This news immediately shocked and puzzled many powerful human beings. What exactly does Guhan mean by this? Now the demon world's strong men are gathering in a large area of our human race's demon defense line, clearly intending to launch a war against our human race. Fishy invade. Guhan, this guy, as a member of our human race, not only did he not share our worries about the upcoming war, he even refused to participate demonic trial. Isn't this just a coward who doesn't use his ability? At the same time, under the guidance of some people with ulterior motives, under the pressure, many angry young monks criticized Guhan in secret. Humph. I thought Guhan was a human being, but now it seems that he is nothing more than a coward. That's right, let alone anything else. If I had Guhan's terrifying cultivation and combat power, I would definitely participate in this battle with all my strength. Demonic trial fight for our human race, rather than being so fearful. At the same time, Guhan's mansion. Today Guhan was still enjoying the fine tea leisurely as usual. For this group of people who only dare to noisy, even I dare not accuse him openly. He didn't care at all about the little people who were afraid that their ashes would be scattered by the three major forces such as the White Dragon Palace. Not long ago he received a special letter. This letter told him that the will of heaven seemed to have joined forces with the powerful beings from the demon world. Even in this, the magic trial is set up intending to this move will completely kill him. In the magic trial he must be careful. Although he is very confident in his cultivation strength. But it's always right to be cautious. Whether it is the demon world or the will of heaven, neither of them is a good person, and any one of them can be regarded as a world boss. If he was overconfident and directly treat it as empty come wind. Once you fail, you will lose all the advantages you have accumulated with great difficulty. Moreover, he deliberately released the news, but in fact he was just doing it secretly. He must participate in the magic trial. Not to mention that where the protagonist Yi Qingyun is, there is a high possibility of great opportunities. Furthermore, now the drama, a lot of changes have taken place. He also doesn't know what will happen in the future. It is also necessary to the game should be arranged in advance, and according to the current development of the shape. If he hide your own share among them, not only can the will of heaven and the arrangement of the devil world change, it's a futile effort. You can also take advantage of the situation changes from light to darkness and from defense to offense. By then he would not need to be too wary of the will of heaven and the powerful demons. Instead, you can occupy the main position in advance, right? Of course, as for the people from the demon realm and the heavenly Tao temple, they wonder whether they have the means to identify a cultivator by exploring the cultivator's origin. He also, I am not worried. Because he had mastered the laws of burial and absorbed a portion of the original power of heaven. Through these two special power combined with the phantom mask, change your original breath at will. Even temporarily changing the disguised aura of others. At that time he disguised himself and entered the devil trial, and then let a suitable person play him in the outside world. It is completely heavenly. None secretly pass through Qingsong. But this letter is quite interesting. Guhan's attention was once again focused on the letter in his hand. As a breath came from him emitting out, the letter in his hand immediately resonated with the power in his palm and turned into a ball of gold fog. And this the fog is filled with a strong breath of heaven. This the power was clearly the will of heaven, but its aura was completely different from the will of heaven he had experienced before. It was as if it was a completely different and new will of heaven. In addition, there were the strange phenomena he had encountered before in the Taihua immortal dynasty. Guhan already had a rough guess in his mind. The corners are slightly tilted. Interesting. It is between the true heaven and the false heaven collision or some other reason? The Devil World. Magnificent Joan, the Demon Emperor's palace filled with dark demonic energy. What did you say? Guhan doesn't plan to participate magic. Also through the spy undercover received the first the Demon Emperor Tu Ling, who was reported it's extremely ugly. During this period of time he has been in contact with the strong men of the Tiandao Palace Superior and formulated an all-round plan targeting Guhan. It is true that Guhan is powerful, but it is not invincible. They have recently refined an ancient law. That is, through a special sacrificial ceremony, the evil spirits of the several geniuses who were responsible for the sacrifice were forcibly transferred to the receiving the pride of sacrifice superior. And get this, the genius with the power of sacrifice will have his strength greatly enhanced and may even be able to break certain extreme shackles. At the very least, they can reach the Divine Lord realm or even break through to the Saint realm. Although obtaining this great power comes at a great price and requires the lives of all sacrificed people. Catch, the sacrificer can only obtain this for a short time. The cultivation can probably only last for less than half a cup of tea. But in such a short period of time, as long as a few powerful beings comparable to the Saint realm took action, it would be enough to kill Guhan hundreds of times. They paid so much, the price was paid, and even the essence of several demon clan quasi-emperor realm masters was consumed before this. The method of taboo is perfect. Just wait, the magic trial begins waiting for Guhan. But I never expected that, Guhan. I don't play by the rules, so I won't participate in this game demonic trial. So what are their efforts these days worth? What's the point of paying so much? Perhaps this is just news that Guhan deliberately released. A strong man from the Heavenly Dao Palace suddenly said, I have recently collected a lot of information about Guhan. Report for many of his I have some understanding of the methods of doing things. He's used to it. Be careful in what you do, it's dangerous and despicable, and you have to think 3 steps ahead. Maybe he just released this news on purpose, but he is actually trying to sneak in and disguise himself this time. Demonic trial. As soon as this powerful man's speculation came out, it was immediately recognized by many other powerful people present. Yes, this time the demon trial land is special. It can be regarded as a relatively special world, and it also serves as a real buffer zone between the demon world and the human world. There are even some ancient trace exists. During the ancient times it was rumored that even immortals and demons fell there. Any cultivator would be jealous of such an opportunity. Guhan would definitely disguise himself secretly, then devane. Humph. He thinks his trick is very clever and perfect, but little do they know that we have the power to explore the origin of all living things. The essence of all living things in the world cannot be changed or disguised. Even if Guhan wants to disguise himself as among them, we can also find that as long as we confirm his disguise, we can still implement the plan. Many powerful people regained their confidence and felt that everything was still under control. The other side. Unbeknownst to him, the powerful demon from the demon world had already been captured by him. After some thought, Guhan came to a quiet courtyard. This is the courtyard where Pei Xia is. Now that it has been confirmed, the human ancestor hall may be the future lackey of the Eternal Yi family. I owe Pei Xia someone in my previous life. He now has the reason for the hand. Chapter 427, Being Treated Differently? Mysterious help from the fairyland. Guhan. The 2 guards who were in charge of guarding the outside world, when they saw that the person coming was Guhan, all changed at once. After all, Guhan's reputation is now well known to all human beings and everyone knows him. Even their ancestor temple has been a hot topic recently. He ignored the shocked looks of the 2 guards. Guhan corner smile straight. Subject, please inform me that I would like to meet the holy Pei Xia. In the backyard of the mansion. The environment here is quiet and peaceful, with an arch bridge and gurgling water. The pond built by a professional is full of blooming lotus flowers. At this moment, a slender and graceful white Z was meditating with his eyes closed in the middle of the courtyard. Bias the center, countless law symbols flickered darkly of the shadow, makes it look more sacred and extraordinary. There is even a huge and vague shadow when the top of the child's head slowly emerged. It exudes a certain aura, as if it contains the original will of the human race. Miss Master Gu has come to our residence and said he wants to see you. At this time, a maid ran in from outside the courtyard with a look of joy and anxiety on her face. It seems someone is coming. The status is so noble that there is a little admiration in the eyes, and even seemed a little panicked. Mr. Gu. Pei Siyat, who had just come out of the closed meditation state, frowned slightly but still subconsciously asked, "Which Mr. Gu? Is it Gu Han?" "Yes. It's him, the supreme leader of the current young generation of our human race." Waiter God become more intense. This Mr. Gu is not only powerful in cultivation but also has an extremely impressive background, miss. Why don't you go meet him? No matter what purpose he has for you, young lady, it is very good to meet such a supreme genius and build a good relationship with him. In fact, this waiter there are some double standards in the work style. Because just from Pei Sias Mon Ho in this regard it is already well known in the Xianhuang world. Not to mention special feedback quality and the core successor of the ancestor temple share. Since arriving in Changqing City, countless geniuses have come to visit and tried every means to make friends with Pei Xia. As its waiter, naturally, I am used to this kind of scene. Generally, if you can help your master to refuse, you should refuse. But Gu Han is different, his portion is too big. And this one Tianzhu, it is absolutely beneficial with no harm. Pei Xia didn't understand why Gu Han came to see her specifically. But after thinking for a moment, I decided to go and meet him. Damn it. No matter what, I am still the close disciple of the master of the Hidden Sword Pavilion. His background is there. Is he not as good as that guy Gu Han? Outside Pei Xia's residence dark alley. Seeing Gu Han being respectfully invited to the mansion by several servants, Yi Qingyun face suddenly it became extremely ugly. Previously in the main hall, the first time I saw Pei Xia, he was already deeply attracted by the other person's appearance and temperament. It can be said that Pei Xia is the one who suits his taste the most that he has ever seen. Son. Because Pei Xia exudes a kind of knowledge sacred flavor. Mother off we was fully demonstrated by Pei Xia. As a man who had never seen his mother since he could remember, he was very concerned about this kind of bright sun totally without resistance. Plus the other party has special feedback. The top leaders of Sangjian Pavilion also felt that if Yi Qingyun could capture Pei Xia, it would also help his own path to the Great Road. Therefore there are also people who fully support him in pursuing Pei Xia. But the result? He couldn't even see Pei Xia. Even several times in a row shut out. Now looking at this guy Gu Han, he was invited in directly the first time he came. What annoyed him even more was the double standard dog servant. The contempt in his eyes when he saw him and the admiration and flattery in his eyes when he saw Gu Han undoubtedly brought him great shame invisibly. Gu Han, it's you again, you damned fellow. But it doesn't matter, the Lord of Heaven has decided to take action against you in this trial. If you go, you will only die without a burial place. If you don't go, you will miss the great opportunity of this trial, and the gap between you and me will be even greater. Little kid, there will be plenty of opportunities to surpass you in the future and make you pay the price. But what Yi Qingyun didn't notice was in him staring at Gu Hanshi at Pei Xia's mansion. In some corner that he didn't know, there was a pair of cold and murderous eyes locking onto him. This person was none other than Chu Wei. Chu Wei clenched her fists. The anger in my heart was burning. The murderous intent in his eyes turned into reality, and he even wanted to rush out and kill Yi Qingyun. You'd better calm down. Let's not talk about Yi Qingyun first. There is still half of the eternal destiny still difficult to kill. The previous heavenly Dao must have already secretly deployed measures, and the strong man from Sangjian Pavilion is hiding in the dark. If you want to kill him, the probability is very, very low. It will alert the enemy and you're frequent. As the cold and indifferent voice sounded, the former will of heaven with a face exactly the same as Mu Bailing slowly emerged. I know. Chu Wei took several deep breaths and finally controlled the various thread. That bastard Yi Qingyun is only secondary, senior brother is the most important. Once again I took a deep look at the distance mansion pupils in the stream, a little yearning and envy back. Shu Wei Chao darker shadow go. Suddenly I thought of something and turned, he said, in the direction of the former heavenly Dao. By the way, Mu Binghuang is also in Changqing City. Recently I have reached a certain cooperation, one for Yi Qingyun Hoshan family cooperation. You might go with, let's chat. No matter what, we are on the same side and have the same enemy. Or maybe you rely on my sister is back in this world. The former will of heaven was silent. It's not because of Chu Wei's words are profound, but because I also know some of the time and space dramas of my previous life. He knew that the cooperation between Gu Han and Mu Binghuang was actually meaningless. The Eternal Yi family is a truly big family in the fairyland. Even if the two of them could cooperate and eradicate all the affiliated forces belonging to them in the lower world. But when the lower world and the immortal road are truly connected and the Eternal Yi family strongman really descends Gu Hanban, the situation will probably remain bad. But not necessarily. Because in this life he also obtained some divine powers from the fairyland help. The former heavenly Dao will slowly opened his palm and the power of heavenly Dao surged, and then in a piece of palm-sized fragments of glass crystal. If Guhan were here, he would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance. This is exactly the fragment of the 9th generation immortal stone. Chapter 428 Pure White Saint. The source of suffering comes from the ancestor of man. In the waiter under the guidance of. After turning several turns, Guhan soon arrived at the back garden of the mansion. Eyes, there is already one white holy temperament. The sun is already waiting here. She seemed to have been specially dressed up with a dignified manner and a cool and outstanding temperament. Siya, nice to meet you, fellow Taoist Guhan. Pei Siya owes a little salute. There is absolutely no, although he was the core successor of the ancestral temple, he was extremely respectful to Guhan. After all, not a fool either. Although his cultivation strength is not weak either. But compared with Guhan, who is at the godly lord level, the difference is not just a little bit. You don't need to be so polite, brother Pei. Hearing this, Guhan also withdrew his gaze, nodded slightly and smiled. Sure enough, before Pei Siya fell into the devil, she was truly holy, pure, gentle, and the implicit contrast is vivid. It is worthy of the name Pure White Saint by many powerful people of the human race. On the other hand, when he first met Pei Siya in the demon realm in his previous life, Pei Siya's eyes deep filled with murderous intent and violence. As if to kill anyone who dares to approach people, especially men, must be broken 10,000 sections. Guhan couldn't help shaking his head, generous. In the previous life, such a holy and sacred person, good character, and won the white saint because of dirty things, and finally went completely crazy. Yes, it is indeed very interesting, regretful. Friend Gu. Meet Guhan Liu. A look of regret. Pei Siya suddenly became suspicious. He couldn't help but tilt his head. That look again. Then when he first met Guhan at Tiangxiangla, he was also show a compassionate eyes. Could it be? What can the other party see? The ability to predict the future destiny of others? Sure, afterwards some kind of disaster? Fellow Taoist Gu, why are you crying to me? Such a look. Could it be that what unexpected disasters will happen recently? After thinking it over again and again, Pei Siya finally asked. It wasn't an accident. Guhan shook his head. It's man-made. Pei Siya was slightly stunned. I felt a little caught off guard. I thought Guhan would talk to me in a roundabout way for a long time and then say something to me. I didn't expect the other party to be so direct. It seems that he came here just to discuss this matter. Pei Siya is not stupid and knows what this matter might involve. He ordered several servants all leave. Soon there was only Guhan. I wonder what you mean, Master Gu. Pei Siya bent down slightly and filled the cup in front of Guhan with a pot of hot tea. Although are you deliberately limiting yourself, as an arc but too full and proud? The chest still caused ripples that filled Guhan's entire sight. Moreover, even if Pei Siya did not approach, the one that emanates from the fresh floral scent can easily make people intoxicated and dry out their mouths. Of course, Guhan, an old driver who was used to big scenes, there was nothing unusual. After taking a sip of tea, he smiled and said, Miss Siya, you know what? I am not someone who likes to meddle in other people's business. I'll just speak frankly. I came to see you today not only to help you but also to be your one, and secondly for my personal benefit. Pei Siya frowned slightly and did not respond but gestured for Guhan to continue. I believe Miss Siya is a smart person. You will also have a sense of propriety in your heart. Miss Siya is the legendary fairy saint, is the perfect cauldron for repaying one's kindness quality. Pei Siya, who originally thought that Guhan would say something different, was stunned again. Although she tried to restrain herself, it has become ugly. Have to. I thought Guhan the most outstanding person in Xianhuang world, the supreme demon, will be the world's independent hero. Now it seems that it is just greed of Sun want to perform double cultivation and obtain if it's just quality feedback. This made Pei Siya's kindness to Guhan the speed suddenly dropped sharply. Oh, I can only say that they are worthy of being men, all of them, or lower half thinking of disgust, that's all. I really thought Guhan would bring me something different, but it turns out that shallow. Just when Pei Siya wanted to ask him to see the guest off indirectly. Miss Siya, I know what you are thinking. It's just that you think I'm coveting you, son. I want your feedback quality? Then you really think too highly of yourself. Guhan chuckled. Do you know Hua Jiu? On repaying kindness quality, just stronger than you, not weaker. Why do I need your quality help? And, with my current what do I want to gain, people just beg your finger, why bother to think so much and worship your pomegranate down? The words may be rough, but the truth is there. This immediately made Paisiya blush because of her previous misunderstanding. No wait, opening his mouth, Guhan said again, also there is a saying, no matter what you do you can be on guard day and night as you can never guard against a thief in your own home. You are always on guard against outsiders, on guard against the possibility that outsiders might covet your in return. Have you ever thought about your respected master, the former ancestor of the human ancestor hall? Paisiya, who was originally blushing, suddenly had her pupils dilated. The unbelievable facet was fleeting and was replaced by boundless anger. Nonsense. Boom. The terrible breath as the center. Suddenly gathered a devastating storm of laws roared and spread in all directions. But Guhan seemed to have expected that the other party would show such a thread. After all, in that matter before it happened, Paisiya's master, the former ancestor of mankind, occupies an extremely important position in her heart. This position is so high that Paisiya will not allow anyone to insult her in person. The master. Clatter. Guhan just sat there and raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A ripple of laws suddenly appeared in the void and an invisible barrier of laws suddenly unfolded. While easily offsetting Paisiya's aura, it also completely blocked the surrounding space. This no one noticed that Paisiya had just a terrifying law wave was sent. Pei Shi Moon got ugly. Knowing that in terms of strength and cultivation he is no match for Guhan at all. But so what? Dare to insult master even if it is Guhan not afraid either. Regarding Paisiya's sudden, Guhan already had it all under control and he didn't have any other plans. Su just nodded slightly. Good, your quality, it's okay, he is a person who knows how to repay kindness, not one who is ungrateful. It's a pity that this kind of wrong person was used. Guhan took another sip of tea and said with a smile, have you always believed that you are an orphan, a poor creature abandoned by your parents? In the end you were picked up by your so-called master and raised with great difficulty. But in fact everything you think is false, your master created it for you, the source of all suffering. Chapter 429, The Cruel Truth. Let them fill in the blanks themselves. What he said was not empty talk come on make-up made. Rather it was Paisiya from his previous life who told him the story in person. That was the truth that Paisiya in her previous life had finally found out. In fact, he was born in an ordinary family in a remote town. Although they were just an ordinary family in a remote town, they had no problem with food and clothing. And there are also many my own parents and brothers and sisters. If nothing unexpected happens, should for a very happy child. In the favor of parents and the care of brothers and sisters, I slowly grow strong long. Perhaps as a monk of that generation he was free and had seen all the scenery in the world. Maybe like a mortal, working when the sun rises and resting when the sun sets. But one day the trajectory of fate has completely changed. The ancestor of mankind who received some special revelation found this place. Renzu was certain that Paisiya was the special person he had been trying so hard to find, a person who repays his parents with kindness. At that time the ancestors of mankind used some special, he used his magical powers to predict that there would be a disaster in his future. Unable to break the shackles of his cultivation, he could only be trapped in the quasi-emperor realm. Eventually his lifespan would run out and his chi would be exhausted, died of exhaustion. As a patriarch of a generation, he is the person who stands at the top of the pyramid of the entire chain repair world. How could he possibly wait for his future to end in death due to the exhaustion of his lifespan? Therefore, after spending many means and efforts, finally he found a special Paisiya. He was going to forcibly take Paisiya away and slowly raise up. Finally, at the right time, he will practice dual cultivation with her success, the power of quality feedback, instilling new energy into yourself, strength, completely avoid yourself from being angry, the end of exhaustion and death. However, Paisiya was just 1 month old at that time. The ancestor wanted to take him away from his family side. How could the family be willing? Therefore these mortals who were like ants in the eyes of the monks begged the ancestor of mankind for a long time, using all kinds of means, hoping the ancestors of mankind have shown mercy and spared the year. Paisiya is a horse. But what is the result? Their pleas were of no avail, no effect. Instead it brought about a huge disaster. Paisiya's entire family died. Overnight, all those related to his family, without exception, all of them died suddenly. What kind of existence is the ancestor of mankind? That's really already a strong man in the imperial realm. In front of mortals, he is a high and mighty god. In front of gods, mortals are humble, dirty, and worthless ants. Ants actually dare to disobey and reject God. For this crime, the entire 9 generations of his clan should be exterminated. In this way, Renzu used the simplest Pei was taken away in a fishy way. Change memory let he completely forgot his parents and his former family. Will keep in your own side, give the title of a direct disciple, makes the many benefits of the Temple of Ancestors. On the surface, it seems to be of the bright and beautiful descendant of the human ancestor temple, the top person in the future world of immortal cultivation. But in fact, he is just a worker who was raised by someone since childhood, just people. Who do you think you are? The core successor of the human ancestor hall? The next human ancestor. Guhan corners slightly raised. In fact, Renzu has used all kinds of means to provide you with various conveniences, but there is a price to pay. There are no gifts without reason in the world. All gifts have already been secretly marked with a price. And the price you paid for everything you have now is the lives of your loved ones and your future. You think that the ancestor who works for the common people and for justice is actually just a selfish person who only cares about himself. Guhan's voice was clear and pleasant to the ear, but his tone contained it. It's full of cruelty. It even directly impacted Pei Siye's worldview and caused it to collapse. After the shock, what followed was boundless anger and disbelief, threads such as like water flooding all over. You are talking complete nonsense. Deliberately create a fictitious thing. I am an orphan. I don't have any family. I was picked up and raised by my master. You are lying to me. Boom boom. The terrible breath again. After that, Pei Siye lost her initial dignified elegance and holiness and became extremely hideous. His eyes were full of hostility towards Guhan. Get out. Get out of my sight. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Sure enough, my words are too direct, so you should take it first, can't you? Guhan shook his head gently and muttered to himself. He was not surprised by this, because what he said completely overturned Pei Siye's worldview. Normal people probably accept no. Then Guhan made hand gestures again. The special power of heaven and earth that he had previously mastered by capturing the will of heaven suddenly erupted. Space appears like it ripples like water and then solidifies in an instant. At the same time, the solidified Pei Siye in a rage. The whole person is completely blocked. The supernatural power was lost and it was sealed in place like a clay sculpture. I know you can't take it now, these words in my mouth. But if there was no evidence, why would I come to you? After he finished speaking, Guhan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Then the void behind him immediately rippled again and a space portal opened out of thin air. A strong man under Guhan's command, now with a man in ordinary clothes, small, skinny, a dark-skinned man, walked out. This man seems to have been drinking for many years, contaminated with the alcoholic smell is so strong that it almost becomes real. His mental state seemed a little confused. It was not until the moment this thin man saw Pei Siye that he suddenly became sober, as if struck by lightning. It's not because Pei Siye is incomparable appearance in part. It's Pei Siye arrived. The breath of his pulse made him incomparable, a kind of thing that comes from the same source as impulse breath. Don't be fooled by the thin man's confused appearance, but he is actually a monk. Although the strength is relatively weak, it is definitely possible to cultivation clarity from the same source as oneself, pulse breath. Not just him. Originally sealed in place by Guhan, bullet can only show out of the hideous twisted eyes Pei Siye into this thin manon after the pulse and breath. His pupils suddenly dilated and the hideous distortion in them disappeared in an instant and turned into dullness and disbelief. Seeing this scene, Guhan slowly raised his horn. In his previous life he had met Pei Siye after a period of time. Naturally, I learned a lot about things in the past. Knowing that there is still someone in this world who is related to Pei Siye, pulse person. That was Pei Siye's former uncle Fong Bai. With memory of its approximate location. With the several major forces he controls now, it is not difficult to find someone in the Xinhuang world. As long as Fong Bai is released, many things will happen next. There is no need for him to explain. The best way to convince yourself in the world is to heal yourself and attack yourself. There was no need for him to waste words, he just needed to drink tea and let Pei Siye figure it out on her own. Chapter 430 intends to destroy the Renzu temple from within and the sisters meet. And Pei Siye was just as Gu Han thought. The sudden amount of information overturned all of my previous understandings. If it is true as Master said, as an orphan all the people in this world, all the people related to the pulse should be dead. The one in front of me there is a near agreement who is the man with the breath. Meng Dai, is that really you? Meng Dai. Fong Bai's voice was somewhat trembling. He approached Pei Siye step by step. He seemed to be in disbelief and seemed to be overwhelmed by joy, and it was difficult to control his thread. Fong Meng Dai. Pei Siye's original name. After being taken away by the ancestor of the human ancestor temple. Everything you have now is fake. The name is fake, the life and the copies are all fake. Even if in a sealed state. Pei Siye but still can't control the slight. The shaking was even getting more intense. Unable to connecting the truth. Gu Han took a sip of tea and said to Fong Bai, who was somewhat at a loss, "Take it easy for a moment. You can tell me about the Fong family, there is something else, the whole story." Fong Bai was slightly stunned. Not to mention that Gu Han's strength is already so strong that he is completely unable to sense the other person's breath. Moreover, compared to Pei Siye, who knew nothing and even had her memory completely cleared. Knowing the truth, he should be calmer and more receptive, be realistic. Fong Bai took a deep breath and in his hoarse and extremely deep voice he gradually told the truth about what happened back then. In fact it is similar to what Gu Han said. It's just that there are more details. Finally Fong Bai emotions become extremely excited. Meng Dai, I don't know what you've been through these years, but you are truly the pulse. I can use my own life guaranteed. You have never been an orphan and you have never been an abandoned person. You have a lot, you have parents and brothers and sisters who dote on you very much. And the day you were taken away was exactly the day our Fong family held a full moon banquet for you. That day should have been the most lively and happy day for our Fong family, but unexpectedly that day the most terrible thing about our Fong family, bloody nightmare. That day the sky suddenly became dark as if it was completely covered by a huge cover. The shadow stands deep in the clouds. He calls himself Pei Tian and says he will take you to the immortal path. Pei Siye heard this fiercely, even the heart I danced for half a section. Pei Tian, that is the true name of the master, now the ancestor of mankind. A weak cultivator who has not even reached the spirit palace realm. But he knows the real name of the ancestor of the human ancestor temple. The information indirectly conveyed by these details is self-evident. That guy is a beast. At that time he insisted on taking you away even though you knelt on the ground and banged your head until it broke. I cried until my voice was hoarse, but it was all in vain. Fong Bai almost gritted his teeth as he finished speaking. Not only did he take you away in front of us, he also used the most unscrupulous pulse curse. This method will cause everyone in our Fong family to die suddenly. If I hadn't received the talisman from an old immortal when I was young and hadn't lost almost all my cultivation to barely save my life, I'm afraid that from now on, apart from you, there will be no one else from my family in the world pulse. Alright, stop talking. I was so angry that I fainted. Gu Han's indifferent voice sounded, interrupting Fong Bai's speech, which was full of hatred and weeping. At the same time, Gu Han removed the shackles on Pei Siye. Pei Siye, who had completely lost consciousness, was as soft as mud fall to the ground. Gu Han was also speechless. He originally wanted Fong Bai to tell him some of the truth about Pei Siye's past. By the way, recognize the relatives and make Pei Siye believe that Fong Bai is uncle. Who would have thought that Fong Bai kept talking about the hatred in the past? Even the tragic details of the parents' deaths were described in great detail. Look, Pei Siye, who has already roughly believed Fong Baihua. After learning how his family was destroyed, he was so angry that he fainted. But it's okay, only a strong dose of medicine can be effective. The prerequisite for controlling the human ancestor temple is to first pull Pei Siye into your camp. After all, the temple of human ancestors is very special. A strong foundation is another aspect. The most important thing is that the temple of human ancestors is full of hypocrites. The ancestors of all generations have walked the world under the pretext of doing things for the greater good of the people, saving the world and all living things. It is to take advantage of the so-called crisis to show that the ancestor of mankind has appeared out of nowhere and brought suffering to the People's Story Festival. But the effect is outstanding. With the efforts of these hypocritical ancestors, the good reputation of the Temple of the Ancestors of Man was really tarnished. Now when everyone mentions the Temple of the Ancestors of Mankind, whether they are cultivators or ordinary people, they all say it is good. It is said that this sect is the righteous sect that truly contributes to the stability of world order. Even have no brainless supporters. If he directly sent strong men to attack the human ancestor temple, there was a high possibility that someone with ulterior motives would use him as a tool to kill someone else and put several big hats on him. He finally figured it out. No wonder Yi Qing Yun in his previous life was able to call the shots in public opinion. It turns out that there is also a hypocritical sect called Renzudian who leads a large number of Navian agents secretly guiding the pace. Since there is no way to suppress it directly through force. Then through Paisiye from the human ancestor temple the ministry began to disintegrate. At the same time, a magnificent palace in Chongqing City. Already with Gu Handa's subsequent cooperation, Mu Binghuang decided to return to the Ice Spirit Holy Sect immediately to start her plan to seize power. Before she even left the hall, she suddenly felt something. General pause. Boom. Then the terrible ice storm with the world as the center. It swept in all directions like an overwhelming force. The entire hall was covered with a layer of crystal frost as if it was frozen in this extremely low temperature snowstorm. No need to hide your head, Anna Marie, it's the end. Come out. Mu Binghuang ice blue eyes stare in one direction. It was as if there stood an invisible Ming Dynasty person. Several breaths of time passed. The person hiding in that space seemed to have finally made up his mind and slowly appeared and come out. Who are you? You can see this clearly after seeing the shadow. Mu Binghuang was struck by lightning and froze like a statue. Stay where you are. The person in front of me is actually my dead sister Mu Bailing. Chapter 431 Different Souls Resurrecting Her Wish. Wrong. After a brief moment of shock and trance, Mu Binghuang quickly reacted. You are not. Who are you? Why did you invade my sisters? Even from the appearance, this person in front of me is like Mu Bailing, who knew everything was exactly the same. But with just one glance, Mu Binghuang could already conclude that this person was not sister. Inside the identical body resides a completely different soul. Give me from my sister, get out of here. Mu Binghuang, the breath that was suppressed to the extreme suddenly hair. Boom. Suddenly the entire palace was filled with an extremely terrifying snowstorm. A huge terrifying ice phoenix phantom also appeared before Mu Binghuang. Ho Ruai, if it appears, it will launch the most fatal attack on the previous will of heaven at any time. Seeing this scene, the former will of heaven just frowned slightly. But everything seemed to be within his expectations and nothing happened other. Suddenly countless weaving gorgeous clouds, the heavenly Tao runes, appeared one after another and then gathered together layer by layer like water. The ripples spread. Wherever the ripples passed, the entire space twisted and changed. But in a flash, Mu Binghuang and the space of the hall were transferred to another dimension constructed by the power of heaven. After all, there are many people here. The noise is too loud and can easily be noticed by someone with ulterior motives. If Mu Binghuang wants to fight, I created a space for myself to accompany. Just fight well. This breath is. Although the previous will of heaven was very restrained in releasing his aura. But it's that tiny wave, or was it Guhan who was far away in Paisiye's mansion? No. However, due to the long distance, the power is too subtle. He couldn't determine location. He just shook his head slightly and quickly put it out of his mind. Today's Chongqing City is already a mixed bag. Various gods, the strong gathered, the strong of Tiandao Palace must also be hiding in the dark. Eat one bite at a time and solve Paisiye's problem first. It won't be too late to deal with the remaining people. Paisiye seemed to have had a very long dream. In the dream, it was a completely different life experience. There is a very happy year. Parents love, brothers and sisters care. Really have verified that there has never been such a thing in the human ancestor temple. The happiness you will get and the taste of family. But accompanied by a high and mighty person who looked down upon them like ants, a shadow appeared and stretched out his big hand to take away. Will the parents and family were completely destroyed in the sea of fire. The wonderful dream suddenly shattered. Pei Xie suddenly woke up completely soaked in cold sweat. Snow White often the Dipoff snow as bad Osif present. The whole person his mouth was heaving violently pale and dreamy. Woke up. Knowing the truth, how do you feel? It's a bit painful. Booty finally woke up from the illusion and opened my eyes to see the world, didn't I? A calm and smiling voice sounded, immediately attracting Pei Xie's attention. Only seen out far at the tea table, Guhan was sitting comfortably in a rocking chair while drinking tea. He seemed to be smiling. Where? And in beside that with there is a consensus. The thin man with a weak pulse was worried and distressed. Where? So, what just happened was not a dream. Seeing Pei Xie was silent, it seemed that she had many things on her mind. Seeing the look on his face, Guhan didn't say much but just continued to drink tea calmly. In fact, the scene that Pei Xie saw just now while she was unconscious was deliberately created by him. Although this approach is a bit unauthentic, but the effect is indeed significant. Pei Xie deep heart, there has been a severe shake. So is all this true? Pei Xie herself felt that her voice was dry, very hoarse. My family was destroyed by my master Pei Tian, and I am just a weapon in his hands to nourish his chi work. Are you human? When saying this, Pei Xie, my heart is hard again. In less than an hour, the worldview has completely collapsed. Unexpectedly, my most respected his master is not only his genocide enemy but also always covets his return quality. Even if it's the same as yourself. Fang Bai, who was taking his pulse, was standing right in front of him. But the truth is too absurd and ridiculous. Or let some can't connect. Anyway, I have already told you everything. It is up to you whether you believe it or not. Seeing that the time was almost right, Guhan smiled and said, but I believe that Miss Xie is not a fool. She must have known her limits. But you don't have to decide your future to the end. There is no need to fear the ancestors of mankind. Guhan stood up and threw a special jade talisman into Pei Xie's hands. This contains my plan specifically for the human ancestor temple as well as my cooperation with you. Rong, you can take a look at it first. I believe you will agree to cooperate with me. When you've thought it over, remember to give me an answer. Just contact me directly through the jade talisman in your hand. Finish the job afterwards. Guhan took Fang Bai away. After all, Pei Xie, there were too many people around, and if someone noticed Fang Bai, his plan would fail. Risk. Fang Bai originally wanted to meet his former nephew. We talked some more but finally sighed. Mengdai, I'll say it again, I'm responsible for everything I said and did before, even if it costs me my life. After saying that, Fang Bai was quickly taken away by Guhan. It entered the space vortex and gradually disappeared. Pei Xie was the only one left in the silent hall. She held the jade talisman in her hand and remained silent for a long time. I don't know how much time passed. As if he had finally mustered up the courage to God's thoughts in the jade talisman. Explore the jade talisman. Allow. But the jade talisman allow. The more I look at it, the more my heart palpitates. There is only one main theme of the whole article. Guhan will help him to completely take over the Rinzhu temple. He is the true ancestor of mankind in the true sense. If everything is true and the former ancestor Pei Tian kill with your own hands. God constructed by the power of heaven in the dimension. Boom! A huge roar was heard. Ice storm, 4 ice crystal fragments flying all over the sky. Are you calm now? The calm voice of the former heavenly will sounded echoing. Open it. I know you can't take my dead sister for my shell. But if your sister hadn't helped me, I wouldn't have woken up. You must know that your sister was. What is the situation and whether I can continue to survive? I no longer have the strength to continue my own wish, and I have. So you exchanged your own demise for my new life. And as a price, the greatest wish before death, kill Yi Qingyun and destroy him. Will the current Tiandao Iu Li's help over? Ha ha ha. Mu Binghuang smiled after hearing these words. Laughing are all sending, and finally even the laughter was stained with crazy. I couldn't tell whether the tears flowing from the corners of my eyes were tears of pain and sorrow or tears of mockery at the words of heaven's will. Whether it's you or the current will of heaven, each one is more disgusting than the other. Mu Binghuang, the smile on the corner gradually faded. The look he gave to Ren Tiandao's will was filled with indifference and murderous intent. What is my sister's wish? This is obviously your wish bar? You just want to destroy the will of the current heavenly Tao and take back everything you have lost. Killing Yi Qingyun is also for the same purpose. Why are you acting like my sister is begging you? Don't you think your words are disgusting and hypocritical? The former heavenly Dao frowned even deeper. He was powerless to refute because what Mu Binghuang said was indeed true. So what do you want? How? Mu Binghuang, let's not talk about the fact that you already owe my sister. You want me to cooperate with you. I also need a reward for your future plans. My wish, it's also very simple. Speaking of this, a hint of scarlet. I want to revive my sister. Chapter 432, Reversing the Past and the Future. See you again, Shaoling. Previously, the former heavenly Dao had some news. That is to tell, there is still one left of his younger sister Mu Bailing self-conscious. This means if the will can be used, well, it may be possible to use a special and alternative way to the sister is resurrected. Reversing life and death and resurrecting the dead is a taboo. The former heavenly will paused and continued, moreover, even if I regain all authority, I cannot truly resurrect a person. And this reversal of life and death back, it costs a lot to be taboo. What is the price for resurrecting my sister? Mu Binghuang was like a drowning person keenly catching a hope. Sacrifice all your life essence. Certainly the probability of success is also very low, probably only 2, not yet. But maybe you can talk to Chu Wei, cooperates and improves the plan, may. Because in a way Chu Wei is crazier than you. Want to return to the great Tao to preach emperor and then return taboo, reversing the past and the future. But you also know that those who change the history of time and space will be attacked by the history of time and space. If Qing fails, he will be attacked or even die without a burial land for the Tamiya speck of dust in the ears. The words of the former heavenly will were very calm. But it is telling a terrible and crazy plan. Reversing the past and the future. Mu Binghuang remains silent. This plan is crazy, but it does have a purpose possibility. Because my sister has just died. Chu Wei is now a cultivator at the supreme level. Cooperate with Hui Daozong's heritage is very likely to be the power of return emperor. There is no need to change the past of the entire Xianhuang world, you only need to change the past of a specific person. There is no need to even go back hundreds or thousands of years to make changes. As her thoughts fluctuated, Mu Binghuang clenched her fists slightly. There is paranoia and madness in the eyes, the light is flickering. The human ancestor temple has already come up with a plan to resolve the issue to several other forces. See if I can use it for my own benefit, if not I will just destroy it. There is also the Ice Spirit Saint sect. This is also a problem. The strength of its leader is not weak. If IIF, the powerful person behind, takes action, it will definitely cause a great disturbance, and there may even be plans to violently the risk of. As expected, we have to proceed step by step. First, help Mu Binghuang seize power and then wait for the right time to lure out the strongest person from the Ice Spirit Saint sect to restrict or kill him. Everything will be settled. Walking on the streets of Changqing City, Guhan was thinking about the plans and problems in his mind all the way. Guhan. But with Axi's voice rang out and Guhan's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Subconsciously looking back, as expected, one Noe shadow appeared in his field of vision. You are Shaoling. Guhan raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously a little surprised. Shaoling was a fellow disciple with whom he had a good relationship in the Wenjin sect. After all, Shaoling had always spoken up for him when he was in trouble in previous lives. Adhering to the previous life point. He asked Su Lun Yue controlled demons when destroying the sword-asking sect. Someone specifically told Su Lun Yue to avoid Shaoling, allowing him to leave the Swordwind sect safely. After not seeing each other for more than a year, Shaoling has changed a lot. The whole person becomes more and more stable. But the improvement in cultivation was not significant, it was just an ordinary divine stage realm. It seems that after leaving the sword-asking sect he has not encountered any major opportunities in the past year or so, and his cultivation has not improved much. I haven't seen you for a year. I didn't expect you to have become so strong. I used to think that even if I couldn't surpass you, I can also stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Now it seems that I was really blindly confident more than a year ago. It seemed that he saw what Guhan was thinking. Shaoling laughed at himself and accepted it calmly, the gap between himself and Guhan now. After all, he was at the divine platform realm and was like a tiny ant in front of the divine lord realm. This gap was like a real chasm. Such a huge gap could only make him feel awe, and he didn't even have the slightest desire to compete head-on with him. Brother, is this the Master Guhan that father and the others were talking about? At this time following Xiaoling the next 113 or 14 years old, he poked his head out timidly. She looked at Gu Han with sparkling eyes. "Oh? You know me?" Gu Han raised his eyebrows slightly. "I know you. Big brother, Gu Han. I have been hearing from the elders of my family recently that our human race has produced a generation of extraordinary geniuses. Gu Han. This is my little sister Xiaolinger." Xiaoling towards Gu Han he gave an apologetic smile. "Sorry, we didn't mean to do that. Your message. Because my family is not far from here. If they invade my family will be the first to suffer, so we have recently been concerned about the demon suppression line. Pay special attention. Some time ago our family also heard about you." Gu Han, for a moment the small town was in an uproar. Gu Han nodded slightly but did not pursue the matter further. Once a person becomes famous, it is indeed easy for him to become known to everyone. "So the reason you came to see me is?" Gu Han, the corners are slightly raised, smiling, looking at Xiaoling. He is not a fool, he can see at a glance. Finished the essence of. Under Gu Han's gaze, Xiaoling suddenly there was a panic, but it was fleeting. Xiaoling smiled bitterly and said, "After all, my family is just a small family. Gu Han, your current reputation is beyond my imagination. My family has heard that I was with you in the past." Afterwards some careful thoughts came into being. "But I didn't come here today for this. It's been a long time since we last met. I would like to invite you, Gu Han, to visit my family. I heard you're not planning to attend either. The magic trial should take some time. What do you think?" Hearing this, Gu Han's eyes were filled with flash. By secretive, a ray of light flashed across the sky, but it also disappeared without a trace in an instant. "Of course, considering our past points up. Since you invited me, I should give you a chance." Gu Han deliberately lingered on the word opportunity. But Xiaoling didn't seem to hear it but smiled and nodded. "Then I will go back to my family and wait for you, Gu Han, to arrive." After he finished speaking, Xiaoling turned and walked towards the other side of the street with his sister. Until Xiaoling's the shadow completely disappeared at the end of the street. Gu Han, the smile on Zhao's face suddenly disappeared and there was only deep indifference in his eyes. "Xiaoling, you were never this stupid before." Chapter 433. I had already seen through the plan. It was all Gu Han's fault. It's just that the experience of living 9 lives again is there. In fact, for many things he has a very keen know. As early as in front of Pei Si's mansion, he know about Xiaoling's existence. This guy seems to have always following in oneself, then watching his quiet. Even before he entered Pei Si's, before arriving at the mansion, Xiaoling had been waiting outside. Until he learned from Pei Si. After leaving the mansion, Xiaoling went around in circles and returned to the starting point. Finally, I pretended to meet him by chance. He had already smelled it. Extraordinary taste. Following the same conversation pattern as before. Xiaoling's words, "You don't plan to participate anyway. Demon trial, there will definitely be a chance to attend the banquet." This sentence instantly exploded. It revealed Xiaoling's purpose and even verified his guess. This sentence, on the surface there are no flaws nor anything strange worth exploring. But unfortunately the situation is very special. Because there is a high probability that the demon realm and the heavenly Tao temple have already united. Even in advance, the trap set by the demon trial unfolded a death trap for him. If he didn't take any countermeasures, he would be stupid enough to go and take part in the trial. It's like jumping into a fire pit, and it can even be called a brainless behavior. And according to his guess, the guys from the demon realm and the heavenly Tao palace must have thought of this. I will pretend to be in a way that is completely new. Share quietly sneak in the devil trial. It's worth putting yourself in their shoes. If he was from the demon realm or the heavenly Tao temple, he will definitely let people find a suitable one who has had some similarities with him, to test myself indirectly. You can even set up a hangmen banquet under the pretext of reminiscing about the past and make preparations for both scenarios. Of course, the above things are just guesses in his mind. But what made him conclude that there was something wrong with Xiaoling was the subtle expression on his face just now change. He deliberately emphasized the word opportunity to deliberately point out Xiaoling. And Xiaoling, the table that emerged subconsciously. It's not confusion. It is as if he was guessed or even panicked about being exposed. Although this he well hidden. But unfortunately he still noticed it. Actually, he didn't blame Xiaoling. Because in the world of chain repair, the weak are used as pawns by the strong, which is in line with human ethics and natural law. As a weak person, Xiaoling cannot disobey the rule of the strong preying on the weak. So he said the word opportunity in the end. Just to give Xiaoling a heads up, if you are really coerced, the essence is not what you want, you can tell me the truth. I can see in the pastas, for the matter, I will let bygones be bygones. But in the end, Xiaoling's choice was obvious. He bet that he didn't notice it and chose to continue conceal. Why? These days the relationships between people and trust, where has it gone? I used to think you were a nice guy. In the end you are the same as them, or has the past year or so corrupted the person you once were? Gu Han chuckled and shook his head. But those eyes are deep, flashing is nothing indifference. As he took steps forward, there were ripples in the space, shadow falls quickly among them, completely disappeared. Brother, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to do this? Xiaolinger, who disappeared around the corner with her brother, seemed to be unable to suppress the thoughts in his mind. He could not help but say, no matter what, Master Gu Han was once your fellow disciple, and he is also the top genius of our human race. It is also future demon world, an important force of invasion. Brother, what you are doing is simply close. Xiaoling suddenly shouted angrily. The angry voice echoed in the dark alley for a long time, frightened Xiaolinger white shiver. Psycho! Xiaoling now has no trace of the steady? The whole person became extremely crazy and ferocious with red eyes. Do you think I want to do this? But I waste off. It was also caused by that guy Gu Han. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been found by those guys, my mother and father, my uncle and aunt, and even everyone in our family. How could my life be controlled by those people? If I don't do this, or if I do something else during this period, all our people must die, and we must die too. Do we have a choice? No. We are like a weak and pitiful ant being taken advantage of by others. It will ants. Xiaoling became more and more excited, eyes red, the emotions seemed to be somewhat broken, and finally turned into a wild. If it weren't for that damned Gu Han, if it weren't for him, how could we have been in such a state, such an unexpected disaster? It's because of him that we are in trouble. It's such a disaster. Why shouldn't he pay the price? Why should we innocent people pay the price? Gu Han is not a good guy either. He is afraid of death and selfish. If he hadn't committed treason and released the sealed monster in the sword-asking sect, destroying the sect and ruining my future as a cultivator. How can I be like you today, like a dog, in this small town I live in, a daze every day with no hope for the future? He ruined everything for me. He ruined my path to chain repair. He ruined my life that should have been brilliant and dazzling. Now even my family and relatives have suffered because of him. He deserves to die for such an unexpected disaster. He is a disaster star and a disgusting, ungrateful person. It was very quiet. Only Xiaoling's roar echoed in the air. As if after venting his anger, Xiaoling's body was violently rising and falling, mouth then gradually stabilized. He also came to his senses, belatedly looking at Xiaolinger, who was frightened and had tears in her eyes. Xiaoling hurriedly, the beginning of Linger, don't blame me, I just took the most correct and humane approach, just your choice. Brother promises that as long as Gu Han dies, our family will be able to get back on track, and we will also be able to obtain endless wealth and endless resources for repairing the chain. You don't always want to be like other monks. Do you want to fly in the sky and see all the mountains and rivers in the world? As long as we have these chain repair resources, I promise that, Linger, your dream will be completely realized. We will, for the most powerful cultivator in this world, see all the mountains and rivers in the world. No one noticed. Deep void, there were subtle ripples in the space. A deep and profound gaze watching Xiaoling and the other person leaving Chongqing City further and further away. Until I watched the two of them disappear completely. Gu Han, as the shadow slowly emerged and come out. Chapter 434, Wrong choice, then send them to death. Yes, he had been following them quietly back. He listened to the entire conversation between the two of them. He finally understood. When I asked Jin Zong about that, the seeds of hatred had already been planted in Xiaoling's heart. And the seed of hatred was completely planted under the influence of the people from the demon realm and the heavenly Tao palace, sprouting, eventually deriving the boundless hatred and murderous intention towards him. There is naturally no anger or irritation. Gu Han's heart remained calm. There is no absolute right or wrong in the world. Moreover, from Xiaoling's perspective, he is indeed such a person. It was he who released countless powerful monsters from the monster locking tower and completely destroyed the sword-asking sect. It was him who destroyed countless sword-asking sects like Shaolin. A sharp disciple should have unlimited possibilities in the path of cultivation. In Shaolin's eyes, he was a hateful person who deprived them of their future. But so what? In this world, strength is everything reason. He once thought that he was grateful for the past superior. Leaving Shaolin a chance to survive and allowing him to leave the Swordwind sect safely was his gift and his way of repaying a favor. But now it seems like a stupid thing to do. Shaolin, considering the past in terms of points, it won't make your death too painful. However, there is no need to keep Shaolin and his family any longer. His hostility towards himself has deepened marrow. Keeping him around would also be an unstable factor and even a threat to myself. Only by killing them all can this fundamentally wrong thing be put to rest, the real end. Of course, there is also hidden in the Heavenly Tao Palace and the powerful demons later. Although this method was very clever, it also made him feel disgusted. Someone come. But as Gu Han finished speaking, an invisible vortex of void unfolds. Several shadows emerged one after another and all bowed and said, "Please give your orders, sir." A just manpower was sent to secretly observe the Shaolin family and completely block the area around them. Like anyone who senses a special aura, mark it and wait for my instructions. Yes. Several shadow again. He did not reach the space and soon disappeared and began to prepare for Gu Han's instructions. With his current strength, he could easily destroy Shaolin's family if he wanted to. The reason why he just ordered people to block the void near Shaolin's family. It's to wait for the big fish to take the bait. Shaolin was just a small follower who came to lure him, so there was no point in killing him completely. Anyway, as long as he wanted, he didn't even have to do it himself. His subordinates could turn him into ashes just by raising their hands. Instead, he wanted to see who was behind Shaolin. If it was someone from the Heavenly Tao Palace, he could kill him in advance and use his original power. It was an unexpected gain. I don't know how much time passed. Shaolin finally returned to the family with his sister. The family hall, which used to be very lively and full of joy, now seems unusually deserted. Suppress. Let my sister return to her own palace first after a break. Shaolin came to the main hall of the family alone and then stepped on. The moment he entered the hall, he felt a burst of suppressed suffocation. Are you here? What I told you to do. What's the matter? Did that guy Gu Han agree? Look up, go. In the seat that should have belonged to the head of the Shao family, a strange middle-aged man in black robes was sitting lazily. His aura was as deep as a prison and his every move exuded a frightening aura. And this person is none other than a powerful Saint King from the Heavenly Tao Palace. Sen's deep voice continued, "If I find out that you dare to do this in secret, tip off Gu Han or do something else in secreto, I promise that your parents and all your family members will die miserably." This strong man didn't take Shaolin seriously at all, and his tone was full of contempt and indifference. Although Shaolin, he was very quiet, but he still responded respectfully, "Don't worry, sir, complete my mission over. Gu Han will respond to me in the next few days and will come to attend the beheading banquet I will hold for him." Very good. The middle-aged man sitting at the first seat nodded slightly. "If you help us complete this great event, I guarantee in the name